In the world of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, the golden hues of the setting sun permeate the serene atmosphere of the ninja academy. Yet amidst this tranquility, one child stands out as distinctly out of place. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, no clone materializes. Another failure. A bittersweet smile graces Yuya's face that he has been in this world for several years. It is a realm of ninjas where Yuya once dreamt of becoming a prodigy, dazzling all and commanding respect throughout the ninja world. Yet, the harsh reality is that his body struggles to harness chakra, let alone master ninjutsu. His chakra reserves are but a fraction of his peers, and he cannot even succeed at the most rudimentary of techniques, regardless of his relentless efforts. While it is true that there exists the formidable 8 gates technique within Taijutsu, which can even overpower the likes of Six Paths Madara, what I seek is not a fleeting moment of brilliance, but a lasting legacy. Yuya gazes wistfully at the sky. Oh, heavens, must you toy with him so? Alas, in just 2 years, the second great ninja war will erupt. By then, even the Chunin and Jounin will struggle to protect themselves. Yuya sighs heavily. He arrived in this world on the eve of the second great ninja war. Most unfortunate timing. Now, at the tender age of 8, his time is running short. Without sufficient self-defense capabilities, he faces the grim fate of becoming mere cannon fodder when the war breaks out. Yuya has no desire to be a pawn in this conflict. Enough of this overthinking. I shall return to the mountains behind the school to continue my taijutsu training. Even if I cannot cultivate ninjutsu, I must not relinquish my efforts. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Yuya rises and strides toward the woods behind the academy. Along the way, he is met with sidelong glances from fellow students. I heard that guy hasn't mastered a single ninjutsu yet, that he probably won't even pass the graduation exam. Those from small ninja villages can never compare to us, the true geniuses born in Konoha. Whispers of disdain surround him, yet Yuya remains unfazed. These insignificant children will soon learn the meaning of despair when the second great ninja war commences. Yet, it must be said his luck has indeed been rather unfortunate. Simply arriving in this world and becoming an ordinary ninja of Konoha would suffice. He does not yearn to be a member of the Senju or Uchiha clans. Even a typical home would be a welcome blessing. The reality, however, is that he possesses no home. Yuya was not born in Konoha, but hails from a small ninja village that has been obliterated by Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi villages. He may well be its sole survivor, discovered by Konoha's ninja and brought back to the village. Outsiders, even his children, are seldom welcomed in Konoha, met with cold glances at every turn. Yet, Yuya has long since grown accustomed to it. Upon reaching a small grove behind the school, he approaches a wooden post. The top of the post bears a pronounced dent, a result of countless side kicks and punches he has relentlessly inflicted upon it. Even lacking talent for ninjutsu, Yuya has never entertained the thought of giving up. Gazing at the bandages wrapped around his hands and feet, he inhales deeply and suddenly delivers a kick, striking the dent in the post. 1, 2, 3, 35, 36. Sweat pours down him like rain. Soon, an overwhelming fatigue washes over his body, particularly in his ankles, which begin to throb and ache. Yet, Yuya does not relent. He grits his teeth and continues. In this desolate place, as dusk approaches, he perseveres alone, training in taijutsu. If he cannot cultivate ninjutsu, then he must exert effort far beyond that of his peers. Huffing and puffing, Yuya's breath grows labored, and his clothes cling to him, drenched in sweat that drips to the ground. Finally, when his legs feel numb and he struggles to maintain his balance, he comes to a halt. Time for a break. Next, I will do 500 straight punches followed by 200 side kicks. Yuya sits down to rest, observing the last sliver of sunlight fading on the horizon, a hint of relaxation gracing his features. If only he could enjoy this beautiful scenery daily while training. But alas, with the looming threats of the second great ninja war, the third great ninja war, and the fourth great ninja war, relaxation seems an impossibility. Yuya prepares to rise and resume his training after a brief respite. A sudden flicker of suspicion catches his attention. He notices a peculiar shadow cast in the woods as the last rays of sunlight dip below the horizon. What could that be? Curiosity dances across Yuya's face. The shadow appears small, resembling an apple. Are there any delectable fruits hidden in this grove? Driven by intrigue, Yuya cautiously approaches that direction. As darkness envelopes the surroundings, he retrieves a ninja tool to illuminate his path and presses onward. After a short distance, he halts before a patch of grass, his expression abruptly turning to one of shock, as if he has seen a ghost. Clang! Startled, he drops the illuminating tool to the ground. The light extinguishes, plunging him into darkness. What is this? Yuya quickly crouches down, feeling around until he retrieves the light and directs it toward the grass. His expression remains one of astonishment. Eventually, with utmost caution, Yuya extends his hand to grasp the object hidden in the grass. That is a bizarre fruit, the likes of which no inhabitant of the Naruto world would recognize. They would likely dismiss it as toxic and discard it. Yet Yuya is different. Once an anime enthusiast, he instantly identifies it as a devil fruit. How could this even exist in a Naruto world? Staring at the exquisitely crafted fruit in his hand, which bears no semblance of a counterfeit, Yuya's countenance is one of disbelief. It makes no sense. Could it truly be merely a poisonous fruit that fortuitously resembles this? The thought flickers through his mind. Yet, Yuya swiftly shakes his head. There is no denying it. It is simply too similar, too unmistakably authentic to be a mere imitation. In the end, despite the overwhelming sense of impossibility, Yuya gritted his teeth and consumed the object that appeared to be a devil fruit. Seconds passed without any noticeable changes in his body. It seemed that this peculiar fruit was not toxic, yet it also failed to manifest any extraordinary abilities. Standing there, a faint expression of disappointment crossed his face. He could not ascertain what kind of power the fruit possessed, as his memories of this world had begun to blur over time. However, the absence of any sensed abilities led him to conclude that it was merely a whimsical notion, and the fruit was simply an oddity of nature. With a resigned shake of his head, Yuya returned to the wooden post where he had previously practiced, lit a lamp, and prepared to begin his regimen of 500 straight punches. However, just as he tightened his fists, ready to strike the post, a look of astonishment suddenly graced his features. What was this? In that moment, he felt a subtle flow of chakra within him, accompanied by the emergence of an exceedingly faint white aura around his fist. The next instant, realization dawned upon Yuya, and an unmistakable thrill swept across his face. Could this be the ability of the devil fruit he had just consumed? Wait, this white aura felt so familiar. Could it be? In his excitement, disbelief flickered in Yuya's eyes, akin to someone struck by a windfall. Although the white aura appeared feeble, it was indeed indicative of that power. With this thought igniting his enthusiasm, he did not hesitate to unleash a punch at the wooden post. Buzz! As Yuya's fist neared the post, the feeble white aura erupted spectacularly. Crack! A faint sound emanated from the point of contact, reminiscent of ice or glass shattering, as fine cracks radiated into the air. It was surreal. The atmosphere seemed to fracture like a mirror. Subsequently, a wave of force surged forth, impacting the wooden post, which now bore a deep indentation from Yuya's strike. Crack! The post was violently severed at the point of the indentation. Retracting his fist, Yuya could no longer contain his exhilaration. There was no mistaking it. He had acquired the ability associated with the tremor fruit, renowned as one of the mightiest fruits in the world of One Piece. The consumer of the tremor fruit could unleash vibrations at will, whether they be air tremors, earthquakes, or sea quakes, and at the pinnacle of its power, it could even possess the capability to obliterate the world. At that moment, Yuya did not pause to ponder how a devil fruit had manifested in the world of Naruto. He was consumed by a euphoric grip on his fist, gazing at the faint white light with sheer delight and astonishment. With this power, even if he could not master ninjutsu, what of it? After a considerable time, Yuya gradually calmed himself. Although it is indeed astonishing to have acquired the power of the Dung Jungush, it seems to differ slightly from what I had envisioned. With a contemplative expression, Yuya approached a grand tree. The previous wooden stake had been shattered by him, leaving only this magnificent tree for experimentation. Accompanied by a sudden thought, Yuya uttered a soft exclamation and clenched his fist with determination. A hum resonated as a white light emerged, albeit faintly. In the next moment, Yuya swung his fist towards the trunk. Boom! A resounding blast echoed, yet his fist did not make contact with the trunk. Rather, it halted a few inches away. Yet he still felt as though he had struck something tangible. This is the power of the Junjungoshri Skinjun, capable of impacting the air as if it were a solid entity. And with further development, it may even shatter the very fabric of space. Crack. Fine fissures spread through the air in all directions, resembling the very fracturing of space itself. However, these cracks were exceedingly slender. The massive tree, as thick as a person's embrace, swayed slightly under the force of the shockwave, shedding a few leaves. It is indeed impossible to obliterate everything with a single punch right after acquiring this power. Diligent training and continuous development are imperative. Yuya nodded in agreement, a hint of peculiarity crossing his features. For just moments ago, as he wielded the Dunjun Goshri's abilities, he distinctly felt a minuscule amount of chakra depleting within him. Could it be that the power of the Dunjun Goshri in the world of Naruto is entirely linked to chakra, transforming it into something akin to a Jingdung Shiiji Shenjie? Pondering this, Yuya resumed his detailed testing. After a while, he began to grasp the essence of the power he had obtained. The Junjun Goshri, now referred to by Yuya as the Jingdung Shiiji Shenjie, empowers his punches, physical techniques, and even the thrown shurikens and kunai with shockwaves. However, the magnitude of this power is directly proportional to his physical strength. In simpler terms, the stronger his body, the greater the Jundong lead he can exert. If Yuya were to unlock the 8th gate of the Bama Ninja, entering its formidable state, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility to shatter the moon with a single blow. Furthermore, while the Jundong lead consumes chakra, the expenditure is minimal. The chakra consumed by this force is even less than that of a D-rank ninjutsu, and with Yuya's relatively weak constitution, he experiences no strain in its activation. Thus, chakra consumption remains a negligible concern. What is paramount for Yuya is enhancing his physical prowess and mastering taijutsu. The stronger his body, the more potent the Jundong League he can unleash. Currently, Yuya's punches can merely shake the massive tree, dislodging a few leaves, and shattering a C-rank ninjutsu remains a daunting challenge. Such a level is clearly unsatisfactory for him. He yearns to grow stronger. The techniques for enhancing physical strength are numerous. The Sage Mode, the formidable lightning release techniques of the Third Raikage, and the 8 Gates of Might come to mind, each evoking a flicker of hope in Yuya's eyes. Yet, he could only smile wryly in resignation. For he possessed none of these abilities, and acquiring them seemed a daunting task. Resolving to cease his wandering thoughts, Yuya decided to focus on diligently augmenting his physical prowess. Once he attained sufficient strength, he could embark on a quest for these esoteric techniques. Just as he prepared to resume his training, a sudden epiphany struck him. The powers bestowed by the devil fruit come with a significant vulnerability, the fear of seawater and sea prism stone. Although this world lacked the latter, the aversion to water itself could prove troublesome. With this realization, Yuya resolved to conduct a test. Upon returning to his humble abode, he procured a wooden tub, a rudimentary vessel typically used for bathing. Being an outsider, he was grateful for the modest accommodations provided by Konoha, and thus, his living space was quite unadorned, which did not bother him in the least. After filling the tub with water, he shed his garments and immersed himself, crouching down to submerge his entire body. While ordinary water does not pose the same restrictions as seawater, the original narrative suggested that those with devil fruit abilities would feel weak and lethargic when submerged. 1 second passed, then 2, and as a minute elapsed, Yuya felt no sign of fatigue. Suddenly rising, a look of surprise crossed his face. Was there truly no adverse effect from regular water? Though elated, he remained perplexed. Wasn't he not using seawater? He recalled that those who consumed the devil fruit were cursed by the ocean, rendered incapable of swimming. However, that curse belonged to the world of One Piece. This was the realm of Naruto. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the origin of the devil fruit, it seemed implausible that any oceanic curse would exist in this world. Thus, if there was a fear of water, it likely pertained to the seas of the One Piece universe. This implied that the power of the tremor fruit in this realm transcended its status as a mere devil fruit, transforming it into a bloodline limit of tremor release. Delighted by this revelation, Yuya proceeded to bathe, washing away the sweat accumulated from his training. He had encountered too many surprises today and needed to relax and regain his composure. Just as he finished bathing and emerged from the tub, preparing to dress, a soft creak interrupted the stillness. The door to his home swung open, revealing a familiar red-haired visage peeking in. It was Uzumaki Kushina. "Yeah, are you home?" she called, her voice abruptly faltering. The 8 or 9-year-old Kushina stood frozen, her small face momentarily caught in surprise. Yuya, too, was taken aback, having neglected to secure the door in his eagerness to test his reaction to water. Certainly, this is not the primary concern. The main issue lies in the fact that it is already dark, and one cannot fathom why Kushina would suddenly appear at his doorstep. Finally, realizing the situation, Kushina let out a piercing scream and slammed the door shut. "You scoundrel, Yuya! How dare you? Remember this. Tomorrow at school, you are finished." Her voice, filled with indignation, reverberated through the street. Yuya remained expressionless, thinking, "What the hell? This has nothing to do with me. And must you shout at this hour?" It seemed he wouldn't be attending school tomorrow. With a pained expression, Yuya donned his clothes and opened the door. Indeed, he found Kushina still standing outside, her cheeks flushed with anger and embarrassment. Is there something you need?" he asked, clearing his throat awkwardly, eager to change the subject. She must have come for a reason at this late hour. Both Yuya and Kushina hailed from distant villages, arriving in Konoha around the same time. Upon discovering that she was the Kushina from the original story, Yuya felt an innate fondness towards her, which prompted him to draw closer, and they quickly became good friends. However, their circumstances were starkly different. Kushina was destined to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, hailing from the Uzumaki clan, which was allied with Konoha. The previous Jinchuriki had been Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Naturally, Mito took great care of Kushina, and with such connections, Kushina even had the audacity to set fire to the beard of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In contrast, Yuya faced a rather tragic fate, devoid of any background and originating from a disreputable, small ninja village. Although that village had been destroyed, Yuya still found himself distrusted by the ninjas of Konoha. When Kushina first arrived in the village, she too was alone, without parents, and as Yuya grew closer to her, he often assisted and looked after her. However, due to Kushina's extraordinary identity, their relationship gradually shifted. The one receiving help transitioned from Kushina to Yuya. Nevertheless, Kushina never harbored any resentment towards Yuya and willingly continued to assist him. In her moments of solitude upon arriving in Konoha, it was Yuya who alleviated her loneliness, offering warmth and helping her regain her cheerful disposition. Thus, even when others regarded Yuya as a waste, incapable of mastering ninjutsu, Kushina never discriminated against him. "I brought you something because I feared you might get beaten up tomorrow," she stated, her face tinged with a light blush as she shot him a fierce glare, handing him a small package. Upon hearing her words, Yuya recalled that there was indeed a practical assessment taking place at the ninja school the following day. Generally, such assessments, conducted one-on-one under the supervision of chunin instructors, posed little risk of serious injury to the students. However, Yuya was unlike the others. The chunin instructor showed him no regard as an outsider from a different village. His attitude seemed to convey a message of indifference, as long as he wasn't severely harmed. Consequently, Yuya frequently found himself in pain. "Thank you," he murmured, touching his nose as he gratefully accepted the small package. Upon a glance, it indeed contained various healing medicines. While he felt gratitude, an inexplicable twitch tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why did it all feel so strange? "Who asked for your thanks? I couldn't care less." Kushina remained troubled by the earlier incident, a faint blush adorning her cheeks as she pouted at Yuya. Observing her flustered demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly imagining that if it were Kushina exposed instead of himself, he would likely be pursued relentlessly throughout Konoha. Thus, it was settled. "Even if you could not cultivate ninjutsu, I will always protect you. If you cannot win, do not act bravely, simply concede." Kushina extended her small fist toward Yuya, displaying her pride before breaking into a giggle and darting away, her figure gradually vanishing into the shadows. Yuya stared blankly at Kushina's retreating silhouette before abruptly coming to his senses. Concede? Always protect himself? Damn, wasn't he this akin to living off her? A pained expression crossed Yuya's face. Even though his ninjutsu talent was rather poor, he was certainly not at the point of being dependent on anyone. With a heart full of resentment, Yuya returned to his room, not to rest, but to engage in frenzied training. 126, 127, 231, 232. Counting silently in his mind, sweat poured down his body, soaking the ground beneath him. His arms grew increasingly stiff and heavy, as if they could no longer support him. Yet, before his eyes, he envisioned the scenes of the great ninja war and the futility of his past life, which ended in an unexpected demise. His arms had become numb, devoid of sensation. Now, he relied solely on willpower, striving to extract every ounce of strength from his body, determined to shatter his physical limits. Last time, he had managed a mere 276. This time, gritting his teeth, he pushed himself to 320. However, his arms had completely lost feeling. He attempted to reach 350, but ultimately collapsed at 345, helplessly sprawling on the ground, gasping for breath. Yet this time, Yi had undoubtedly surpassed his previous limits. It marked a breakthrough in his physical capabilities. Excellent. The next target would be to increase by 100. Without such rigorous training, catching up to characters like Guy from the original story would be impossible. Though his arms were almost entirely stiff and numb, there was not a trace of despair in Yuya's eyes. Instead, they radiated determination. After a brief respite, he forced himself to rise and commence squats. He resolved to perform 100 more than last time. Setting this goal, Yuya began squatting repeatedly, rising each time, oblivious to the amount of sweat cascading down his body. Ultimately, Yuya accomplished 160 more squats than the last time, surpassing the established goal. Exhausted, he finally stood up one last time, his body collapsing onto the bed, where he promptly fell asleep until the following day. Due to his frequent engagement in extreme training, even after an exhausting day, he could recover by the next morning. After all, this world is one dominated by ninjas. Even though Yuya found it challenging to refine chakra and had mediocre talent for ninjutsu, chakra still resided within him. It appeared that after breaking through 2 limits yesterday, his physical condition had improved somewhat. Clenching his fist, Yuya felt a slight increase in his strength, prompting a flicker of delight across his face. If only he could surpass such limits daily. Of course, it was also possible that having recently acquired the Zijin Guoshi and attained the Dundun bloodline limit had positively influenced his physical strength. The power of the Dundun bloodline limit lies in its ability to generate vibrational force, capable of creating kongjung through striking the air or space, as well as causing dijun that shakes the earth and haijun that can unleash tsunamis. Eager to test the potency of kongjun, Yuya displayed a hint of excitement, then clenched his fist, bent his arm, and suddenly struck towards the side. A faint white light shimmered briefly before abruptly exploding in the air. Yuya's punch met the atmosphere, as though he had struck a mirror. The sound of cracking echoed, like the space itself shattering. However, the fractures were not pronounced. They merely spread slightly outward, creating fine fissures before halting. Indeed, the power of Ongjun had intensified. Retrieving his fist, a satisfied expression emerged on Yuya's face. It seemed that any vibrations generated by his punches could be halted, provided they were not enhanced by chakra nature transformation through kunai or shurikens. Unfortunately, the range of his attacks remained limited. Yuya felt a sense of unfulfilled yearning as the area affected by his kongjin barely extended to a meter. Naturally, this was also related to potency. If the strength of his kongjun were to increase further, so too would the distance of his attacks. For now, his fists could only serve as close-range weapons. However, when it came to long-range attacks, Yuya was not without strategies. Pulling out a kunai, he grasped it firmly with his fist. A faint white light appeared around the top of the kunai. Then, Yuya abruptly hurled the kunai towards a distant tree. The kunai embedded itself deeply into the trunk, while the vibrational force erupted, slightly spreading outward and shattering a layer of bark from the tree. Although this method of long-range attack resulted in a loss of some vibrational energy, it was nonetheless effective. Generally, lower-ranked and mid-ranked ninjas could not even apply chakra nature transformation to enhance the penetrating power of their kunai. As Yuya approached, he drew forth a kunai and surveyed the outcome with a sense of satisfaction, nodding in approval. Anticipating a practical assessment later that day, he decided against an early morning training session, choosing instead to conserve his energy. After a meal, he made his way to the Ninja Academy, an institution established by the second Hokage for the cultivation of shinobi. It had been a mere decade since the academy's inception, and many aspects were still far from the perfection depicted in the original narrative. At this juncture, the Senju clan was just beginning its decline, not yet extinguished. While the Uchiha clan thrived, the Hyuga clan, on the other hand, found itself relegated to the sidelines. Regardless of the clan, Yuya could only observe from a distance. He was merely a child from a foreign village, and even had he been born in Konoha, he would still find himself looking up to the titanic legacies of the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Yeah, you've arrived. Upon entering the classroom, he was greeted by Kushina, likely the only student willing to acknowledge him. The others either ignored him entirely or cast him a disdainful glance before turning their attention elsewhere. Yuya offered a smile in return and took his seat. Kushina, slightly taken aback, remarked, "Did you forget to bring the ointment I gave you last night?" I seem to have left it behind," he replied sheepishly. "How careless of you. What will you do if you get hurt later?" Kushina puffed up her cheeks, visibly annoyed. Yuya chuckled. "Why does it seem like I'm destined to get injured? Can't I have a bit of confidence in myself? I know you boys are quite competitive, but I really don't want to see you hurt. If it comes to that, it might be better to live as an ordinary person rather than a ninja," Kushina said, her eyes shimmering with concern. At her words, Yuya paused, momentarily taken aback. An ordinary person? That notion had never crossed his mind. Even when he had lacked the ability to perform ninjutsu and was at the bottom of the ranks, he had never given up. In his previous life, he had led a mundane existence, abruptly ending due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, in this familiar world of Naruto, he refused to return to a life of mediocrity. The acquisition of the dojutsu of the shock release only strengthened his resolve. "I will not be injured," Yuya declared, taking a deep breath and speaking with calm seriousness. Hearing his words, Kushina felt a twinge of regret. Was that statement too heavy? Yet, it was undeniable that Yuya lacked talent for ninjutsu, making the path of a shinobi seem ill-suited for him. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt an inkling of guilt, vowing to herself that if Yuya chose not to become a ninja, she would always be there to protect him. After a brief interval, the Chunin instructor entered the classroom, spoke a few words, and then led all the students out to the training ground. Then, the Chunin instructor began to read from a meticulously arranged list. One by one, students stepped forward to engage in combat. The shuriken and kunai they wielded were blunt instruments, which, while less likely to inflict fatal wounds, could not entirely prevent bloodshed. After all, this was a ninja academy, and the world of ninjas was inherently brutal. Even though the system in Konoha was somewhat gentler compared to the merciless blood mist policies of the village hidden in the mist, it could not cultivate a garden of delicate flowers. Among the students were several familiar figures to Yuya. Kushina was one of them, along with the prodigious Minato Namikaze, and also Makoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke from the original narrative. However, they were all merely 7 or 8 years old at this point. Nevertheless, Minato remained an astonishingly gifted young talent, indisputably the best in Yuya's class, and indeed unmatched throughout the entire grade. When Minato took to the stage, he was met with a chorus of cheers from a group of girls, a testament to his extraordinary popularity. With his handsome visage coupled with formidable strength and innate talent, Minato enjoyed a status akin to that of Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha in the original story. Yuya's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Itachi, albeit with silvery hair. Initially, Yuya's popularity was on par with Minato's upon entering school, but as time passed, Yuya's lack of aptitude in ninjutsu led to a gradual eclipse as his peers surpassed him, causing his popularity to wane. When Minato effortlessly dispatched his opponents with just a few moves, the crowd erupted in applause and cheers. Kushina cast a glance at Yuya, feeling an unjust sympathy for him. Regardless of effort or other qualities, Yuya was not inferior to Minato. Yet, the disparity in their ninjutsu talents created a significant gap between them. As Kushina let out a sigh of exasperation, the Chunin instructor called out from the list. "Next up are Yuya and Izumi Uchiha. Please come to the stage." Upon hearing this announcement, Kushina was momentarily taken aback, unable to contain her astonishment. Why must it be a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and particularly Izumi? If Minato was the premier genius, there must surely be a second, and that was Izumi Uchiha. Against Minato, Izumi could at least hold her ground for a few rounds, making her the strongest after Minato. The pairing of Yuya and Izumi by the Chunin instructor was undoubtedly intentional. There was something amiss. "Yuya, don't go up there, just forfeit," Kushina exclaimed, her concern evident as she looked at Yuya. "No need," Yuya replied, patting Kushina's shoulder, interrupting her words and offering a reassuring glance. "Don't worry, I won't get hurt." His words carried an inexplicable confidence that momentarily left Kushina speechless. After saying this, Yuya turned calmly and stepped onto the stage. Fully aware that this was the Chunin instructor's design, the middle-ranking ninja instructor had never bestowed a kind expression upon this student from the outer village. In many instances, Those from the outer villages were regarded with disdain, perceived as adversaries, and that animosity was difficult to dissolve. Yuya's treatment in the Hidden Leaf Village was scarcely better than that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto. In the original narrative, not every teacher possessed the compassion of Iruka, particularly as Yuya's aptitude for ninjutsu was rather poor and he gradually fell behind. This middle-ranking instructor relentlessly devised means to expel Yuya from his class. The school adhered to its own regulations. Unless Yuya chose to withdraw voluntarily, even a middle-ranking teacher could not expel a student outright. Yuya, are you considering conceding? It would be unfortunate if you were to sustain an injury, the instructor remarked towards Yuya, intentionally adopting a condescending tone. In his perspective, the more he provoked Yuya, the less likely he would be to concede in front of his classmates, thereby allowing Uchiha Izumi to inflict serious harm, ultimately forcing Yuya to withdraw. Yuya did not respond, but instead regarded the instructor with a calm gaze. That look sent an inexplicable shiver through the instructor's heart. Such serenity and composure were hardly characteristics one would expect from a mere 7-year-old. No need for further delay. We can commence directly, Yuya declared, turning his attention to Uchiha Izumi. In the crowd, Kushina gasped in surprise, not anticipating that Yuya would choose to fight rather than concede. How infuriating it was to witness such disdainful treatment towards Yuya. Each individual seemed more contemptuous than the last. Clenching her tiny fists, Kushina longed to rush onto the field. Yet ultimately, she could only watch Yuya with concern. She hoped he would concede before sustaining any injuries. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi gazed at Yuya with an air of arrogance, and upon realizing Yuya's refusal to concede, a smirk of derision crossed his features. Did this underachiever, incapable of mastering ninjutsu, truly believe he could triumph over him? If he dared to challenge him, then Izumi would ensure that this lesson would be indelibly etched in Yuya's memory, teaching him that the next time he encountered someone of the Uchiha clan, he ought to concede without hesitation. Very well, let us begin. Although the instructor was momentarily unsettled by Yuya's earlier gaze, he swiftly cast those thoughts aside and announced the commencement of the match. As the instructor's voice echoed in the air, Uchiha Izumi swiftly flipped his hands and produced 2 stacks of shuriken, launching them towards Yuya with sudden ferocity. Whoosh! In an instant, 8 shuriken appeared as mere black phantoms, for targeting Yuya's vital areas, while the other 4 obstructed his escape routes. This was the shuriken throwing technique of the Uchiha clan, a skill rivaled only by Namikaze Minato in their class. Such an onslaught was nearly impossible to evade entirely. Yet, if evasion was difficult, then perhaps it was better not to evade at all. Confronted by the barrage of shuriken, Yuya clenched his fist, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. Slightly shifting his stance, he bent his arm and swung his fist toward the incoming shuriken with resolute force. Had he lost his wits, attempting to intercept shuriken with his bare hands? Witnessing this spectacle, all the students widened their eyes in astonishment. The middle-ranking ninja teacher was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sardonic smile. Even though those shurikens were merely blunt props, they still possessed the potential to inflict harm. This predicament was entirely of Yuya's own making. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he would only bear minimal responsibility. However, in the next instant, as Yuya's fist abruptly struck the air, the expressions of everyone present froze in disbelief. Crack! A dim white radiance emerged, only to explode suddenly. Although Yuya's fist did not connect with anything tangible, it appeared as though it had struck an invisible mirror. Soon after, the mirror revealed cracks that spread outward like fine spiderwebs, shattering the surrounding air. The 8 shurikens that had been hurtling towards him suddenly seemed to sink into a quagmire, progressing with excruciating slowness. Ultimately, none reached Yuya's form. All fell powerless to the ground. This is impossible. How could a fist possibly block shurikens? Certainly, Yuya employed a ninjutsu, but what kind of ninjutsu was it? He hadn't even formed hand seals. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The students' eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, their faces painted with incredulity. Kushina, too, was taken aback, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had not anticipated Yuya wielding such formidable power. On the other side, Minato, who had previously paid little attention to the bout, now regarded the scene with a flicker of intrigue, his expression betraying a mix of astonishment and curiosity at Yuya's abilities. What have you done? In the midst of it all, Uchiha Izumi was equally astonished, having not foreseen the complete ineffectiveness of his meticulously executed shuriken blockade. Yuya offered no response to Uchiha Izumi's inquiry. Instead, he suddenly brandished a kunai and charged towards him. Enraged, Uchiha Izumi felt his temper flare. This impertinent fool dared to ignore his question completely. Do you think that a peculiar ability will suffice to defeat me? How arrogant. Let me show you the might of the Uchiha clan. As Yuya advanced, Uchiha Izumi, undeterred, drew his own kunai to meet him. In that instant, Yuya tightened his grip on the kunai. Buzz! A dim white halo suddenly enveloped the tip of his weapon, descending rapidly towards Uchiha Izumi. Upon seeing the white glow, Uchiha Izumi's pupils constricted in alarm, sensing imminent danger, yet he had no choice but to bravely attempt to counter it with his kunai. At last, the two kunai clashed. Strangely, there was no sound of metal striking metal. Instead, it resonated as if glass had shattered. Crack! Delicate fissures radiated from the point of contact, spreading outward. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Izumi felt a violent tremor in his grip. An overwhelming force surged through him, threatening to engulf his entire being. The intensity of the shockwave seemed poised to tear him apart. Clang! Uchiha Izumi's kunai slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. While his figure hastily retreated, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of horror. What was that white halo? What kind of power was this bizarre tremor? No one was there to answer his questions. The students present, including the Chunin instructor, stood in stunned silence. Yet, Yuya did not relent. He continued to seize the kunai and charge toward Uchiha Izumi. Having suffered a setback, Uchiha Izumi dared not confront Yuya head-on. Retreating in a somewhat disheveled manner, clearly being pushed into a disadvantageous position by Yuya. As Uchiha Izumi continued to evade, the numbness and trembling in his body began to fade, and a flicker of anger appeared on his face. He had been cornered to such an extent by Yuya, the underdog. Casting a glance at the Chunin instructor beside him, Uchiha Izumi gritted his teeth. This was your provocation. Do not blame me if you meet your demise. In the next instant, Uchiha Izumi halted, his hands flying in a flurry as he began to weave hand signs. However, before he could complete the seals, a flurry of shuriken was hurled at him from Yuya's left hand. Thud! The shuriken struck their mark, but Uchiha Izumi's body abruptly transformed into a block of wood. A substitution technique. Upon witnessing Uchiha Izumi finally employ a ninjutsu, a glimmer of light flickered in Yuya's eyes. Yet, in the following moment, a terrifying wave of heat surged from behind Yuya. Even before making contact, it radiated a sense of scorching intensity. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The emergence of this ninjutsu immediately caused a stir, for it was a C-rank ninjutsu. A bead of cold sweat formed on Uchiha Izumi's forehead. Casting this jutsu was no small burden and nearly depleted his chakra. The great fireball surged toward Yuya, and Uchiha Izumi smirked inwardly. Believing that no matter how formidable Yuya was, he could not possibly withstand this C-rank ninjutsu that he had only just learned. Boom! The eruption of the great fireball captivated the audience, causing all the students to instinctively retreat, the heat distorting their hair. My goodness, Izumi can actually wield such a ninjutsu. Is he truly a student like us? Countless expressions of disbelief spread across the crowd. Yeah, Kushina's face paled as she gazed at the scene, unable to suppress her exclamation. This ninjutsu, once struck, was not merely a matter of injury. It could very well lead to death. Even the Chunin instructor had not anticipated that Uchiha Izumi could execute the C-rank Great Fireball technique. Instinctively wanting to intervene, he held himself back, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Was it not normal for unexpected events to occur in battle? At this moment, facing the impending Great Fireball, Yuya's heart tightened. Although he had surmised that Uchiha Izumi, after using the substitution technique, might appear behind him, he had not anticipated that Uchiha Izumi could unleash the C-rank Great Fireball ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is classified into various ranks, S, A, B, C, D, and E. It is only at the E rank that one finds techniques suitable for a ninja academy, while D rank denotes the standard techniques employed by genin. C rank techniques are typically utilized by chunin, and only exceptionally talented genin might adopt them as their common practices. Indeed, one must not underestimate the ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Were it another student facing such C-rank ninjutsu, they would likely be obliterated in an instant. Yuya's expression turned grave, and without hesitation, he forcefully retreated. Yet, his speed could not match the oncoming surge of the Great Fireball technique. Just as the fireball was about to strike him, A glint of cold light flashed in Yuya's eyes. The kunai in his hand suddenly emanated a white aura as he slashed downward with great force. Split from me. Crack. In that moment, the white aura erupted. But under Yuya's control, it did not confront the fireball head-on. Instead, it split the flames to either side. At that moment, the great fireball had reached its maximum distance, and with Yuya's tremendous effort, it abruptly divided. Flames roared past Yuya, leaving him unscathed. Excellent. Witnessing this scene, Yuya displayed no signs of elation. Rather, he became increasingly composed. For now, he could not directly confront C-rank ninjutsu and had to resort to clever tactics. Yet he knew he was not far from shattering such techniques outright. The flames blazed fiercely, and the surrounding students wore expressions of sheer horror. Could he be dead? Oh my, this is truly terrifying. The students were unable to see what transpired beneath the engulfing flames. They could only see Yuya enveloped within. Fear permeated the crowd. On the other side, Kushina Uzumaki could no longer contain herself and was on the verge of rushing onto the field, tears brimming in her eyes, overwhelmed by guilt. Why did I let Yuya fight against Uchiha Izumi? Why didn't I stop him? At that moment, the only Chunin instructor capable of intervening clenched his teeth and restrained himself. It appeared that Yuya was doomed. Uchiha Izumi gazed at the dissipating flames. Believing that Yuya had been reduced to ashes, his face pale, yet tinged with a sinister satisfaction. However, in the next instant, his expression froze in disbelief. From the fading fire, a figure gradually emerged, becoming clearer until it burst forth from the flames. It was none other than Yuya. Impossible. Yuya had withstood the great fireball? Uchiha Izumi found it almost unfathomable, and in a panic, he swung a fist towards Yuya. Having survived the fireball, Yuya must be at his limit, merely holding on. With this thought, a flicker of confidence returned to Uchiha Izumi's eyes. However, as he launched his punch, Yuya, with a cold gaze, met it with a punch of his own. A dim white glow enveloped Yuya's fist. In the next moment, two fists abruptly collided in the air. Crack. Once again, that eerie sound resonated, as fine fissures spread through the atmosphere, as if the very fabric of space were fracturing, a sight both terrifying and surreal. Uchiha Izumi's arm emitted a sharp crack as it clashed directly with Yuya's punch. Ultimately, his body succumbed to the force, his arm brutally shattered. The shockwave radiated outward, sending him hurtling through the air. This is impossible. Thud. Uchiha Izumi fell clumsily to the ground, his eyes reflecting an expression of utter disbelief and horror. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, the excruciating pain overwhelming him, causing him to lose consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the scene. It was only then that Yuya casually extinguished the few flames licking at his clothing, gently pulling away the singed strands of hair and discarding them without a second thought. After the stillness, a wave of astonishment erupted. This cannot be. My heavens. Is it a resurrection? How could Yuya endure such a terrifying fire-style jutsu? It was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses, feeling as if they had just awakened from a dream. All the students wore expressions of shock and disbelief. Yuya had actually defeated Uchiha Izumi. This meant that Yuya was no longer the underdog. He had transformed into a genius second only to Namikaze Minato, a miracle beyond belief. Among the crowd, Kushina Uzumaki stared blankly at the arena, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. She still could not comprehend the situation. Yuya, disregarding the astonished students, turned to Kushina, slightly apologetic as he brushed away the burn on his arm. I'm sorry, I sustained a minor injury. Kushina pursed her lips, gazing at Yuya in a daze. You fool. Unable to restrain her emotions, she wiped her eyes, biting her lip and huffing playfully as she resumed her lively demeanor. Meanwhile, the Chunin instructor remained in a state of shock, staring at Yuya with a look of disbelief. It seems I lost, didn't I? Yuya met the instructor's gaze with calmness, replying nonchalantly. The instructor, still incredulous, rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom that Yuya had triumphed, and that it was Uchiha Izumi who had emerged injured. If Yuya had been the one hurt, it would have mattered little. But now the burden of responsibility rested squarely on him as the Chunin instructor. His expression soured, yet he ultimately had no choice but to bitterly declare Yuya the victor. However, upon noticing Uchiha Izumi's injuries from a distance, the instructor's countenance darkened as he leaned closer to Yuya and whispered, "Be mindful. Having inflicted such harm upon a member of the Uchiha clan, that is of no concern to you, sensei," Yuya replied coolly, before stepping down from the arena. Countless gazes were fixed upon Yuya, still charged with lingering astonishment. Even Namikaze Minato regarded him with a glimmer of intrigue, beginning to take Yuya seriously. Following this practical assessment, Yuya swiftly became the focal point of discussion within the entire ninja academy. Many were astonished by the nature of the power Yuya wielded. His explanation for this phenomenon was the Doton bloodline limit. This rationale was flawless, for within the ninja realm, bloodline limits are exceedingly diverse, encompassing ocular jutsu such as the Sharingan and Byakugan, as well as physical techniques like the Shikatsumiyaku and the water manipulation of the Hozuki clan. Not to mention elemental chakra techniques like wood release and ice release. The crowd was enlightened. After an initial shock, the fervor gradually subsided. In a clearing within Konoha, as dusk approached, Yuya exhibited no intention of departing. Instead, he relentlessly continued his rigorous training in Taijutsu. Having tasted the thrill of success for the first time, Yuya was acutely aware that troubles would soon follow, prompting him to intensify his efforts to enhance the strength of his Doton bloodline limit. 451, 452, 499, 500. With a sigh of relief, he completed his predetermined number of exercises, stretching his nearly rigid arms before rising. During outdoor training, he seldom engaged in extreme workouts. It was only at home that he would push his body to its utmost limits. Though this might seem futile, in this world of ninjas, Yuya was diligently cultivating a sense of vigilance from a young age. At this rate, it was nearly time to incorporate weight training. Shaking off the sweat, Yuya made his way home. It had been nearly a month since he consumed that fruit, which was not meant to exist in this world, granting him the Doton bloodline limit. During this month, he had entirely forsaken ninjutsu and chakra training, channeling all his energies into taijutsu. As Yuya approached the age of 8, he felt ready for such grueling training. Over the course of the month, his physical strength had increased, but more significantly, his endurance and stamina had greatly improved. Upon returning home, Yuya contemplated that if he continued at this pace, he would soon find these basic exercises ineffective. At that point, it would be necessary to begin weight training. In this world, weight-bearing ninja tools were highly advanced. The seemingly innocuous iron plates strapped to Lee's legs possessed an astonishing weight. However, recalling how Uchiha Sasuke had managed to match Lee's speed in merely a month through lightning-induced cellular stimulation, Yuya felt a twinge of envy. How he wished to discover a training method tailored to his needs. With a deep breath, casting aside distracting thoughts, Yuya resumed his training. At home, he engaged in extreme workouts with confidence. Such workouts entailed extracting every ounce of strength from his body, pushing his limits and transcending them in a veritable hellish regimen. Due to prolonged training, Yuya's physique began to exhibit noticeable muscles. Yet, this was merely the first stage. In the world of ninjas, muscularity is commonplace and does not necessarily signify formidable strength. If one continues to cultivate diligently, these muscles will gradually fade away, only to re-emerge more fully rounded. At that juncture, it will likely coincide with the body reaching its definitive form. Given the precocious nature of physical development in this world, Yuya estimates that this transformation will occur between the ages of 14 and 16. However, the pressing concern remains. He must survive until that time. In less than 2 years, the Second Great Ninja War is set to erupt, a fact Yuya remembers vividly. Over the past month of rigorous training, Yuya's seismic power has grown stronger. He might now be able to directly shatter weaker C-rank ninjutsu. Of course, the potency of C-rank ninjutsu varies significantly depending on who wields it, be it a Chunin, Jonin, or even someone of Uchiha Madara's caliber. Ninjutsu is indeed vast and profound, yet the realm of Taijutsu, along with Yuya's unique seismic bloodline limit, is no less formidable. If pushed to its utmost limits, perhaps it could truly fracture space itself. Sweat dripped incessantly onto the ground, and Yuya's arms were nearly completely rigid, sustained only by sheer willpower. He had surpassed his previous limits, yet a determined expression adorned his face as he gritted his teeth, striving to continue his training. It wasn't until he had exceeded his previous count by dozens that he suddenly collapsed, unable to rise again. Yuya approached his training with an unforgiving, almost coercive attitude. After all, without relentless effort, how could he hope to secure a chance of survival in the impending Second Great Ninja War? Unlike Yuya, who hails from a humble background as a child from a foreign village, he would undoubtedly be assigned to the most perilous frontline missions once the war breaks out. Kushina's situation is markedly different. As the designated next host for the Nine Tails, she is unlikely to see the battlefield. In the event of war, she would be subjected to the most stringent protection, effectively confined within the village. Thus, Yia harbors no worries for her safety once the conflict begins. His sole concern is for himself. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock interrupted his thoughts. Yia looked toward the door in mild surprise, attempting to rise. But due to having just reached his limits, he was unable to recover in time. The only person with a key to his home, someone he trusted implicitly, could only be Kushina. You've pushed yourself to this extent again. Kushina sighed as she entered, holding a dinner tray. Ignoring the sweat that coated Yuya, she helped him to his feet. I truly don't understand why you exert yourself so much. Haven't you already awakened that seismic bloodline limit and become quite strong? Yuya pondered for a moment, choosing not to divulge the darkness of war to Kushina. Instead, he replied with a smile. Isn't there's someone who is stronger than I am, namely Minato? Kushina pouted. But surpassing him is no easy feat. Precisely because it is challenging that I must strive with all my might. Yuya chuckled softly. Kushina pouted again, but ultimately his smile broke through. I believe you will surpass him sooner or later. Indeed. Yuya nodded slightly, then ran his fingers through his hair, glancing at Kushina with a hint of embarrassment. By the way, could you lend me some money? Huh. Kushina looked at Yuya with surprise, instinctively responding, of course, what do you need it for? Well, it's nothing much, just to purchase some training ninja tools. Hee, most of my money has been deducted. As an orphan, Yuya received some relief funds in Konoha. However, being a child from a foreign village, most of the funds were withheld, leaving him with just enough to scrape by. Yuya felt helpless in this situation, knowing that the only way to escape such awkwardness and difficulties was to strive to become stronger. Those despicable individuals truly. Upon hearing Yuya's words, Kushina's temper flared momentarily, but she ultimately sighed in resignation and patted Yuya's shoulder. All right, I will lend it to you. I probably won't be able to repay you in the short term, but I will soon become a genin. And I should be able to repay you after completing a few missions. Yuya smiled at Kushina. Kushina smirked. If you plan to repay me, then I won't lend it to you. Having anticipated such a response from Kushina, Yuya could only sigh. All right. I'll make it up to you in other ways in the future. Kushina gave a slightly haughty hum, and after lending Yuya the needed money, she left his home. As Yuya gazed at the dinner Kushina had left behind, his expression softened somewhat. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how he constantly felt as though he was on the brink of completely altering the original story. Yet, he could not disregard Kushina's goodwill. Walking through the streets of Konoha, Yuya looked around, eventually breaking into a smile. It always gave him a sense of unreality. Yet, he was indeed here. In the world of Naruto, in Konoha village. Although he had been in Konoha for quite some time, Yuya had been immersed in training and becoming stronger, never paying much attention to the bustling streets of Konoha. After wandering for a while, Yuya arrived at the ninja tool shop. Just as he was about to step inside, he suddenly exclaimed, oh. He spotted a very familiar figure, clad in a green jumpsuit with thick eyebrows. However, at this time, Lee should not have spoken yet. And even if Guy had been born, he would merely be a child, right? There was no doubt about it. Yuya instantly recognized the ninja before him, who was also purchasing heavy ninja tools. The perennial genin of Konoha, Might Guy. He was indeed Gaia's father. Yuya held a great deal of respect for him. In fact, he admired Might Guy, and even Lee. He found himself akin to that kind of person now. Inside the tool shop, a sudden crash reverberated, making the ground tremble slightly. I'm terribly sorry. Seeing the shopkeeper struggling to drop a pile of heavy equipment onto the ground, Might Guy smiled apologetically. Honestly, the shopkeeper glanced at Might Guy, slightly impatient. Just take it and go. As Might Guy turned to leave, the shopkeeper muttered under his breath. What is the use of just training in Taijutsu? He'll be a genin for life. Might Guy heard the words and momentarily paused, yet he did not turn back, striding away with the heavy weights he had acquired. The disdainful gaze of a dog upon a human flashed in Yuya's mind as he observed this scene. He was acutely aware of the terrifying true strength possessed by Might Guy, the eternal lower ninja. Nonetheless, Guy's temperament, as depicted in the original narrative, proved remarkably good. He could endure such ridicule and depart with grace. Shaking his head, Yuya entered the shop. I would like 2 of those weights, he requested. Just 2 will suffice. The shopkeeper, somewhat surprised, regarded Yuya with curiosity, not expecting such a young child to exhibit such enthusiasm for physical training. He swiftly produced two seemingly unremarkable iron blocks, which, upon grasping, revealed their substantial weight, much heavier than anticipated. Yuya felt a twinge of resignation, acknowledging that he would not be able to utilize them in the immediate future. Nevertheless, he had made the purchase, and so he turned to exit the store, his gaze flickering as he searched for the retreating figure of Might Guy. It did not take long for him to locate Guy, as he was rather conspicuous. Following him into a secluded grove, Yuya observed as Might Guy donned the formidable weights and commenced an intense training regimen. The rigorous nature of this training left Yuya astounded. Truly, the man was capable of unlocking the 8th gate of death, having single-handedly vanquished 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If the shopkeeper from earlier were to discover the disturbing reality of Might Guy's strength, one could only wonder if his jaw would drop in disbelief. As Yuya watched Guy's training, he gradually recognized that his own methods were far too rudimentary in comparison. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he diligently noted down every aspect of Guy's training process. Although Guy was currently only a lower ninja, Yuya was convinced that no one in the entirety of Konoha could surpass him in the realm of Taijutsu. Learning from him would undoubtedly be beneficial. Having discerned Guy's training location, Yuya began to stealthily observe him during his own training sessions. Lacking the Byakugan or Sharingan, he could only commit each detail to memory with utmost care. Over the course of nearly a month, under Guy's tutelage, Yuya made significant strides in his physical training. Both his strength and speed had nearly reached the level of a full-fledged lower ninja. During this time, he had also managed to don the 2 weights with considerable effort. In an open space, Yuya tightened his fists, a dim white light emerging around him. He then struck forcefully at a wooden post before him. Crack! The air rippled with fractures, reminiscent of a shattering mirror. Yuya's fist did not make direct contact with the post. It remained a foot away. Yet the post succumbed to the tremors, ultimately shattering into pieces. My shockwave power has significantly increased, Yuya thought, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. Had it been the same C-rank ninjutsu, the Great Fireball, previously utilized by Uchiha Izumi, Yuya would have confidently shattered it with a single punch, leaving not a spark behind. However, over the past month, Yuya had yet to witness Might Guy training in the 8 gates, which somewhat disappointed him. His keen desire now was to comprehend the formidable power of the 8 gates. Thus, he decided to seek out Might Guy once more. After a moment of contemplation, Yuya turned around and proceeded towards a familiar direction. Yet, before he could reach the street, he encountered a youth adorned with a forehead protector and clad in a ninja uniform. This was a chunin. In Konoha, the genin wear forehead protectors, while the chunin don distinctive uniforms, differing slightly in pocket count from those of the jonin. This system conveniently facilitates the assessment of a ninja's rank and their village affiliation. Only those who transcend the status of ordinary jonin, renowned throughout the ninja world, might eschew uniforms in favor of attire of their choosing, for they no longer require clothing to signify their identity. Upon noticing Yuya, the chunin did not bother to mask his haughty demeanor, striding directly towards him. "Is there something you want?" Yuya inquired calmly, facing the chunin. Despite the evident intent to provoke, Yuya exhibited no fear, responding with an air of dignity. After all, they were within the confines of Konoha, on a public street. No one dared to act recklessly. However, to Yuya's surprise, the chunin indeed approached with malicious intent. "You are the outsider who survived the destruction of your village and joined Konoha, aren't you? I believe your name is Yuya." The chunin's tone was condescending, as if he were looking down from a great height. It was clear he sought trouble, yet Yuya's expression remained increasingly composed. Simultaneously, he pondered swiftly. Although he was not particularly well regarded in Konoha, he had not provoked any notable figures. Suddenly, a recollection struck Yuya. Over a month ago, he had defeated Uchiha Izumi at the Ninja Academy. At that time, Izumi had sought to kill him, employing even the Great Fireball technique. Yuya had not held back, and in ultimately vanquishing Izumi, he had undoubtedly fractured several of his bones. Izumi would likely be incapacitated for at least a month. Thus, the individual before him was undoubtedly affiliated with the Uchiha clan. "What is your relation to Uchiha Izumi?" Yuya refrained from addressing the provocation and instead posed a counter-question. The ninja's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly unprepared for Yuya's swift deduction of his lineage. "I am Uchiha Han, Izumi's elder brother. Since you've guessed correctly, I suggest you break one of your arms yourself." Uchiha Han's tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if the demand were entirely reasonable. Upon hearing this, Yuya was momentarily taken aback. This was the Uchiha clan? How utterly arrogant. In the Hidden Leaf Village, despite the formidable strength of the Uchiha clan, could they truly act with impunity? Do they really consider the will of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with their advisor Danzo, to be inconsequential? Here, on a somewhat secluded street of Konoha, what does it matter? Yuya merely offered a faint response. Why? Simply because you have assaulted my brother Izumi and provoked the Uchiha. Upon witnessing Yuya's demeanor, Uchiha Han's face darkened with fury, and with a cold snort, he charged at Yuya with a punch. This man truly dared to engage in combat on the streets. Yuya was somewhat taken aback by the Uchiha clan's audacity. Yet, even if he was a chunin, did he truly believe he could contend with him in close quarters? Without hesitation, Yuya clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful strike. Boom. The two fists collided in that very instant. Yuya's speed in Taijutsu was hardly inferior to that of Uchiha Han, a chunin of the Uchiha clan. As for his strength, Yuya possessed the unique ability of the shock release bloodline limit. His vibrational force was potent enough to shatter a C-rank ninjutsu, meaning that in close combat, each of Yuya's punches nearly held the power equivalent to a C-rank ninjutsu. No matter how strong a chunin may be, could they withstand a C-rank ninjutsu with their bare body? That would be sheer folly. Crack. As the white halo surrounding Yuya's fist suddenly erupted, Uchiha Han's expression changed drastically. A terrifying shockwave radiated from Yuya's fist, transmitting an overwhelming force that not only affected Uchiha Han's fist, but also resonated throughout his entire body, as if it were on the verge of being utterly crushed. Uchiha Han, filled with dread, desperately channeled chakra within him. Yet he was ultimately sent flying by Yuya's formidable punch, as though struck by a lightning-released jutsu, his body trembling uncontrollably. This is impossible. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in Uchiha Han's eyes. He had long been informed by his brother Izumi about Yuya's exceptional bloodline limit and his prowess in Taijutsu. However, he had dismissed it. Strong? Just how strong could he be? He was a chunin of the Uchiha clan, no less. Surely, a chunin could easily crush a mere student who hadn't even graduated from the ninja academy. Thus, he had no intention of engaging in a serious fight, believing he could effortlessly overpower Yuya with a few swift taijutsu strikes. Yet, he never expected that Yuya's vibrational force would be insurmountable even for him, a chunin. Shocked to the core, as he gazed at Uchiha Han, who had been forcefully knocked back by his punch. Yuya's eyes sparkled with intensity as he murmured to himself, chunin truly are formidable. If it were a genin who dared to exchange blows with Yuya in such a manner, they would either suffer broken bones, or at least be sent reeling, bloodied. As for a ninja academy student, merely escaping with their life would be considered fortunate. However, though Uchiha Han was forcibly repelled, he remained uninjured. This experience redefined Yuya's understanding of the strength possessed by chunin. The audacious young imp dares to flaunt his mere bloodline limit before the Uchiha clan. Upon awakening, Uchiha Han was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. At that moment, curious eyes began to gather, casting peculiar glances in their direction. Despite the secluded nature of the location, in a grand ninja village like Konoha, how isolated could one truly be within its confines? Under the scrutiny of many astonished gazes, Uchiha Han felt a burning heat rise to his cheeks. As a distinguished chunin, being repelled by a mere child who had yet to graduate from the ninja academy was an utter humiliation. Enraged, Uchiha Han resolved not to employ ninjutsu, but instead charged once more at Yuya, intent on defeating him through sheer physical prowess to reclaim his lost honor. Yuya was taken aback by Uchiha Han's audacity to continue their physical confrontation. A cold smirk flickered in his eyes. Was the Uchiha clan truly this arrogant? Over there. Is that not Han of the Uchiha clan? How pitiable. What misfortune has befallen that child to provoke such a formidable lineage? Gradually, a crowd began to gather, expressing a mix of astonishment and pity towards Yuya. Judging by Yuya's demeanor, he appeared to be an ungraduated student, yet here he was, drawing the ire of a Uchiha chunin. Such a tragic fate. Given the Uchiha clan's notorious dominance, even if they refrained from outright killing Yuya in public, it was likely he would be severely injured. Under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, Yuya and Uchiha Han collided once more. Boom. Unflinching in the face of Uchiha Han's physical assault, Yuya neither dodged nor defended. He resolved to meet every strike with his own fist. Just one punch was all that was required to shatter any semblance of Uchiha Han's martial prowess. Regardless of the Uchiha clan's exceptional techniques or the ability of the Sharingan to perceive every flaw, what did it matter? Before the might of shockwave release, one's physical skills alone, even for a chunin, were insufficient to claim victory. This time, rather than engage directly with Yuya's fist, Uchiha Han sidestepped while delivering a kick towards Yuya. If he could avoid a frontal confrontation, the force of the shockwave would surely be rendered ineffective. Uchiha Han thought to himself. However, if the shockwave could truly be so easily circumvented, how could it be revered as the mightiest force in another realm? Boom! Yuya's fist struck nothingness, yet it resonated with a thunderous roar. Though it seemed to connect with the air, it felt as though it had shattered a tangible barrier, like fracturing a non-existent mirror. Crack! Once again, the air shattered like glass, the terrifying shockwave enveloping the entire area before him, once more supplanting Uchiha Han beneath its weight. What? Uchiha Han's face twisted in disbelief. He had evaded the blow, yet why did the force of the shockwave still crash upon him? In an instant, his garments were wrinkled and torn. This time, the situation was far more dire. Previously, he had at least attempted to counter Yuya's punch, absorbing some of the shockwave's power. In this instance, he audaciously attempted to evade, yet the force of the shockwave showed no signs of diminishing or dissipating. It struck his body with unyielding ferocity. Bang! The shockwave surged violently, and Uchiha Han gritted his teeth, rendered incapable of mounting any offensive action. He could only precariously cross his arms over his chest in a futile effort to withstand the onslaught. Nevertheless, he found himself utterly unable to resist that overwhelming force. Boom! Under the incredulous gaze of countless onlookers, Uchiha Han was forcefully propelled backward. As he was sent reeling, blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was the price to be paid for underestimating the shockwave power of Yuya and daring to confront him with mere taijutsu. Not even a chunin could withstand it. This is impossible. What kind of power is this? Uchiha Han was struck with terror. He endeavored to land steadily, but his body, numbed by the shockwave, failed to regain its balance. Thud! Uchiha Han tumbled clumsily to the ground, his body still quaking violently. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Soon after, a wave of astonishment erupted among the spectators. Unbelievable! A chunin from the Uchiha clan has been sent flying by a mere child, Yuya, with a single punch, and has been injured. How can this be? Am I dreaming? The Uchiha clan should not be this weak. They couldn't even defeat a child. And what kind of power was that child employing just now? Countless individuals looked on in disbelief at the fallen Uchiha Han and the serene Yuya, who had retracted his fist. It was utterly beyond comprehension. If Uchiha Han had sent Yuya flying with a punch, it would have been entirely normal. However, the reversal left an impression that bordered on the unbelievable. Uchiha Han remained dazed, still sprawled on the ground. Even now, he could not fathom the reality of being struck down by Yuya's punch. When he finally grasped the situation, facing the gazes surrounding him, he was consumed by madness. Damn it all. How could I, Uchiha, be knocked down by a mere child and left spitting blood? Such an occurrence was nothing short of utter humiliation, one that would forever shroud him in disgrace among his clan, leaving him a target of ridicule. Driven to madness, a murderous intent finally flickered across Uchiha Han's face. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Yuya a lesson, but now he was determined to eliminate this insufferable child. Overcome by rage, Uchiha Han finally struck out, this time not relying on taijutsu, but rather forming hand seals with both hands, truly unleashing ninjutsu. With a resolve to annihilate Yuya, he showed no regard for the fact that they were on the streets of Konoha. Fire release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With his first move, he unleashed a B-rank fire ninjutsu. This technique was far beyond the scope of the Great Fireball, the terrifying flames coalescing into a visible form, resembling a dragon of fire that consumed all in its path, hurtling toward Yuya with ferocity. Where it passed, the ground appeared to crack from the intense heat. This is bad. Has he lost his mind? To unleash such a level of ninjutsu here. The crowd, filled with astonishment, instinctively recoiled, most of them being ninjas capable of evasion. Witnessing this spectacle, Yuya could not help but gasp in trepidation. Such a level of ninjutsu was beyond his capacity to withstand or evade. Had Uchiha Han not underestimated him from the outset and unleashed his jutsu in earnest, Yuya would likely have met with swift defeat. However, at that very moment, Confronted by the overwhelming might of the fire technique, Yuya's visage betrayed no fear. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, casting a fleeting glance around him. It was time for those fellows to make their move. In the next instant, a shadow flickered into existence before Yuya, swiftly forming hand seals to counter the advancing fire technique. Water release. Water formation wall. The torrents surged violently, coalescing into a formidable wave, resembling a fortress wall. As the fire dragon's fiery assault collided with the water, a hissing sound erupted, creating a vast expanse of white mist that enveloped the scene, ultimately vanishing as if into the depths of the sea. The water receded just as quickly, dissipating into nothingness. Uchiha-han, do you realize the crime you have committed by engaging in a private battle within Konoha? A cold voice echoed. The shadow before Yuya revealed itself to be a masked member of the Umbu. The Umbu, also known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force, operates under the direct command of the Hokage, and no one possesses the authority to mobilize them. They are responsible not only for external assassination missions, but also for maintaining internal security within Konoha. This is a truly elite force, surpassing even the Konoha guard of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha-han's use of the fire dragon technique, a large-scale offensive ninjutsu, even if not directed at Yuya, was strictly prohibited within the village. Upon the Umbu's arrival, despite the murderous intent boiling within him, Uchiha-han was compelled to suppress it. He dared not act recklessly in the presence of the Umbu. What crime have I committed? He retorted. Private battles are forbidden within Konoha. The Umbu's gaze remained icy as it bore down on Uchiha-han. The anger simmering within Uchiha-han gradually subsided, his eyes glinting with menace as he cast a glance at Yuya and coldly declared, I am one of the squad leaders of the Konoha Guard. It has come to my attention that Yuya may have connections with scouts from enemy villages. Thus I sought to apprehend him for interrogation. All present paused in disbelief at his words. Yuya inwardly cursed the shamelessness of it all. No wonder this individual dared to act so brazenly in the streets. He had evidently concocted a rationale, knowing full well that the Konoha Guard essentially served as the private militia of the Uchiha clan. It was a blatant show of power. The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces revealing a sense of shame, yet they were too intimidated by the Uchiha name to voice any objections. This was the tyranny of the Uchiha clan. The Umbu, witnessing the scene, could only respond coldly. Do you possess any evidence? This matter seems to be outside your jurisdiction. Uchiha-han, having quelled his fury, replied icily, you will need the Hokage's approval to apprehend anyone directly. The expression of the Umbu, concealed beneath the mask, darkened considerably. In truth, whether it be the roots of Danzo or the Umbu under Sarutobi Hiruzen, there frequently exists an intentional or unintentional scrutiny directed towards the Uchiha clan. He is one of the Umbu dispatched by Sarutobi Hiruzen, specifically tasked with monitoring the Uchiha clan. A child like Yuyue, lacking any background and hailing from an outside village, possesses no qualifications to warrant protection from the Umbu. The targeted scrutiny of Uchiha-han, however, serves merely to suppress the Uchiha clan. The onlookers, well aware of the numerous confrontations between the Umbu and the Konoha police force, understood the gravity of the situation. Should Yuyue prove to be a traitor, a moment's hesitation could allow him to escape. Uchiha-han let out a cold chuckle. The removal of the Konoha police force symbolized the Uchiha clan's stance, prompting him to adopt a firmer tone even in the face of the Umbu. The Umbu ninja furrowed his brow, yet he could not allow Uchiha-han to easily achieve his aims. This matter bears peculiarities. I believe it warrants the direct judgment of Lord Hokage. The two found themselves in a standoff, but ultimately, the Umbu's imposing presence prevailed. After all, the Umbu were backed by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, while the Konoha police force was merely supported by the clan leader of the Uchiha. We shall speak of this another time. Uchiha-han's expression darkened. He recognized the Umbu's unwavering resolve to confront him, rendering it improbable to deal with Yuyue today. Yet, Yuyue, a mere outsider without connections, could be easily crushed at any moment. Could the Umbu truly shield him for a lifetime? The only way to alleviate the resentment in his heart was to eliminate Yuyue. Uchiha-han did not conceal his murderous intent towards Yuyue, coldly turning to depart. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, expressed not only their indignation but also a hint of sympathy for Yuyue. The fact that Uchiha-han had suffered at Yuyue's hands was incredulous to them. Yet they understood that the impending retribution from the Uchiha clan would be something Yuyue could not possibly endure. Given the Uchiha clan's tyrannical nature, it was entirely possible that Yuyue would suddenly vanish by tomorrow. A collective sigh resonated among the crowd. Just then, however, Yuyue spoke up, calling out to Uchiha Han. Wait. Uchiha Han halted, a cold smirk gracing his features. Even if Yuyue were to kneel and plead, it would be too late. Yet, to his astonishment, Yuyue's words were not of submission, but rather a challenge. 3 months from now, do you dare to engage in a life-and-death duel with me? Yuyue stated calmly. Confronting Uchiha Han. Faced with a deadlock, his only recourse to break free was to employ this method to gain time. If Uchiha Han acquiesced, it would afford him a reprieve. The moment Yuyue's challenge was uttered, the crowd erupted in uproar. Everyone regarded Yuyue as if he were mad. A 3-month timeline for a life-and-death duel against a chunin? What a jest! Even though Yuyue had momentarily gained the upper hand over Uchiha Han through some mysterious power, once a chunin became serious, not only Yuyue, an ungraduated student, but even several genin would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with him. Moreover, Uchiha Han is a chunin of the Uchiha clan. Everyone stood in a state of shock. Uchiha Han could hardly believe his ears. Yuyue challenging him. Did this young boy truly think that, having experienced a slight setback due to his peculiar bloodline limit, he was now qualified to engage him in combat? Ha ha. Uchiha Han chuckled, his laughter laced with profound derision and disdain. He gazed at Yuyue with an air of arrogance and declared, challenging me? Splendid. I accept. Although he was acutely aware of Yuya's intention to buy time, Uchiha Han could not possibly decline the challenge in front of so many witnesses. It was not merely a matter of his own pride, but also that of the Uchiha clan, which he could not afford to tarnish. Yet, in just 3 short months, a mere child could never hope to turn the tides. As long as he approached the situation with seriousness, Uchiha Han was confident he could dispatch even 2 Yuyas with ease. In the next moment, Uchiha Han, having lost interest in further conversation, transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished from sight. At that instant, the onlookers seemed to awaken from their stupor. Amidst their astonishment, a wave of regret washed over them. This child was indeed remarkable, maintaining his composure in the face of danger and daring to challenge a chunin, seizing this opportunity to secure 3 months' time. Yet, alas, having offended the Uchiha clan, no matter how talented he would have no chance to grow. It was utterly impossible to defeat a chunin in just 3 months. Indeed, 3 months felt exceedingly cruel for this child. As everyone sighed in unison, they shook their heads and departed, not daring to meddle in the affairs of the Uchiha clan. One Umbu member looked upon Yuyue with a sympathetic expression. If this matter were reported to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, it might garner his attention and potentially save Yuyue's life, though the likelihood was slim. The Umbu approached Yuyue, patted him on the shoulder, and said, enjoy your 3 months. In keeping with Uchiha style, you need not worry about danger during this time. With that, the Umbu too transformed into white smoke and vanished. Enjoy 3 months? How absurd. Yuyue's mouth twitched involuntarily, a vein popping on his forehead. He understood that Uchiha Han had no choice but to accept his challenge under such circumstances, thus securing the precious time for himself. However, those 3 months were not to be squandered. As he walked down the street, it appeared that news of Yuyue's challenge to Uchiha Han spread swiftly throughout Konoha. The spectacle of a ninja school student daring to challenge a chunin was indeed a rare occurrence, sparking a flurry of discussions everywhere. Many gazes directed at him were tinged with pity, even from those who typically held a disdainful view of Yuyue, who merely sighed and shook their heads upon seeing him. Initially, Yuyue felt somewhat out of place, but soon he grew accustomed to the stares, ignoring them entirely. He planned to observe Might Guy's training for a moment before returning home to continue his rigorous regimen. Having obtained the shock release bloodline limit, he had only been training for less than 2 months, yet he already possessed a level of strength that rendered him nearly unafraid of any genin. Though there was a significant gap between genin and chunin, it was not an insurmountable chasm in a short span of time. In the original text, Hatake Kakashi achieved the rank of genin at the tender age of 5 and ascended to chunin by 6. Likewise, Yuyue possessed the confidence and determination to elevate himself to chunin level within a mere 3 months. Soon, Yuyue arrived at the training grounds of Might Guy. Initially intending only to steal a glance, having not witnessed Gaia's practice of the 8 gates for such an extended period, Yuyue harbored little hope. However, unexpectedly, upon casting just a fleeting look, His gaze became transfixed. As twilight descended, the last rays of sunlight bathed the grove in a serene and tranquil aura. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by an overwhelming force. Boom. At that moment, Might Guy stood at the center of a small clearing, his entire being radiating vibrant green light. An indescribable aura surged around him. The 8 gates. Yuya stood there, entranced by the spectacle, as brilliant light flickered in his eyes. He murmured in awe, "Indeed, this is the formidable forbidden technique that has astonished countless individuals." The thought that in the original story, Guy had once withstood and even subdued Kagaya's 6 paths Madara with this technique ignited a fervor within Yuya. He had long desired to secretly learn this technique, and today he was finally witnessing it firsthand. Suddenly, Might Guy, standing still amidst the training ground, let out a fierce shout and stomped his foot upon the earth. Crack! The soil beneath him fractured like a spider's web, spreading in all directions. 5th gate, the door of limit, open. Boom. This time, it was not merely the stomp that caused the earth to tremble. The sheer force emanating from his body alone was sufficient to shatter the fragile ground beneath him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Might Guy transformed into a mere afterimage, reappearing in a flash before a massive tree, striking it with a powerful punch. Boom! The tree, thick enough to be embraced by a person, splintered and fell with a resounding crash. Having accomplished this feat, Guy remained rooted to the spot, seemingly lost in contemplation. Without advancing to the 6th gate, after a brief moment, Might Guy suddenly called out toward the tree behind which Yuya had been hiding. "Come out." Caught. Yuya emerged, slightly embarrassed, having been too exhilarated and inadvertently revealing his presence. It was rather awkward to be caught spying on someone's training. Nevertheless, having visited daily for 2 consecutive months, it seemed implausible that Might Guy had not noticed him, Yuya pondered. However, far from being angry about Yuya's eavesdropping, Might Guy flashed him a thumbs up. "Kid, you've been putting in a lot of effort." The green light surrounding him gradually faded, revealing a rugged smile on his face. Yuya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Even with such formidable strength, it seemed that a fool would always be a fool. "I'm sorry for secretly observing your training," Yuya admitted, feeling somewhat sheepish. "That's all right. I grant you permission." Might Guy boomed with laughter, interrupting Yuya's words. Immediately, Might Guy suddenly made a move that nearly caused Yuya to choke on his breath. He knelt on the ground, gazing up at the heavens with tear-filled eyes. "Could it be that someone is willing to learn martial arts from me? Has my youth not yet faded?" Even though Yuya's resilience was already formidable, he had to suppress his urge to laugh out loud upon witnessing such a scene. Unbelievable. The determination and tenacity of Might Guy, Might Due, and Lee are commendable. Yet their personalities are also comical. No wonder Might Guy, despite his strength, remains a lowly genin. It seems he is utterly clueless in areas beyond martial arts, such as reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. Ha. At this moment, Might Guy stood up again, laughing heartily as he approached Yuya, though his body trembled slightly. This was not excitement. Rather, opening the 5th gate was a considerable burden for him at present. Seeing this, Yuya frowned slightly. Is there truly no way to avoid the side effects of the 8 gates? This thought arose in Yuya's mind. Meanwhile, Might Guy patted Yuya's shoulder earnestly and said, "Do you wish to take me as your master? But that is impossible, for I am merely a genin, unqualified to accept disciples." Might Guy chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yuya's lips twitched, and he helplessly shrugged, replying, "I have already been secretly learning for 2 months." "What? 2 months?" Might Guy looked at Yuya in shock, circling around him with an expression of overwhelming emotion, almost to the point of tears. Who would have thought that I would see a youth so devoted to martial arts at this time? Yuya felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave. He was too exhausted to critique the situation. Moreover, Might Guy had only just realized that Yuya had been sneaking glances, likely due to the activation of the 8 gates, as his surprise had led him to neglect masking his presence. He had thought Might Guy had known all along. Yuya felt a wave of exasperation. The mystery surrounding Might Guy had plummeted over the past 2 months and had now reached an all-time low. Cough. Actually, I possess no talent in ninjutsu or genjutsu. To be precise, I find it somewhat challenging to refine chakra, which is why I can only practice martial arts, Yuya explained. Is that so? Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. Then, in a fit of excitement, he rushed to embrace Yuya. Yuya instinctively tried to dodge, but he couldn't escape, feeling somewhat pained as Might Guy held him tightly. "Oh, how truly brotherly." Yuya could no longer contain himself. How did it feel like this might jeopardize his reputation? Fear not. My guy released Yuya, thumping his chest and declaring, even if one cannot practice ninjutsu, one can still become an outstanding ninja, just like you. Yuya, utterly at a loss for words, could only respond. My guy felt a bit awkward. After all, he too was still just a genin. But that was inconsequential. What mattered was that the youth had witnessed the power I displayed earlier. That is the strength I mastered over the course of many years. My guy, upon reaching this point, exhibited a subtle yet genuine expression of pride as he proclaimed, "This is the ultimate forbidden technique that liberates the body from its constraints, the 8 gates. There are a total of 8 gates, and by sequentially opening them, one can attain immense power. Even I have only mastered up to the 7th gate." Listening to Might Guy's words, Yuya felt a mixture of surprise and clarity. The original narrative indicated that it took him 20 years to perfect the 8 gates. Thus, considering the timeline, it was reasonable that he had only reached the 7th gate at this point. In a few years, post-World War II, Might Guy should possess the capability to unlock the 8th gate. Observing Yuya's lack of astonishment, the excitement on Might Guy's face quickly dissipated into disappointment. "Are you not at all interested?" he inquired. "No, I am very much intrigued," Yuya replied, feigning an expression of surprise and confusion, deliberately asking, "What about unlocking the 8th gate?" Seeing this, Might Guy's enthusiasm reignited, and he clenched his fists, stating, "If all 8 gates are opened, one can attain power rivaling that of the Hokage. However, it is incredibly potent, indeed." Contemplating the fatal consequence of unlocking the 8th gate, Might Guy appeared conflicted. While Yuya pondered how to acquire the specific training methods, he suddenly felt Might Guy patting his shoulder, adopting a big brother demeanor, and asking, "So, do you want to learn? Is it really that simple? Is it wise to casually disclose a forbidden technique?" Yuya mused. Yet, upon reflecting on the nature of the 8 gates, he realized that even if it were made public, few would likely wish to pursue it. Given that Might Guy encountered someone devoid of ninjutsu talent like himself, his eagerness to share the technique seemed quite reasonable. Of course, his playful personality played a significant role. Might Guy appeared almost desperate for Yuya's affirmation, looking as if he would weep if Yuya declined, which left Yuya feeling bemused. Who is learning from whom here? Of course, I want to. Without hesitation, Yuya nodded vigorously. Since Might Guy was willing to teach, Yuya was determined not to miss this opportunity. Although he could potentially enhance his physical abilities and gradually grasp the 8 gates through relentless practice, that would require an extensive amount of time he could not afford, especially with a life-and-death duel approaching in 3 months. Moreover, despite Might Guy's comical demeanor, Yuya found a sense of familiarity in him. How should he put it? Though amusing, he was sincere. Yuya could perceive Might Guy's straightforward and kind nature. Having come to this world, Yuya's personal experiences had made him acutely aware that it was not as entirely bright and sanguine as depicted in manga. Beneath the sunshine lay a profound darkness. As a child from a foreign village, his experiences in Konoha, while not as tragic as Naruto's in the original story, were still far from ideal. Might Guy stood in stark contrast to the higher-ups of Konoha, including the Hokage's advisor, Danzo, and the domineering Uchiha clan. No matter how comical he might be, he remained a beacon of positivity, devoid of any shadow. Yuya understood that darkness existed in this world, yet he yearned to witness more of the light exemplified by Might Guy. How splendid! Upon witnessing Yuya's nod of agreement, Might Guy's face illuminated with a glimmer of excitement, nearly moved to tears. However, in the next moment, he wiped away the tears and fixed a serious gaze upon Yuya. "Young one, while this technique is formidable, it is also a forbidden art. Are you aware of the implications that come with such a designation?" "I understand," Yuya replied calmly, nodding in affirmation. Might Guy, exhibiting an uncommon gravitas, scrutinized Yuya and declared, "The utilization of forbidden arts carries inherent risks. I am willing to bear the consequences," Yuya responded with equanimity. Might Guy continued to regard him with seriousness before suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, this is splendid. How I lament not having met you sooner." He became overwhelmed with emotion once again, while Yuya could only sigh in exasperation. "This is the process of mastering the 8 gates," Might Guy stated earnestly, raising a finger to elaborate. "The prerequisites, I believe you have already met, yet I still advise you to further strengthen your physique before attempting to open the 1st gate. The side effects are closely linked to one's physical condition. The stronger the body, the lesser the repercussions. From the 3rd gate onward, the side effects become significantly more pronounced. Yuya comprehended most of what Might Guy conveyed, yet remained quietly attentive. As Might Guy expounded on the eighth gate, Yuya's expression grew notably grave, his mind racing with contemplation. He continuously posed questions, leaving Might Guy astounded by the depth of inquiry. Some questions were beyond his knowledge, yet he answered those he could with diligence. With each response, a notion began to crystallize in Yuya's mind. While the ninjas of this world might approach jutsu with a systematic mindset, Yuya's essence was rooted in a realm of expansive thought. Thus, he nurtured bolder, unconventional ideas. The 8 gates, a forbidden technique crafted by ninjas, could be refined or even altered, as it was not an innate gift but a human creation. I can change this, Yuya mused inwardly, his eyes shimmering with a bright light. Though the original 8 gates possessed immense power, the full activation led inevitably to death, a fate Yuya wished to avert. Having acquired the training methods for the 8 gates from Might Guy, Yuya refrained from immediate practice and returned home. Throughout the entirety of the night, Yuya pondered the intricacies of the 8 gates. This technique liberated the body's limitations, transcending its previous thresholds. Commencing with the 2 gates at the head, opening and rest, followed by life, injury, drought, scenery, drought, and finally death, there are a total of 8 gates. Each gate extends downward, traversing the chest and abdomen, culminating at the heart, to unleash the entire potential of the body, ultimately striking the heart to unlock its final limit. This encapsulates the complete state of the 8 gates. Also known as the formation of the 8 gates, the heart is the ultimate frontier of strength, shattering all preceding limits, ultimately bursting through the gateway of the heart, whereupon one confronts death after unleashing all vitality. Yet, can the heart serve as the origin? This is the question that Yuya pondered deeply. If the heart is considered the endpoint, the final surge of power would awaken the last vestiges of life. However, if the heart is regarded as the source, and one begins to cultivate their body step by step from this point, could one evade the accompanying side effects? The method of utilizing the heart as the origin poses a challenge. Yet, Yuya gradually formed an idea. He did not rush to experiment, but prepared to discuss it further with Might Guy, recognizing the gravity of the matter, which certainly should not be trifled with. The following day, as dawn broke, Yuya was abruptly awakened by a commotion. The sole individual likely to disturb him at this hour was undoubtedly Kushina, having exerted considerable mental effort. Yuya's mind was still foggy, and he felt overwhelmed by Kushina's incessant chatter. Nevertheless, he grasped the essence of her visit. It pertained to his challenge against Uchiha Han. For a student who had not graduated from the Ninja Academy to challenge a middle-ranked Uchiha in a life-and-death duel was an extraordinary feat, unprecedented in history. Consequently, the news spread rapidly, and within a day, nearly the entire village was informed. Kushina, too, was aware and had hardly slept a wink that night. Before dawn had even arrived, she had risen and rushed to find Yuya. Despite being on the verge of exasperation due to Kushina's relentless nagging, Yuya felt a swell of gratitude within him. Really, have you even been listening to me? I told you to postpone that duel. And I would find a way for you to stay within the Senju clan. The Uchiha clan wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Kushina grasped Yuya's shoulders tightly, shaking him back and forth. Unable to contain a wry smile, Yuya replied, all right. At this rate, I won't be killed by anyone else. I'll be shaken to death by you first. Humph. Who knows what you were thinking, challenging a middle-rank ninja? Were you feverish at the time? Yuya looked at Kushina with a serious expression and replied solemnly, this matter is mine to decide. You need not concern yourself with it. How can I not be concerned? Kushina's voice nearly overwhelmed Yuya. He grimaced slightly, managing another forced smile. I am confident that I will defeat him in 3 months. Yes, that is my plan. Upon hearing this, Yuya noticed Kushina gazing at him as if he were a fool. You think you can defeat a middle-rank ninja in 3 months? Are you living in a dream? Kushina's voice echoed loudly. Of course, her anxiety was palpable. How could she possibly stand by and watch Yuya march towards certain doom? Yuya felt a mix of helplessness and understanding towards Kushina's concern, aware that her intentions were noble. After struggling to explain himself for quite some time, he realized that Kushina was not absorbing his words at all. At last, Kushina, witnessing the resolute defiance of Yuya, could no longer contain her anger and exclaimed that she would no longer concern herself with him before storming out. With a bitter smile, Yuya gazed at Kushina's furious retreat. feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him as he shook his head. After calming his thoughts, he rose to freshen up and donned his attire before heading to the door. It suddenly occurred to him that attending the Ninja Academy seemed unnecessary at this juncture. With a mere 3 months remaining until his fateful duel with Uchiha Han, every moment must be devoted to training. Attending classes at the academy would be nothing short of a waste of time. After contemplating this, he resolved to request an extended leave of absence. However, he was well aware that the Chunin teacher held a particular disdain for him, making such a request rather formidable. Pondering this, he furrowed his brow slightly. Yet whether or not he received permission was of little consequence. He would simply inform the academy of his decision to cease attending classes. Upon entering the school, the students regarded Yuya with mild indifference, their reactions unremarkable. After all, they were merely children, unable to grasp the larger implications of events. They were simply astonished by the news of Yuya daring to challenge a Chunin. He made his way to the office of the Chunin instructor. Without hesitation, he entered, only to find Kato, his teacher, facing him. Yuya? Kato's expression was markedly different from before. Gone were the disdain and animosity. In their place was a complexity that intrigued Yuya. He found it peculiar that Kato, who should have faced severe repercussions for the injury he inflicted upon Uchiha Izumi, displayed no semblance of resentment. Nevertheless, Yuya dismissed his curiosity and calmly articulated his request for a 3-month leave of absence. Having stated his intention, he prepared to turn and leave, indifferent to whether his request was granted, as he had no intention of returning. To his surprise, Kato, with a touch of sentimentality, placed a hand on his shoulder and nodded in agreement. He had acquiesced. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yuya's face. Kato then began to express some of his thoughts, somewhat to himself. My comrade perished at the hands of a rogue ninja, which has fostered hostility towards you. Yet, you are undeniably a diligent child. Had you been born in Konoha, his voice trailed off, and with a heavy sigh, he patted Yuya's shoulder once more before passing by him. Let go of those thoughts. Enjoy your 3 months. Yuya stood there, momentarily stunned as Kato exited the office. Those words rang strikingly familiar. Suddenly realizing, they echoed the sentiments of a previous Umbu ninja. Ga? Yuya nearly spewed blood in exasperation. Did you truly believe I was doomed in your eyes? With a face full of frustration, he departed the office. As he slowly exited the academy, Yuya endeavored to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. He then found himself deep in contemplation, his head bowed low. It appeared as though he were a specter on the brink of demise, drawing forth a myriad of sympathetic gazes. Yet, in reality, Yuya was contemplating the final few inquiries left from the previous night. He would not squander a moment of time. If he could resolve these questions one by one, he would possess an 80% certainty of successfully developing that technique. This confidence was astonishingly high. Once he mastered the technique, Yuya was convinced that defeating Uchiha Han within 3 months would be an effortless task. After pondering for a considerable time, he managed to solve one problem. Yet several remained elusive. Yuya resolved to seek out Might Guy once more. Might Guy was still engaged in his training within the forest, completely oblivious to the village's knowledge of Yuya's challenge to Uchiha Han. Upon seeing Yuya approach with a smile, he greeted him warmly. Indeed, he seemed to be at odds with everyone in the village. Yuya even found himself curious about who Kai's mother was, but at that moment, he refrained from wasting time and directly articulated his questions. These inquiries prompted deep contemplation from Might Guy. After a while, he provided answers to several of them. Though he appeared uncertain about the final question, Yuya and Might Guy deliberated on this last query multiple times before finally arriving at a conclusion. At length, the image in Yuya's mind began to take shape, gradually evolving into a comprehensive and distinct training method. This was the technique Yuya had long wished to develop, the reverse training of the 8 gates. To utter it would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals. Yet Yuya's thoughts were boundless and daring enough to explore such experimentation. The heart is the wellspring of explosive power. To unlock it as the final gate would indeed lead to the complete eruption of one's life force, resulting in certain death. However, if one were to commence the enhancement from the heart, utilizing it to invigorate the entire body, breaking through gate by gate, perhaps it could be achieved without adverse effects. Potentially even a permanent 8 gates. After meticulously organizing his training method, Yuya made no reservations and disclosed everything to Might Guy, clearly expressing his thoughts. Reverse training of the 8 gates. Upon hearing this, Might Guy's mind erupted in a cacophony of astonishment, rendering him speechless for a time. He felt an urge to refute, yet found that Yuya had anticipated nearly every aspect. It seemed genuinely feasible. Ultimately, Might Guy resolved to support Yuya's idea, for he believed that youth should be dedicated to striving for greatness. Might Guy identified several flaws within the concept and assisted Yuya in rectifying them. Thus, the method of reverse training the 8 gates was fully established. Without hesitation, Yuya commenced his attempts. Might Guy stood unwaveringly by his side, ready to protect him. Might Guy's character was beyond reproach, and with him present, Yuya felt completely at ease. First, Yuya activated his entire bloodline and meridian system before settling into a meditative posture. He cleared his mind of all distractions, entering a state of singular focus and concentration. Beginning with the heart, Yuya murmured softly, extending his thumb to gently press upon the region of his heart. Yet, this proved futile. Treating the heart as the first gate to be opened was entirely distinct from considering it the 8th. Yuya furrowed his brow slightly. This path was unyielding. However, alternative methods still existed. Subsequently, Yuya resolved to forcibly breach the barrier using chakra. The 8 gates technique liberates all limitations of the human body, fundamentally unshackling the constraints of chakra. However, this chakra does not escape the body but instead surges within, forming a vigorous river that fortifies the body entirely. Yet, chakra was the very element Yuya was least adept at manipulating. After considerable effort, he managed to summon a meager amount of chakra to launch an assault on the gate at his heart. Alas, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a mighty tree, utterly ineffective. Yuya even felt that attempting to open the heart as the first gate was an endeavor beyond the capabilities of even a Jonin or Kage-level chakra. It was no wonder that for millennia, while the forward 8 gates technique had flourished, the reverse had never materialized. The difficulty of its training was simply unfathomable, rendering success elusive. Contemplating this, a flicker of determination ignited in Yuya's eyes. The failures of others did not dictate his own potential for success, for he possessed the power of the shock release bloodline limit. Yuya's true mastery lay in the prowess of the shock release. Let the force of shock arise. Shatter these shackles for me. The shockwave power. This was the third method, the final approach, and the one in which Yuya held the greatest confidence. Buzz. Even when he adjusted the intensity of the shock to its minimum, unleashing it inward towards his heart caused his vision to momentarily darken, nearly rendering him unconscious. Yet, he succeeded. The gate at his heart, which should have been the death gate of the 8th, was forcibly breached, creating a small opening under the onslaught of the shockwave. Reviving from the brink of fainting, Yuya sensed a drastically different flow of power coursing through his heart, and a smile of exhilaration and joy finally graced his face. Indeed, the shockwave power could serve as the force to unlock the first gate at the heart. This implied that, apart from himself, perhaps no one else in this world could cultivate this reverse 8 gates technique. At this moment, the first gate at the heart had only been torn open slightly. Yet, the power surging from the heart was already immensely stronger than before. Moreover, as the heart's power intensified, the flow of blood would yield even greater strength, progressively reinforcing Yuya's body and establishing a perfect, virtuous cycle. This alone was enough to fill Yuya with delight. However, the benefits did not cease there. Just as the gate at the heart was breached, Yuya simultaneously sensed a potent chakra brewing within, flowing through his heart. This chakra, while formulating, was nourishing his heart in return. The heart, enhanced and invigorated by the chakra, pulsated with newfound vigor, sending blood coursing through his veins. This marked the second virtuous amplification, a reciprocal enhancement between them. Even Yuya had not anticipated this revelation. He had not expected that forcibly opening the door could grant him a physique capable of cultivating chakra, bestowing upon him formidable chakra directly. A subtle, uncontainable joy spread across his face. He immediately recalled that when the 8 gates were normally activated, it involved breaking the shackles of chakra within the body, yet those chakra were fleeting, offering only a momentary surge. However, what Yuya possessed now was a permanent boon. He could sense the chakra residing in his heart, a quantity that reached the level of a genin. With this chakra at his disposal, even in the realm of ninjutsu, Yuya would be liberated from his previous fate of ineptitude. It was not that he could not practice ninjutsu. Rather, it was the insufficient chakra that made refinement and concentration arduous, thus hindering his training. Now, with the door at his heart having barely opened halfway, His chakra had already received a tremendous boost without any deliberate effort to refine it. What a flawless power this was. This chakra would reside within his heart, continuously amplifying and nurturing the heart's strength. Moreover, Yuya instantly realized that as he progressed to open the second and even third gates, the chakra would continue to grow. This path was now vividly clear before him. However, for now, Yuya needed to fully open the first gate. With renewed determination, he pressed on, his excitement surging. Yuya continued to unleash the previously felt shockwave while simultaneously channeling the chakra at his heart, merging the two forces. Boom, boom, boom. The door at his heart, which had already been torn open, shattered completely under the onslaught. Buzz. In that instant, an overwhelming aura seemed to ripple from Yuya, startling Might Guy, who stood guard beside him. The restrictions on Yuya's heart were entirely lifted, as if a potent chakra was brewing within, ready to activate the formation of the 8 gates. Yet ultimately, this power did not explode as Yuya had envisioned. Instead, it diffused into the other 7 unopened gates. Only when all 7 gates were opened and the heart, serving as the final gate, was activated could the terrifying power of the 8 gates be unleashed. Merely opening it as the first gate did not result in an explosion, but rather a stabilization. Thus, the first gate of the inverse 8 gates was completely opened by Yuya. His chakra surged from an almost negligible quantity to a level comparable to that of a genin. Simultaneously, his physical strength, power, and speed received considerable enhancement. It was a comprehensive augmentation. If the previous Yuya might have struggled against a genin, now they were no longer his match. However, with this sudden surge in power, Yuya also sensed a slight discomfort. Poof! A surge of turbulent energy coursed through Yuya's chest, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, yet his countenance bore no trace of concern. Having recently attained a level of chakra commensurate with a lower ninja, it was entirely natural for him to experience difficulty in controlling it. The constraints of his heart had been unleashed, enabling it to unleash a more potent force, albeit it had not yet been sufficiently fortified to withstand such power in the short term. However, as chakra and heart reciprocated, he would soon adapt seamlessly. Yuya, are you alright? Upon witnessing the emergence of a formidable aura from Yuya, only to see it suddenly dissipate, followed by his spitting blood, Might Guy approached in utter astonishment and concern to assess Yuya's condition. Yuya shook his head, inhaled deeply, and gradually quelled the rampant energy within him. I'm fine, but it seems I will need some time to stabilize, he replied. Do not worry, Yuya, you are already exceptionally talented. The fact that you conceived such a training method is commendable, and even if it does not succeed, I hold you in high regard. As he spoke, Might Guy comfortingly patted Yuya on the shoulder, asserting that victory and defeat were commonplace in a warrior's life. Even if it doesn't work out, training under my guidance in the orthodox 8 gates will still suffice to elevate your physical prowess. Just as Yuya had managed to subdue the tumultuous energy in his heart, he found Might Guy's words amusingly peculiar. Well, I don't believe I mentioned that I had failed. Indeed, even if you had failed, it would be inconsequential. In my view, huh? Might Guy's persistent chatter suddenly ceased as realization struck him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yuya. Why, you succeeded? Yes. Yuya shrugged nonchalantly. Boom. It was as though a thunderous clap resonated within Might Guy's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. He regarded Yuya as if he were a monster, his face a canvas of incredulity, his mouth agape in astonishment. What nonsense is this? The reverse 8 gates technique. Did it truly succeed? Has the history of the ninja world been rendered obsolete by Yuya? He is nothing short of a prodigy. Might Guy had never anticipated Yuya's success. After all, throughout history, countless individuals had endeavored to master the 8 gates and attempted to innovate upon it. Among them were undoubtedly remarkable geniuses, yet none had succeeded. Yet here was Yuya, achieving the unthinkable. In Might Guy's eyes, Yuya transcended the mere label of genius. He was an extraordinary anomaly. This was the genesis of a new forbidden technique. How utterly astounding. Observing Might Guy's prolonged shock, Yuya felt a pang of guilt. I apologize. Although I have succeeded in my training, I fear I cannot impart this knowledge to you. The reverse 8 gates can only be mastered by one possessing the bloodline limit of the shock release. Moreover, since you have already unlocked the first 7 gates, opening the 8th would merely lead to the conventional activation of the death gate. With sincere regret, Yuya explained to Might Guy. Acknowledging that he had learned the 8 gates from him, but could not share the newly developed technique in return. Gradually awakening from his astonishment, Might Dai appeared remarkably unfazed, waving his hands with exuberance and laughter, exclaiming, "It's quite all right. The mere sight of such an exceptional youth brings me immense joy." Indeed, the spirit of youth continues to blaze and propagate. Despite feeling somewhat speechless, Yi silently admired Might Dai's candor and sincerity, finding himself more accepting of Dai's playful demeanor. It was, after all, rather amusing. Upon returning home, Yi began to rest. The constraints around his heart had just been shattered. And although the organ would gradually strengthen with each heartbeat and flow of blood, this process required time. Approximately 3 days later, this transformation would be complete. Thus, the true 8 gates of opening, as Yi had newly named this reverse technique, was entirely perfected. The true 8 gates of opening possessed distinct advantages and disadvantages compared to the conventional method. The foremost benefit of Yi's creation was its lack of side effects. It was a methodical approach, akin to cultivating martial arts by unblocking meridians, allowing for gradual enhancement rather than a sudden breach of limits at the cost of one's vitality. However, this absence of side effects also implied a compromise in power. Yi's true 8 gates of opening was considerably less potent than the traditional variant, lacking in both strength and speed. Yet, following this drawback was another advantage: durability. The conventional 8 gates of opening offered little in terms of longevity, providing merely fleeting bursts of power. Conversely, Yi's true 8 gates of opening granted permanence. It would not close nor diminish, representing a consistent enhancement. Once Yi activated the true 8 gates of opening, the strength he acquired was everlasting, whether in power, speed, or the chakra he possessed, an amount equivalent to that of a lower-ranking ninja. Clenching his fist, a smile graced Yi's face. Something he had previously struggled to harness was now within reach, thanks to the true 8 gates of opening. With chakra now at his disposal, Yi felt an irresistible urge to further refine his ninjutsu. Although his physical prowess combined with the shock-release bloodline limit had already rendered him formidable enough to handle various situations, ninjutsu always piqued curiosity. Shadow clone technique, substitution technique, transformation technique. With a chakra level befitting a lower-ranking ninja, and stored as a constant within the first gate of his heart, mastering the 3-body technique proved almost effortless. Indeed, Yi was not lacking in ninjutsu talent. The issue had stemmed from his chakra. With his chakra now normalized, his talent for ninjutsu shone brilliantly, allowing him to grasp the 3-body technique almost instantaneously. Nonetheless, refining his chakra remained a challenge, indicating that his future endeavors to enhance chakra levels would necessitate the continuous activation of the true 8 gates of opening. As Yi attempted to extract chakra once more, he realized the difficulty of the task at hand. Indeed, the 8 gates of Duanjia formed the essence of his power. With the unlocking of each gate, his strength amplifies layer by layer, encompassing chakra, physical fortitude, and even the force of shockwaves. At this moment, with the first gate opened, Yi's shockwave power is already sufficient to effortlessly shatter C-rank ninjutsu. The range of his attacks has expanded beyond 1 meter, now reaching nearly 3 meters. Although he still has some distance to cover before resisting B-rank ninjutsu, it is not an insurmountable gap. Yi's prowess can be regarded as standing at the pinnacle among lower-ranked ninjas, even rivaling that of a mid-ranked ninja. Considering this, it is conceivable that in merely a month, perhaps even less, this individual, who is yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, could attain mid-ranked ninja strength. In this realm, status does not always correlate with strength. Take Might Dai, for instance. Though merely a lower-ranked ninja, when he unleashes the 7th gate, even elite jonin would find themselves overwhelmed. Such instances, however, are rare. Typically, status aligns with strength. Lower-ranked, mid-ranked, elite mid-ranked, special jonin, elite jonin, and kage. This classification exists inherently within the world of Naruto. From Yi's perspective, strength can also be categorized in a similar manner, with no significant distinction, save for the addition of a quasi-kage level between elite jonin and kage. Some elite jonin possess extraordinary power, wielding secret techniques that can even pose a threat to kage-level ninjas. These individuals may be referred to as quasi-kage. However, within the Naruto universe, there is no clearly defined kage tier. The highest status is held by the 5 kage of the 5 great ninja villages: wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Yet their strength can vary considerably. Above the Kage level, there exist even more formidable entities, such as the Super Kage and beings of the Sage of Six Paths caliber, but those are far beyond Yuya's immediate concern, and he does not rush to categorize them. Suppressing these thoughts, Yuya resolved to continue his training. At present, he has nearly discovered a definitive path for his cultivation. There is no need for him to expend effort on mastering elemental techniques like fire or earth release. Ninjutsu that necessitate hand seals are generally not suited for his style. Techniques such as the Rasengan, which do not require seals, might indeed allow him to integrate his shockwave power and develop new moves. Though there is no rush for that at present. What Yuya must focus on now is simple: to thoroughly master his shockwave power and to adeptly command several fundamental ninjutsu, such as the transformation technique and the substitution technique. When he unlocks the second gate, he shall experience another surge in strength, if his estimations are correct. Upon the opening of the second gate, his chakra levels should also ascend to mid-ranked ninja levels, enabling him to further explore the capabilities of his shock release bloodline limit, and even begin training in the Rasengan, or perhaps develop techniques uniquely suited to himself. With a clear purpose in mind, Yuya immersed himself in training once more. Days swiftly passed. Yuya's body has not only fully adapted to the power of his heart, but his mastery over shockwave energy has also advanced significantly. Boom. After shattering a thick wooden stump with a single punch, Yuya exhaled deeply, wiped the sweat from his brow, and nodded in satisfaction. It was evident that ordinary genin were no longer his match. Concluding his training for the day, Yuya bid farewell to Might Guy and made his way home. However, to his surprise, he encountered a familiar figure waiting for him at his doorstep. It was Kushina Uzumaki. Despite her earlier declaration to no longer concern herself with Yuya, her growing anxiety over time compelled her to seek him out once more after hearing certain news. Discovering that Yuya was not home only intensified her worries, leading her to resolutely wait outside his house for nearly an entire day. At last, upon seeing Yuya return, the tension in her expression eased considerably. Yet, without hesitation, she glared at him with an air of fierce determination. "You must listen to me this time, Yuya." Approaching Kushina, Yuya raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and asked, "What is it?" Kushina took a deep breath and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "You need to participate in the upcoming practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy." The gravity of her words caught Yuya slightly off guard, leaving him puzzled. A practical ranking assessment? What exactly was that? Before he could ponder further, Kushina grasped his arm firmly and continued, "I know you are proud and reluctant to rely on others, but this is your chance to prove yourself. The practical ranking assessment involves all levels and is not merely a one-on-one contest. It consists of a series of drawn battle matches that will culminate in a comprehensive ranking. This assessment will be observed by the third Hokage himself. If you perform well and catch his attention, the Uchiha clan will undoubtedly think twice before attempting anything against you." At this juncture, Kushina gazed intently at Yuya, eager to compel him to comply. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she observed Yuya's seemingly indifferent expression, her resolve began to waver. She feared that he would persist in his obstinacy. The determination on her face gradually faded, replaced by uncertainty and apprehension. "Please listen to me. You don't need to defeat the most talented Minato Namikaze. Even securing a top 3 position will ensure that the Hokage takes notice of you." A hint of pleading crept into Kushina's voice, which left Yuya momentarily taken aback. Was this truly her? The fiery girl he once knew? This was a genuine plea born from a desire for his safety and a reluctance to see him go, revealing a softer side of her character. Feeling a gentle tug at his heartstrings, Yuya replied, "I promise I will." Initially taken aback, Kushina's expression transformed into one of overwhelming joy, almost to the point of tears. However, the next moment, her true nature reemerged. With a faint blush on her cheeks and an indignant expression, she clenched her small fists and playfully threatened Yuya. "You are such a source of worry. I could just beat you to a pulp." "All right then." Yuya could not help but grasp her delicate hands. Kushina's small face flushed slightly. After struggling a bit without breaking free, she ceased to resist. Yuya extended a finger, playfully pinching her cheek, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Do not be upset. Since I am participating, I shall show you how to attain first place." "Humph." Kushina huffed softly, turning her head away. She understood that Yuya was deliberately trying to cheer her up. While she believed in Yuya's determination to achieve commendable results, she harbored doubts about his ability to secure the top position. After all, a formidable mountain loomed before that coveted spot, Namikaze Minato. She was well aware that Minato had recently triumphed over a Chunin in direct combat. It would be one thing to be the best in the Ninja Academy, but defeating a Chunin in a head-to-head encounter was tantamount to qualifying for early graduation. The prowess of Namikaze Minato was on an entirely different level compared to that of other students. The following day, having promised Kushina and reflecting on the potential attention from the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Yue concluded that participating in this practical ranking assessment was indeed a worthy endeavor. After all, failing to defeat Uchiha Han would lead to his demise, yet winning would merely serve to embarrass the Uchiha clan. Without a powerful ally to rely upon, he would still be vulnerable to the clan's underhanded tactics. In the hierarchy of Konoha, undoubtedly the greatest mountain was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon arriving at the Ninja Academy, Yue found the atmosphere remarkably lively, as there were no classes scheduled for the day. Following Yue's victory over Uchiha Izumi, no one dared to provoke him further. Disdainful and contemptuous glances had transformed into admiration and awe. However, on this day, those gazes underwent yet another significant shift. Have you heard? Yue is going to duel Uchiha Han to the death. A student exclaimed upon spotting Yue, his expression shifting dramatically as he whispered to a nearby companion. But Uchiha Han is a Chunin. Is Yue out of his mind? The other child gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. Shoo, don't say too much. The duel is still a ways off. The most important thing today is the practical ranking assessment. Who do you think will win? Of course, it's Namikaze Minato. He will undoubtedly claim first place. Several young boys and girls exhibited expressions of certainty. Aside from Minato, Hinata Kurenai, hailing from the prestigious Hyuga clan, was also exceptionally strong. Indeed, he previously defeated Uchiha Izumi. I wonder who is stronger, Kurenai or Yue? It should be Kurenai. After all, Yue only excels in Taijutsu, while the Hyuga clan is renowned for their mastery over it. A group of students quietly discussed among themselves. Throughout the Ninja Academy, students gathered in clusters, all engaged in hushed conversations. When Yue arrived, even his Chunin instructor, Kato No, was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yue's participation in the practical assessment. In his view, Yue had only a few months left to live and should be enjoying himself instead. Without further contemplation, Kato No casually added Yue's name to the list. Yue faced no obstacles and successfully completed his registration. During this period, the Ninja Academy was distinctly different from its later iterations as depicted in the original work. In the original narrative, students were classified into grades based on their age. However, during this time, the system was still in its infancy. The concept of grade levels had yet to be established in the Ninja Academy. This lack of structure led to extraordinary cases such as Hitaki Kakashi graduating at the tender age of 5 and becoming a Chunin by 6. In this era, practical ranking assessments allowed students to graduate early if they achieved commendable standings. Nonetheless, children who had recently joined the academy, typically having been there for less than a year, generally chose to forego participation in these assessments. Talents like Kakashi were indeed rare, as the majority of students needed to adhere to a more conventional path of learning and training over several years. Despite this, the number of participants in the practical ranking assessments was substantial. During the later Fourth Great Ninja War, the total number of the Allied shinobi forces reached a staggering 80,000. Such numbers could not have emerged without a considerable student body in the Ninja Academy. Due to the high number of participants, 5 venues were utilized simultaneously for the practical ranking assessments. All students were randomly drawn for matches, and after determining the outcomes, victors faced off against one another while the defeated contended among themselves. This process of repeated draws continued until an overall ranking was established. Initially, separate venues were used, and after several rounds, the top performers advanced to the 5th main venue for subsequent trials. In this principal arena, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would often preside personally, underscoring his commitment to the cultivation of ninjas during this period. The opening ceremony of the practical ranking assessments was naturally conducted by Hiruzen himself. Amidst the respectful gazes of numerous ninjas, he donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe and gracefully ascended the stage. The moment he appeared, an exuberant cheer erupted from all the students, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled enthusiasm. In Konoha, the Hokage undoubtedly held the highest status and garnered immense respect. Though Hiruzen was not particularly tall, Every gaze upon him was devoid of disdain, filled instead with reverence, as he was the third Hokage and the most formidable ninja in the village. Observing the awestruck expressions of the children in the academy, Hiruzen wore a warm smile. With a wave of his hand, the crowd fell into a profound silence. What we inherit in Konoha is the will of fire. The future of our village lies in your hands. This will of fire will be carried forth by you, the new leaves of our community. So, children, strive onward. For the prosperity of our village, for the legacy of the will of fire. With these succinct yet powerful words, Hiruzen elevated the atmosphere to an exhilarating crescendo. Among the crowd, students including Minato Namikaze felt their spirits ignite with fervor. Yuya stood amongst them, gazing with a hint of nostalgia at the impassioned rhetoric of Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Hokage, the children of this world, including Minato, undoubtedly looked to Hiruzen as their ultimate aspiration. Had Yuya not been a time traveler well-versed in the intricacies of the narrative, he might have easily succumbed to the fervent words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and set his sights on becoming Hokage himself. Yet, in Yuya's heart, the title of Hokage, though alluring, paled in comparison to the far more distant aspirations he harbored. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki were the true ambitions that lay deeply concealed within him. However, those aspirations felt exceedingly distant. Yuya clenched his fists, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of determination and resolve. No matter how remote or arduous the journey, he would not waver to seize his dreams. He understood the necessity of firmly grasping the present. Following the impassioned speech of the third Hokage, the practical assessment commenced. The students were ushered into 4 separate arenas, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others made their way to the main venue to await the victors emerging from the individual matches. The skirmishes in the separate arenas were deemed unworthy of Hiruzen's direct attention. Only those who triumphed and reached the main arena were regarded as the elite. The pillars of a new generation in Konoha. Yuya was assigned to the third arena, fortuitously sharing the space with Kushina. However, her focus was not on her own examination, but solely on whether Yuya would achieve commendable results. She felt a surge of anxiety that surpassed his own, silently cheering him on with hopes of seeing him advance to the main arena. The third arena, though termed as such, was essentially a spacious training ground, overseen by 2 examiners and 4 AMBU operatives maintaining order. Yuya's first opponent was a fellow student from his class. Upon drawing the lot that matched him against Yuya, the student's face fell into a mask of despair. If there were 2 opponents one would dread facing most, they would undoubtedly be Namikaze Minato and Yuya. Minato's string of first-place victories was demoralizing, while Yuya had showcased an overwhelming prowess in his previous battle against Uchiha Izumi, instilling fear in countless students. I concede. The student, initially intent on putting up a fight, immediately surrendered upon witnessing Yuya's readiness, his fists clenched, emanating a faint yet intimidating white glow. Recalling the image of Uchiha Izumi's body twisted and broken by a single blow from Yuya sent shivers down his spine. The presiding examiner, taken aback, shook his head in resignation and declared Yuya the victor of the first match. Yuya himself was astonished that his opponent surrendered without even attempting to engage. Yet, given that this was a ninja academy filled with children, such reactions were to be expected. Individuals like him and Minato, whose mental fortitude resembled that of adults, were few and far between. In the preceding matches, most of Yuya's opponents had either surrendered outright or succumbed to him with a single technique, requiring little exertion on his part. An overwhelming display of dominance that garnered gasps of awe from the onlookers. How formidable, they murmured. Indeed, after awakening his bloodline limit, Yuya's strength had undergone a complete transformation. Many students who once underestimated him now gazed upon him with expressions of profound envy. They also aspired to awaken a bloodline limit akin to Yuya's prowess. Yet, acquiring such a bloodline limit is far from a simple endeavor. They could only watch enviously. Even the examiners and several Umbu present displayed a hint of admiration for the power exhibited by Yuya. Kushina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beheld the scene. It was either a surrender from the opponent or a swift defeat, and soon Yuya faced his 4th match. There were no unforeseen circumstances. Although the opponent in the 4th match was slightly stronger, he was still no match for Yuya, akin to Uchiha Izumi. Moments later, the examiner's voice, filled with admiration, resonated throughout the arena. Yuya wins the 4th match. As this announcement spread, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Then, An earth-shattering uproar erupted in the third division. Wonderful! Kushina could not contain her exhilaration and leaped up in celebration, her face alight with joy. With 4 consecutive victories in the division, Yuya had secured his place in the main arena. He had achieved this with remarkable ease. Every child in the third division gazed at Yuya with expressions of profound envy. Gaining entry to the main arena meant being noticed by the third Hokage. Forget about securing first place. Merely being acknowledged by Sarutobi Hiruzen was, in the eyes of these students, an immense honor. Amid the fervor of the third division, Yuya departed, making his way to the main arena. Kushina contemplated forfeiting her own match to follow him, yet she understood that she must see it through to the end, even if it meant losing every round to determine a final ranking. Thus, with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, she watched Yuya depart. The cacophony of the third division was deafening. Even in the first, second, and fourth divisions, as well as the main arena, many turned their attention toward the uproar. In the first division, Minato Namikaze, preparing for his fourth match, cast a surprised glance toward the boisterous third division. It appeared someone had already achieved victory, and even faster than he had. After a moment's contemplation, he shrugged it off with a smile. Entering first was inconsequential. After all, rankings would ultimately be determined through combat in the main arena. He would not concede the first place to anyone. A sense of relaxed confidence shone in Minato's eyes. Meanwhile, in the main arena, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had taken his place on the main platform, smiled at the commotion. It seemed that an exceptional child had emerged. Who could it be? Surely, it must be the prodigious Minato, surpassing Orochimaru. Standing behind Hiruzen was Jiraiya, now an elite jonin and one of the legendary Sannin yet to come. In the Ninja Academy, Minato was indisputably the best in every aspect, nearly annihilating the competition, surpassing even the young Orochimaru in excellence. In such circumstances, the prodigious name of Namikaze Minato had naturally attracted the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly and nodded, contemplating that it should indeed be that child, Namikaze Minato. However, at that moment, from another direction, Orochimaru approached quietly, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. TSK, that may not be the case, he remarked. What, Orochimaru, are you feeling discontented? At your age, you certainly cannot compare to Minato. Jiraiya scoffed, casting a glance at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, seemingly indifferent to Jiraiya, merely shrugged and replied nonchalantly, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? See for yourself. Orochimaru gestured subtly toward a certain direction. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya exchanged surprised glances and then gasped in astonishment. For they beheld the first victor striding towards the main stage, a silver-haired youth. It was not Namikaze Minato, but Yuru. This is impossible. Someone surpassed Minato in speed. Jiraiya exclaimed. Incredulous. The first victor was not Minato. Beside him, Orochimaru wore a slightly sinister expression and remarked, what is impossible about that? Quite intriguing. I had thought this year's genius was solely Minato. Tsunade sauntered over from the back, her beautiful eyes glimmering with an unusual light, saying, he is the one who is to engage in a life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han, is he not? Indeed, it is him, Orochimaru nodded. Jiraiya, who had held high hopes for Minato, now displayed a displeased expression as the conversation shifted entirely to Yuru. Even if he is here, there is no way he can triumph over Minato. Minato's talent surpasses even yours, Orochimaru. Orochimaru, listening to Jiraiya, revealed a slightly sinister smile, remaining calm as he stated. With a special bloodline limit, combined with his remarkable composure under pressure, I believe that child may well outshine Minato in the future. This declaration astonished everyone present. Although most were skeptical that Yuru could truly surpass a genius like Minato, Orochimaru's unwavering conviction suggested that Yuru's talent should not be underestimated. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a moment of contemplation. He had certainly heard of Yuru's situation. Faced with a deadlock, he had chosen to engage in a life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han to break it, securing 3 months' time. Yet it still appeared to be a path leading to doom. However, upon reflection, Yuru's decision seemed to be the most prudent choice under those circumstances. That child was indeed extraordinary. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered. If Yuru truly possessed such talent, this promising seed must not be squandered at the hands of the Uchiha. Thus, it would be prudent to observe his forthcoming performance. Under the expectant gaze of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuyuru finally arrived at the main stage, quietly pausing below, awaiting the next turn of events. As he awaited, Yuya quietly scrutinized the venue for the practical ranking assessment. The main arena was far more formal compared to the sub-arenas. It was situated in a setting reminiscent of the Chunin exams from the original work. At the highest point, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, sat in serene silence. Flanking him were three familiar figures to Yuya. Raising his gaze, a subtle glimmer flickered in his eyes. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin of the future, unexpectedly gathered here. However, they appeared considerably younger than depicted in the original narrative, donned in the formal attire of elite jonin. The sight of so many familiar faces stirred a ripple of emotion within Yuya's gaze. While Yuya observed Sarutobi and the others, they were also appraising him. Sometimes, one can glean much from the depth of another's eyes. An excessive calmness might incite suspicion, yet the tranquility Yuya exuded, intermingled with a faint spark of excitement, revealed no cracks in his composure. A commendable gaze, Tsunade remarked softly after scrutinizing Yuya. Achieving first place and maintaining such serenity in the presence of the Hokage and elite jonin was indicative of a qualified ninja's mindset. Sarutobi nodded in agreement. Although Yuya hailed from a distant village, it was long ago. His identity was beyond question. In Sarutobi's eyes, Yuya was no different from the children born in Konoha. He perceived Yuya as a talent whose brilliance had been overshadowed until now, only to bloom after awakening his bloodline limit. As the assembly continued to assess Yuya, the second victor finally emerged, Konoha's own Minato Namikaze. Upon entering the main arena, Minato wore a similarly composed expression. Jiraiya, who had initially seemed disinterested, now brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Look, Minato's gaze mirrors that of Yuya. No matter how exceptional Yuya is, he cannot surpass Minato." A smirk played on Orochimaru's lips as he leaned against the wall behind him, choosing to remain silent. Upon his arrival, Minato noticed Yuya, who had arrived earlier. Slightly taken aback, he nodded in acknowledgement. It was understandable for Yuya to arrive before him, having triumphed over Uchiha Izumi. Just as he contemplated whether to greet Yuya, the third and fourth victors entered in unison. Meanwhile, some curious Chunin and Jonin, along with students who had opted out early, gathered in the arena, settling down eagerly to observe the proceedings. The battle here is truly exhilarating. The skirmishes in the other arenas seem like mere child's play. The crowd swiftly swells, and ultimately, the champions from the four venues gather in full. To be deemed a champion, one must achieve 4 consecutive victories. A single defeat disqualifies one from this title, regardless of prior triumphs. Thus, only 10 individuals have made it to this stage. Among them, only a few appear to have endured arduous battles, while the majority, like Yuya and Minato Namikaze, seem completely unharmed and at ease. The assembly is complete, and as he gazes down at the 10 outstanding youths, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face breaks into a slight smile. These children are the pillars of Konoha's future. Reporting to you, Hokage-sama, everyone has arrived. A ninja approaches to inform Hiruzen. He nods in acknowledgement, preparing to commence the proceedings. However, at that moment, an unexpected disturbance arises. A figure appears at the entrance, leaning on a cane, steadily making his way to Hiruzen's side. A chair is brought forth for him. It is Danzo, the Hokage's advisor. "Oh, I did not expect you to find the time to join us," Hiruzen remarks, his gaze flickering slightly. "Concerning the future of Konoha, I must certainly lend my efforts as the Hokage's advisor," Danzo replies, settling himself beside Hiruzen with an indifferent tone. "Old fox." Hiruzen silently scoffs, instantly discerning Danzo's intent. Undoubtedly, he seeks to identify and recruit talented children worthy of nurturing into root. Yet, as long as matters remain manageable, Hiruzen typically turns a blind eye to Danzo's actions. Danzo casts a casual glance at the 10 below, then takes a sip from the teacup before him. They are all too green. They require significant cultivation before they can be of great use. Even the most inexperienced fledgling will one day soar high. Hiruzen responds with a slight smile, maintaining a neutral demeanor as he gives instructions to a nearby ninja. The appointed proctor nods in response and descends into the arena. Having arrived here signifies that you are the most exceptional among your peers. The Hokage is watching from above, personally observing you. Showcase your finest selves to the Hokage. The proctor is no longer a Chunin teacher from the Ninja Academy, but a special jonin overseeing the proceedings. Thus, The practical ranking examination officially begins. The names of Minato, Namikaze, and Yuya are randomly shuffled and drawn for matchups. In the first round, Yuya will face Hinata Shizuka. The proctor announces, raising his hand to reveal the arranged list. This match instantly captures the attention of all the jonin present, even causing Danzo to shift his gaze slightly. Is this the child who dared to challenge the Chunin of the Uchiha clan, Handa, to a life-or-death duel? It is rather intriguing. Yet one cannot help but wonder about the true extent of his courage. A few observing jonin began to comment with mild interest, their gazes towards Yuya laced with scrutiny. In truth, these jonin present were subtly selecting students they found favorable. The victors who arrived at this juncture would likely be allocated to separate classes, as the 10 champions upon graduation would be distributed widely to maintain equilibrium. The first match features him. I am eager to witness his capabilities. I hope he possesses the qualifications to contend with Minato. From a height, Jiraiya nonchalantly leapt onto the railing, wholly devoid of the demeanor expected of an elite jonin. Witnessing this, Tsunade's mouth twitched in embarrassment, wishing to kick Jiraiya off the railing. However, such an act would only exacerbate her humiliation, and reluctantly, she chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru remained unfazed, casually leaning against the wall, hands clasped behind his head, observing the arena with a hint of amusement. In the arena, Yuya and Hinata Shina stepped forward. Meanwhile, Minato and the others exited the stage, watching attentively from the sidelines. Hinata Shina regarded Yuya with an unusual expression. Naturally, he had heard of Yuya's reputation and, as a scion of a prominent family, was particularly sensitive to such matters. With a tone of pity, he sighed. It is unfortunate that you were not born into our Hinata clan, where the Uchiha dare not act recklessly. Are you merely flaunting the superiority of your prestigious family? Yuya met Hinata Shina's gaze calmly. Hinata Shina shook his head lightly, stating, No, I merely believe that reaching this point is commendable. However, I must win this battle. Otherwise, I would genuinely wish to bring you some joy before your demise. What an outrageous statement. Yuya almost lost his composure and retaliated. To suggest bringing joy before death? What nonsense. Fortunately, Yuya maintained his composure, refusing to stoop to the level of a child under 10, though he could not help but twitch his lips and inquire. Do you truly believe victory is assured? You rely solely on Taijutsu, whereas no one can surpass the Hyuga in that regard. Hinata Shina replied with an air of inevitability. With the Byakugan and the unique gentle fist technique, the Hyuga clan indeed took great pride in their prowess in Taijutsu, even dismissing the Uchiha clan. The first match commenced. Observing that both were ready, the proctor decisively announced the start. Hinata Shina immediately assumed the stance of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, his expression devoid of emotion as he faced Yuya. This was the distinctive taijutsu of the esteemed Hyuga family, gentle fist. To confront a prestigious clan like the Hyuga in taijutsu would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. As the spectators watched the unfolding scene, they could not help but engage in discussions, particularly the jonin, who understood that the gentle fist could seal chakra points and directly impact internal organs. Once in close quarters, the situation could become dire. Everyone pondered how Yuya would choose to combat the formidable taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. What astonished everyone was the sheer simplicity of Yuya's combat style. There were no superfluous techniques or convoluted processes. It was merely a step forward followed by a single, devastating punch. Regardless of the esteemed Hyuga clan or their gentle fist techniques, all it took was one powerful strike to obliterate everything. Buzz. The moment he clenched his fist, a terrifying halo of white light enveloped Yuya's hand, which then thundered towards Hinata Shina. Crack. In an instant, the air erupted with a deafening roar, shattering like a broken mirror, sending minute fissures spiraling outward in all directions. A formidable shockwave enveloped Hinata Shina entirely. Only moments ago, Hinata Shina had worn a calm expression, but now his countenance drastically changed, his eyes reflecting a profound disbelief and horror. How could it be this powerful? The force of the shockwave threatened to pin him in place. He found himself unable to raise his arm to counter with any gentle fist techniques, nor could he even move an inch. In a state of panic, Hinata Shina desperately summoned the chakra within him, channeling it from his arms and palms in a futile attempt to withstand the force of Yuya's punch. Buzz. When Hinata Shina's chakra surged forth, it indeed momentarily tempered the shockwave. However, in the next instant, it was ruthlessly shattered. The shockwave was nearly unstoppable, even with all his might. Hinata Shana could not withstand it. Had he not been a member of the Hyuga clan, capable of releasing chakra from his palms and arms to barely resist, Yuya's punch could have easily shattered his bones. With Yuya possessing the ability of the shockwave release bloodline limit, he was practically the Hyuga clan's nemesis. Unable to close the distance, how could he execute the gentle fist? What of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms? Before he could even attempt to launch an attack, he would be obliterated by a single punch. Even if he utilized the heavenly spin, there was no certainty that he could withstand the shockwave punch. He might still be annihilated. Bang! In the next moment, Hinata Shana could no longer endure. He was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air before crashing to the ground. The arena fell into an immediate silence. In that stillness, disbelief adorned the faces of all present, as if they were caught in a surreal dream. How could this be possible? From start to finish, Yuya had only used one punch to utterly defeat the so-called strongest martial artist of the prestigious Hyuga clan. There were no epic battles, no blood-soaked struggles. If it had been an ordinary student who was defeated in such a manner, it might have been acceptable. But this was the strongest martial artist of the esteemed Hyuga clan. To be vanquished by a single blow was nothing short of shocking and extraordinary. As Yuya, who had so effortlessly dispatched Hinata Shana, calmly withdrew his fist, he stood serenely amidst the arena, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. In the next instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief, their voices intertwining in a tumultuous wave of astonishment. The atmosphere was electrifying. Not only the students, but even some chunin and jonin could not help but wear expressions of astonishment. Yuya's single punch had undeniably elevated the intensity of the battle to its zenith. Even the proctor announced Yuya's victory with a hint of shock. How extraordinarily powerful. It is truly inconceivable. A child of the Hyuga clan was unable to withstand a single blow. The more composed jonin and elite jonin finally regained their senses, exchanging incredulous glances with one another. At the highest point, even the most unflappable Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had their gazes flicker momentarily. The bloodline limit of Earth release was indeed intriguing, evidently possessing a remarkable counter to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. Danzo observed thoughtfully, remarking, "It seems to restrain not only the gentle fist, but all forms of taijutsu. A bloodline limit that requires no hand seals is truly impressive." At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's focus began to genuinely shift towards Yuya, whose display of talent moved him profoundly. On the other side, Jiraiya remained perched on the railing, though his expression was somewhat stiff and awkward. Yuya's decisive blow that felled the illustrious Hinata Shana left him momentarily speechless. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only mumble. Even Minato could easily secure a victory. Behind him, Orochimaru continued to lean against the wall, his eyelids fluttering slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Tsunade, elegantly leaning against the railing, allowed her beautiful eyes to flicker with a hint of intrigue. The astonishing punch Yuya had just delivered resonated deeply within her, for it bore a striking resemblance to her own style. Her signature technique relied on brute strength, using raw, forceful punches to shatter all enemy assaults. "Yuya, you say?" Tsunade found herself softly murmuring, her eyes reflecting admiration as she remarked, "Such a method truly appeals to my tastes." In the arena, the clamor persisted for an extended duration, with myriad incredulous and astonished gazes lingering upon Yuya. In the face of these stares, Yuya maintained an unwavering calm as he descended from the stage. Below, the other victors, including Namikaze's Minato, regarded him with expressions of shock. They pondered how they would fare had they faced Yuya's punch. Undoubtedly, should they have mishandled the encounter, they would not fare much better than Hinata Shana. He was undeniably a perilous adversary. The glances directed toward him were tinged with a sense of caution. Even Namikaze's Minato felt a sense of astonishment, unable to resist approaching Yuya and stating, "Yuya, you are truly formidable now. You have placed a significant burden upon me." His words conveyed a gravity, as Minato had begun to regard Yuya as a genuine rival deserving of earnest consideration. Upon hearing Minato's words, Yuya merely smiled faintly. Is it merely pressure? If Namikaze Minato were aware that he had only exerted less than half of his strength in that recent blow, one can only imagine the expression that would grace his face. Even without unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates, he was capable of propelling the Chunin Uchiha Han with a single punch. Once the first gate was activated, even the Hyuga clan, who could channel chakra through their bodies to counteract the shockwaves, would find it impossible to withstand a strike from Yuya. Had Yuya unleashed his full power in that moment, he could have effortlessly obliterated Hinata Shana with a single blow. However, recognizing the lack of necessity for such force, Yuya restrained a portion of his strength and merely sent Hinata Shana flying. Similarly, in the previous matches, during his rapid victories, the force Yuya employed was scarcely one-third of his capacity. It was somewhat vexing for Yuya to temper his strength for fear that his opponent might not endure the shockwaves. Following the conclusion of the battle between Yuya and Hinata Shana, the proctor announced the participants for the second round, among whom was Namikaze Minato. Upon entering the arena, although Minato did not exhibit the same overwhelming brutality as Yuya to achieve a one-punch victory, he nonetheless concluded his combat with remarkable efficiency. Utilizing a simple body replacement technique coupled with a C-rank wind release ninjutsu, he too secured victory with ease. Minato's adept use of ninjutsu elicited a measure of admiration from Yuya. Furthermore, Minato's chakra reserves appeared unaffected after casting a C-rank technique, indicating that he possessed far more than mere Genin-level chakra. Even if he had not yet reached Chunin status, he was certainly on the cusp. While he may not have matched the prodigious Hatake Kakashi, who became a Chunin at the tender age of 6, he was undoubtedly a standout among his peers. In the subsequent matches, the oil-wielding clan's ninjas effortlessly triumphed using their insects, followed by a young genius from the Senju clan who dispatched his opponent with ease. Swiftly, the 5 duels among the 10 victors came to a close. The battles in the main arena differed significantly from those in the sub-arena. The sub-arena contests not only tested combat prowess, but also endurance and strategic decision-making, necessitating a 4-match winning streak to be deemed victorious. Maintaining stamina and strength to achieve 4 consecutive victories is no trivial feat. Conversely, the main arena served as a pure contest of talent and strength, allowing for extended periods of rest following each bout to restore participants to their peak condition. In the event of injury, Tsunade, the finest medical ninja of Konoha, was present to facilitate swift recovery, even in cases of broken bones. Once the initial round of battles concluded, the 5 defeated, Hinata Shana and others, retreated to recuperate, their fights transitioning back to the sub-arena. Only the victors remained in the main arena, after allowing everyone a respite of approximately 2 hours for lunch and recovery. Even some participants from the sub-arena had completed all their matches by the time the second round commenced once more. Fortuitously, with 5 participants, one was left without an opponent, and Yuya happened to be the one to receive a bye. The 4 contenders remaining in the arena were Namikaze Minato, Oil Ninja Shiwi, Kazama Hirabayashi, and Senju Senro. At this juncture, the Senju clan had not yet descended into the tragic state that would later define their fate, with only one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade, remaining. Among her contemporaries, several members of the Senju clan still thrived, including the familiar figure of Senju Rope Tree, Tsunade's younger brother, who was also a classmate of Yuya, albeit significantly less accomplished than Yuya, who had yet to attain the power of the Senjutsu bloodline limit. The confrontation between Minato Namikaze and Senju Sora was far from straightforward. However, Minato adeptly leveraged his shadow clone and substitution techniques to gain the upper hand, ultimately securing victory with a deft shuriken shadow clone technique. It seemed as though the entire battle was orchestrated under the complete control of Minato. Throughout the encounter, he maintained an air of serene composure, as if he had foreseen every move and understood precisely how to navigate the fight to triumph. This mastery elicited admiration from Sarutobi Hiruzen, who observed from above. At such a tender age, Minato's intellect and combat prowess were already remarkable, suggesting an almost unfathomable potential for future growth. Jiraiya, too, found himself increasingly impressed by Minato, eagerly anticipating the day he would graduate from the Ninja Academy, ready to take him on as a disciple. In that moment, Danzo, who had been scrutinizing Minato, took a sip of tea and calmly interjected, "This child's maturity of mind makes him suitable for the Umbu. I believe he should be entrusted to my foundation for further development." This assertion nearly provoked Jiraiya into an outburst. Sarutobi frowned and admonished, "Jiraiya, step back." Turning his attention back to Danzo, he continued, "A child like Minato possesses the potential to become Hokage. He cannot merely be molded into an assassin." These words caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. The term Hokage undoubtedly referred to the highest position in the village, a status Danzo coveted intensely. This statement momentarily disrupted Danzo's composure. Slamming his teacup onto the table, He retorted darkly, humph. What of Orochimaru, Sarutobi? Until Minato matures, Orochimaru undoubtedly holds greater claim as a successor to Hokage. Orochimaru, overhearing Danzo's remark, regarded the exchange with an impassive expression, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Orochimaru is also a candidate for Hokage, yet I am not old enough for such decisions to be made prematurely, Sarutobi stated nonchalantly. Though his tone carried an undercurrent of warning. He was the Hokage, firmly in the prime of his life. Danzo, whatever your intentions, keep them in check. This was the true sentiment Sarutobi wished to convey. Danzo, perceptive to the underlying message, wore an increasingly grim expression but ultimately could only huff in response. Choosing to remain silent, Minato emerged victorious over Senju Sora, while Aburame Shibi triumphed over Kazama Hiraha. Yuya cast a curious glance at Aburame Shibi, recalling that he was, if memory served, the father of Aburame Shino, one of the renowned Konoha 12 from the original narrative. The future head of the Oilwoman clan? Upon reflection, it indeed seems that the time is drawing near. Undoubtedly, the top 3 contenders will emerge from the trio of Namikaze Minato, Yuya, and the like. With approximately 2 hours of intermission, the battles across the 4 arenas have concluded, given the brief 10-minute respite. Most of the students, having exhausted their energies, departed the scene. However, some with remaining vitality ventured with curiosity towards the main arena, where spectatorship was permitted. It came as no surprise to Yuya when Kushina, having completed her own examination, rushed over. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, her physical constitution was remarkably resilient, even without having become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. She could withstand such prolonged combat and would soon recuperate. Moreover, even if Kushina were to succumb to fatigue, her heart would be restless if she did not witness Yuya's battle in the main arena, having secured a place among the top 3. How splendid! Noticing that only Yuya, Namikaze Minato, and Oil Woman Shimi remained in the main arena, Kushina's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Without regard for the astonished gazes surrounding her, she leaped into Yuya's arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The delicate fragrance of a young girl wafted into Yuya's senses, stirring a gentle ripple within his heart. After executing her impulsive act, Kushina suddenly became aware of her surroundings. Despite her usually bold demeanor, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. This was, after all, in the midst of a crowd. Upon noticing the myriad of peculiar eyes upon her, Kushina first felt a rush of shyness, which quickly transformed into indignation. And she clenched her fists, declaring, "If you keep staring, I'll poke your eyes out." The onlookers fell silent, most of them still wary of Kushina, hastily turning away with expressions of feigned ignorance. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others could barely suppress their amusement at the scene unfolding before them. Very few knew that Kushina was to become the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Even Jiraiya and his companions remained oblivious. As a figure operating behind the scenes, Danzo was aware of this development. Observing the scene, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is that Yuya getting too close to Kushina?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered momentarily before shaking his head. Let the children sort out their own affairs. But what if enough? As long as it is within Konoha, can anything truly go awry? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone brooked no dissent. Humph. Then make your own decisions, Danzo replied with a cold snort, falling into a sullen silence. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a calm exterior, an unusual thought lingered in his mind. He mused that with Yuya's exceptional capabilities, he could very well serve as a guardian for Kushina, the Jinchuriki. Although Yuya hailed from a foreign village, he had grown up in Konoha, and that village, as Sarutobi Hiruzen had learned, had been utterly annihilated by Sunagakure. Thus, there were no issues regarding his identity. At present, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the matter of Yuya's fateful duel with Uchiha Han, a situation that proved to be rather challenging to navigate. According to the rules, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, should not intervene in a life-and-death duel agreed upon by both parties. However, oftentimes, rules are nothing more than mere scraps of paper. Were he to exert forceful pressure on the Uchiha clan, he could indeed prevent the duel from taking place. Pondering this, Sarutobi maintained a calm demeanor while observing the proceedings below. After yet another draw, it was revealed that Minato Namikaze would have a bye. The next match was between Yuru and Shimi Yunin. To everyone's astonishment, as soon as Shimi Yunin stepped onto the stage, she opted to forfeit without waiting for the match to commence. This unexpected decision sparked a wave of confusion and disbelief among the spectators. Yuyuru was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that even someone as formidable as Shimi Yunin, who had secured a spot in the top 3, would concede so readily. Your shockwave ability inflicts significant damage on my insects, Shimi explained, adjusting her sunglasses as she calmly regarded Yuyuru. I have calculated that no matter the strategy one employ, victory against you is improbable. Your power is overwhelmingly counteractive to my techniques. If I am not mistaken, your punches and kicks are imbued with that same shockwave force, rendering my insects unable to approach you. Her composed explanation left the audience in a state of revelation. Most of the students comprehended her reasoning, staring in shock at Yuyuru, astounded by his strength that could compel someone like Shimi Yunin to forfeit. Meanwhile, the observing Jounin displayed expressions of appreciation towards Shimi Yunin. Her astute judgment of the battle's dynamics before it even commenced was commendable. Indeed, Yuyuru's bloodline limit was particularly effective against insects and taijutsu moves that required close proximity to unleash their power. Had Shimi faced Minato Namikaze, a captivating battle might have ensued. The Jounin exchanged their evaluations. Some admired Shimi's sense of timing, while others criticized her lack of fighting spirit, suggesting that even in the face of inevitable defeat, one should engage valiantly. Thus, opinions were divided. At that moment, only Yuyuru and Minato Namikaze remained in the arena, with the distinction of first and second place resting solely between them. Kushina had not anticipated Yuyuru's advancement to this stage. She had merely wished for him to reach the top 3. Yet, now, the prospect of him contending for first place seemed tangible. She found herself cheering him on, despite her doubts about his ability to overcome Minato Namikaze. Nonetheless, she harbored hope that Yuyuru could seize the title, gain recognition in Konoha, and earn the moniker of genius. As the previous match had concluded without a contest, there was no need for a break. The next match could commence immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the arena, lifting his teacup for a sip, his eyes betraying a hint of anticipation. He yearned to witness an exceptional battle and was eager to gauge Minato Namikaze's true prowess. It could be said that in prior encounters, while Minato had showcased considerable skill, he had not sustained even a single scratch. Throughout, he had navigated each battle with remarkable ease. At last, the time has come for the final contest, and it is certain that Minato Namikaze shall emerge victorious. Jiraiya, once again devoid of decorum, leaped onto the railing, flailing his arms with exuberance, as if Minato were already his apprentice. However, that is not a certainty, as Tsunade, leaning against the railing, elegantly interjected a half-sentence, which was immediately followed by an unmistakable tone of authority. Jiraiya, you better get down right now. In the presence of numerous students and elite shinobi, Jiraiya squatting atop the railing was a source of embarrassment even for Tsunade, who felt a tinge of discomfort. Sensing her ire, Jiraiya sheepishly jumped down, yet he still muttered, regardless, that kid's Kekkei Genkai, no matter how formidable, is something Minato can easily handle. Tsunade responded with an unimpressed snort, retorting, is that so? To which Jiraiya replied, of course, that kid just knows how to swing his fists. However, in the next moment, a chill suddenly permeated the air, causing Jiraiya's hair to stand on end. Tsunade, with a cheerful smile, raised her delicate hand, casually flexing it, producing a terrifying cracking sound. Indeed, just swinging fists. But Jiraiya, would you like to experience the power of a fist? A cold sweat instantly appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. He couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly and said, ahem, let us talk it out. In any case, you support Yuya, while I support Minato. Let us just wait for them to determine the victor. Humph. Tsunade snorted, retracting her fist and choosing to ignore Jiraiya. The battle of geniuses is bound to yield a conclusion. Let us simply await the outcome. Orochimaru chuckled, his eyes revealing a glimmer of keen interest. On one side stood Minato, whose innate talent seemed to surpass his own, while on the other was Yuya, who had awakened a unique Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru was deeply intrigued by both contenders. The final match, Minato Namikaze versus Yuya. The chief examiner waved his hand, announcing the last contest. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch. As the audience's collective anticipation peaked, Minato stepped onto the field and approached Yuya. He smiled at Yuya and said, I didn't expect my final opponent to be you, but I'm quite pleased to have the chance to spar with you. Minato's demeanor and actions prompted Kushina, who was watching, to roll her eyes. Arriving at the same conclusion as Yuya, what a soft man. Although he possessed immense talent and looked handsome and dashing, there was an undeniable air of fragility about him. I am honored as well, Yuya replied with a slight smile, nodding toward Minato. Minato chuckled heartily, saying, to say honored is somewhat excessive. Unbeknownst to him, Yuya's notion of honor referred to the future Minato, the Golden Flash, the fourth Hokage. For Yuya, the opportunity to engage in combat with the future fourth Hokage was indeed exhilarating. Moreover, Minato's strength made him a formidable opponent. Thus, Yuya was fully focused and resolutely serious. The final match begins. In the next moment, with a sudden wave of his hand, the examiner initiated the fierce contest to determine who among the ninja school students would be crowned the greatest prodigy. At the very instant the battle commenced, Yuya displayed no intention of holding back. He unleashed his full speed, charging directly towards Minato Namikaze with a powerful punch aimed at him. Underestimating a genius like Minato was tantamount to courting disaster. It was not out of a desire to eliminate him instantly, but rather a demonstration akin to a lion hunting a rabbit. Yuya approached the encounter with unwavering commitment. The moment Yuya accelerated, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. This marked the first occasion since the commencement of the practical ranking assessments that Yuya had revealed his speed. Until then, he had relied solely on his overwhelming strength to dominate all his opponents. At that moment, for the students of the ninja school, Yuya's speed seemed utterly boundless. In their eyes, his figure appeared almost as a blur, nearly impossible to discern. What remarkable velocity! Was he not also immensely powerful? The students were not alone in their astonishment. Even the elite jonin exhibited expressions of sheer disbelief. Such speed was nearly on par with that of a chunin. Yuya was unencumbered by any weight. His current speed was comparable to that of a weightless Rock Lee. Especially since Yuya had unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates of chakra. The surge of power and velocity resulting from the heart's fervor was not to be underestimated. Incredibly swift. A flicker of astonishment appeared in Minato's eyes as he faced the oncoming Yuya. He swiftly began forming hand seals. Just as Yuya's fist loomed over him, Minato had completed his seals. With a resounding explosion, Minato's body was shattered into fragments, only to instantaneously transform into a wooden log. Body replacement technique. Yuya was unfazed by this and did not even glance back. With a sudden clench of his other fist, he struck behind him. Crack! The air shattered like glass, sending delicate fissures radiating outward. Behind Yuya, a barrage of shuriken thrown by Minato was abruptly suspended in midair. With a resonant hum, all the shuriken were shattered apart, completely incapable of withstanding Yuya's shockwave. Indeed, a formidable adversary. Observing this scene, Minato, who had reappeared behind Yuya, wore an expression of profound seriousness. His reflexes surpassed those of any other, even causing the fourth breakage in the original narrative to concede. Thus, he could respond to Yuya's speed. However, even with such reflexes, Minato found himself at a loss. If it were merely strength, he had countless strategies at his disposal, but with speed to match, the situation became exceedingly troublesome. The most vexing opponents were those who presented challenges unlike any other. That punch could not be met head-on, otherwise he would surely be obliterated in an instant. Murmuring to himself, Minato retrieved another shuriken from his pouch. Yuya turned around, calmly gazing at Minato, regardless of the tactics Minato employed. Should Yuya close the distance and land a single blow, it would undoubtedly result in an immediate victory. Even the Chunin find it exceedingly difficult to withstand the tremors unleashed by Yuya. Although the current Minato Namikaze is undeniably powerful, he still falls short of the Chunin's prowess. In an instant, Minato hurled a shuriken towards Yuya, simultaneously forming hand seals with both hands. As the shuriken soared through the air, it suddenly flickered, transforming into 2 afterimages. Subsequently, it doubled to 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming barrage of shurikens filled the sky, cascading down upon Yuya. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. This was the shadow shuriken technique. Self-taught? Such innate talent is truly terrifying. Both the students and the jonin present displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. However, in the face of this deluge of shurikens, Yuya remained expressionless, merely tightening his fist and delivering a single, forceful punch. No matter how many ninjutsu you wield, or how many shurikens you throw, I shall shatter them all with a single blow. Boom. In an instant, the tremor's power erupted violently, freezing the rain of shurikens in midair, before shattering them one by one, causing them to vanish. The scene was utterly breathtaking, inconceivable for mere children yet to graduate from the ninja academy to execute such techniques. But this was not the end. Amidst the storm of shurikens, several suddenly exhibited a remarkable transformation. Pucci, those shurikens bore explosive tags. Is this your ploy? Yuya's expression remained calm, not even retracting his fist, continuing the motion of striking the air. No matter how many techniques or variations you employ, I need only one punch to obliterate everything. Virum. The tremor's force surged forth, enveloping the entire area ahead. Delicate fissures spread through the air, as if shattering the very fabric of space into fragmented ice. Boom. The explosive tags detonated with a sudden blast, yet were forcibly stifled by the tremor's power. Unable to advance further. However, this resulted in a cloud of smoke and dust, momentarily obscuring visibility. Just as the smoke and the rain of shurikens began to dissipate, a fierce wind suddenly howled, sweeping everything away. Wind release. Great breakthrough. This wind technique was executed by Minato at the opportune moment while Yuya was preoccupied with the shurikens and explosive tags, seizing the perfect opportunity. By the time it was noticed, it was almost upon Yuya. There was no time to evade. Furthermore, this was a C-rank ninjutsu. The series of attacks left the onlookers dazzled and in awe. Though it appeared simplistic for someone of Minato's age to transition from the shadow shuriken technique to the explosive tags, and finally to the wind release ninjutsu, was a remarkable feat. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not help but express admiration, feeling compelled to applaud. Minato should emerge victorious. He had seized the timing of this move flawlessly, leaving no room for evasion. To face a C-rank ninjutsu head-on was simply impossible. Even if one could withstand it, injuries were inevitable, and the subsequent battle would offer little chance of recovery. The Jonin discussed among themselves, each offering their thoughts. Within the arena, Namikaze Minato maintained his hand-sealing posture, yet his expression remained utterly serious, reflecting an unwavering focus. As he observed the fierce whirlwind approaching, an unusual glimmer appeared in Yuya's eyes. It must be noted that Minato had perfectly timed his attack, striking just as Yuya's wave of Jindongli had reached its peak, leaving him in an unavoidable state. With his fist already launched forward, his entire body was propelled in that direction, rendering any immediate evasive maneuvers exceedingly difficult. Had it been anyone else, they would have undoubtedly succumbed, unable to evade or even form hand seals. But alas, the individual he faced was me. In Yuya's mind, myriad thoughts flashed like lightning. Confronted with the oncoming C-rank ninjutsu, there was no hint of panic. Instead, he exuded an unparalleled calmness. If evasion was not an option, why bother attempting it? What of C-rank ninjutsu? If a single strike could not resolve the onslaught, then two would suffice. In the next moment, Yuya's right fist remained poised in its trajectory, while his left fist suddenly clenched tightly. A low hum resonated as a dim white light emerged. With a commanding shout from Yuya, that subdued white glow intensified brilliantly. In the following instant, Yuya's left fist, infused with overwhelming Jindongli, surged forth with tremendous force. A single punch reverberated throughout the arena, as the white shockwave erupted violently. Yuya's fist crashed directly into the swirling vortex of the wind release, great breakthrough, resulting in an explosive clash. Crack! The Jindongli radiated outward, enveloping the entire front. This was a direct confrontation between Jindongli and the C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. A thunderous roar resonated as the C-rank ninjutsu was utterly shattered by Yuya's punch. Previously, Yuya had been incapable of directly fracturing the C-rank ninjutsu, great fireball, but now, he could decisively obliterate C-rank ninjutsu with sheer force. In an instant, the audience was left in awe. How could a C-rank ninjutsu be so brazenly shattered? Yuya's bloodline limit was astoundingly potent. The ability to directly dismantle a C-rank ninjutsu indicated that his strength had transcended the dimensions of his peers. Countless spectators gasped in disbelief, their faces reflecting incredulity. Even the seasoned Jonin were taken aback, unable to fathom the extent of Yuya's genius, capable of disintegrating C-rank ninjutsu with a mere punch. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato, who had previously believed the outcome was all but settled, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath, his expression revealing a trace of astonishment. How could he be so formidable? At that moment, Minato's heart sank, his demeanor turning gravely serious. The path to victory over Yuya was far more complex than he had initially envisioned. It was entirely possible that he could face defeat in the ensuing confrontation. On the other side, having shattered the wind release, great breakthrough, Yuya slightly adjusted his wrist, stretching his arm anew. That previous punch had been delivered with all his might. The explosive force of his Jindong lead had imposed a slight burden upon him. At that moment, it appeared that a mere 8/10 of his strength could shatter a C-rank ninjutsu. Yuya murmured to himself, having nearly assessed the extent of his full-power shockwave. A hint of satisfaction crept across his features as his gaze once again fell upon the figure of Minato Namikaze. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yuya flickered and charged towards Minato once more. Seeing Yuya rush at him, Minato instinctively retreated without a moment's hesitation. Faced with the prospect of a single punch obliterating C-rank ninjutsu, he had no desire to engage in close combat. It was sheer folly. The ability to destroy C-rank ninjutsu with a single blow equated to the capability of unleashing techniques of comparable might without the need for hand signs. Engaging in close quarters was tantamount to courting death. However, even as Minato retreated swiftly, he was still a step slower than Yuya. Despite his astonishingly quick reflexes, he was unable to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique at that moment, rendering his physical speed inferior to Yuya's. After a few flickers, Yuya caught up to him and unleashed a thunderous punch. In a critical moment, Minato's hand sign sparked awe as he executed a near-instantaneous body replacement technique, narrowly evading Yuya's fist. Crack! The wooden stump of the body replacement technique shattered into countless fragments under Yuya's forceful strike, while Minato appeared at a distance. Beads of sweat on his brow, gasping for breath. The infuriating body replacement technique had nearly run its course. Retracting his fist and turning to face the evasive Minato, Yuya spoke calmly. It was evident that in terms of stamina, Minato could not compete with Yuya, who had unlocked the first gate of the 8 gates. Continuing this pursuit would inevitably lead to defeat. Indeed, it was nearly time to conclude this. Minato took a deep breath, his gaze flickering, revealing a glimmer of confidence, perhaps even a vision of victory. In the next moment, Minato swiftly formed hand signs once more. Another C-rank ninjutsu. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. The release of this technique drew countless puzzled gazes, even causing Yuya to momentarily pause, perplexed by Minato's intentions. His fist could directly shatter C-rank ninjutsu. Casting such a technique seemed a mere waste of chakra. As Yuya pondered, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, glancing over his shoulder. Behind him, another Minato had inexplicably appeared. A shadow clone technique. Witnessing this scene, everyone displayed expressions of uncertainty. Though they were unaware of when Minato had employed the shadow clone technique, they wondered what effect it could possibly have. Clones only possessed the ability to distract foes, lacking any offensive power. However, this clone technique seemed remarkably perfect. No, that was incorrect. This was not a mere clone technique. The puzzled expressions of the onlookers froze in shock. In the shadows behind Yuya, the figure resembling a clone of Minato Namikaze was also forming hand seals, unleashing a jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough. The air roared as wind and fire surged forth, with 2 C-rank jutsus converging upon Yuya, creating an inescapable stranglehold. At that moment, astonishment washed over the faces of all present. Although 2 C-rank techniques might seem inconsequential, what truly astonished the Jonin was the fact that this clone could execute ninjutsu. Ordinary clones are mere illusions, lacking a physical form and the ability to attack. However, the clone used by Minato was capable of performing ninjutsu. Clearly, it was a solid manifestation, a more advanced B-rank technique, the shadow clone technique. How did he acquire such a skill? Was it through self-study? When did he manage to create a shadow clone without anyone noticing? The Chunin instructors could not help but gasp in disbelief. Such advanced techniques were not taught in the Ninja Academy. Minato Namikaze had, astonishingly, self-taught the shadow clone technique. What extraordinary talent! Faced with this sudden onslaught from both sides, Yuya found himself seemingly trapped, caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Kushina Uzumaki watched intently, her small fists clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, oblivious to her own tension. A flicker of unwillingness danced in her beautiful eyes. Was Minato truly too formidable for Yuya to overcome? Even the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, displayed an expression of admiration and awe. Other Jonin echoed their praise for Minato's combat intuition, concluding that the outcome was nearly decided. In the arena, Yuya stood resolutely, confronted by the C-rank fire release technique. Phoenix fire technique, from the front, and the C-rank wind release, great breakthrough, from behind. The confined space of the practical assessment left little room for evasion. The chief examiner was already preparing to declare the end. Yet, at that moment, as Yuya stood at the center, caught between the two C-rank techniques, he suddenly took a half-step back. This retreat appeared futile, reminiscent of a panicked attempt to evade, as if he were uncertain of how to respond. However, his next move left everyone in a state of astonished silence. With a slight turn of his body, Yuya faced the wind and fire jutsus on either side. Performing a simple yet profound action, he lowered his stance slightly, intertwining his arms across his abdomen and clenching his fists tightly. Could it be? No, it was impossible. The instant this motion occurred, a vision flashed in the minds of all present, prompting a collective gasp of disbelief. Yet, in the next moment, all sounds ceased abruptly. Expressions shifted from shock and incredulity to sheer astonishment and awe. Boom! The winds and flames howled forth, encasing the slight figure of Yuya in their midst. Yet, in the next instant, Yuya's arms suddenly spread wide, forcefully striking the air on either side. Crack! In a heartbeat, a white halo erupted violently in the atmosphere. The space beside Yuya shattered as if it were a spider's web, fracturing inch by inch. The terrifying shockwave surged forth uncontrollably, colliding with the two techniques of fire and wind. The furious winds and raging flames were mere breaths away, yet before the shattering force that resembled a fractured mirror, they appeared as an insurmountable chasm. Despite the howling winds and the roaring inferno, they could not advance a single step beneath the might of Yuya's fists. It was as though he were effortlessly dismantling a fragile structure. In the next moment, the techniques of wind and fire were utterly obliterated. The arena fell into silence. Yet, in everyone's minds, it felt as if thunder had rolled, reverberating with astonishment. Only when the traces of shattered air vanished did tranquility return, and the crowd erupted in fervor. Is this even possible? To wield such power with both fists, simultaneously attacking two directions. Such a bloodline limit, such an expansive range of attack, was utterly devoid of flaws. In this moment, even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. The force exhibited by Yuya through the shock-release bloodline limit left him profoundly shaken, nearly flawless. If this bloodline limit were to evolve further, what might ensue? Hiruzen found it difficult to fathom. At that moment, even Danzo, who stood nearby, could no longer remain composed. His gaze shimmered with intensity as he spoke in a grave tone. Hiruzen, that child is from another village. I can train him to a level of absolute trust. Absolutely not. Hiruzen Sarutobi firmly rejected without hesitation. Danzo's demeanor faltered, anger flashing across his face. Even he, with his usual composure, struggled to maintain restraint. You refuse to give me Minato, and now you deny me Yuya as well. What exactly do you intend to do, Hiruzen? You will not have these two children. Hiruzen's expression remained cold, his tone resolute. You. Very well. You are the Hokage, and you make the decisions. Danzo suddenly stood, casting a fiery glance at Hiruzen before turning to exit without regard for the outcome unfolding in the arena. Hiruzen coldly watched Danzo leave. Was he blind to Danzo's ulterior motives? The root, though ostensibly an organization for training the Umbu, had effectively transformed into Danzo's private force, nearly severed from the Umbu entirely. Children like Minato and Yuya, once they matured, were almost unfathomable in potential. Falling into Danzo's hands would be akin to giving a tiger wings. Hiruzen would never yield on such matters, for he was the Hokage. At this moment, in the arena, Minato stood somewhat dazed. His shadow clone had already dissipated. Having exhausted its chakra, the shadow clone technique evenly distributes chakra, and at this moment, its original form also finds itself at the brink of exhaustion, nearly devoid of chakra. Even before Yuya slightly turned, preparing to unleash a dual-side strike with his fists, Minato Namikaze felt a sudden jolt of alarm within his heart, silently cursing the impending disaster. Yet, at that time, he was utterly powerless, left to watch helplessly as Yuya's dual-side strike shattered both of his meticulously planned C-rank ninjutsu techniques. He had harbored a faint hope that Yuya's strikes would be directed towards two separate targets, thereby diminishing their power and allowing his C-rank ninjutsu to withstand the assault. However, the reality was that even the dual-side strike retained its full might, effortlessly obliterating his C-rank techniques. How remarkably flawless was that bloodline limit? A bitter expression crossed Minato's face. Even in the face of a Chunin, he would never have been bested so thoroughly. It was not that Yuya was intrinsically superior to a chunin, but rather that his strength at this level was utterly incomprehensible. Should Yuya be capable of shattering B-rank techniques? Even chunin and elite chunin utilizing A-rank techniques would find themselves overwhelmed. If he could dismantle A-rank ninjutsu, even jonin and elite jonin would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over Yuya. Bloodline limits typically provide enhancements that rarely enable one to challenge opponents of a higher tier. Nonetheless, they often yield remarkable results among equals. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan are formidable precisely because possessing either grants them elite status among their peers. Yuya's bloodline limit, which allows for the direct and overwhelming destruction of any ninjutsu, appears to be even more potent and ruthless than the Sharingan or Byakugan. At the low-ranking ninja level, where physical techniques and ninjutsu prove ineffective, defeating Yuya becomes virtually impossible. You have won, Minato spoke with a hint of bitterness. Refraining from launching another attack, instead conceding defeat. His stamina and chakra were nearly depleted. The outcome was undeniably decided. He cast a deep glance at Yuya, feeling a twinge of reluctance, for he was a person who valued strength. Yuya, it has been a pleasure to battle with you, and I will continue to challenge you in the future. You are always welcome. Yuya nodded gently in response. With Minato's declaration of defeat, the final match of the practical ranking assessment came to a close. The chief examiner took a deep breath and abruptly raised his hand to announce, "The victor is Yuya." The crowd erupted once more into a frenzy. Yuya emerged as the champion of the practical ranking assessment, surpassing Minato Namikaze and establishing himself as the new prodigy of the Ninja Academy. Countless students were astonished that Yuya had reached such heights, considering that only months prior, he had been struggling to even perform basic ninjutsu. The awakening of his bloodline limit had brought about such a stunning transformation. At this moment, nearly everyone would remember the name of this bloodline limit, shock release. Some seemed to foresee that this technique, named shock release, would one day send ripples throughout the entire ninja world. Ignoring the envious and awestruck gazes surrounding him, Yuya lightly leaped onto the platform, approaching Kushina's side. "I have fulfilled my promise to you. First place." Yuya playfully wiggled a finger in front of Kushina, beaming with joy. Kushina remained in a daze, gazing at Yuya. In that previous moment, she had believed Yuya was destined to lose, yet the outcome had turned out to be a remarkable reversal. Yuya emerged victorious, and in fact, triumphed splendidly. Throughout the rigorous practical ranking assessment, not a single thread on Yuya's attire was torn. Even Minato, the fourth Hokage, had left no mark upon him. Kushina bit her lip, and tears of joy welled in her beautiful eyes. She felt elated for Yuya. While others may have overlooked him before, she had always been attentive. She knew how hard Yuya had worked. After school, when no one was around, and even in the dead of night, he diligently engaged in grueling training. To Kushina, what Yuya had achieved was not mere luck, it was what he rightfully deserved. A return on his investment of effort. "Why are you crying?" Seeing Kushina's expression, Yuya couldn't help but smile, gently wiping away the tears at the corner of her eye with his finger. At that moment, Kushina suddenly realized, and a charming blush crept across her cheeks. With a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she puffed out her cheeks and huffed, "Humph. So what if you got first place? There's nothing to be proud of. You still have a long way to go to catch up with me." Yuya nearly burst out laughing at Kushina's remark. Realizing what she had just said, Kushina's face flushed a deeper shade of red, and she found herself surrounded by astonished expressions. Even she could not withstand such a situation, and in the next moment, she fled in haste, disappearing in a flash. Yuya shook his head, a wry smile on his lips, but he couldn't help but chuckle. Minato had actually lost. On the platform, Jiraiya tumbled over the railing, landing ungracefully like a flopping frog, his face contorted in exaggerated surprise. The other Jonin could only twitch their lips in amusement. Tsunade, suppressing the urge to kick Jiraiya away, chose to ignore him and turned her gaze to Yuya, her eyes sparkling with immense admiration. Yuya's techniques resonated perfectly with her tastes. Had Jiraiya opted for Minato, she would have undoubtedly chosen Yuya without hesitation. "Oh, what a splendid battle. A rare clash of geniuses," she chuckled. Orochimaru, sporting a mysterious grin, leaned against the wall, pondering how far they could grow. "Oh, that boy named Yuya seemed to have a significant trouble yet to resolve." With that, Orochimaru turned away, leaving behind a remark that slightly altered Tsunade's expression, her brows knitting together as she glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen beside her. After Danzo's departure, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore a contemplative expression, leaving others unable to fathom his thoughts. In the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, he triumphed over Namikaze Minato, decisively claiming the first place. The prodigious talent of Yuya reverberated throughout Konoha within a single day. The news astonished everyone. No one could have anticipated that the boy they deemed arrogant and audacious, who dared to challenge Uchiha Han, could achieve such a feat. It was precisely because Yuya surpassed Namikaze Minato to secure the top position in the practical ranking assessment that he became renowned as a genius in Konoha. Consequently, many altered their perceptions regarding Yuya's earlier challenge to Uchiha Han. Initially, they viewed Yuya as a brash and arrogant youth who had provoked the Uchiha clan and brought doom upon himself. Now, however, he was seen as a talented young man, youthful and spirited. It is only natural for such a gifted individual to possess a degree of pride. Attitudes shifted considerably. Nevertheless, despite this newfound understanding, the majority still doubted Yuya's ability to vanquish Uchiha Han. The practical ranking assessment, after all, was merely a contest among Genin. Uchiha Han, being a Chunin of the Uchiha clan, possessed strength that surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin, marking him as an elite among them. The chasm between an elite Chunin and a child who had yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy, though not insurmountable, was vast. Having just awakened his bloodline limit, Yuya transformed from the bottom of the class to a prodigy. While this leap was significant, it was still a relatively normal progression. However, to leap once more directly into the realm of Chunin was utterly fantastical. At the Uchiha clan stronghold, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. In a central chamber, Uchiha Han knelt, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Before him stood a figure, back turned, hands clasped behind his back. This figure was Uchiha Keisuke, the clan leader and captain of the Konoha Guard. "You fool." Uchiha Keisuke's voice pierced the air as he turned to face Han, his gaze icy. "Because of a mere child, you have caused such a commotion. Do you comprehend that even Lord Hokage has personally inquired about this matter?" Uchiha Han, trembling slightly in fear and reverence as he knelt, dared not utter a word in response. All he felt was regret and frustration. He had never anticipated that a simple child from a foreign village, Yuya, could create such a stir, thrusting the Uchiha clan into the spotlight. Had he known, he would have sought to eliminate the boy from the outset. Now, however, it was too late. Yuya had become a celebrated genius throughout Konoha, and everyone knew of the discord between him and the Uchiha clan. Should anything happen to Yuya, even if the Uchiha clan were entirely innocent, they would find it impossible to cleanse their name. Yet, there remained one more troubling issue. In less than 3 months, a life-and-death duel awaited between Yuya and Uchiha Han. Although the third Hokage personally intervened in this matter, regarding the dignity of the Uchiha clan, there could be no concessions. Uchiha Kaiuzen gazed coldly at Uchiha Han, his tone imbued with a sternness as he articulated, "Do you understand? At this moment, neither you nor that little brat holds any significance. What truly matters is the honor of the Uchiha clan, which we cannot afford to tarnish. If we were to yield due to the budding talents of a mere child, what respect would remain for the Uchiha clan in Konoha?" His words carried an icy chill, sufficient to freeze the air around them. "I understand," Uchiha Han responded, his voice trembling. Observing this, Uchiha Kaiuzen shook his head and turned away, continuing to stand with his hands clasped behind his back. "You may leave now, in 3 months. I do not wish to witness any unforeseen incidents." "Yes," Uchiha Han replied decisively, his eyes betraying a fierce killing intent. Even if Yuya had secured the first position in the practical ranking assessment at the Ninja Academy, to him, it merely resembled a child's play. To triumph over him was nothing more than a fanciful dream. In a forest, the wind occasionally rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic series of strikes echoed through the air. Yuya stood before a tree stump, thick as a person's embrace, relentlessly pounding his fists upon it. The stump bore a deep indentation, and Yuya's fists continued to hammer into that very hollow. Within the recess, faint traces of blood were visible. Despite his hands being wrapped in bandages, the incessant striking, performed hundreds or thousands of times, inevitably led to injuries. Counting silently in his mind. Upon reaching 1,000, Yuya let out a triumphant roar and unleashed a powerful blow. Crack! This punch inadvertently summoned a shockwave, and the already deeply indented stump shattered under the force. Ugh, I've already destroyed over 10 of these stumps. They are far too fragile. Perhaps it's time to replace them with metal ones? Yuya mused, a hint of exasperation crossing his features as he surveyed the wreckage of yet another stump. Acquiring a metal tool would not come cheaply. However, upon further reflection, a compromise seemed plausible. If metal was unattainable, stones could serve as a substitute. Stones would undoubtedly be more durable than wood, though using stone stumps would likely inflict greater pain. Nevertheless, it was all worth it to cultivate the physical prowess necessary to unlock the second gate. He could always wrap his hands with more bandages. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, a glimmer of determination emerged in Yuya's eyes. At this moment, less than 2 days had elapsed since Yuya had bested Minato Namikaze to claim the top spot in the practical ranking assessment, earning him renown in Konoha. Yuya had spared no time for rest. As soon as the assessment concluded, he dove back into his training. Fame was but an illusion. True strength was the essence. Do not speak of the perilous challenges that lie ahead, nor of the impending Second Shinobi World War, which is fraught with danger, without formidable strength. One is destined to become mere cannon fodder. After a brief respite, Yuya resolved to resume his training, commencing with 1,000 side kicks, followed by a return to push-ups. As he approached a dilapidated wooden post, a shadowy figure adorned with a mask materialized before him. Yuya, Lord Hokage requests your presence. The calm voice of the masked Umbu addressed him. Yuya, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement. He could not possibly deny the summons of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, what surprised him was that the call should have been made long ago. After the practical ranking examination concluded, he should have been summoned then. Yet the summons had been inexplicably delayed until now. During this interval, he even pondered whether Hiruzen had completely forgotten about him, though he soon dismissed that notion. Very well, he replied, following the Umbu into the village. As they departed, the Umbu ninja cast a glance at the battered wooden post, then shifted his gaze to the blood-stained bandages wrapped around Yuya's knuckles, revealing a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He could not help but observe Yuya with greater scrutiny. If Yuya were merely a youth blessed with exceptional talent, the Umbu would not have paid him much mind. Yet, Yuya possessed not only remarkable talent, but also an unparalleled dedication to his training, bordering on the obsessive. Such relentless effort warranted admiration. Exceptional talent is not inherently frightening. However, when coupled with a willingness to endure hardship and strive relentlessly, it becomes truly formidable. With both diligence and talent, if Yuya survives the trials of growth, his future is boundless. In Konoha village, within the Hokage building, Yuya, accompanied by the Umbu, swiftly arrived at their destination, proceeding unimpeded into the Hokage's office. Situated at the pinnacle of the building, this office serves as the hub for managing the myriad affairs of the thousands of ninjas in Konoha and represents the zenith of power and authority within the village. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, sat in contemplation, his brow slightly furrowed as he puffed on his pipe, deep in thought. The Uchiha clan's stance was unexpectedly rigid. However, such a situation could have been easily resolved had it remained undisclosed. Now, with the entire village aware, the Uchiha clan could not afford to lose face. Muttering to himself, Hiruzen took a deep breath, exhaling a plume of smoke, a cold glimmer crossing his features. Even if the Uchiha clan could not afford such disgrace, did they believe they could disregard the opinions of the Hokage at will? Just then, a ninja at the door rapped gently, respectfully reporting to Hiruzen, Lord Hokage, Yuya has arrived. Let him enter. Upon hearing Yuya's name, Hiruzen's expression softened slightly as he set his pipe aside. Upon entering the office of the Hokage, Yuya cast a fleeting glance around before proceeding directly to the desk of Sarutobi Hiruzen, where he bowed gently. Hokage-sama, there is no need for such formalities. Rise. Sarutobi replied with a warm smile, inquiring, how have you fared during your years in Konoha? Fairly well. In truth, Yuya yearned to add, fairly well. Considering I am still alive, yet he restrained himself. Nevertheless, he ultimately remarked, surely, Hokage-sama, you must be well aware of how I have fared. Indeed, Sarutobi nodded slightly, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. He had previously summoned Namikaze Minato, and from their brief exchange, it was evident that Yuya possessed a maturity akin to that of Minato. Despite being merely 8 or 9 years old, he exhibited a capacity for adult-like reasoning. Thus, Sarutobi felt no necessity to converse with Yuya in a condescending manner typical for children. I understand. As you hail from a foreign village, where conflicts frequently arise, particularly in recent years amidst the turmoil engulfing the land. Your village was destroyed in a direct confrontation with Sunagakure, one of the 5 great shinobi nations. At this juncture, Sarutobi scrutinized Yuya, noting his unwavering calm demeanor, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. After a discreet nod of acknowledgement, he continued, coincidentally, our Konoha ninjas, after engaging in battle nearby, rescued the sole survivor from the flames of war and brought you back to our village. Children from foreign villages often face myriad challenges and pressures in Konoha. I am well aware of the injustices you have endured. Sarutobi gazed at Yuya, his expression softening with kindness. Such occurrences shall never transpire again. Listening to Sarutobi's words, Yuya comprehended that this was a simple overture of goodwill from the Hokage. The implication was clear. He need not dwell on the past. From this moment onward, he was a member of Konoha. Thank you for your care, Hokage-sama. Yuya responded softly, allowing a trace of gratitude to surface on his face. Sarutobi chuckled heartily, rising from his chair to approach Yuya. While you may have faced numerous grievances in Konoha, at least here you shall not be subjected to the ravages of war, correct? Indeed, Yuya nodded gently. Compared to the precarious existence faced by those in smaller shinobi villages, where uncertainty loomed daily, even the less favorable conditions within a major shinobi village like Konoha felt reassuring, devoid of the fear of homelessness and displacement. The past was best left behind. Patting Yuya on the shoulder, Sarutobi smiled kindly. Your performance yesterday was commendable. It showcased a truly remarkable battle. Your talent is impressive, and your mental acuity is on par with that of adults. You have already proven yourself to be an outstanding ninja. As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily, altering his tone slightly before continuing. However, possessing great talent also necessitates a period of growth. At present, you remain somewhat immature in various aspects. I hope that in the time to come, you can find stability, continue your training, and accumulate experience. In the future, you will undoubtedly shine with your own brilliance. There was something peculiar in Sarutobi's words, as if he were hinting at something deeper. To Yuru, it was unmistakably a direct admonition that he was still too inexperienced and should focus on his training. Yet, the question lingered. Where could he find an environment conducive to honest training? With less than 3 months remaining until his life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han, he pondered. After a moment's reflection, Yuru surmised Sarutobi's intention and inquired, does the Hokage mean that I should abandon my life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han? A flicker of appreciation briefly sparkled in Sarutobi's eyes as he acknowledged Yuru's quick comprehension. Yes, that is indeed my sentiment. Despite your remarkable talents, there remains a significant disparity between you and Uchiha Han in a confrontation at this time. Just as he was about to elaborate further on the life-and-death duel, Sarutobi's words were abruptly interrupted by another voice. Sarutobi, the life-and-death duel cannot be terminated. This voice was calm, yet carried an air of indifference. At the entrance stood Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, his eyes gleaming with an inscrutable light as he strode steadily forward. Upon seeing Danzo approach, Sarutobi felt a weight settle in his heart, furrowing his brow. Yuru is merely a child. How could such a life-and-death duel hold any validity? Danzo replied with unwavering composure, I am aware of the regulations. Regardless of who the parties are, once a life-and-death duel is requested, it cannot be unilaterally dismissed. Even as Hokage, you cannot infringe upon these rules. Danzo's gaze remained steady upon Sarutobi, yet a mysterious glimmer danced within his eyes. Since Sarutobi was unwilling to relinquish Yuru for his own mentorship, Danzo would not idly watch as Yuru became Sarutobi's right-hand man unless Sarutobi consented to hand him over. Rules are established by men. What if I choose to abolish them? Sarutobi scoffed. As Hokage, having consistently kept Danzo in check within the original narrative, how could he not discern Danzo's ulterior motives? In an instant, he understood that Danzo sought to force his hand, thereby claiming Yuru for himself. I shall not acquiesce. Danzo stood there with an air of indifference and stated, to amend the rules, unanimous consent from the Elder Council is required. I suspect that not only I, but even Hamura and Koharu would not support such a facile alteration of the regulations. Observing this, Sarutobi's expression soured significantly. The life-and-death duel had origins tracing back to the Warring States period. It was once abolished by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, only to be reinstated by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Within a village, Intricate webs of power dynamics invariably arise, particularly among prominent clans. Where there are entanglements, conflicts are sure to follow. In the end, certain irreconcilable contradictions inevitably emerge. Such contradictions cannot lead to an outright conflict within Konoha, yet they cannot simply be suppressed. To force suppression would ultimately devolve into chaos. The philosophy of Senju Tobarama diverges significantly from that of Senju Hashirama. He believes that human hearts must be constrained by rules, and that all conflicts should be resolved in an orderly fashion. Thus, upon succeeding as the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama perpetuated the ancient traditions of the Warring States era, reinstating the rule of life-and-death duels to address the insurmountable internal conflicts. In this world, every elite ninja's hands are stained with blood. Life, at times, can be weighed on a balance. This is reminiscent of the incident involving Hyuga Niji's father, Hyuga Hizashi, whose death was tacitly sanctioned by Konoha's higher-ups as a necessary sacrifice to appease the Hidden Cloud village, ultimately leading to Hizashi's demise in place of Hyuga Hayashi. Although the Hokage wields considerable power, altering such long-standing customs inherited from previous generations requires the consensus of the Elder Council, including figures like Nara Shikaku and Mido Menju, as well as Danzo's agreement. The atmosphere momentarily grew tense. Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo exchanged glances. Despite Hiruzen's fierce demeanor, Danzo maintained a calm and collected superiority. Finally, Hiruzen took a deep breath and addressed Yuya, instructing him to leave. Once Yuya had departed, Hiruzen's expression turned to one of fury as he confronted Danzo. Danzo, are you truly willing to drive that child Yuya to his death for your own selfish desires? Now, Hiruzen, you must choose your words carefully. I merely wish to prevent you from erring as Hokage. As your advisor, it is my obligation to guide you towards sound decisions, Danzo replied, his expression unperturbed. At that moment, Hiruzen felt an overwhelming urge to slam the table and confront Danzo directly, yet he refrained, knowing that providing Danzo leverage against him would not bode well. Danzo had long coveted the title of Hokage. The ninja world was growing increasingly chaotic, with the Second Shinobi World War looming ominously on the horizon. Danzo, I may permit you to pursue other ambitions, but if you seek to undermine the foundation of Konoha, that is simply unacceptable. Yuya is nothing but a child from a foreign village. What right does he have to be considered a cornerstone of Konoha? Danzo let out a cold laugh, showing no trust in a child like Yuya, nor in anyone close to him. Upon hearing Danzo bring up Yuya's background again, Hiruzen's voice faltered. Observing Hiruzen's reaction, Danzo smirked with a hint of derision. Rest assured, Hiruzen, perhaps this prodigious boy Yuya could defeat Uchiha Han directly, which would be a win-win situation, showcasing his talent while simultaneously quelling the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen nearly lost his composure at Danzo's sardonic remarks. Defeating Uchiha Han. What a preposterous notion. Even among Chunin, Uchiha Han was considered elite. Even if Yuya possesses extraordinary talent, it would be nothing short of miraculous for him to triumph over an average Chunin in merely 2 months. The notion of defeating an elite Chunin is utterly preposterous. An elite Chunin epitomizes the pinnacle of ninja proficiency, second only to the Jounin. Prominent clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, upon an individual's promotion to Chunin, ensure that they become elite Chunin, leveraging their Byakugan or Sharingan. While not every Uchiha is endowed with the Sharingan, Sarutobi Hizashi is well aware that Uchiha Han possesses this ocular prowess. This is a documented fact. To reach the elite Chunin standard, one must excel in all aspects at the Chunin level. Furthermore, surpassing this standard in any specific area to attain Jounin-level prowess or mastering a forbidden technique qualifies one as a special Jounin. Subsequently, achieving excellence across all areas at the Jounin level culminates in the rank of a full Jounin. The apex of Jounin mastery results in the elite Jounin status. The path of a ninja is one of meticulous progression. To leap across ranks is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, and Yuya has already accomplished such a feat once due to his bloodline limit. The prospect of achieving a second consecutive leap is nothing short of fanciful. Uchiha Danzo, having departed from the Hokage's office, now ambles through the streets of Konoha, his eyes glimmering with an unusual light. It feels rather peculiar indeed. Danzo, a staunch adherent of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's ideals, who harbors a deep-seated disdain for the Uchiha clan, has resorted to various methods to suppress them. Yet, this time he surprisingly adopts a stance that appears to ally with the Uchiha, in confronting Sarutobi Hisashi. It must be said that this revelation further alters Yuya's perception of the shadowy dynamics within the power structures of Konoha. He seems to occupy a pivotal position. Caught in the midst of it all, however, his presence is ultimately inconsequential. The essence of this situation has morphed into a contest of strength among Sarutobi Hisashi, Danzo, and the Uchiha clan, with Yuya merely a coincidental participant at its center. Each of these three formidable forces represents an insurmountable chasm for Yuya in his current state. Ultimately, it is strength that reigns supreme. Clenching his fist, Yuya murmurs to himself, realizing that to seize control of his destiny, he must fervently augment his power. Inhaling deeply, he gradually calms the tumult of his thoughts. The immediate challenge he must confront is Uchiha Han. Although Yuya's strength has grown considerably, and he possesses the confidence to engage in battle with a Chunin, he is acutely aware that Uchiha Han's prowess is far from ordinary, most likely an elite Chunin. He may even possess the Sharingan. To defeat Uchiha Han, Yuya's current abilities are insufficient. He must unlock the second gate of the 8 gates of might. Without encountering any obstacles along the way, Yuya returns home and resumes his training. He diligently performs push-ups and squats, sweat cascading down his body until he is on the brink of losing consciousness, at which point he finally succumbs to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, Yuya contemplates how best to pursue his training. The wooden post had been damaged by him and required reconstruction. However, even if a new one were to be made, it would not endure for long. Despite his lack of intent to exert his vibrational force, the continuous barrage of punches would inevitably seep through as his arms grew numb, leading to easy deterioration of the post. Crafting a stone one proved to be quite cumbersome. It would be far simpler to seek out a rocky outcrop for training instead. Coincidentally, Yuya believed that during his practice, he should not have to consciously suppress his vibrational energy. Ideally, each strike would inherently incorporate it. The persistent use of this vibrational energy would impose a burden on his body, but paradoxically, this very burden would serve as another form of training. Remaining in a state of constant vibration would provide excellent conditioning for his physique, ensuring that his progress in training would be remarkably effective. Stepping outside, he observed the bustling streets of Konoha and made his way toward the Hokage Rock. He recalled that in the original narrative, the battle between Pain and the Ninetales transformed Naruto had occurred near a hilly area, ascending against the current. It did not take long for Yuya to discover an ideal training ground. On one side lay a forest, while the other was a hilly expanse of rocky terrain, with a clear river flowing nearby. Perfect. This would do. He set aside his provisions and approached a colossal rock face, stretching his limbs before launching a sudden punch. Without exerting excessive force, the vibrational energy still erupted with his strike. A hum resonated as fissures appeared in the air, although aimed at the rock. His punch primarily impacted the atmosphere. The rock face trembled under the force of his blow, yet, as Yuya had not intended to unleash his full destructive capability, only a minuscule crack formed. Excellent, continue. Satisfied, Yuya nodded and retracted his left fist, launching his right once more. His fists alternated rhythmically against the rock, producing a continuous resonance of thunderous sounds. While Yuya's fists could easily be treated as a makeshift post against the air, the absence of a tangible target rendered the effect drastically different. As he relentlessly struck the rock, his body vibrated in tandem, beginning with his skin, then his muscles, and eventually extending to his blood and bones. Every part of him was enveloped in this persistent oscillation. This marked the first instance of Yuya continuously employing his vibrational force, and as his entire being began to resonate, an exhilarating sensation enveloped him, akin to a euphoric lightness. This was the first time he had experienced such comfort during training. Had he known sooner, he would have adopted this method from the beginning, relishing the refreshing and invigorating sensations coursing through him. Yuya internally mused before returning to his focused practice. Punch after punch, his heart throbbed powerfully, blood surged through his body with the vibrations circulating vigorously. His bones and flesh were ensconced in this oscillatory state. This vibration further refined his muscles and bones, yielding results beyond Yuya's expectations. Initially, upon unlocking the first gate of the true 8 gates of Duinjia, the strength of his heart synergized with the chakra of the first gate, creating a reciprocal enhancement that flowed through his bloodstream. Even with mere nightly rest, his physical constitution would continually strengthen. Should he engage further in his training, the results would be nothing short of extraordinary. In terms of physical techniques, a month of his effort would equate to 2 months of another's labor. To his astonishment, it became evident that not only did the first gate of the true 8 gates accelerate his training speed, but the very force of shockwaves could also aid his cultivation. When combined, his physical prowess advanced almost in a leap. What he initially believed would require 3 months to meet the standard for unlocking the second gate of the 8 gates now appeared achievable in merely 2. However, Yuya did not allow himself to succumb to unbridled joy. The true 8 gates of Duanjia, being a process of reverse and perpetual unlocking, necessitated a period of adaptation for each gate opened. Moreover, as more gates were unlocked, the time required for stabilization and the strength of the constitution needed for the subsequent gate increased. The challenges would only intensify, mirroring the trials of the ordinary 8 gates. With a powerful punch, he shattered a section of rock, after which Yuya gasped heavily, retreating abruptly. At that moment, his entire body felt achingly numb, a languid sensation resonating through his bones and flesh, prompting him to collapse onto the ground. Sweat mingled with dirt, transforming his attire into a disheveled mess. Yet, Yuya paid it no mind. He lay there, enveloped in a state of comfort. The shockwave energy coursed through him, providing an exhilarating sense of relief far superior to the arduous task of doing push-ups. As his body gradually recuperated and the numbness faded, Yuya could distinctly feel an enhancement in his strength, a remarkable phenomenon indeed. To perceive such an increase in power was an awe-inspiring progression. It was likely the result of this being his first training session, expelling all impurities from his body, leading to such a substantial boost. Amidst his elation, Yuya swiftly discerned the reason behind this. As expected, during subsequent training sessions, the increments were not as staggering as the first. However, the gains remained significantly amplified. A day swiftly passed, and Yuya returned home, utterly fatigued, collapsing into slumber. The following day, he resumed his training in the mountains, equipped with provisions. Though training in isolation from the village posed dangers, it was unlikely anyone would venture to this secluded area. In truth, the distance was not as great as it seemed. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Yuya's physique began to exhibit visible muscle definition. While he appeared slender overall, he radiated strength, an astonishing feat for a child not yet 9 years of age. Within this brief span, the acceleration of Yuya's physical development was nothing short of astounding. Especially during the initial week, there was an almost meteoric growth, followed by a gradual transition into a period of stagnation. With a resounding boom, a punch was unleashed, causing the air to vibrate and crackle. The mountain rock before Yuya suddenly appeared riddled with countless fissures, and then, with a forceful explosion, a gaping hole was created. At this moment, the power behind my punch should undoubtedly surpass that of C-rank ninjutsu. Even a combination of 2 C-rank ninjutsu, wind and fire release, would be easily shattered by my strike. Observing the destruction wrought by my full-powered punch, Yuya nodded in satisfaction, though a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. This might not quite match the B-rank ninjutsu employed by Uchiha Han on that fateful day. However, once he unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates, shattering B-rank ninjutsu would be well within his grasp. At this juncture, there remained a month until his life-and-death duel with Uchiha Han. Throughout his training, the village had remained eerily tranquil. Or rather, matters concerning him had been enveloped in silence. It was unclear whether Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Danzo were engaging in a covert struggle against Uchiha. No one seemed to interfere with him, as if he had been entirely overlooked. Yet, Yuya understood that this was not mere neglect, but rather a latent contest of strength, a state of tension held in abeyance. Of course, this was only one reason. Another factor contributing to his gradual obscurity was the ominous emergence of the Second Shinobi World War. The entire shinobi world was on the brink, akin to a storm gathering on the horizon. Konoha was attacking the surrounding small villages, leading the Land of Fire in a constant expansion to seize resources. Meanwhile, the Sand Village of the Land of Wind and the Rock Village of the Land of Earth were expanding with even greater fervor, leading to the annihilation of countless small ninja villages. The resources of these small nations were finite, and a clash among the 3 great nations was inevitable. Although it appeared that more time was required for this brewing conflict, all discerning eyes recognized that war was unavoidable. In contrast, the life-and-death duel between Yuya and Uchiha Han seemed somewhat trivial. The Second Shinobi World War. With a soft sigh, Yuya suppressed his thoughts and resumed his training. A few days later, He felt that the time was ripe and resolved to attempt unlocking the second gate of the 8 gates, the Gate of Shock. The first gate of the true 8 gates corresponds to the 8th gate of the ordinary 8 gates, which is the death gate located at the heart. The second gate, however, corresponds to the 7th gate of the ordinary 8 gates, situated just below the abdomen, known as the Gate of Shock. This gate is of paramount importance, nearly rivaling the significance of the first gate at the heart. It serves as a bridge between the upper and lower gates. The Gate of Shock leads upward towards the head, creating a direct line with 5 gates aligned in a seamless pathway. In contrast, the path from the heart's death gate to the Gate of Shock is a diagonal, reverse route, connecting the heart with the body. The Gate of Shock is the second core of the true 8 gates. After fully mobilizing his body and stretching his muscles, Yuya seated himself in a lotus position and began to push against the second gate. In the nearly 2 months of intensive training, Yuya's progress could scarcely be compared to that of others over half a year, or even longer. His physical prowess had grown exponentially since the initiation of the first gate. With the opening of the second gate, he was more than equipped to advance further. In a state of accumulating momentum, he surged forward to confront the second gate of the true 8 gates of Duanjia, achieving immediate success in a single attempt. As chakra surged forth during the first impact, the resultant shockwave reverberated, creating a second wave of force that shattered the shackles of the second gate. With the unlocking of the second gate, known as the shock gate, an intangible flame that seemed to ignite within Yuya's heart rapidly spread along his meridians, reaching the site of the shock gate. In that moment, the position of the shock gate appeared to ignite in a blaze. This flame, in truth, was chakra. At this juncture, a profound connection was established between the chakra in Yuya's heart, corresponding to the first gate, and that located in his lower abdomen, representing the second gate. This was the natural synergy of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Within the shock gate, a second chakra emerged, its weight surpassing that of the chakra in his heart in an instant. However, this chakra quickly balanced itself through the established connection with the heart, leading to a harmonious equilibrium between the 2 core sources of chakra. Consequently, with the existence of these 2 central chakras, Yuya's chakra quantity surged past the threshold of a chunin, rivaling even that of certain elite chunin. This was a remarkable leap in ability. Moreover, the chakra from the heart and that from the shock gate began to form a continuous cycle. Initially, the chakra merely reciprocated between the heart and itself. Now, the 2 core chakras established a dynamic connection, allowing for mutual transfer. During this transfer, some chakra inevitably diffused into his flesh and bones, nourishing and fortifying them. This beneficial cycle resulted in comprehensive enhancement. Had his chakra quantity nearly reached that of an elite chunin? This newfound capacity opened the door to the exploration of various ninjutsu techniques. Feeling the chakra coursing within him, a faint smile graced Yuya's face. Despite having anticipated this rapid increase, the tangible surge of chakra still brought immense joy to his heart. Common techniques, such as fire release or water release, bore little significance for Yuya's training. Indeed, any ninjutsu requiring hand seals held minimal value for someone endowed with shock release, along with formidable physicality and speed. Thus, Yuya resolved to develop techniques that were perfectly suited to his own capabilities, including those that could be directly integrated with shock release. His body had begun its transformation. In addition to the enhancement of chakra, Yuya sensed a swift metamorphosis occurring within himself. Since the true 8 gates of Duanjia entails a permanent activation of the 8 gates within the body, the effects it bestowed differed from the typical explosive release of power associated with the ordinary 8 gates. Instead, it was a gradual evolution. However, once initiated, this process would not be prolonged. After Yuya unlocked the first gate at the heart, he took a few days to fully acclimatize, and he believed that he would not require much longer to master the second gate located just below his abdomen. Indeed, within approximately 3 days, Yuya's body underwent a complete transformation. Following this metamorphosis, his speed was nearly comparable to that of a typical jonin. Only those exceptional in taijutsu among the chunin could rival him. Furthermore, Yuya's shockwave power experienced a remarkable evolution, increasing in potency by nearly 3-fold. He had effectively transcended the chasm between C-rank and B-rank ninjutsu. Now, with a single punch, Yuya could shatter B-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, as his shockwave power ascended to this level, its coverage area saw a significant leap. Previously, Yuya's attack range could extend only up to 2 meters, classifying it as close range. Now, with all his might, the radius of his shockwave power reached between 5 to 10 meters. Within 5 meters, its strength remained uncompromised, capable of obliterating B-rank ninjutsu, while the range extending from 5 to 10 meters could still dismantle C-rank ninjutsu. This enhancement had transformed his attacks from close range to near mid-range, substantially ameliorating Yuya's prior weaknesses in attack distance. C-rank ninjutsu is commonly employed by chunin, while B-rank is typically utilized by standard jonin. A-rank ninjutsu, conversely, belongs to the category of forbidden techniques, with some jonin never having mastered it. After all, merely cultivating chakra nature transformation, in conjunction with B-rank ninjutsu, yields formidable power. Most jonin dedicate their time to enhancing the potency of B-rank ninjutsu rather than grappling with the more challenging A-rank techniques. Thus, Yuya now stood at a position where he could virtually sweep aside chunin. However, there existed another issue that Yuya had deliberately overlooked until now: the presence of genjutsu in this world. Calming his agitated heart, Yuya bowed his head in contemplation. He had previously chosen to ignore this aspect, as typically, lower-ranked ninjas could only dispel simple genjutsu, and casting it was relatively arduous. Yet, at the chunin level, genjutsu became a commonly employed offensive strategy. Presenting the issue of genjutsu before him, Yuya's mind tirelessly searched for relevant information. He speculated that Uchiha Han might possess the Sharingan. Even without it, one could hardly expect a chunin from the Uchiha clan to be incapable of using genjutsu. This was a serious concern. The essence of genjutsu seemed to lie in disrupting the flow of chakra, thereby disorienting the enemy's mental processes and causing sensory confusion. Yuya vaguely recalled that in the original narrative, Jiraiya had advised Naruto on dealing with genjutsu, stating that if ensnared, one should strive to halt the flow of chakra instantaneously. Chakra is fundamentally a product derived from the fusion of energy and spiritual energy extracted from the body's 13 billion cells. As long as the flow of chakra is disrupted, it is possible to influence the enemy's mind, leading to the manifestation of illusions and other phenomena. In essence, the nature of illusion techniques remains intrinsically linked to chakra. By calming the disturbed flow of chakra, one can dispel these illusions. In the original narrative, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, mentioned that he is immune to illusion techniques due to the presence of the Eight Tails within him, creating a dual consciousness that aids in stabilizing the flow of chakra. Upon reflecting on this, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Yuya's eyes. Does this imply that I am inherently immune to illusions? Suddenly, he recalled that in the original story, Guy seemed to have never fallen victim to any illusion techniques. Even when he unleashed the 8 gates to overpower Obito, the latter did not resort to illusions to counter Guy. Given Obito's vast combat experience, if Guy's weakness truly lay in illusions, he would have been incapacitated long ago. It is likely that the real reason is that illusions have little effect on Guy, especially when he activated the 8 gates, during which his chakra surged, and his will became exceedingly resolute. Furthermore, the process of opening the 8 gates inflicts tremendous pain, making it exceedingly difficult for even the most potent illusions to take hold. Moreover, even if illusions could manipulate the chakra within me, they would not affect my seismic powers. A mere tremor, Yuya murmured softly, and as he concentrated, a wave of seismic energy subtly stirred within him, causing his chakra to be directly shaken, halting its flow in an instant. To dispel illusions, he didn't even require hand seals. It seemed that aside from the likes of Tsukuyumi or other grotesque-level illusions, ordinary illusions, whether they aimed to control the senses or bind the mind and body, were entirely ineffective against him, easily dispelled in an instant. With this realization, Yuya's expression transformed to one of ease. It appeared that his long-standing concerns were entirely unfounded. From the very beginning, he was not merely resistant to taijutsu and ninjutsu of the same tier, he was also impervious to illusions. The ability of the seismic bloodline limit allowed him to effortlessly and perfectly counter various illusions with just a simple tremor, freeing his chakra from the enemy's interference and neutralizing mental attacks. Though he felt confident in this conclusion, Yuya, known for his cautious demeanor, decided to seek someone to test this theory. The challenge lay in the fact that he had few acquaintances in Konoha, and Might Guy was certainly not proficient in illusion techniques. Ultimately, with the assistance of Kushina, he found someone willing to help him with the test. After a couple of straightforward attempts, the tester stared at him in sheer disbelief, utterly astonished. Typically, One must perform hand seals or halt the flow of their chakra to break free from illusions. Yet Yuya, without even needing to form seals, appeared to be immune altogether. This left the ninja utterly confounded, filled with awe, as he regarded Yuya as if he were a creature of legend. After several trials, Yuya became fully convinced that, for him, as long as it was not an illusion of the caliber of Tsukuyami or similar, all illusions were rendered ineffective. As the potency of the seismic release bloodline limit intensified, it became apparent that, should it extend into the realm of the mind through chakra, even the formidable Tsukuyami could potentially be resisted. With the realization that conventional illusions were rendered ineffective, Yuya felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Conversely, Kushina was filled with immense joy upon witnessing Yuya's immunity to genjutsu. The greater Yuya's strength became, the more elated she felt. Previously, she had never anticipated that Yuya could triumph over Minato Namikaze, securing the top position in the practical assessment at the Ninja Academy. At present, while others doubted Yuya's ability to defeat the Chunin Uchiha Han, Kushina inexplicably harbored unwavering confidence in him. After encouraging Yuya with a cheer, she refrained from disturbing him further, allowing him to continue his training undisturbed. Thus, Yuya returned to the back mountain, persisting in his physical training while simultaneously beginning to develop his unique techniques. Previously, he had not regarded the matter of techniques with much importance, as it had not been necessary. However, with his growing strength and the escalating power of his seismic release bloodline limit, it was only natural that he could begin to diversify his abilities. When Yuya unleashed a standard punch, it manifested as a powerful shockwave directed straight ahead, creating a formidable tremor that did not merely push opponents away, but rather tore through them. In this respect, Yuya devised 3 techniques through a simple combination of physical prowess. Though termed as techniques, they were essentially straightforward applications. The names of these techniques were collapse, sever, and pierce. Collapse involved Yuya delivering a downward strike infused with shockwave energy, enveloping the enemy beneath him as the force impacted both them and the earth. Sever was a technique he had previously executed, wherein he unleashed twin punches to the sides, creating a seismic rupture. Pierce was an upward hook, a strike launching from below. Although these 3 attacks merely represented slight directional adjustments of the shockwave energy, the sheer might of that energy rendered them exceedingly troublesome for any adversary to defend against. While practicing these 3 techniques, Yuya suddenly discovered that his shockwave energy, potent enough to shatter B-rank ninjutsu, could indeed incite an earthquake. If collapse, sever, and pierce belonged to the realm of air tremors, then the newly developed seismic technique, earthquake technique, fell squarely within the domain of seismic activity. There existed a C-rank earthquake technique within the earth release, yet what Yuya manifested was far superior. Not only could it cause the earth to tremble and roll, but it could also create fissures in the terrain. Once Yuya had mastered these developed techniques with finesse, the time for his life and death duel with Uchiha Han finally arrived. The venue for this fateful confrontation was situated beneath the Hidden Leaf Village, as such matters of life and death would naturally not be laid bare for all to see. Under the guidance of a member of the Umbu, Yuya arrived at a vast expanse, thick with the scent of blood. This place was not merely a battleground for life and death. It also served as a cruel chamber for torture and punishment. The hidden darkness of Konoha converged here, with Danzo's root base lurking nearby in the depths. Each day, Konoha's ninjas ventured forth on missions, with some assassination tasks being assigned in this very location. Moreover, many spies and scouts from enemy villages, once captured, would be brought here to endure brutal and specialized interrogation methods. In essence, this was a nexus of all things sinister, steeped in an eerie, sanguinary atmosphere. The ninjas present donned masks, being members of the Umbu, or bore expressions of cold indifference as they hurried past. After traversing several corridors, they finally reached their destination. Yuya's gaze grew solemn. It was his first encounter with such a foreboding ambience. Ahead stood several ninjas from the Uchiha clan, among them the formidable Uchiha Han. Upon noticing Yuya's arrival, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent radiated from his eyes. For Han, the only path to redeem himself and uphold the dignity and honor of the Uchiha clan lay in Yuya's demise. As Yuya and Uchiha Han locked eyes, the latter's palpable hostility met Yuya's calm demeanor, unruffled by the impending threat. Simultaneously, Yuya scanned his surroundings, his brow slightly furrowed. Above, a 3-tiered corridor loomed. yet few stood upon it. Only 3 Umbu ninjas were present, alongside 5 Uchiha clan members, including Han. No one else was there. A hint of confusion crossed Yuya's face. Logically, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not possibly be indifferent to his confrontation with Uchiha Han. Even if he did not come personally, he would have at least dispatched more Umbu ninjas. The scant presence of only 3 Umbu compared to the Uchiha was disconcerting, evoking a sense of abandonment within Yuya. It seemed that something had transpired. Yuya murmured softly, yet a flicker of sharp intensity ignited in his eyes. It appeared that today would indeed culminate in a life-and-death struggle. Victory meant survival, while defeat spelled demise. At last, the members of the Uchiha clan leaped to the upper tier of the corridor, their gazes icy as they fixed their attention below. Uchiha Han slowly advanced, coming to a halt as he faced Yuya from a distance. The 3 Umbu exchanged cold glances before ascending to the corridor, observing with detached interest. In this moment, no excessive words were needed in the presence of Uchiha Han. This was neither an examination nor a competition. It was a decisive battle for survival. Neither participant spoke, nor was there a need for a signal to commence. In an instant, the clash erupted. In the Hokage building, an intense argument unfolded within the Hokage's office. Why do you not intervene in this duel? This is utterly unreasonable. Tsunade glared at Hiruzen Sarutobi, nearly slamming her fist on the table. Her nature was such that once she set her sights on someone, she would never easily let go. Even now, she had yet to formally meet Yuya. Yet following the practical ranking assessment, Tsunade had already resolved to take him as her apprentice. Hiruzen remained silent, taking a drag from his cigarette, and did not directly answer Tsunade's inquiry. Instead, he spoke somberly. The Uchiha clan has dispatched 3 elite Jonin and 10 elite Chunin to the battlefield at the border of the Land of Fire. Is this the reason for completely abandoning that child, Yuya? What nonsense! Tsunade's disbelief was palpable. Could such matters be reduced to mere transactions? This was unfathomable to her. With a sigh, Hiruzen responded, "It is not abandonment. Danzo may yet rescue Yuya should he fall. In that case, what difference is there if Yuya is gravely injured or dying?" Tsunade's face contorted with a mix of rage and concern. If Danzo were to save Yuya in such a dire state, the outcome was all too predictable. Yuya would inevitably be manipulated into becoming a most loyal and efficient instrument of death. Perhaps that child possesses sufficient talent to prevail. Hiruzen's tone bore a hint of reassurance. Yet, this statement, not only Tsunade but even Hiruzen himself found hard to believe. The likelihood of Yuya defeating Uchiha Han was almost negligible. "Lord Hokage, it has begun." At that moment, an Umbu appeared beside Hiruzen, delivering the news. Tsunade's expression morphed into one of shock and fury. "What? It has already begun. Is no one intervening?" Gritting her teeth, Tsunade abruptly turned and stormed out of the Hokage's office, declaring, "If no one is going to take action, then I shall." Hiruzen watched in astonishment as Tsunade dashed out of the office, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Yet, after that brief smile, an unusual expression emerged. Tsunade represented the Senju clan. Should she succeed in saving Yuya, perhaps there was still hope for a resolution. The Senju clan would never cower before the Uchiha, and an irreconcilable conflict existed between the two clans. Tsunade charged through the Hokage building, unimpeded by anyone. She raced to the underground arena. But just as she neared the venue, she was confronted by an individual. "Step aside." Tsunade faced Uchiha Kyuzen, the clan leader, her countenance betraying no fear. Rather, she reprimanded him sternly. Uchiha Kyuzen stood calmly, 3 tomos swirling in his eyes. "There's no need to rush. Why not wait here? Once the events unfold, I shall not impede your path. You dare to obstruct me." Tsunade's fury surged, and she cast aside all reservations. Her temperament was inherently fiery. She would not hesitate to confront the leader of the Uchiha clan, even in the face of disagreement. However, Uchiha Kiyama, being the head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the Konoha police force, was no ordinary character. He steadfastly obstructed Tsunade, rendering her efforts futile, no matter how desperately she fought. At this moment, she was merely an elite Jonin, not yet possessing the formidable power depicted in the original narrative. Tsunade's heart was a tempest of fury and anxiety, the latter dominating her thoughts. If things progressed any further, it would be too late to save Yuya. Not far from the clash between Tsunade and Uchiha Kiyama lay the arena where Yuya and Uchiha Han were locked in a life-and-death duel. Their battle had already reached a fever pitch. As soon as the fight erupted, Yuya unleashed his full speed, charging directly at Uchiha Han. With the activation of 2 of the 8 gates, his velocity was astonishing. In an instant, Yuya's form nearly transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Uchiha Han, having previously underestimated Yuya, was not about to make the same mistake again. He activated his Sharingan, revealing a pair of double tomo. Although he had not attained the level of 3 tomo, it was sufficient to clearly perceive Yuya's movements. In a flash, as Yuya appeared at Uchiha Han's side, delivering a powerful punch, Uchiha Han performed a hand seal, his body morphing into a wooden log. Substitution Jutsu. After evading Yuya's strike with the substitution, Uchiha Han reappeared behind him, suddenly drawing a short sword and aiming a vicious slash at Yuya's neck. In response to this assault, Yuya neither flinched nor turned, delivering a formidable counterpunch without hesitation. Crack! The air shattered like glass, fracturing under the force, while the short sword abruptly halted, mere inches from Yuya's fist. Unable to advance any further, that inch felt like an insurmountable chasm. Boom! In the next moment, as the shockwave of power erupted, Uchiha Han, wielding the short sword, coughed up blood. However, his figure vanished in a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Yuya furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze flickering as he sought the location of Uchiha Han's true self. Just then, Uchiha Han's form appeared abruptly before Yuya, his hands still forming hand seals, while the tomo in his eyes spun wildly. This was an illusion. Yuya and Uchiha Han locked eyes, and in the next instant, a look of daze crossed Yuya's face, as if he had become frozen in place. It was over. Yes, the illusion cast by Han using his Sharingan had ensnared the young man. Above the corridor, several members of the Uchiha clan displayed flickering gazes, revealing a hint of coldness. Opposite them stood 3 Umbu ninjas, each adorned with masks that concealed their expressions, rendering their faces utterly impassive. Yet, within their eyes glimmered a trace of pity. What a pity it is, indeed. Possessing a commendable bloodline limit, yet lacking the opportunity for growth. Under the scrutiny of all present, Uchiha Han gazed haughtily at Yuya, a smirk gracing his features. Even if one were to awaken a bloodline limit, before me, they remain but a mere child. Moreover, when it comes to bloodline limits, our Uchiha clan Sharingan is the most formidable. With a derisive snort, Uchiha Han casually drew forth a short sword and hurled it directly at Yuya's chest. He then prepared to turn away, as if he could already envision the scene of Yuya being pierced through the heart. However, the next moment, a startling transformation occurred. Boom! A fist, enveloped in radiant white light, suddenly crashed into the air. The force of the shockwave reverberated in all directions. The short sword thrown by Uchiha Han appeared to be ensnared in a quagmire, inching forward until it ultimately halted before that fist, unable to advance an inch further. Subsequently, the short sword emitted a terrifying cracking sound, ultimately being twisted into a spiral shape. This is impossible. Uchiha Han stared in disbelief at Yuya, who had calmly retracted his fist. Could it be that Yuya had unraveled the illusion he had cast with the Sharingan? How could this be possible? In an instant, not only Uchiha Han, but also the Uchiha clan members in the corridor and the 3 Umbu ninjas on the opposite side could not help but exclaim in astonishment. How could he break the illusion without forming hand seals? To dispel an illusion, one must restore the flow of chakra within their body. Could it be that his shockwave power can disrupt his own chakra? One person murmured in bewilderment, while the others wore expressions of utter shock. Does this imply that Yuya can be immune to, or even dispel, all illusions? This is preposterous. How could such a flawless bloodline limit possibly exist in this world? Before that overwhelming shockwave, physical techniques were rendered ineffective, and ordinary ninjutsu would be effortlessly shattered. Now, even illusions could be easily dispelled. What utter incredibility! The Uchiha's illusions are nothing more than this. Yuya regarded Uchiha Han with a faint smirk, for in truth, he had not even dispelled the illusion. It had been rendered utterly ineffective. The chakra within him was governed by 2 cores, one in the heart, the other in the lower abdomen, vastly differing from that of ordinary ninjas. Attempting to interfere with Yuya's chakra flow and cast an illusion upon him was an exceedingly arduous task. Furthermore, Yuya possessed the shockwave power capable of directly breaking interference and dispelling illusions. In the next instant, Yuya's figure surged forth, charging directly at Uchiha Han. Whoosh! In an instant, Yuya found himself hovering above Uchiha Han. With a swift motion, he thrust his palm downward, a circle of white light emanating from his hand. The force of the shockwave erupted with a thunderous boom. This strike landed upon the very air itself, yet the resulting tremor unleashed a cataclysmic force, engulfing the area below in an overwhelming onslaught. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Han's expression shifted dramatically. The illusion he had been ensnared in was shattered by Yuya, leaving him momentarily stunned and vulnerable to close proximity. The situation spiraled into a life-or-death crisis in an instant. Faced with such peril, Uchiha Han, without a moment's hesitation, braced himself against the oncoming shockwave and desperately formed hand seals. Escaping the thrall of the tremor was clearly unfeasible, as the entire region had already succumbed to suppression. Earth release, earth body flicker technique. As his body trembled violently, his bones feeling as though they might shatter, Uchiha Han completed the hand seals just in the nick of time. In the next heartbeat, he vanished into the earth, disappearing from sight. Nevertheless, even in his subterranean refuge, bloodstains marred the soil above. Crack! Beneath Yuya's formidable technique, the ground fractured like a spider's web, fissures radiating outward in all directions. Boom! Ultimately, the entire surface erupted violently, collapsing into a gaping pit. As Yuya returned to the ground, his gaze flickered with intrigue. The mastery of earth release was evident, as Uchiha Han had managed to employ it even while under the duress of the shockwave. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan possessed a fire affinity, alongside the potential for other elemental affinities. For instance, Uchiha Sasuke wielded both lightning and fire chakra transformations. Generally, only those of Jonin rank would endeavor to cultivate 3 or more chakra transformations to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Han, being merely a chunin, likely possessed a dual affinity for earth and fire. While his use of the earth body flicker technique was commendable, would hiding underground truly suffice? Noticing Uchiha Han's prolonged absence, Yuya surmised that he was both wounded from the earlier strike and plotting a surprise attack from beneath. With this thought, a hint of derision crept onto Yuya's face as he glanced at the ground beneath him, suddenly extending his hands in a fierce ripping motion. Shockwave, earthquake technique. Boom. In an instant, the power of the tremor erupted with ferocity, transforming the ground beneath Yuya into a tumultuous sea, resonating with a terrifying roar. The earth appeared to roll and sway, and in that moment, not only this arena but the entire region, including Tsunade and Uchiha Keisuke, who were embroiled in their own battle outside, felt the seismic disturbance. This tremor is an earth release technique. Damn it! Tsunade gritted her teeth, suddenly swinging her fist to shatter one of Uchiha Keisuke's fire techniques, her eyes betraying her urgency. It seemed Yuya did not rely on ninjutsu, indicating that this upheaval was the result of Uchiha Han's own technique. The magnitude of the disturbance suggested that they may be nearing the climactic showdown. Meanwhile, Uchiha Keisuke cast a detached glance backward. The pace was excruciatingly slow, and the issue remained unresolved. Unexpectedly, he resorted to the earth-style ninjutsu. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Uchiha Jingshan's eyes, for he was well aware of Uchiha Han's chakra affinities. Indeed, they were earth and fire. In his view, once Uchiha Han activated his Sharingan, he should have been capable of swiftly overpowering that young rascal, Yuyi. Yet, here he was, resorting to earth-style techniques. Nevertheless, it was about time to end this. Shaking his head, Uchiha Jingshan continued to stand resolutely in front of Tsunade, enduring her anxious and furious attempts to charge past him, steadfastly blocking her path. Within the arena of life and death combat, several ninjas from the Uchiha clan and 3 Umbu members displayed expressions of astonishment. This tremor, of course, posed no threat to them. They could easily maintain their footing. What truly astonished them was the sheer magnitude of Yuya's shockwave, which was so formidable that it reverberated through the very earth, unleashing such a terrifying earthquake. This technique was vastly superior to a mere C-rank, earth-style seismic technique. As the ground shook violently, fissures akin to spider webs emerged, radiating from beneath Yuya's feet in all directions. Below the surface, Uchiha Han, whose Sharingan gleamed with intense murderous intent, suddenly paled in shock. In an instant, he found himself ensnared by the surrounding soil and rock, which were propelled by the shockwave, crushing him mercilessly. Previously injured by Yuya's strike, he was now dealt a devastating blow, leaving him utterly incapacitated. Crack! Crack! In a heartbeat, several of his ribs shattered. With a Herculean effort, He managed to shake off the soil and return to the surface, yet his body was drenched in crimson. Upon resurfacing, he violently coughed up blood, his body swaying dangerously as he nearly collapsed. His eyes reflected an incredulous horror. Taking refuge underground proved futile. He remained unable to evade the onslaught of the shockwave. How could he, Uchiha Han, be cornered to such an extent by this young brat, Yuyi? What had initially seemed like an easily winnable battle had turned against him from the very beginning. Now grievously wounded, he was on the brink of losing his combat capability. The Uchiha ninjas in the corridor and the Umbu members opposite them gasped in disbelief. Could it be that Yuyi would emerge victorious in this battle? It was utterly inconceivable. Uchiha Han was an elite among Chunin, having endured the trials of numerous bloody battles. Yet, before Yuyi, he was nearly crushed, reduced to this state of severe injury. Frustration surged within him. Had he known it would come to this, he should have unleashed his lethal techniques from the outset. Yet, it was not too late. Gritting his teeth, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, he managed to gather his chakra. Uchiha Han stood precariously, facing the charging Yuyi, and suddenly formed a series of hand seals. Earth style? Earth corridor technique. Boom. The earth roared and trembled. This was the true essence of earth-style ninjutsu. In the next moment, Yuya, poised to charge towards Uchiha Han, found his advance thwarted by the suddenly upheaved earth, causing him to momentarily halt his steps. It was during this fleeting instant that the rocky layers solidified abruptly, encasing Yuya within. Uchiha Han's eyes glinted with a frenzied, murderous intent as he swiftly formed hand seals once more. Die brat. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. The B-rank fire technique roared forth, crashing into the earthen corridor with a thunderous boom. Trapped within the confines of the corridor, Yuya faced this technique with no means of evasion. Having executed this move, Uchiha Han finally reached his limit, collapsing to one knee, struggling to lift his gaze. He yearned to witness Yuya being reduced to ashes. Onlookers from the Uchiha clan, initially unsettled by Uchiha Han's precarious position, collectively exhaled in relief upon witnessing this turn of events. Their hearts steadied. First, the earth technique ensnared Yuya, rendering his speed ineffective, followed immediately by the B-rank fire technique. The outcome was all but determined. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Umbu, observing the scene, expressed profound regret. How unfortunate. Victory was within reach. They had already glimpsed the prospect of triumph. Yet, it seemed they were still too inexperienced, failing to either shatter the earth technique without hesitation or retreat from the attack's range. The trio of Umbu couldn't help but sigh. But in the next heartbeat, their expressions froze in disbelief. The Uchiha clan ninjas across from them mirrored this stunned reaction. Uchiha Han himself was left dumbfounded. A terrifying, earth-shattering roar erupted as the earth corridor, which had ensnared Yuya, violently shattered under a cataclysmic tremor. The B-rank technique, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, hung suspended in midair. Before it lay a vast expanse, fissures in the air signaling a cataclysmic rupture. This space appeared fragmented, as if an enormous hand gripped the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, preventing it from advancing even an inch further. The searing heat, accompanied by an overwhelming force, rendered the fire technique immobile. A mere inch of separation was akin to an insurmountable chasm. This was Yuya's full-powered strike. The tremor generated by his absolute effort could indeed shatter even B-rank techniques. In the next instant, under the incredulous gazes of all present, the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, along with the shattered earth corridor, erupted into a cascade of destruction. Yet, Yuya emerged unscathed, not even a corner of his attire ignited, maintaining a poised stance as if ready to strike. A profound silence enveloped the scene. This is impossible. Uchiha Han knelt there, disbelief etched across his features. To annihilate Yuya, he had unleashed a B-rank technique. Yet, how could it be that Yuya's bloodline limit had forcefully shattered his B-rank jutsu? The incredulity was overwhelming. Yuya had grown to such formidable heights that even a B-rank technique could be obliterated by his sheer might. Nothing is impossible. Yuya thought indifferently as he advanced towards Uchiha Han, step by step. A look of horror suddenly emerged on Uchiha Han's face as he attempted to retreat, yet was seized by excruciating pain, rendering him immobile. His chakra reserves were nearly depleted at this juncture. This time, the outcome was unequivocally determined. No. Despair flickered across Uchiha Han's visage. At this moment, Yuya would show no mercy. This was a life-and-death duel, and Uchiha Han's attacks had been devoid of compassion. Had he not activated the second gate, his fists could have obliterated B-rank ninjutsu, and he might have been reduced to ashes by flames. In that instant, Yuya hesitated not. He raised his fist and struck down. Boom! Uchiha Han fell. In the fleeting moment before death, regret welled up within Uchiha Han's heart. He should have disregarded all else and killed Yuya outright, denying him any opportunity for growth. Or perhaps, he should never have provoked Yuya in the first place. That was the gravest of miscalculations. On the corridor, several members of the Uchiha clan clenched their fists at the sight. Some contemplated rushing down, yet forcibly restrained themselves, their eyes betraying shock and disbelief. Yuya had indeed triumphed over Uchiha Han. In a mere few months, Yuya had ascended to such heights. His talent and rate of growth were nothing short of terrifying. The three Umbu operatives stood in stunned silence. Yuya had truly won. They had received orders merely to observe and witness this deadly duel, with no directive to protect Yuya. They had arrived knowing that Yuya was essentially a discarded pawn, a sacrifice made by the Uchiha clan to preserve their honor, exchanged with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet this discarded piece had now overturned the odds. How utterly astonishing. Not far from this scene, Uchiha Kageyama and Tsunade were locked in fierce combat. Tsunade had no desire to engage Uchiha Kageyama. Her only objective was to press forward. However, Uchiha Kageyama resolutely obstructed her. If you continue to block my path, I will ensure our conflict with the Uchiha clan is far from over. By this point in the battle, Tsunade's fury was uncontrollable. Uchiha Kageyama's expression remained icy. Her words did not sway him, but instead ignited a flicker of anger within him. Who did Tsunade think she was? Even if she was the princess of the Senju clan and a disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was the head of the Uchiha clan. However, sensing that the situation had nearly reached its conclusion, Uchiha Kageyama suppressed his rage. It seemed the tumult behind them had finally subsided. It appeared the end was nigh. Uchiha Kageyama ceased his obstruction of Tsunade. Very well, if you wish to pass. Then let us proceed together. With that, he stepped aside, a cold smile gracing his lips. Tsunade, however, paid him no heed. The instant he cleared the way, she charged ahead. Damn it! If that child Yuya were to perish, remember the disciple I have high hopes for, Uchiha clan. Tsunade's heart was already ablaze with fury. Yet more than that, a sense of unwillingness lingered within her. Uchiha Kaiuzen had held them off for so long. The battle must have reached its conclusion. With a moment of silent mourning, Tsunade bit her lip and surged forward at full speed, arriving in the arena of life and death in an instant. Everyone halt. Without fully grasping the situation, Tsunade's furious shout rang out. However, in the next moment, her expression turned to one of utter bewilderment. What was happening? Tsunade stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before her. The ground was shattered, evidence of a fierce battle. A lifeless body lay there, beyond recognition, with only the tattered clothing indicating it belonged to a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, Yuya stood in the arena, momentarily stunned, meeting Tsunade's gaze. Why had she come? A look of profound astonishment crossed Yuya's face, filled with disbelief. It appeared that Tsunade had indeed come to intervene in the battle. Compared to Yuya's surprise, Tsunade's heart was overwhelmed with shock and incredulity. Yuya was still alive. Observing the arena, Tsunade's beautiful eyes flickered as she scanned the surroundings, finally confirming that this was the site of the death duel, where Yuya stood and Uchiha Han lay fallen. Her astonishment transformed into sheer shock. Tsunade felt as though thunder rumbled in her mind, as if a storm had erupted in her ears. Did this mean Yuya had triumphed? She had defeated Uchiha Han. Although Tsunade had never witnessed Uchiha Han's prowess, she could surmise he was at least a level of elite shunned. Yet now, Uchiha Han lay dead before Yuya. Without a doubt, the victor was Yuya. Even more astonishing was the fact that Yuya bore no scars, not even a trace of blood. It was as though she had utterly overwhelmed him. It was exceedingly rare for even a jonin to emerge unscathed from a battle with an elite chunin like Uchiha Han. How utterly unfathomable. Just as Tsunade remained engulfed in shock, struggling to regain her composure, Uchiha Kaiuzen approached leisurely. Has it ended? Humph. Such a waste of time. Hanyu. Uchiha Kaiuzen's expression suddenly froze, followed by disbelief. This was impossible. What had transpired? He turned to the other Uchiha clan ninjas across from him, unable to suppress his exclamations. On the opposite side, several Uchiha ninjas could hardly conceal their own astonishment. The captain, Uchiha Han. He lost. One of them stammered in response to Kaiuzen's inquiries. Uchiha Kaiuzen's face contorted with disbelief. Suddenly, he turned to gaze at the unharmed Yuya in the arena, a fierce killing intent surging in his eyes. That damned little girl had managed to reverse the situation under such circumstances. Yuya naturally noticed Uchiha Kiyama. In an instant, he deduced the identity of Uchiha Kiyama. Undoubtedly, this individual should be the current head of the Uchiha clan, the father of Uchiha Fugaku, and the grandfather of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Fixating his gaze on Yuya, Uchiha Kiyama's eyes suddenly revealed the three-tomo Sharingan. A wave of terrifying killing intent surged forth. This malevolent aura caused Yuya's focus to momentarily waver, almost affecting him. Truly formidable. Uchiha Kiyama possesses at least the strength of an elite jonin. What do you intend to do, Uchiha Kiyama? At that moment, Tsunade, finally regaining her composure, abruptly altered her expression and sternly reprimanded Uchiha Kiyama. While scolding him, she deliberately mimicked the calm and haughty demeanor he had displayed when he had earlier obstructed her. Yuya, under such circumstances, managed to reverse the situation and resurrect hope. As Tsunade's admiration for him grew, she also considered Uchiha Kiyama's current state of mind. The fury he felt when he had intercepted her had dissipated entirely, replaced by a hint of mockery. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kiyama's expression was as grim as one who had just consumed a bitter pill. Fixating on Yuya, he did not conceal his murderous intent. Uchiha Kiyama yearned to eradicate Yuya at that very moment. Yuya's talent instilled a sense of dread within him. However, Tsunade was present. Should he act, not only would he lack justification, but Tsunade would undoubtedly thwart him, just as he had previously impeded her. Frustration consumed him. Ultimately, Uchiha Kiyama took a deep breath, managing to regain his composure, his face once again betraying no hint of emotion. Let us go, he huffed coldly, turning to leave. The Uchiha clan ninjas behind him inhaled deeply, struggling to restore their calm, and followed Uchiha Kiyama out. Three Umbu exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Before they too departed in unison, only Yuya and Tsunade remained, leaving the atmosphere slightly peculiar. Yuya gazed at Tsunade, his eyes flickering, inadvertently casting a glance at her chest. Ahem, it was simply too captivating. Yet, his gaze was fleeting. Yuya felt immense gratitude towards Tsunade for arriving at such a critical moment. Had she not been present, Uchiha Kiyama might have genuinely attempted to take his life. Thank you, Senior Tsunade. Humph. Tsunade casually nodded before her beautiful eyes sparkled mischievously as she replied. Am I truly that old, to be addressed as senior? Ahem, how should I address you then? Yuya coughed lightly, looking at Tsunade with a hint of embarrassment. Simultaneously, a strange thought surfaced in Yuya's mind. Could it be that Tsunade was so concerned about his affairs that she would risk conflict with the head of the Uchiha clan in such a moment? Surely, she couldn't have taken a liking to him. Ahem. The notion seemed rather peculiar to Yuya, who couldn't help but cough lightly in contemplation. It appeared that Tsunade might be interested in his abilities and wished to take him on as her disciple. Apart from this possibility, there seemed to be no other reason for her to offer assistance. As for the form of address, Yuya could sense Tsunade's dilemma regarding how to refer to him, especially since he was still a student at the Ninja Academy and had yet to officially graduate as a genin. Even after achieving that status, he would have to wait until the current cohort completed their studies before any reclassification could occur. Thus, it felt somewhat inappropriate for him to call her teacher at this juncture, particularly as she was unaware of his true thoughts. Could I perhaps call you sister? Yuya gazed at Tsunade with a hint of timidity, concluding that, while she was indeed his elder, the age difference might not be as vast as it appeared. Humph. You little rascals certainly know how to curry favor, Tsunade chuckled upon hearing Yuya's words, her smile widening as she regarded him. To establish such a close rapport on our very first meeting? Well, it's because you are quite beautiful, Yuya replied earnestly, believing that feigning innocence was the wisest course of action in this situation. Tsunade burst into laughter at his remark. Had she not been aware of Yuya's intellect surpassing that of his age, she might have genuinely perceived him as an endearing little boy. Not only did he know how to ingratiate himself, but he was also quite eloquent. Beaming at Yuya, Tsunade, who held a deep admiration for him, found her appreciation magnified further as he had single-handedly turned the tide of their circumstances. Thus, she felt no irritation at his words. Rather, she found him rather charming. Yuya, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head, realizing that Tsunade was not as easily deceived as he had initially thought. Who claimed that mere casual conversation could win Tsunade over? Who dared to assert that a well-endowed figure lacked intelligence? Well, I suppose until this cohort of students graduates and is reclassified, you may call me sister. Tsunade declared with a cheerful demeanor, suddenly causing Yuya to fall into a state of utter shock. His mind was ablaze with disbelief, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Incredibly, Tsunade was indeed that easily swayed. Just a few words had sufficed. It was a cliché of a plot. Observing Yuya lost in thought, Tsunade gracefully approached him, extending her delicate hand and curling her finger. With a sharp flick, Tsunade's fingertip connected with Yuya's forehead. Ouch! Despite Yuya having opened the second gate of the 8 gates and possessing formidable strength, he stumbled back several paces from the impact, with tears welling up in his eyes. He looked at Tsunade, still reeling from the shock. Caught in a state of bewilderment, he resolved to continue feigning ignorance. Tsunade shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Hey, if you keep pretending, I'll ensure you no longer have the luxury of being oblivious." Tsunade sister, is that really necessary? Yuya responded, his expression a mix of embarrassment and resignation. The words spoken by Tsunade brought her satisfaction. Although she had a brother named Shoju, he was merely a mediocre student at the Ninja Academy, while Yuya was now a prodigy renowned throughout Konoha. In fact, after today's incident, the term prodigy seemed insufficient to describe Yuya. To defeat an elite chunin at such a tender age was nothing short of extraordinary. In any case, there was no need for further elaboration. You should understand the implications. Tsunade retracted her threatening fist and resumed her cheerful demeanor. Yuya shrugged and remarked, "Of course I understand. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, I will undoubtedly be assigned to the class led by Sister Tsunade." "Correct." Tsunade, with an appreciative smile, firmly patted Yuya on the shoulder. In an instant, Yuya felt a sharp pang of discomfort. "Must you exert such force? What have I done to deserve this?" he lamented. "I merely wish to ascertain the condition of your physique," Tsunade replied with a light huff, her beautiful eyes betraying a look of astonishment as she circled Yuya. "Your body is indeed remarkably strong." Despite intentionally applying significant force in that slap, Yuya had withstood it with only a slight sway, prompting her to admire his resilience. The strength of one's physique and the power of ninjutsu are fundamentally different. Achieving a robust body requires enduring, arduous, and relentless training. The discipline of Taijutsu is nothing short of grueling. The fact that Yuya possessed such a physique at his age led Tsunade to ponder the immense effort he must have expended to attain it, prompting another sigh of contemplation from her. At that moment, Yuya looked up at Tsunade with a feeble expression, suddenly uttering a weak question that shattered the atmosphere. "Sister Tsunade, are you planning to study my body?" Tsunade's expression shifted to one of bewilderment, nearly causing her to spit out blood. "What sort of statement is that? It sounds as if I intend to harbor ill intentions towards you. Behave yourself, or I shall have your tongue." Tsunade glared at Yuya with feigned anger. Immediately, he stood straight, acquiescing. "Well, if you wish to study, then do so. Being examined by Tsunade is inconsequential, as long as it is not Orochimaru," he thought. Tsunade, indeed curious about Yuya's physique, could no longer resist the temptation. She placed a hand on his shoulder and channeled a portion of her chakra into his body. As a medical ninja, she was adept at such procedures, swiftly comprehending every facet of Yuya's internal state. Then, Tsunade's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Upon sensing the entirety of Yuya's inner workings, she was engulfed in disbelief. Although the 8 gates technique was classified as forbidden, she had familiarized herself with it. In fact, many elite jonin had encountered the 8 gates, albeit without deliberate practice. Even Kakashi Hitaki could open the initial gates of the 8 gates, and the first 2 gates could be considered auxiliary techniques. It is only after the opening of the 3rd gate that the true essence is revealed. Tsunade perceives the 2 blazing flames ignited within Yuya's heart and lower abdomen, leaving her utterly astonished. This is unmistakably the state of the 8th gate being unlocked. Moreover, it appears to be a permanent activation. What is even more astonishing is why it is the 7th and 8th gates that have been opened. She senses that the first 6 gates remain entirely closed. "Have you trained in the 8 gates of Duinjia?" After a lengthy pause, Tsunade finally queries Yuya, her expression laced with disbelief. Yuya initially nods, then shakes his head. "I practice a variant of the 8 gates of Duinjia, which is somewhat different. It is a forbidden technique that complements my Shindo Kekkei Genkai. I refer to it as true 8 gates of Duinjia. Yuya succinctly explains the principles behind true 8 gates to Tsunade. This true 8 gates can only be activated by him, as it requires the Shindo Kekkei Genkai. Others, even Tsunade, would likely find it impossible to master. Furthermore, even if Tsunade could succeed in her training, Yuya would not mind sharing this with her. Regardless, Tsunade has certainly played a supportive role for him today. Yuya cherishes those who treat him well. His principle is to reciprocate kindness tenfold. Not to mention, Tsunade has somewhat dramatically assumed the role of his sister. Whether in jest or earnestness, Yuya holds both respect and gratitude for Tsunade. Listening to Yuya's explanation, Tsunade remains dazed for quite some time. A peculiar light flickers in her beautiful eyes as she gazes at Yuya for an extended period before taking a deep breath and offering a wry smile. You, young man, are truly a prodigy. That makes you the sister of a prodigy. Yuya grins at Tsunade. With a huff, Tsunade retorts, do you truly believe it is so easy to become my acknowledged brother? But you agreed. Yuya looks at Tsunade somewhat helplessly. A hint of playful amusement graces Tsunade's face as she replies, I did agree, but you still have not earned my recognition. What would it take to gain your acknowledgement? I have yet to determine that, Tsunade responds solemnly. Uft. Yuya nearly spits out blood, realizing that Tsunade has been teasing him all along. Indeed, she is worthy of being the woman who could become Hokage in the original story. Not only is she immensely powerful, but her intellect is certainly not aligned with the notion of being large-breasted and empty-headed. In any case, your task now is to continue striving with all your might to earn my recognition. Tsunade slightly lifts her chin toward Yuya before gracefully turning to depart. Is this what they call tsundere? Yuya's lips twitch slightly. At that moment, with her back turned to Yuya, Tsunade suddenly flicks her wrist. Thud. In the next instant, a scroll gently falls before Yuya, and he instinctively reaches out to grasp it. This is, upon inspecting the scroll in his hand, Yuya is momentarily taken aback, glancing toward the darkness where Tsunade has vanished. He does not pursue her, but instead opens the scroll for a closer look. Indeed, a method for cultivating extraordinary strength. Kakashi had so readily given him the scroll. Clutching the parchment tightly, Yuya gazed into the darkness where Tsunade had vanished without a trace. A subtle smile graced his lips, tinged with an inexplicable joy. Deep within the shadows of Konoha, a masked figure abruptly flickered into existence within a dimly lit chamber. The intricate patterns on the mask were far more elaborate than those typically worn by the Yumbu. He was a ninja from the roots. Tawanzo-sama, the mission has failed. In the darkness, Tawanzo opened his eyes, a slight frown creasing his brow. Was it the Uchiha clan that thwarted your attempt to rescue that brat Yuya? Well, if he wasn't saved, then so be it. This time, the Uchiha have certainly paid a hefty price, and Yuya has met his end in a fitting manner. It is unfortunate, however, that such a perfect tool has been squandered. Just as Tawanzo lamented this loss, the root ninja suddenly shook his head. Tawanzo-sama, the situation is not as we anticipated. Yuya's strength surpassed everyone's expectations. He is not only completely immune to genjutsu, but the power of his dojutsu is significantly greater. He has killed Uchiha Han. The ninjas of the roots are meticulously trained by Tawanzo, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, making them absolute cold-blooded assassins. Even while delivering such shocking news, his tone remained calm. However, Tawanzo could not maintain his composure. What did you say? His eyes widened in disbelief. Even a man of Tawanzo's stature found it difficult to remain collected at that moment. Is this some kind of joke? How could such an unfathomable outcome occur? Tawanzo had never envisioned that Yuya could emerge victorious and retaliate against Uchiha Han. Uchiha Han was, at the very least, an elite chunin. In Tawanzo's mind, the only outcomes he had anticipated were either Yuya being killed or, at the last moment, one of the hidden root ninjas rescuing the dying Yuya and bringing him back to life, subsequently implanting a special technique to control him and turn him into a tool. Yet, neither of those scenarios unfolded. Instead, the most improbable third outcome had come to pass. That boy had grown so formidable in just 3 short months. At that moment, even Tawanzo felt a chill run down his spine. Yuya's talent was truly terrifying. The term genius barely sufficed. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Nevertheless, it was still within a controllable range. Taking a deep breath, Tawanzo gradually regained his composure, his gaze beginning to shimmer with a flickering light. Not far from Konoha, in a solitary base established by Orochimaru specifically for conducting experiments, the atmosphere was tense. Had Yuya's body been delivered, Or had that child turned the tide of the situation? Report, Lord Orochimaru. Yuya has killed Uchiha Han, a ninja stated, his eyes reflecting a profound shock that seemed impossible to quell. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru raised an eyebrow in surprise. Then a peculiar smile spread across his face. Indeed, that child is extraordinary. The Uchiha clan, Danzo, and even Master Sarutobi have all underestimated him. The unfolding events will undoubtedly become more intriguing. Orochimaru revealed a slightly sinister expression, concealing the thoughts swirling in his mind. At such a young age, Yuya has already triumphed over an elite Chunin. While this achievement is enough to astonish countless individuals, it remains within the realm of comprehension. After all, in the original narrative, there was Kakashi Hatake, who graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and became a Chunin at 6, a true prodigy. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat in contemplation. Even at this moment, his eyes reflected an irrepressible astonishment. It was simply incredible. Yes, that child has indeed opened the eyes of everyone present. A soft voice interjected. Beside Sarutobi stood another figure, adorned in the standard uniform of an elite jonin from Konoha, with silver hair cascading down. Yet, his identity transcended that of a mere elite jonin. He was Kakashi Hatake's father, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally composed himself after a lengthy pause. Tsukumo, what should we do next? He inquired. I believe that child is ready to graduate early and perhaps join the Yumbu. What do you think? Tsukumo Hatake pondered for a moment before responding calmly. Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly and replied, after this incident, the Uchiha clan will likely be unwilling to accept this outcome, and given Yuya's exceptional intellect, he will surely deduce my involvement. My Lord Hokage, with all due respect, there is no need to overthink this, Tsukumo said, his gaze steady upon Sarutobi. Yuya's keen mind may allow him to understand the circumstances behind these events, but even if he does, it changes nothing. He is a ninja of Konoha, and outside of it, he has nowhere to go. He will soon face the Uchiha clan and Danzo. Given his intelligence, he undoubtedly realizes that the best path forward is to become a member of your direct Yumbu. Tsukumo's words struck a chord with Sarutobi. Indeed, Yuya has nowhere else to turn. Even if he understands that he has been abandoned this time, he still has no choice but to rely on us. However, Sarutobi hesitated slightly, expressing his concern. I worry that after this incident, his mindset may. It will be all right, Tsukumo interjected calmly, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. As long as I am here, he remains a ninja of Konoha, and that will never change. A hint of a smile graced Tsukumo's face as he added, moreover, Tsunade has now established a strong bond with Yuya. Ah, indeed, Sarutobi nodded, finally allowing a smile to emerge. Tsukumo Hatake is the current captain of the Yumbu. With Tsukumo present, Yuya's entrance into the Yumbu can be assured. Even as Yuya grows, as long as Tsukumo is by his side, he will always remain under control. Furthermore, Tsunade is his disciple. It appears that Tsunade has established a mentor-student relationship with Yuya. With such a connection, even if Yuya harbors some dissatisfaction due to this matter, it is likely to fade over time. Therefore, the next step is to apply for his early graduation and temporarily designate him as a candidate member of the Yumbu. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen reached this decision. Just a candidate member? Although he triumphed over Uchiha Han in combat, which speaks volumes, he remains rather immature and would benefit from further training. Indeed, this is true. Kakashi Hatake nodded in agreement. At this juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the window, gazing down at the serene village of Konoha from the Hokage building. A complex and contemplative expression briefly crossed his face. He is the Hokage, bearing the weight of the entire village upon his shoulders. Thus, he must always consider the greater picture. As long as the outcome propels Konoha towards a brighter future, he is willing to undertake any action. This embodies the will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen upholds. For the sake of Konoha, any sacrifice is permissible, just as he has turned a blind eye to Danzo's relentless pursuit of power. Even in the original narrative, after being attacked by Danzo, he chose to forgive him. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen, a legendary shinobi. In a corner of the street, after navigating through several alleyways, lies Yuya's residence. Having emerged victorious against Uchiha Han in a life-and-death duel, Yuya did not cause any seismic shifts within Konoha. Only the upper echelons of Konoha were privy to this news. The Uchiha clan, of course, would not dare to publicize such an event, as it would be an utter disgrace. They were more inclined to conceal it. At this moment, Yuya sat at home, contemplating several items laid out on the table. On the table rested a ninja forehead protector, a document, and a scroll. The scroll contained the training methods for the peculiar strength he had recently acquired. The forehead protector was a notification that he had been recognized for early graduation from the Ninja Academy. It was not bestowed upon him by Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor delivered by a Chunin instructor, but rather handed to him by a member of the Umbu. It was evident that this was a direct order from Sarutobi Hiruzen following Yuya's victory over Uchiha Han. After all, if one could best an elite Chunin, continuing as a student at the Ninja Academy would seem rather peculiar. Graduating early to become a genin, he did not even need to apply. The notification was directly issued to him. Of course, this status was of little consequence to Yuya, as being a genin held little significance. What truly captured Yuya's attention was the document that accompanied the forehead protector, resting on the table. This document was an enrollment notice for the Konoha Umbu, the Special Forces of Assassination Tactics. There was no requirement for Yuya to fill anything out. His information was already inscribed on the document, which effectively amounted to a forced conscription. This was entirely unexpected for Yuya. Sarutobi Hiruzen had, in fact, directly inducted him into the Umbu. Could this be seen as an attempt to win him over? Shaking his head slightly, Yuya's face revealed a hint of indifference. Regrettably, having previously forsaken him once, any attempt at reconciliation now seemed futile, as the rift between them could not be easily mended. However, confronted with the notice of admission to the Umbu, Yuya found himself devoid of reasons to refuse, and indeed, lacking the qualification to do so. The Umbu, how unexpected. He had initially thought that upon the graduation of this cohort from the Ninja Academy, he could seamlessly enter Tsunade's class. With a slight shake of his head, Yuya picked up the document and scrutinized it once more. It detailed various aspects of his profile, including his current combat prowess, capable of shattering B-rank ninjutsu with a single blow, and his strength being classified as elite Chunin level. In the lower right corner, his identification number was recorded, accompanied by a few small characters stating, alternate member. It was only upon a second reading that Yuya noticed these words, a look of surprise crossing his face. An alternate member? Official members of the Umbu possess code names. It was no wonder he had only a number without a designation. It was simply because he was merely an alternate member. Yet, Yuya felt no particular emotion regarding this status. Even if his strength were greater, he presumed that upon joining the Umbu, he would still be relegated to the rank of an alternate member. The Umbu requires familiarity with a plethora of elements, such as various codes and methods of communication. Every qualified Umbu operative must undergo a period of acclimatization before they can fulfill their responsibilities effectively. Official members of the Umbu are incredibly busy, whereas alternate members enjoy a comparatively lighter load. Moreover, being part of the Umbu, whether as an official or alternate member, comes with numerous benefits, all meticulously documented within this file. Firstly, all tools required for training are provided free of charge. The Umbu serves as the direct force under the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, representing the fundamental strength wielded by the Hokage. How could the Hokage possibly neglect to allocate resources to the Umbu? Even alternate members can access any necessary tools, and may even request custom-made equipment. This is merely the first advantage. The second benefit allows unrestricted access to all ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu ranked B and below, including B-rank techniques. In simpler terms, B-rank and lower ninjutsu are entirely available to Umbu members, enabling them to learn whatever they desire. This aspect alone, despite the perilous and demanding nature of Umbu work, continues to attract a multitude of ninjas eager to join. B-rank ninjutsu typically represents the elite forces among ninjas, requiring a lifetime of dedication to master. Moreover, even among B-rank techniques, there exists a distinction in strength. The potency of B-rank ninjutsu executed by an ordinary ninja differs vastly from that wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi. In Yuya's perspective, the power of B-rank ninjutsu can be classified into 3 tiers: low, medium, and high. In his previous battle with Uchiha Han, the B-rank ninjutsu employed by Uchiha Han was merely low tier, easily shattered by Yuya's single blow. However, if one were to substitute in a seasoned jonin, adept in B-rank ninjutsu, and possessing a formidable mastery of chakra transformation, the execution of B-rank ninjutsu would undoubtedly be of a mid-tier caliber. While it is conceivable that Yuya may not be able to effortlessly shatter it with a single blow, he would certainly be capable of countering it, achieving a stalemate. Regarding high-tier ninjutsu, such as that wielded by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his prime, or the likes of Kakuzu from the Akatsuki in the original narrative, the potency of their B-rank ninjutsu is exceedingly formidable, nearing the might of A-rank techniques. For instance, the A-rank ninjutsu employed by Uchiha Madara exceeds even the typical S-rank in power. The challenge of contending with high-tier B-rank ninjutsu remains daunting for Yuya at present. Nonetheless, he has acquired Tsunade's monstrous strength. Should he successfully cultivate this power in conjunction with his shockwave abilities, it is plausible that he could sweep aside even high-tier B-rank ninjutsu with a single strike. At that juncture, he would truly dominate all B-rank techniques. Regardless, he must first comply with the request to report to the Umbu, after which he can commence his training in monstrous strength. Upon completing the document, Yuya murmured to himself. At the conclusion of the file, there was a directive for him to report to the Umbu on a designated day. Moreover, even without such an edict, Yuya would have made the journey, as he harbors a desire to delve into physical techniques, despite the general ineffectiveness of B-rank ninjutsu against him. Additionally, supportive techniques, such as the Shadow Clone Jutsu, hold considerable utility. As for A-rank ninjutsu and beyond, including S-rank secret arts, they are cataloged within the Forbidden Scrolls, accessible only to those with proper clearance. Notably, this does not imply that Umbu members lack the privilege to peruse such texts. Sufficient merit or exceptional talent can grant one the opportunity to study A-rank and even S-rank techniques. Nevertheless, the difficulty of mastering A-rank and S-rank ninjutsu is exceedingly high, not something easily grasped by the average individual. Not everyone can be a Hatake Kakashi, a Naruto, or a Sasuke. Indeed, even some powerful jonin have yet to master A-rank techniques. Upon departing his home, Yuya made his way to a secluded area within Konoha, subsequently descending into the underground of the village. The Umbu of Konoha is situated below ground, almost directly beneath the Hokage Tower, connected by a passageway through which Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders can be swiftly relayed to the Umbu. Although the subterranean location is shrouded in darkness and an eerie ambience, there exists an intangible aura of lethal intent. Here, masked figures clad in black or white cloaks hurriedly pass by. Some glance at Yuya with curiosity, while most ignore him entirely, moving on with purpose. These individuals are seasoned ninjas, having endured countless battles, their focus unwavering. Continuing deeper into the interior, Yuya soon found himself in the central edifice of the Umbu. At that moment, someone finally approached Yuya and asked in a deep voice, "Yuya?" "Yes, follow me." The masked member of the Umbu spoke with remarkable brevity, leading Yuya through the Umbu's edifice. Over there is the area for mission postings and handovers. There lies the place for custom ninja tools and training equipment, all provided free of charge. Beyond that is the repository for various scrolls containing ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, accessible for perusal at will. After a brief tour of the Umbu, the members succinctly introduced several departments to Yuya. At this point, Yuya finally acquired a comprehensive understanding of the Umbu. Although he had previously gleaned some knowledge about this department from the original text, nothing could compare to the insights gained from personal involvement. The Umbu is directly subordinate to the Hokage, representing the true elite force of Konoha. It acts as Konoha's final line of defense and serves as the pillar for addressing any situation. Each formal member of the Umbu is at least an elite chunin. The lowest rank within the Umbu is undoubtedly that of a candidate member like Yuya. Subsequently, formal members are organized into teams of 4. Each team has a captain, with all formal members being at least elite chunin, while team leaders are generally special jonin. Every 3 teams form a squad, each led by a squad leader who is at least a formal jonin, often an elite jonin. Furthermore, every 3 squads then constitute a division. In total, there are only 3 divisions within the Umbu, each supervised by a division leader. Those who hold the position of division leader are at least elite jonin, often possessing powerful forbidden techniques and capable of threatening even the shadows. Above the 3 division leaders stands the Umbu commander. The entire structure is remarkably well organized. The Umbu comprises a total of 121 formal members, each an elite. While it is true that Konoha, being such a large ninja village, boasts far more chunin and jonin than the mere 100 members of the Umbu, the weight of the Umbu's existence is undeniably the most substantial within the entirety of Konoha. Neither Root nor the Uchiha clan, nor the Senju clan can compare to it. This is the fundamental power through which the Hokage controls everything, from ensuring the safety of the Hokage to patrolling and safeguarding Konoha and executing various assassination missions externally. The work of Anbu ninjas is exceedingly demanding. The trials they endure far surpass those of ordinary ninjas. However, candidates like Yuya enjoy a relatively leisurely existence, only needing to occasionally undergo Anbu assessments. After completing the introduction to the Anbu's operations, the masked ninja handed Yuya a cat-faced mask and a gray cloak designated for candidate members before turning and departing. These ninjas, while not as devoid of emotion as those en route, have nonetheless spent years concealed beneath masks, leaving them with little sentiment. Even though Yuya was remarkably young when he entered the Anbu, this astonishing fact did not elicit much concern from the Anbu ninja. In his eyes, there existed only the directive of the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and nothing more. Most of the ninjas within the Anbu shared this sentiment. Upon receiving the mask and gray cloak, Yuya slightly curled his lip, noting that they had indeed been custom-tailored to fit his physique. After shaking his head, he donned the cloak and mask without hesitation. Once attired, the feeling of incongruity he had previously felt in the Anbu gradually faded away, as if he seamlessly blended into the environment. Observing the world through the mask provided a peculiar sensation, a hazy disorientation where he found himself questioning his own identity and the identities of others. However, he did not linger in this stupor for long, promptly setting off in a specific direction. He first arrived at the area designated for the customization of various ninja tools and training equipment. "Please provide me with a chakra test paper," he requested. Yuya had long been curious about the nature of his chakra transformation. Although he had no intention of exerting effort into training jutsu that were nearly useless to him and required hand seals, acquiring knowledge on the subject was ultimately beneficial. After all, there existed in this world ninjutsu that did not necessitate hand seals, which might be suitable for him. The individual in the room before Yuya was entirely different from the owner of the Konoha ninja tool shop. Listening to Yuya's request, he remained silent, moving into the interior of the room before emerging again without uttering a word. He handed Yuya the chakra test paper, not asking a single question. This exemplified the Anbu's code of conduct: to inquire little, interfere less, and merely execute the tasks at hand. After receiving the chakra test paper, Yuya turned and directly infused his chakra into it. In the next instant, the paper crinkled and split down the middle. Wind and lightning, how intriguing, he mused. Although he possessed only 2 chakra transformations, a slight smile appeared on Yuya's face. Compared to Naruto, who had only the wind attribute, this was certainly an improvement. Furthermore, Yuya believed that the water, fire, and earth attributes were of no consequence to him. On the contrary, the wind and lightning attributes held potential. If wind-based augmenting ninjutsu existed, they would be quite suitable for him. As for the lightning attribute, it was impossible to mention it without recalling the 3rd and 4th Reikage. Particularly, the 3rd Reikage, who, through his lightning-based body refinement techniques, forged a physique capable of clashing with tailed beasts, an extraordinary feat where he fought against a multitude until his strength waned, leading to his demise. Such prowess was remarkable. This type of technique had always been something Yuya aspired to obtain, though it proved elusive. Now, with his possession of lightning attribute chakra transformation, it signified that if fortune smiled upon him, he could directly cultivate such a technique. Moreover, even if he could not acquire it, Yuya could devise his own lightning-based techniques. In the original narrative, Sasuke trained in Chidori, achieving a speed comparable to Rock Lee's when he removed his weights in just a month. This illustrated the significant enhancement that the lightning attribute provided to cellular vitality and physical strength. Simultaneously, he measured the transformative dual nature of his chakra, and Yuya found a more rational explanation for his seismic bloodline limit. The fusion of wind and lightning culminated in the manifestation of this unique ability. Now, there were hardly any flaws to be found. The amalgamation of 2 distinct chakra natures could indeed give rise to a bloodline limit. Moreover, even when the same 2 attributes are employed, the bloodline limits developed by different ninjas would vary. For instance, while Terumi Mei's fusion of water and earth results in the dissolution release, Hashirama Senju's similar combination yields the wood release. In essence, the bloodline limit is an intricate concept. Presently, Yuya's seismic bloodline limit had attained a sufficiently reasonable explanation, leaving no room for doubt. He turned away from the custom ninja tools area. Initially, Yuya intended to commission a bronze figure for training purposes, yet he concluded that the previous rocky terrain was far more suitable for his practice. There was no need to deliberately customize any training tools. After taking a few steps, Yuya arrived at the chamber designated for storing scrolls. At the entrance stood an emotionless Umbu ninja. After a brief glance at Yuya, he granted passage with minimal effort. It seemed that anyone donning a mask and cloak could blend in. However, the entire Umbu was enveloped in a unique sensory barrier. Multiple sensory ninjas conducted constant scans of each Umbu member, making infiltration virtually impossible. Upon entering the scroll storage room, Yuya beheld a plethora of scrolls meticulously organized on shelves. They were systematically divided into 3 rows, the first for ninjutsu, the second for taijutsu, and the third for genjutsu. Among them, the ninjutsu scrolls were the most numerous, with the combined total of taijutsu and genjutsu scrolls amounting to less than a fraction of the ninjutsu collection. Furthermore, the ninjutsu category was further classified into distinct elemental attributes, including wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Yuya effortlessly located the scroll for the shadow clone technique. Subsequently, he briefly searched through the wind and lightning attribute ninjutsu, but failed to find the body-enhancing techniques he sought. It was likely that even if such techniques existed, they would be classified as secret arts, not easily accessible for casual viewing. Indeed, one could not expect to gain everything in a single stride. Nevertheless, Yuya felt no urgency. He still had the task of mastering his monstrous strength ahead. He could easily focus on that before contemplating other matters. Approaching the second row of cabinets, Yuya casually perused the various taijutsu scrolls. He initially assumed that they would not be of much assistance to him. However, to his surprise, he discovered numerous techniques and nuances in taijutsu that he had previously been unaware of, proving to be exceedingly beneficial. The taijutsu scrolls included not only offensive and defensive techniques, but also methods of training. Yuya bypassed the offensive and defensive categories entirely, as his fists possessed seismic power, rendering such considerations unnecessary. In the training category, he found some details that surpassed even the methods practiced by Might Guy. Indeed, although Might Due is a formidable figure possessing the 8 gates of might, he remains merely a lower-ranked ninja, not a member of the Umbu. It is entirely natural that his body techniques, largely developed through his own exploration, cannot rival the collective wisdom forged by countless individuals. After reviewing all the training-related body techniques, Yuya felt he had garnered significant insights, believing that with further practice, his cultivation speed could improve by at least 10 to 20%. This underscores the importance of details. In the third row, regarding the illusion techniques, Yuya found no desire to linger. A mere glance sufficed before he turned to leave. The scrolls were not permitted to be taken from the room. However, one could inscribe them. Yuya recorded the training methods for shadow clone technique, along with a few notes he had memorized, onto a blank scroll before departing from the Umbu. Upon returning to the surface of Konoha, Yuya swiftly removed his cloak and mask. What a relief it is to breathe freely. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts. The atmosphere within the Umbu was indeed excessively oppressive, with nearly everyone being taciturn. The surface of Konoha and the underground realm were worlds apart. Above, the environment was filled with sunlight and harmony, bustling with lively crowds. In contrast, below was a realm of silence and oppression, permeated with an aura of desolation. Yet, at that moment, Yuya felt a sense of admiration for those Umbu ninjas, not for Hiruzen Tsurutobi, but for these unsung warriors of the shadows. For years they had concealed themselves in darkness, silently executing myriad tasks while safeguarding Konoha both overtly and covertly. It is precisely because of their hidden figures in the shadows that the light of the fire of Konoha exists. Where there is light, darkness inevitably follows. Light and dark are in opposition, yet intrinsically linked. Taking a deep breath, Yuya suppressed his reflections and clenched his fists. He had no intention of contemplating the dichotomy of light and dark. His singular focus was to become the best version of himself. Before Yuya lay a simple goal: to survive. Only by ensuring his own existence could he aspire for greater things. Next came the time for diligent training. Striving relentlessly in preparation for the impending Second Shinobi World War, endeavoring to secure a greater chance at survival. As dawn broke, sunlight ascended from the horizon, dispelling darkness and illuminating Konoha village with the hues of morning. Beneath a rocky cliff, Yuya had arrived early, without haste to commence his training in brute strength. He first stretched his limbs, then struck the rock face with his fists. Boom, boom. The vibrations radiated outward, reverberating with each punch Yuya delivered, causing his entire body to tremble. Every muscle and every inch of skin seemed to tighten and perfect under this tremor, dispersing impurities and flaws. Only after sweating profusely and becoming thoroughly drenched did Yuya pause to catch his breath. After a brief rest, he retrieved the scroll containing the training techniques for brute strength that Tsunade had given him, preparing to study it meticulously. Extraordinary strength is, in essence, a manifestation of chakra utilization, necessitating an exceptional degree of chakra control. In the world of Naruto, chakra serves as a versatile force, capable of transforming into elemental forms such as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth, while simultaneously amplifying physical power. This extraordinary strength represents a momentary enhancement of one's physical prowess through the application of chakra, akin to an explosive outburst of energy. The greater the mastery over chakra, the more formidable the resultant power becomes. Similarly, the quality and quantity of chakra directly correlate to its potency. After meticulously studying the scroll, Yuya grasped the concept of extraordinary strength. In terms of chakra quality, he currently possesses a chakra level equivalent to that of an elite shunned, barely reaching the threshold required to cultivate extraordinary strength. Furthermore, Yuya's chakra is entirely derived from the true 8 gates, which poses challenges for enhancement. However, with the activation of the true 8 gates, Yuya's chakra will undergo a progressive and cumulative increase. Thus, he harbors no concerns regarding a deficiency in chakra in the future. Consequently, his primary focus should be on refining his chakra control. With a hint of self-assuredness, he pondered whether he could directly master the technique. Following the instructions inscribed in the scroll, Yuya clenched his fist, refraining from deliberately invoking any shockwave power. Instead, channeling the chakra from his heart and lower abdomen into his fist. He then struck the rock wall before him, silently. Yet, there was no subsequent impact. Indeed, it was not as simple as he had anticipated. Yuya's lips twitched as he observed only a slight fissure forming on the wall, leaving him somewhat disheartened. The power he had unleashed was inferior to even a casual shockwave. When chakra associated with extraordinary strength is not adeptly controlled, it can easily dissipate. Once dispersed, the force cannot converge in a singular direction, resulting in diminished impact. Taking a deep breath, Yuya remained undeterred, fully aware that immediate mastery was unrealistic. Cultivating extraordinary strength demands robust chakra control, and fortunately, he was well acquainted with numerous methods to enhance this skill. Climbing trees, treading water, and practicing Naruto's signature technique, the Rasengan, are all effective means to progressively improve chakra control. With this understanding, Yuya chose not to aim too high, but rather to commence his training with the most straightforward task of climbing trees. At this juncture, he possessed a chakra level comparable to that of an elite shunned, surpassing the initial stages of Naruto and Sasuke in the original narrative. Despite his earlier failure to directly master extraordinary strength, Yuya's chakra control was, in fact, quite proficient. On the contrary, his ability to effortlessly perform the shadow clone technique after acquiring chakra attests to his innate talent in chakra manipulation. Within half a day's time, Yuya completed his tree climbing training, achieving the remarkable ability to effortlessly balance in an inverted position on the trunk. After descending, Yuya did not hastily resume his water walking training. Instead, he began to focus on his physical techniques. A harmonious balance between labor and rest is undoubtedly vital for mastering chakra control. Yet one must not neglect the fundamentals of martial arts. For Yuya, physical techniques remain paramount. The air resonated with a continuous, vibrating hum as the rock face trembled under the force of Yuya's strikes. Even a mere punch, due to the power of the vibrations, served to invigorate his entire being. After a grueling session that left him drenched in sweat, Yuya paused to rest briefly, retrieving the bento prepared for him by Kushina. Next, he intended to practice water walking, but suddenly realized he had overlooked something. As he savored his meal, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Unconsciously, he felt the two scrolls nestled in his pocket, one pertaining to superhuman strength and the other to shadow clones. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten, aside from superhuman strength, he also needed to refine his shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique is not only practical in combat and various other aspects, but it also plays a significant role in enhancing one's training. The insights gained through practicing with shadow clones are transferred back to the original upon their dissolution. In the original narrative, Naruto, whose talents were rather mediocre, managed to keep pace with prodigies not merely because he was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails or the reincarnation of Ashura, but largely due to the almost game-breaking nature of the shadow clone technique. Upon the shadow clone's disappearance, all experiences endured would revert to the original. It is akin to a training aid of extraordinary efficacy. After finishing his bento, Yuya stood and unfurled the scroll detailing the shadow clone training method. This was considerably simpler than the scroll on superhuman strength. Moreover, after honing his chakra control through tree climbing, it was indeed a prudent sequence to then practice shadow clones. Shadow clone technique. With a puff of white smoke, a hazy silhouette materialized, only to shatter and vanish the next instant. A failure. However, Yuya maintained his composure, continuing to form the required hand seals. Once more, shadow clone technique. Another burst of white smoke erupted. Despite repeated failures, Yuya gradually grasped the nuances of the shadow clone technique. Although classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, its difficulty was not particularly high. Even Naruto, who struggled with the basic clone technique, managed to master it in a single night. Surely, Yuya's talents were not inferior to Naruto's. At last, with another series of hand seals, he declared, shadow clone technique. A figure identical to Yuya emerged beside him. Success. A faint smile finally graced his otherwise calm countenance. Deep down, Yuya harbored a curiosity. Could the shadow clones harness the power of vibrations? Without hesitation, he decided to experiment. Yuya's shadow clone clenched its fist, preparing to unleash a punch. Yet, before the vibrational force could manifest, the clone abruptly exploded into a cloud of smoke, vanishing entirely. As anticipated, the outcome was as he had predicted, and thus, Yuya felt no particular disappointment. His oscillatory power, though outwardly described as the Dungdun bloodline limit, fundamentally differs from the bloodline limit itself. Moreover, the shadow clones seem incapable of harnessing the oscillatory force. His true form can withstand the backlash of the oscillatory power, yet the shadow clones cannot. Nonetheless, this is inconsequential. The purpose of training shadow clones is to assist in cultivation. After reassuring himself silently, Yuya once again created 2 shadow clones. He is not like Naruto, who possesses an extraordinary nature. 2 shadow clones appear to be the limit at his current stage. Directing the 2 shadow clones to practice water treading, Yuya's original self continued to engage in physical training. With the aid of shadow clones, the efficiency of his training was undoubtedly amplified. It wasn't long before the shadow clone practicing water treading dissipated, relaying all acquired experience back to the original. Yuya then summoned shadow clones once more, repeating this process. Only after successfully mastering water treading did Yuya cease his physical training and formally begin to cultivate monstrous strength. This time, the endeavor proved significantly easier than before. With an enhanced mastery of chakra, applying it to his arms became increasingly fluid. However, Yuya realized that mere perfect control was insufficient. Attention to detail was paramount. If he possessed the Byakugan bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, managing the intricacies of chakra would be far simpler. Alas, he lacked the Byakugan, thus he could only proceed incrementally. While shadow clones struggled to utilize the Jungdun bloodline limit, they were adept for training monstrous strength. Yuya created another 2 shadow clones, joining his original self in the pursuit of this strength. However, this endeavor was quite taxing on chakra. Fortunately, Yuya's chakra recovery rate surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Although not on par with Naruto's exceptional physique, he, having unlocked 2 of the 8 gates, does not fall far behind. This is the advantage of the 8 gates, often manifesting in the finer details. These nuances can sometimes determine the outcome of success or failure. With ample recovery ability, Yuya could continuously train with shadow clones while his original self persistently honed his physical skills. The pace of his training was astonishingly rapid. 1 month later, at the familiar base of the cliff, Yuya stood quietly, his gaze flickering, when suddenly a low shout erupted. Buzz! Chakra surged around Yuya's fist, simultaneously engulfed in a layer of white oscillatory light. With a sudden strike, he unleashed his fist. Boom! In an instant, the cliff before Yuya shattered as if struck by a thunderous blow, exploding from the center. An intricate web of cracks radiated outward in all directions. More terrifyingly, the cliff did not merely shatter, it exhibited a state of collapse. Shattering implies fragments scattering in all directions, while collapse signifies a continual fracturing, ultimately reducing to dust. As the debris cascaded, a significant portion of the cliff crumbled entirely, fragmenting into numerous small stones that scattered across the ground. In contrast to sheer brute strength or the force of impact, the effects are entirely different. It is indeed evident that brute force and the force of impact can complement each other. Observing the devastation wrought by his punch, Yuya's face broke into a faint smile. This blow, fueled by brute strength and amplified by the force of impact, exhibited a might far superior to that achieved through the mere application of the force of impact alone, as Yuya had anticipated. When brute force and the force of impact were combined, the resulting strike was capable of shattering even advanced B-level ninjutsu with a single blow. One might assert that Yuya could effortlessly sweep aside all ninjutsu below a level with such prowess. Furthermore, as brute strength is propelled by chakra, it concurrently mitigates a portion of the recoil generated by the force of impact. Additionally, since brute strength is a directed explosion of chakra, it not only augments the force of impact but also facilitates better control over it, concentrating the force in a single direction. Thus, even when unleashing a more potent force of impact, Yuya's body remains shielded from excessive recoil. Of course, if one were to scrutinize closely, this technique does possess certain drawbacks, notably its substantial chakra consumption, far exceeding that of mere brute strength. Originally, his force of impact required minimal chakra expenditure, yet brute strength, being a form of chakra manipulation, significantly escalates chakra use when combined. Hence, if Yuya were to continuously employ such strikes, his stamina and chakra would deplete rapidly, leading to an unsustainable state. However, utilizing it a few times, or even up to several times, poses no significant issue. The true 8 gates technique indeed endows him with formidable resilience. Moreover, should he choose to rely solely on the force of impact without the augmentation of brute strength, that remains an effortless endeavor for him. Although the combination of brute strength and the force of impact may not ascend to the level of a trump card, it undeniably represents his most formidable attack at present. Gazing at his fist, Yuya muttered to himself, pondering the need for a name. At that moment, a term from the original work sprang to mind: unmatched brute strength. Thus, Yuya decided to adopt it directly. This technique shall henceforth be known as impact release, unmatched brute strength. He exhaled, astonished that even after a month of training, he had finally perfected this move. Stretching his body, Yuya chuckled softly. The technique of brute strength bears a resemblance to Yuya's bloodline limit, impact release, as it too is a power that evolves. It will grow stronger as Yuya's chakra reserves and control over chakra increase. Once brute strength reaches a higher level, it will undoubtedly amplify the potency of the combined force of impact even further, creating a beneficial cycle of enhancement. Furthermore, this remains rooted in the foundation of the true 8 gates technique. Without a doubt, for Yuya, the true 8 gates have become the cornerstone of his power, with the enhancement of the force of impact building upon that foundation, and brute strength similarly deriving from it. However, Yuya perceived this as a fortuitous circumstance. At the very least, he need not concern himself with any deviations in his growth trajectory, as long as the true 8 gates of Duinjia were at his disposal. His path of development was unequivocally clear. The selection of one's growth path is a matter of utmost significance. Take Kakashi Hatake from the original narrative, who became a Genin at the tender age of 5, a Chunin by 6, and ascended to Jonin at 12. Yet, after attaining his Jonin status, there was a notable stagnation in his development until the storyline commenced. This was largely due to his acquisition of Obito's Sharingan, coupled with Rin's tragic demise, which left Kakashi adrift. With a limited chakra reserve and an abundance of learned jutsu, he became chaotic and imprecise. Even a confrontation with Zabuza Momochi required considerable effort. Had it been his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, he would have needed no ninjutsu whatsoever, effortlessly prevailing with the Hatake swordsmanship. Yuya's current trajectory is firmly anchored in the true 8 gates of Duinjia, with the shock release Kekkei Genkai as the principal focus. With a single punch, he could obliterate all ninjutsu. On this path, Yuya is convinced that, as long as he perseveres unwaveringly, he shall not fall behind anyone. Having finally combined his formidable strength with the power of shockwaves, Yuya did not cease his training, but rather commenced refining his skills anew. As time passed, noon approached. After casually rinsing his body by the riverside, Yuya instinctively began to rest and partake in his lunch. It was then that a figure approached him, causing Yuya to gaze in mild astonishment at the approaching individual. Kushina, how did you find this place? Of course, I followed you secretly. Kushina replied with a mischievous grin, waving a hand that held a bento box. I was worried you might not have enough to eat, so I brought you a portion. I see. Thank you, Yuya said, a smile gracing his lips, although a flicker of uncertain light danced in his eyes. Kushina, still smiling, walked over to Yuya with the bento in hand. Yet, the moment she stood beside him, a glint of cold light suddenly erupted from the bento box, piercing Yuya's body in an instant. Concurrently, Kushina's form transformed into that of a man clad in a conical hat and mask, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. Mission accomplished. We must withdraw quickly. It would be unfortunate if Konoha Zambu were to catch up. Zabuza Momochi coldly shook his head, casting a disdainful glance at Yuya's lifeless body. It is absurd that to eliminate a mere child, I had to exert such effort, and now I must contend with the pursuit of Konoha. What a vexing predicament. This child has met his end in due manner. With a scoff, he withdrew the blade that had pierced Yuya's form, preparing to depart. Yet, in the next moment, Yuya's body abruptly transformed into white smoke and vanished from sight. Zabuza's expression shifted instantly. A clone. When did that happen? In the next instant, Momochi Saki felt a prickling sensation engulf his entire body. A chilling dread enveloped him, compelling him to roll away instinctively while simultaneously employing defensive measures. However, a violent shockwave surged forth, striking him with unrelenting force. The technique known as earth release, collapse, was executed by Hakuya, who had leaped down from the treetops, delivering a merciless blow. How could he possibly hold back against an assassin aiming to take his life? If he hadn't sensed something amiss with Kushina, he might have fallen victim to this assailant. What were the ninjas of Konoha doing? How could an assassin infiltrate their ranks? The ground roared as Hakuya's fierce counterattack left deep cracks radiating outward like a spider's web. Hiss! Saki rolled out of the attack's reach, but as he regained his footing, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had been deceived by Hakuya's clone and then ambushed in return, a situation that could not end well. How could he discern the truth? Saki spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes reflecting a cold fury and a hint of confusion. Hakuya observed him calmly. No matter how perfectly one might disguise themselves, the essence of a person cannot be entirely replicated. Is that so? Saki inhaled deeply, a touch of regret flickering in his gaze. Had he known better, he would not have masqueraded as Uzumaki Kushina. Perhaps donning the guise of someone less familiar to Hakuya would have led to a successful ambush. Neither moved. They simply regarded each other with icy detachment. Hakuya was unperturbed by the passage of time. This was Konoha territory, and should an assassin make a move here, it would reveal their presence. The sensory barriers of the village and the countless perceptive ninjas patrolling were far from incompetent. Once their identity was exposed, the response from Konoha would be swift. The Umbu ninjas might already be rushing towards their location. What puzzled Hakuya was how an assassin had managed to seize such an opportunity to ambush him. With the Second Shinobi World War looming, spies were nearly omnipresent in every major ninja village. Not only were there countless spies within Konoha, but other villages also had their own operatives. Yet spies and assassins differed significantly. Spies typically did not engage in assassination missions. Their role was merely to gather intelligence, making infiltration easier and exposure difficult. Assassins, however, were dedicated to executing lethal tasks, rendering their identities far more susceptible to discovery. The distinction lay in the mindset. Spies constantly sought to conceal themselves and obtain information discreetly, ensuring their anonymity even in failure. In contrast, assassins had to continuously gather intelligence on their targets, monitoring their movements, which rendered their actions suspicious and prone to exposure. Especially in a great ninja village like Konoha, it is not uncommon for a multitude of spies to infiltrate unnoticed. However, it is utterly inconceivable that an assassin could breach such defenses, even daring to approach Yuya without detection. Undoubtedly, this issue extends beyond the assassin himself. There are complications within Konoha as well. Danzo, Uchiha, these thoughts flickered through Yuya's mind. His gaze grew colder. At this moment, these considerations seemed trivial. What truly mattered now was the confrontation between him and this rogue ninja, who would live and who would perish. From the moment Momochi Zabuza's strike failed, met with Yuya's fierce counterattack. To the brief exchange of words between them, only a fleeting instant had passed. Zabuza's heart turned icy. Had the assassination been successful in that fraction of a second, he could have retreated swiftly. Even if pursued by Konoha's ninjas thereafter, he believed he could elude them. But now, in a place like Konoha, the act of striking did not require a great commotion. Merely daring to attack would surely alert the sensory ninjas patrolling the village. There was no doubt he had already revealed his presence. Konoha's Umbu might already be encircling him. Thus, it became imperative to resolve this swiftly, eliminate this boy in the next move, and perhaps he could find a chance to escape. Zabuza's gaze was fixed intently on Yuya, fully aware that even if he managed to kill Yuya after such a delay, his own escape would be improbable. In light of this, he resolved to drag Yuya down with him. In the next moment, Zabuza gripped the hilt of his blade tightly. A resonant hum filled the air as the pristine white sword radiated a greenish light, seemingly infused with wind chakra, yet distinct in its essence. The dance of the fallen chaos. In an instant, Zabuza's figure seemed to dissolve into a flurry of afterimages. It was not merely the swiftness of his body, but rather the sword in his hand that transformed into countless thrusts, sweeping toward Yuya with ferocity. This was a unique sword technique enhanced by chakra. Mist village ninjas? Yuya's eyes flickered at the sight, though this sword was unlike any from the famed 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Moreover, if the 7 swordsmen were truly present, Yuya would stand no chance of resistance. Yet, although the attack was swift, Yuya was still able to respond. Die, brat. Zabuza's face bore a hint of mad intent. Chakra surging wildly, manifesting in a myriad of azure thrusts aimed at Yuya. In an instant, it was as if a field of lotuses bloomed, each one vibrant, yet steeped in the aura of death. However, faced with Zabuza's lethal strike, Yuya momentarily hesitated, yet did not make any move to retreat. He appeared almost paralyzed by fear. Nevertheless, a peculiar thought lingered in Yuya's mind. Was this truly all there was? Zabuza's technique was far less formidable than Yuya had anticipated. In truth, Yuya had been overly cautious, immediately associating the assassination attempt with the myriad horrors that plagued the ninja world. In truth, those truly formidable beings would never personally engage in an assassination attempt against Yuya. Even the likes of the 7 ninja swordsmen would find it implausible. Setting aside the challenge of remaining undetected by Konoha to execute such a covert operation, even if the assassination were to succeed, escaping the land of fire and evading Konoha's pursuit would be far from effortless. The act of a powerful individual targeting a weaker one often hinges on the notion of a life for a life. Even when aiming at a prodigy, one must assess whether the endeavor is worthwhile. The individual standing before Yuya is, at most, an elite chunin. Although this technique appears grandiose, its true might is merely that of a high-level B-rank jutsu. Is there truly a need to evade it? With a quiet shake of his head, Yuya clenched his fist. Buzz. Chakra surged forth as the power of vibration brewed momentarily. Subsequently, Yuya charged directly at the advancing Matoi Zaku, casually unleashing a single punch. Witnessing Yuya halt his advance to meet his sword with a fist left Matoi Zaku momentarily astonished. Soon, a cold smile crept across his face. He was well aware of Yuya's capabilities and the peculiar vibrations his fists could emit. Nevertheless, this was his signature move, the dance of the Graves Chaos. With this technique, he had once assassinated a jonin. A mere child, unaware of the vastness of the world, believed he could effortlessly counter his ultimate skill. Did he think himself just an ordinary chunin? A hint of derision flickered in Matoi Zaku's eyes, as he envisioned Yuya being utterly obliterated by his assault. Yet, in the next moment, the wind stilled. His expression froze in silence. Buzz. Not only did Matoi Zaku's demeanor halt, but so too did his dance of the Graves Chaos. The seemingly lethal azure light, capable of obliterating a person, also paused in that instant. It was as if time itself had been suspended. The cause of this stasis was a fist suspended in the air before him. The atmosphere was tranquil, yet before the fist lay a mirror-like fissure spreading outward. This crack represented the propagation and explosion of vibrational power through the air, appearing as if the very fabric of space had been shattered. Crack! The sound echoed like shattering ice, breaking the silence in Matoi Zaku's immobilized expression. A look of horror finally crept onto Matoi Zaku's face. This was dire. Confronted with Yuya's terrifying strike, he could only desperately channel all his chakra into his dance of the Graves Chaos. The two forces collided violently, entangling in a fierce struggle. Yet, Matoi Zaku's sword remained stubbornly poised just an inch from Yuya's fist, unable to advance any further. In the next moment, Yuya's vibrational force erupted with overwhelming intensity, eclipsing everything. The chakra and sharpness on Matoi Zaku's sword twisted into a bizarre and terrifying distortion. Despite the strength of his dance of the Grave's chaos, its attacks were scattered and broad in range. The power of a single point pales in comparison to that of an A-rank ninjutsu, and the might of area attacks is similarly overshadowed by A-rank techniques. At best, they are merely enhanced versions of B-rank ninjutsu. Even a B-rank technique, when bolstered to its upper limits, cannot withstand the overwhelming, full-force strike of Yuya's monstrous strength. Crack! At last, the dance of the funeral chaos unleashed by Momochi Sabaku was violently shattered by a direct punch from Yuya. Even his sword could not endure the collision of the shockwave in the dance of the funeral chaos, shattering under the tremendous force. Boom! The shockwave surged forth, enveloping Momochi Sabaku entirely. Even in the final moments, as he desperately attempted to retreat, he could not evade the impact of the shockwave. This time, the shockwave was far beyond Yuya's earlier, simpler strikes. It was a combination of monstrous strength and shock release. Monstrous might. Even after shattering the dance of the funeral chaos, it still retained a fraction of its power. Almost instantaneously as the dance of the funeral chaos was obliterated, Momochi Sabaku was propelled backward by the residual shock. Blood erupting from his mouth. This was not a simple matter. Momochi Sabaku was not a taijutsu ninja. He was a deft assassin-type ninja. His physical resilience was even inferior to that of an average chunin. Previously, he had managed to evade Yuya's frontal assault through skill, sustaining injuries. Now, he had been struck head-on, suffering grave wounds. Although he had not perished, he had lost the capacity to fight. Blood continuously oozed from the corner of his mouth as Momochi Sabaku gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, desperately attempting to roll away and escape. However, Yuya would not grant him another chance. Despite Momochi Sabaku's dire state, even if Yuya refrained from attacking, he could not possibly escape the pursuit of the Konoha Anbu. Yet, this individual had come to kill him. Yuya would show no mercy to one who sought his demise. Whoosh! In an instant, Yuya closed the distance to Momochi Sabaku. To spare his life, Yuya chose not to use the shockwave again, instead delivering a powerful sweeping kick. Konoha whirlwind. Bang! The severely injured Momochi Sabaku could not evade the strike, and Yuya's kick landed with brutal force. Crack, crack! In that moment, the sound of shattering bones echoed as Momochi Sabaku was sent flying once more, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Though he was not dead, he struggled to lift his head but found it impossible. Gritting his teeth, his eyes reflected disbelief and resentment. He had not anticipated Yuya's overwhelming strength, so powerful that he could shatter the dance of the funeral chaos outright. One misstep led to a cascade of errors. Filled with hatred, Momochi Sabaku's ire was not directed at Yuya, but at the informant who had provided him with flawed intelligence. He yearned to twist that person's head off and demand, "Were you a fool?" The magnitude of the misinformation he received was utterly absurd. In the intelligence he received, there was no record of Yuya having killed Uchiha Han. Evidently, this event had been jointly concealed by Konoha and the Uchiha clan. His reports merely indicated that Yuya was a prodigy who had yet to reach his full potential, possessing at most the strength of a genin. At that moment, Momochi Zabuza yearned to hurl the term genin strength into the face of the informant. Yuya gazed at Momochi Zabuza with a calm and icy demeanor, refraining from ending his life immediately. It was undoubtedly preferable to leave him alive for Konoha's interrogation. Yet, contrary to expectations, fully aware of his impending doom, Zabuza's lips twitched slightly as he bit down on a concealed poison capsule. The fate of a captured assassin was undoubtedly more tragic than death. Observing this scene, Yuya shook his head slightly, his eyes glimmering. This was the world of shinobi, a ruthless world. In the next instant, several masked Anbu ninjas appeared in the distance, swiftly closing the distance to Yuya's side. Noticing the lifeless body of Momochi Zabuza on the ground, the Anbu displayed expressions of astonishment. Was he already dead? He seemed to be from the Mist Village. Yet the possibility of blame being placed on other ninja villages could not be ruled out. They decided to take the body back for a thorough examination. The Anbu exchanged glances, engaging in a brief discussion. Throughout this process, they did not speak to Yuya. but their gazes were laden with undeniable astonishment. The infiltration of an assassin into Konoha, coupled with the successful execution of an assassination attempt, was already an astonishing feat. What was even more incredible was that Yuya had not only survived the assassination, but had also retaliated with overwhelming force. Most shocking of all, Yuya appeared to be completely unscathed. Was this what a genius ninja looked like? The Umbu pondered. Had they been in Yuya's position at his age, they would have almost certainly succumbed to the assassination, let alone achieve an unscathed counterattack. After exchanging glances, one of the Umbu finally spoke to Yuya. Yuya, you will accompany us to report the details. Very well, Yuya replied with a nod, a flicker of sharpness igniting in his gaze. Tuanzong, who among the Uchiha has employed some means to enable this assassin to successfully launch their attack? It was impossible to ascertain. Ultimately, Yuya took a deep breath. He would need to exercise greater caution in the future. This world was far more brutal and dark than he had ever imagined. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed solemnly at a document before him. This was the assessment derived from the Umbu's special class ninja following their examination of Momochi Zabuza's corpse, which also yielded some significant information. The targets were Yuya and Uzumaki Kushina, presenting a troubling situation. Sarutobi squinted, a fierce light flickering in his eyes. Although the incident involving Han's death had been shrouded in secrecy, Yuya's reputation as a genius within the Ninja Academy warranted the effort invested in an assassination attempt. However, the involvement of Kushina was perplexing. The special class of ninjas in the Dark Division has uncovered a wealth of information concerning Taijutsu. Among these revelations is the fact that Taijutsu's target this time is not solely Yuya. There is another individual involved, namely Kushina. Could it be that other ninja villages have discerned Kushina's true identity? It is indeed a possibility, came the response from a figure beside Favor John. The individual who spoke was Chimushomal. Perhaps we should prepare for contingencies. Stihudarinda life can no longer be sustained for much longer, Ben Feirujan remarked gravely. Shiwoseo, the wife of the first Hokage and the first host of the Nine Tails, is facing imminent peril. Indeed, Chimu Somao nodded gently. The matter of Shinwara Eshin being the next host of the Nine Tails is known to very few within the village of Uyit. Yet, this does not preclude the possibility that spies from other ninja villages may deduce such information from various clues. After a moment of contemplation, Benfei Rujang suddenly inquired, "What news of Uyit?" "He is unharmed," Chimu Somao responded with a light smile. "That child possesses not only exceptional talent. The Hokage should be aware that his intellect rivals that of Bo Fengfeng, transcending the ordinary." "Indeed," Benfei Rujang acknowledged, then abruptly asked, "Could he be promoted to a full member of the Anbu?" "Allow me to conduct further evaluations," Chimu Somao replied, hesitating slightly. While he handled this assassination incident with remarkable skill, it does not yet confirm that he meets the standards required of Anbu ninjas. After discussing the Anbu, Yuya departed from the intelligence department following an explanation of the techniques employed during Tao Di's assassination. As one of the candidates for the Anbu, a brief recounting of events sufficed. However, just as he was about to leave the Anbu, he received a summons for a gathering of Anbu Hoburenja. Surprised, Yuya quickly surmised that this was likely a routine training session for the Anbu Hoburenja. Such training sessions are mandatory and cannot be declined. Upon receiving the summons, he made his way to the designated assembly point for the Anbu Hoburenja. Unlike formal ninjas, Anbu Hoburenja do not engage in numerous missions, which is why they participate in regular training sessions. The gathering took place in a dedicated hall, and upon his arrival, Yuya noticed that many masked ninjas had already assembled. Virtually all were Anbu Hobu. It is worth noting that the Anbu, officially known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force, is distinct from Tangan Eskanbu, which is referred to as the Anbu Training Department. In reality, the training of Anbu ninjas is entirely separate from Tansag and Gunbu. Yanfei Rajang would never entrust the training of his Anbu ninjas to Tansang. Thus, while Gunbu and Anbu appear to be interconnected, they operate independently. The training of Anbu Ho Burenjiro occurs within the Anbu itself, with no relation to Gunbu whatsoever. As It entered the throng, he garnered numerous curious glances. Despite wearing a mask and a cloak, his youth was unmistakable. At first glance, Yuya appears to be merely a youth, leading some ninjas to express astonishment, quietly shaking their heads. Becoming a formal member of the Anbu is no simple feat, and neither is ascending to the status of an Umbu candidate. Sarutobi Hisashi has allocated resources to provide Umbu candidates with the necessities of life and training, not for frivolous pursuits. The Umbu training is dual-faceted. It serves both as a rigorous training regimen and a means of elimination. Those unfit for the role will be weeded out, while exceptional ninjas will be duly noted as worthy of advancement. The eliminated candidates will no longer enjoy the benefits of Umbu status, relegated instead to the life of a common ninja. Some ninjas regard Yuya's tender age as a sign of immaturity, doubting his ability to survive even the initial round of assessments. After exchanging glances and shaking their heads, they turned their attention away from him. Moments later, as the gathering reached its near completion, a ninja cloaked in a different colored mantle entered. With a flash, he appeared at the forefront. He was not the Umbu captain, but one of the 3 squad leaders, a figure of high standing within Konoha. This training session will operate on a point system, with the 3 participants receiving the lowest scores facing elimination from the Umbu. Thus, every candidate is urged to take this seriously. The first round of training will take place in the Forest of Death. Follow me, he instructed. The Umbu squad leader's face was obscured by a mask, yet his voice was calm and slightly husky. After delivering his message, he turned and departed the hall. The Umbu candidates moved in unison, following the squad leader. Yuya was among them. The Forest of Death? How familiar it seems. A peculiar light flickered in Yuya's eyes as the corners of his mouth subtly curved beneath his mask. It must be the very site of the second round of the Chunin exams in the original narrative. How intriguing. To Yuya's surprise, as they followed the Umbu squad leader, they did not ascend to the surface but continued their journey underground. It was unexpected to discover a passage leading directly to the Forest of Death beneath Konoha. However, it made sense. After traversing an indeterminate distance underground, they arrived at the base of the Forest of Death, where the space became exceedingly constricted, leaving only an upward passage. The group halted as the Umbu squad leader led them upward, directly into the central tower of the Forest of Death, the very location of the preliminary exam in the original story. Once everyone had gathered, the squad leader calmly surveyed the candidates before articulating the formal rules. Within the Forest of Death, numerous traces left by ninjas can be found. By diligently following these traces, one can ultimately discover special mission items, such as the scroll I hold in my hand. As he spoke, the captain of the Dark Division produced a pale yellow scroll, shook it lightly, and then tucked it away once more. Such scrolls were abundant within the Death Forest, yet their hiding places were rather concealed, necessitating careful judgment and pursuit based on various traces found. Securing a single scroll would earn 10 points upon returning to the tower, while possessing 2 would garner 20 points. And so forth. I must remind everyone that these scrolls are subject to theft. Thus, while seeking traces, one must also conceal oneself. This is the essence of the first training session. The sole rule prohibits intentional duels. Naturally, combat may lead to unforeseen circumstances. Accidental deaths will not incur blame. This training session will be monitored in its entirety. The captain of the Dark Division succinctly elucidated the key points of the first training session, his tone becoming slightly more serious. Therefore, I declare that the training begins now. Upon hearing the captain's directive, all the candidate ninjas exchanged glances before exiting the tower, entering the Death Forest. Whoosh! Almost in the next instant, this throng of candidate ninjas transformed into a blur, leaping towards their chosen directions. Truly, the training of the Dark Division surpassed even the rigorous standards of the Chunin exams in the original narrative. Among the crowd, Yuya leaped to the top of a tree, scanning his surroundings before murmuring to himself. The official ninjas of the Dark Division were nearly all elites among elites. This training alone assessed their abilities in intelligence gathering, judgment, combat, evasion, and tracking, essentially encompassing all fundamental aspects of a ninja's skill set. As Yuya prepared to choose a direction to seek out the so-called traces and subsequently locate the scrolls hidden within the forest, a sudden epiphany struck him. No, that's incorrect. The comprehensive monitoring of this training session is not merely to evaluate the all-encompassing abilities of the Dark Division ninjas. Its true purpose is to uncover the most unique and proficient aspects of each individual. It is implausible for every ninja to be a jack of all trades. The challenge of securely finding a scroll and safely returning to the tower is exceedingly steep. Ninjas adept at information gathering might effortlessly locate numerous scrolls, yet they may not be able to safeguard those they discover. Conversely, Those skilled in evasion might not seize others' scrolls, but could continuously maneuver through the death forest, seeking opportunities. As for ninjas with strong combat abilities, they could forego searching for scrolls altogether and simply seize those belonging to others. The true objective of this training session is to showcase each ninja's strengths, providing a comprehensive evaluation to determine whether they should evolve into scouts or warriors. Thus, the final query regarding the comprehensive monitoring makes perfect sense. With this realization, a faint smile graced Yuya's lips. Now that he comprehended the underlying motive, he need not search for any scrolls. Within the ranks of the Umbu candidates, there are undoubtedly no individuals of Jonin caliber. The presence of Jonin is already synonymous with established Umbu operatives, even those of captain rank. This implies that, for Yuya, he finds himself devoid of worthy adversaries in this realm. In the depths of the death forest, a ninja swiftly located the scroll, soon followed by others who began vying for it. Most fought independently, as the objective of this training session was not to test teamwork. Conflicts erupted continuously. However, due to constant surveillance and the prohibition of lethal confrontations, injuries occurred, yet no fatalities ensued. Before long, one of the ninjas bearing the scroll reached the central tower. At this very moment, outside the tower, Yuya stood quietly, having never ventured into the death forest. Indeed, if the destination was the tower, it was prudent to lie in wait there, rendering a trek into the treacherous forest unnecessary. Nevertheless, this strategy posed a dilemma, for no one knew the strength of the first returning ninja, leaving the possibility of a misstep looming large. While all other Umbu candidates contemplated this, none chose to adopt Yuya's approach. Stand aside. The Umbu candidate carrying the scroll, upon seeing Yuya's figure blocking his path, let out a cold huff and charged forward. Though his face was obscured, it was evident from his appearance that Yuya was quite youthful. This candidate surmised that Yuya must have deemed himself too timid to compete for the scroll within the death forest, thus forfeiting his performance in this round of training. He shook his head disdainfully. Yet, the Umbu candidate did not underestimate the situation. As he charged, he unleashed a B-rank wind release technique aimed at Yuya. Should Yuya merely sidestep, he would gain access to the tower. However, intentions often diverge starkly from reality. Boom. The air shattered with a resounding crack as the B-rank wind technique was obliterated by a single punch from Yuya. It's you. The Umbu candidate halted abruptly, astounded as he witnessed his B-rank jutsu shattered by Yuya's strike. The ability felt eerily familiar. Even if he had not witnessed it firsthand, he had certainly heard of it. This was the prowess of Yuya, the prodigious student of the Ninja Academy who had recently made waves in Konoha. Without a doubt, the youthful figure before him was indeed Yuya. As this realization dawned upon him, disbelief flickered in his eyes, not because Yuya had ascended to the rank of Umbu candidate, but due to the sheer impossibility of Yuya shattering his B-rank jutsu with a mere punch. It was utterly ludicrous. Even if Yuya was a genius from the Ninja Academy, such rapid growth to this level was unexpected. After the outcome of the battle between Yuya and Uchiha Han was suppressed by the higher-ups of Konoha and the Uchiha clan, few ninjas were aware of Yuya's true strength. Even among the formal Umbu operatives, knowledge of his capabilities was scarce, not to mention the candidate ninja before him. He was only aware that Yuya had triumphed over Namikaze Minato at the Ninja Academy, securing first place in the practical ranking assessment and becoming a renowned genius within Konoha. Therefore, upon recognizing Yuya's identity and witnessing the results of his fist shattering the B-rank ninjutsu, the heart of this Umbu candidate ninja was filled with disbelief. Yet, the reality lay stark before him. Bring forth the scroll, Yuya calmly instructed as he gazed at the ninja before him. Damn. The Umbu candidate's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness. Although Yuya's strength surpassed expectations, he was no mere pushover. This scroll was something he had forcibly seized. With hands moving swiftly to form seals, he prepared his counterattack. Boom. Yuya, moving with blinding speed, seemed to transform into an afterimage, closing the distance in an instant and delivering a powerful punch. The ninja completed his seals at the very last moment. Puff. Struck by the shockwave, the ninja's form dissipated into smoke. In the next moment, to Yuya's left, the ninja reappeared, utilizing a shadow clone. Both his true self and the shadow clone swiftly formed seals in unison. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Lightning release. Lightning dragon bullet technique. A torrent of terrifying water surged forth, taking the shape of a dragon, hurtling towards Yuya with immense force. Even more ominously, bolts of lightning snaked through the water, following closely behind, creating an almost unstoppable onslaught. The shadow clone vanished after unleashing the lightning ninjutsu, while a cold smirk appeared in the ninja's eyes. You may withstand ordinary B-rank techniques, but can you withstand this? A composite ninjutsu, he mused. Observing the oncoming assault, infused with flickering lightning, Yuya momentarily paused. Two ordinary B-rank composite techniques combined possessed power comparable to that of advanced B-rank techniques. And this ninja before him wielded the elements of wind, water, and lightning simultaneously? Indeed, Umbu ninjas were exceptional, even if merely candidates. Yet, in Yuya's presence, there was no distinction. Regardless of whether the dust to be swept away was a mere speck or a significant mass, it could all be cleared with a single broom. To Yuya, ninjas of the same rank were akin to dust, differing only in size. Chakra surged forth, a brilliant white light enveloping his fist. Suddenly, he unleashed his attack. Earth release. Tremor of unmatched strength. Crack. The terrifying shockwave erupted through the air, propelling forward with ferocity. Under the influence of immense power, these shockwaves coalesced, focusing directly ahead. Buzz. In the next moment, the composite ninjutsu of lightning and water abruptly stagnated in midair. Two forms, the water dragon and the lightning dragon, seemed to overlap and freeze in time. The crackling sound of lightning intertwined with the reverberations of the shockwaves. Crackle. The entire area seemed to shatter. As Yuya withdrew his fist, everything before him lay utterly obliterated. The B-rank composite ninjutsu was utterly shattered by a single punch, leaving only remnants of water gently flowing outward. This is impossible. The candidate from the Umbu could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in astonishment. His gaze toward Yuya was filled with horror, as if he were staring at a monster. What nonsense is this? It was one thing for ordinary B-rank ninjutsu to be thwarted, but even his full-power composite B-rank ninjutsu was obliterated by Yuya's punch. How could he possibly be this strong? Hand over the scroll, Yuya said calmly, advancing step by step toward the ninja. I'll give it to you. The ninja, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, finally revealed a flicker of fear in his eyes. He reached into his cloak and produced a scroll, tossing it toward Yuya. After examining it briefly to ensure its authenticity, Yuya turned to leave. As he turned away so effortlessly, the ninja trembled slightly, gritting his teeth. Yet he still dared not approach Yuya to attack. With the first scroll in hand, if I were to acquire a few more, perhaps I could evade participation in the subsequent training sessions, Yuya mused softly. Having resolved to stand guard at the tower, he would not allow matters to conclude so simply. Concepts like the nail that sticks out gets hammered down, or playing the fool to catch the wise were utterly ineffective in this world. Like the legendary Minato Namikaze, one must always strive for excellence. After mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he became brazen, dominating every battlefield he graced, defeating multitudes single-handedly, and earning a fearsome reputation in the ninja world. In the original work, Orochimaru meticulously considered every angle, remaining hidden in the shadows, yet ultimately faced failure. Uchiha Madara's singular assessment of Orochimaru was simply vermin. Even when he nearly controlled the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War, in Madara's eyes, those who acted with trepidation were mere rodents. Would Uchiha Madara act timidly? Absolutely not. He merely asserted his strength, demonstrating unequivocally that he was a supreme warrior to whom all must submit. Thus, he fought relentlessly until he reached the pinnacle of the ninja world alongside the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, revered by countless ninjas as a godlike figure. Now, for Yuya, he could sweep aside all the Umbu candidates. If that is the case, then let him do so. If he does not even dare to seize the opportunity to showcase his strength, cowering like Orochimaru, he will never become a formidable figure like Uchiha Madara, who looks down upon the ninja world. Moreover, for Yuya at present, the more he displayed his innate talent and strength, the more he would capture the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, making it increasingly difficult for Danzo and the Uchiha clan to act against him. Having secured the first scroll, Yuya chose not to enter the tower but instead placed the scroll on the ground beside him, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next individual. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the Umbu ninjas monitoring the entirety of the Death Forest from within the tower. To remain here at the tower rather than venturing into the forest, indeed, displayed an extraordinary level of confidence. To casually place the acquired scroll aside is not a display of confidence, but rather a hint of arrogance. Is one so certain of their inevitable victory over the next challenger? The official Umbu ninja, along with the Umbu squad leader, were keenly observing the unfolding events within the Death Forest. Naturally, Yuya's actions did not escape their notice. The Umbu squad leader briefly regarded Yuya, muttering to himself, "Is he the little rascal who causes so much commotion? No wonder the captain instructed me to pay special attention. He indeed seems quite troublesome." However, those who manage to reach the tower with scrolls must possess either exceptional evasion skills or formidable strength. To claim absolute victory is a tall order. Even stopping a few of them would not be a trivial endeavor. With a slight shake of his head, the Umbu squad leader redirected his focus to the other battles occurring within the Death Forest. In his estimation, Yuya would at most fend off a handful of scroll-holding ninjas, securing a respectable score before ascending the tower. There was also the possibility that he could be swiftly defeated by a stronger candidate from the Umbu, resulting in the loss of all his scrolls. Not long after, a second ninja who had acquired a scroll burst forth from the Death Forest, rapidly approaching the tower. His speed was remarkable, indicating he was a ninja specializing in swift physical techniques, not merely through rigorous training, but rather by harnessing chakra, akin to extraordinary strength. Just as he was about to reach the tower, another figure surged forward, matching his speed, if not slightly surpassing it. What? The ninja was momentarily taken aback. Yet being a speed-oriented ninja himself, he was able to react to Yuya's velocity. However, unbeknownst to him regarding Yuya's true identity, he made a foolish decision and swung his fist toward Yuya. Yuya, taken by surprise for a moment, found it amusing and retaliated with a punch of his own. He did not employ any shockwave force. Rather, he relied solely on brute strength, mindful not to deliver a fatal blow. The result was swift and decisive. The ninja, having stolen the second scroll, felt his arm go numb from Yuya's punch, blood oozing from his fingers. He was sent flying backward, barely managing to land on his feet. Before he could utter a sound of astonishment, Yuya charged forward with a simple maneuver, completely overpowering him. As he fell to the ground, the scroll was snatched away, leaving the ninja dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. What on earth? This child, who appeared to be no more than 10 years old, had bested him in physical prowess, completely and utterly. How fortunate for this little fellow to have acquired 2 scrolls. The Umbu ninjas within the tower could not help but shift their attention back to the spectacle, despite their usual reticence born from years of undertaking missions. Is he not entering? How audacious. Does he intend to seize everything for himself? At this moment, many of the Umbu ninjas found their focus drawn to Yuya. The third ninja, who obtained the scroll, finally arrived. He was a master of illusion techniques. Without a hint of suspense, he was effortlessly defeated by Yuya. Ordinary illusions, unless they reached the extraordinary level of Tsukuyami, were utterly ineffective against him. Next came the fourth ninja, skilled in stealth and assassination, wielding a short blade for close combat. Yet, Yuya's speed surpassed his own, and before he could even launch a single attack, he was swiftly vanquished by Yuya. The fifth, sixth, and seventh ninjas from the Umbu, initially deemed Yuya's actions as excessively arrogant, fell silent as they witnessed him triumph over each challenger reaching the tower, seizing all the scrolls and discarding them in a heap. Their astonishment transformed into shock as the count of defeated Umbu candidates reached double digits, with some even displaying expressions of disbelief. Even the Umbu squad leader, watching Yuya stand resolute at the base of the tower, was struck by amazement. Indeed, Yuya was a remarkable figure worthy of close attention, as the captain had rightly noted. Had he already collected over 20 scrolls? Within the forest, more than 30 scrolls remained hidden among a total of 60. The squad leader squinted, pondering the extent of Yuya's capabilities. At this moment, the significance of points and qualifications faded. He was simply eager to witness the heights Yuya could achieve. It was anticipated that many ninjas would soon converge upon this location, and the encounters might escalate from one-on-one confrontations to 2 or even 3 against 1. Achieving perfection in such a collective training exercise and sweeping away all opposition was no trivial feat. As time progressed, most of the scrolls had been discovered. Many ninjas, lacking any scrolls, understood that lingering within the Death Forest held no further purpose. They needed to hasten towards the tower, hoping to intercept those who had acquired the scrolls. The atmosphere grew tense, for they all recognized that the battles outside the tower would be the culminating conflict of this training session. However, as one after another reached the tower, each paused in astonishment, only to reveal expressions of incredulity. They beheld Yuya, a mere child of no more than 10 years, standing before the tower, surrounded by a substantial pile of scrolls. Behind him, a multitude of injured and grim-faced candidate ninjas seemed to linger within the tower. What had transpired? Had all the scrolls been collected by him alone? This was inconceivable. The arriving Umbu candidates could not suppress their gasps of shock as they turned their gazes towards Yuya, each reflecting their disbelief. Their appearances deceive, suggesting they are no older than 10. Some even anticipated that Yuya would be eliminated in the very first match. However, what transpired was not Yuya's elimination, but rather his intention to eliminate all of them in that initial encounter. Although they were astounded by Yuya's ability to amass such an abundance of scrolls, wondering how many opponents he had vanquished, their resolve quickly stabilized. For they were seasoned ninjas of the Umbu. Upon reflection, they surmised that while Yuya's collection of scrolls demonstrated his formidable prowess, he had been engaged in combat for an extended duration. How much stamina could he possibly retain? There would inevitably come a moment when he could no longer endure. Their strategy was simple: seize the scrolls surrounding Yuya and rush into the tower, thereby securing the top position, an absolute first place, granting them the privilege of becoming official Umbu ninjas, a goal cherished by every candidate. Though the path ahead would entail various missions, the power and status would be significantly elevated. Many esteemed clans in Konoha even aspired to send their members into the Umbu. He cannot withstand our numbers alone. Indeed, the call for action became irresistible, and some could no longer contain their impulses, believing that a preemptive strike would allow them to snatch Yuya's scrolls. Yet, what met them was Yuya's devastating fists. The force surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. No one could advance even an inch. Even when a handful of ninjas banded together, they were ruthlessly shattered by Yuya's might. As the throng of attackers grew, so did the number of those who fell. This battle, though not grand in scale, was truly spectacular. At this juncture, Yuya was drenched in sweat, his stamina and chakra depleting. However, the everlasting activation of the 8 Gates technique bestowed upon him a remarkable recuperative ability, rendering his endurance almost monstrous. As the fight progressed, his blood coursed like a raging river, and the first gate at his heart continued to unleash fresh vigor. Yuya's combat spirit surged, growing fiercer with each confrontation, as if an invincible aura was being cultivated. Exhilarating. Not a single peer, not even the likes of Guy or Might Due, could rival Yuya's stamina and resilience. The superiority of the 8 Gates technique in prolonged battles was manifesting in full splendor at that moment. His physical prowess astonished onlookers. By this stage, Yuya was no longer merely responding to attacks. He began to proactively sweep aside the Umbu candidates present. Everyone was swept up in this monumental clash. Some attempted to stealthily seize scrolls and dart into the tower, yet they found no opportunity. The fallen multiplied, yet Yuya remained unscathed. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. Not only the Umbu candidates facing Yuya, but even the official Umbu ninjas within the tower were equally awestruck. Yuya single-handedly thwarted them all. None of the substitute members of the entire Umbu were a match for Yuya, even when a few of them joined forces. They could not prevail against him. Throughout the confrontation, not a single thread of Yuya's attire was damaged. Apart from the beads of sweat trickling down his forehead and his body being drenched in perspiration, indicative of the considerable physical exertion he had expended, there were no other injuries to speak of. He was nothing short of a humanoid monster. The Umbu substitute ninjas defeated by Yuya bore various wounds. Yet the looks they cast upon him were devoid of anger or resentment. Instead, their gazes were filled with fear and reverence. This world is one where the strong reign supreme. True strength commands the respect of countless others, akin to figures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. As the battle progressed, a subtle aura began to emanate from Yuya, one that even he himself was unaware of. This aura, though merely a nascent form, was distinctly different from the wickedness of Orochimaru or the aloofness of Itachi Uchiha. It bore a resemblance to the overwhelming presence of Uchiha Madara, one that looked down upon all. By the conclusion of the fight, the remaining substitute ninjas dared not meet Yuya's gaze. An inexplicable pressure gripped them, causing cold sweat to bead upon their foreheads. Ultimately, they surrendered their scrolls without further ado. This was the final outcome, an unspoken conclusion that resonated with profound impact. Thus, Yuya single-handedly swept through the first training session, vanquishing all the ninjas. 60 scrolls were distributed, of which 54 were ultimately recovered, all piled at Yuya's feet. An eerie silence enveloped the Umbu within the tower. Even the Umbu squad leader exhibited a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Not solely due to Yuya's remarkable achievements, but also because of the brief, fleeting aura he had sensed from him at the end of the encounter. As the squad leader of the Umbu and a formidable warrior himself, he possessed an aura of his own and could thus discern the nascent form of Yuya's burgeoning presence. An aura is something that must be cultivated through countless battles, a result of dancing on the precipice of life and death repeatedly until it gradually accumulates. Typically, only those of absolute strength can possess such a presence. Yet, he had detected a trace of that aura within Yuya. Though faint, it was undeniably there. How utterly astonishing. As the sun began its descent, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was in his office tending to paperwork, while Umbu Captain Hatake Tsukumo stood nearby, overseeing the resource approvals for the Umbu. At that moment, a masked Umbu ninja materialized in the Hokage's office. Unlike ordinary ninjas, Umbu operatives do not enter through the front door. They utilize the body flicker technique for swift movement, as efficiency and rapid action are paramount for them. Hokage-sama, Captain. The first training session for the substitute ninjas has concluded. Upon appearing, the Umbu ninja half-knelt, performing a respectful gesture towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo. Both raised their heads in unison to regard him. What are the casualties? The death toll stood at 0, with 11 individuals severely injured and 34 lightly wounded. Upon hearing these figures, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. The numbers appeared alarming, as nearly all participants bore injuries. Yet, in truth, during each training session, even when fatalities are averted, the number of serious injuries often exceeds this count. This time, however, it could be deemed relatively minor. This is precisely why such training sessions are held periodically rather than consecutively. How were the results? Were there any exceptional performances? Hatake Tsukumo inquired calmly. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze flickered momentarily as he remarked, I wonder how Hate fared. I presume it shouldn't be too poor. Even if it is, it matters not. He is still young and should remain in the ranks of the Umbu reserves. Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, the Umbu ninja kneeling before them exhibited an unusual expression beneath his mask, his eyes betraying a glimmer of surprise. Lord Hokage, Captain, I must report the results of this session. Only one candidate passed, while the rest scored 0. This statement rendered both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Tsukumo momentarily speechless. What did you say? They echoed in unison, their faces etched with disbelief. The Umbu reserve member Hate had single-handedly defended the high tower, vanquishing all other candidates and seizing every scroll. The others received a score of 0, while Hate achieved an impressive score of 440. Even as the journey had calmed, the Umbu ninja could not suppress a tremor in his voice as he delivered the news, still reeling from the shock. Upon receiving this information, Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his position as Hokage, found it difficult to remain composed. How is this possible? Hatake Tsukumo, though slightly more collected, also exhibited a range of emotions, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. Eventually, he shook his head with a wry smile, saying, That child Hate always surpasses expectations. Indeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen, being the Hokage, quickly regained his composure, yet his eyes still sparkled with awe. Such an occurrence has never transpired in history. Tsukumo, what do you think? I am exceedingly curious about Hate's abilities. I shall go and witness it for myself, Hatake Tsukumo replied, nodding gently, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled and nodded in agreement. Very well, that child indeed possesses the qualifications. Even I am eager to test his strength. In Konoha, within the underground Umbu base, after Hate had eliminated all competitors in the initial training session, he returned here alongside the others for a brief respite. Throughout the journey, the majority of Umbu reserve ninjas, and even some official Umbu members, regarded Hate with newfound respect. If previously he was seen merely as a budding genius, now his rapid growth had surpassed everyone's expectations. The term genius scarcely suffices to describe Yuya. He is nothing short of a prodigy. At this juncture, no one harbors doubts regarding Yuya's potential to become a full-fledged member of the Umbu. It is virtually a foregone conclusion, with only the timing remaining uncertain. The Umbu frequently suffers casualties, necessitating replacements when such tragedies occur. The talent Yuya has exhibited undoubtedly places him at the forefront of the elite. Given his formidable abilities, as long as he remains unscathed, he is destined to ascend to at least the rank of squad leader. And it is not inconceivable for him to eventually succeed Kakashi Hatake as the next Anbu captain. At this moment, Yuya sat quietly in a corner, undisturbed by others. Though he emerged unscathed from the recent battle, the exertion had significantly drained his energy. Yet, this confrontation had further solidified the true 8 gates within him, particularly the gate located near his heart, which seemed to pulsate with newfound vigor. The latent power brewing within him had subtly intensified. Indeed, combat serves as a means of enhancing one's strength. Solely engaging in solitary training makes it arduous to attain true prowess. Without the crucible of battle and the trials of life and death, transformation remains elusive. This metamorphosis is, in essence, a spiritual evolution intricately linked to one's strength. The fortitude of the mind can influence chakra, thereby directly affecting a ninja's capabilities. Surprisingly, this battle had augmented Yuya's strength to a degree comparable to a month of intensive training. Upon opening his eyes, he found his energy nearly restored, a flicker of delight illuminating his gaze. Just as he rose to his feet, an individual entered the hall. The leader was unmasked, accompanied by an Anbu squad leader and 3 Anbu team captains. The identity of the foremost figure was unmistakable: Kakashi Hatake, the Anbu captain. Captain. In an instant, all Anbu ninjas, whether reserve or full-fledged, rose in unison to pay their respects to Kakashi. He offered a gentle nod, gesturing for them to refrain from excessive formality, before weaving through the crowd to stand before Yuya. This marked the first encounter between Yuya and Kakashi. Although Kakashi had observed Yuya from the shadows on multiple occasions, it was Yuya's first glimpse of the captain in person. Despite Kakashi's youthful appearance, Yuya recognized him immediately. Captain, Yuya expressed with a hint of reverence, bowing slightly. Regardless of others' opinions, Yuya held a deep respect for the legendary White Fang of Konoha. In the original narrative, the death of White Fang was a source of profound regret for Yuya. Having sacrificed his mission to save a comrade, he transformed from a village hero into the subject of widespread scorn, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. Although the prevailing ethos dictated that a ninja must sometimes forsake their life to fulfill a mission, Yuya believed that a darker truth lay beneath this principle. Even if Kakashi Hatake had not saved his companions and the mission had failed, such a fate would have been inconceivable. Undoubtedly, there are unseen forces at play. A moment's reflection reveals that during that period, Kakashi Hatake was undoubtedly qualified to succeed as the 4th Hokage. As such a figure, who also served as the right hand of Hiruzen Sarutobi, it is only natural that he would be viewed as a thorn in the side by certain individuals. Of course, these are merely Yuya's conjectures. The events have yet to unfold, and he cannot ascertain the hidden truths behind them. There's no need for excessive formality, Kakashi said, smiling gently at Yuya, his expression warm and devoid of any coldness. Externally, it was almost impossible to discern that he was the renowned Konoha White Fang, famed for his unparalleled swordsmanship in the ninja world. This time, you may have gone a bit overboard. Even I couldn't resist coming to see for myself, Yuya admitted with a shrug. A nearby Anbu candidate nearly choked on his breath upon hearing Yuya's words. You couldn't resist? You single-handedly challenged all the Anbu candidates. If that were intentional, it would indeed be chaos. Even Kakashi raised an eyebrow at Yuya's explanation, a peculiar expression crossing his face, his lips twitching slightly. What you did was impressive. The Anbu candidates are the fresh blood behind the official members, always ready for duty. Here, there is no need to conceal anything. What I seek to witness is your talent and capabilities to assess your future position within the Anbu. As he spoke, Kakashi gently patted Yuya's shoulder. This training session has showcased your potential. However, I wish to see more. This statement left Yuya momentarily taken aback. See more? What does that mean? Does he want me to do it again? No, that is not right. Kakashi intends to personally test my strength. The realization struck Yuya, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Kakashi smiled lightly and turned away, saying, "Follow me." Observing Kakashi's retreating figure, Yuya couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Just how formidable is the Konoha White Fang? Yuya was uncertain, but at the very least, he must be at the level of a Kage. How else could he have gained renown in the imminent Second Great Ninja War? To Yuya, the Kage level was an unreachable echelon. He felt a pang of anxiety. While he had enjoyed the previous battle, he had no desire to be overwhelmed. Yet, given Kakashi's intentions, he could not refuse and had no choice but to follow along, shaking his head in resignation. However, he thought to himself that Kakashi likely bore no sadistic inclination towards tormenting prodigies. He probably wished to personally gauge his strength and, very likely, would offer him guidance. The opportunity to train and receive pointers from a Kaga-level powerhouse. It seemed this was the reward he had earned after decisively eliminating all others and achieving an unprecedented first place. Following Kakashi, they soon arrived at a vast, open space, still deep underground. The atmosphere was dim and silent, imbued with a sense of depth akin to an abyss. At this moment, Yuya couldn't help but marvel at the perfection of the underground structures of Konoha. They were immense. Yet their design was astonishingly intricate and flawless, something ordinary people could never achieve. However, for skilled ninjas, it should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Those adept in earth-release techniques could construct such grand subterranean edifices with merely a bit of time invested. Accompanying Hatake Tsukumo and Yuya were several squad leaders and a few ordinary Umbu ninjas. The rest were engaged in missions of their own. Even those who were eager to witness Tsukumo personally train Yuya were unable to approach, lest chaos ensue. Come, strike at me directly with your most formidable attack. Any technique you believe could best me. Hatake Tsukumo signaled to Yuya with a nod. Yuya contemplated a retort, convinced that no attack could possibly overcome Tsukumo. Nevertheless, in the next instant, he unleashed his assault without hesitation. Until now, Yuya had encountered foes who he had nearly swept aside with ease, leaving him uncertain of any shortcomings in his own abilities. Yet, he recognized that Tsukumo's prowess far surpassed his own. With Tsukumo as his sparring partner, Yuya felt he could identify certain strengths and weaknesses, allowing him to devise ways to compensate for his deficiencies and grow stronger. Whoosh! Faced with the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Yuya held nothing back, launching himself with all his might. Exploding with speed, he became a mere blur, dashing to Tsukumo's right side before delivering a sudden punch. Boom! Tsukumo exhibited a hint of admiration. He believed that among the Chunin, few could rival Yuya's swiftness. Of course, even if Yuya were to double his speed, Tsukumo would still have no trouble reacting. With a flicker, Tsukumo effortlessly evaded Yuya's blow. Undeterred, Yuya followed through with another punch, the shockwave of his strike resonating as he charged at Tsukumo once more. This scene caused Tsukumo to reflect momentarily as he continued to evade or defend without counterattacking, allowing Yuya to unleash his barrage. It appeared as though Yuya had Tsukumo at his mercy. Yet, in truth, Yuya felt somewhat helpless, realizing that his current capabilities were insufficient to contend with Tsukumo. Nevertheless, he knew he must continue to fight, even if victory was unattainable. He aimed to perform to the best of his abilities. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated with the sound of explosions, primarily caused by the earth fracturing beneath their onslaught, accompanied by the occasional clash of strikes exchanged between Tsukumo and Yuya. The observing Umbu ninjas gazed on in astonishment at the power Yuya exhibited. Most had never witnessed Yuya's battle in the forest of death. Was it possible that a mere strike could possess the might of a B-rank jutsu? Moreover, it appeared that the exertion was not overly taxing. Such formidable bloodline limits. A few of the squad leaders maintained a composed demeanor beneath their masks, their expressions solemn and serene. As for the other covert ninjas, including the squad leaders, their gazes flickered restlessly, filled with trepidation. If it were they facing Yuya, they would undoubtedly find it equally challenging. Yuya's prowess was indeed formidable, proving to be a considerable challenge. Unless one possessed ninjutsu of A rank or above, it seemed nearly impossible to overcome him. Powerful, exceedingly strong. This was the collective sentiment of all the covert ninjas, including several squad leaders. Yuya's previous ability to single-handedly vanquish all the reserve ninjas was irrefutable evidence of this. At the Chunin level, scarcely anyone stood a chance against Yuya. Some of the official covert ninjas present, after observing for a while, ultimately conceded their inferiority. The battle raged on. Yuya's attacks were resplendent. With each strike, the air shattered, leaving behind mirror-like fragments. Yet, Shikamaru remained agile within the arena, seemingly gauging the extent and power of Yuya's shockwaves. Taking a deep breath, Yuya once more approached Shikamaru, suddenly clenching his fist. Chakra surged within him, instantly coalescing at his knuckles. Shockwave release. Unmatched strength. Boom. As his fist struck, The ensuing force was markedly distinct from previous blows. Not only was it considerably stronger, but it was also more concentrated. The power of the attack intensified. Shikamaru, who had believed he had comprehended Yuya's strength, was suddenly taken aback. Unmatched strength. He sensed something was amiss as Yuya's chakra surged, but it was only upon its release that he fully recognized it. A hint of astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated that Tsunade would impart her monstrous strength to Yuya, and that Yuya had indeed mastered it. As a covert captain, Shikamaru was well acquainted with various secret techniques, including monstrous strength. He understood the considerable difficulty in mastering this physical technique. Had Yuya truly learned it from Tsunade in no more than a few months? Boom! The shockwave reverberated through the arena, its reach broader than before, causing Shikamaru to misjudge the situation slightly. He found himself enveloped entirely by the shockwave. This is bad. As the attack impacted his body, Shikamaru's expression shifted once more. The force this time was something he could not withstand. Even if he emerged unscathed, he would inevitably be left in a rather precarious state. Yet, faced with such a predicament, Shikamaru remained composed, his eyes reflecting an even deeper admiration. Swoosh! Hardly anyone could discern how Shikamaru drew his blade. The white chakra short blade, White Fang, seemed to materialize out of thin air in his grasp, and he swiftly swung it towards the oncoming shockwave. Terrifying chakra surged upon White Fang, its brilliance dazzling, seemingly capable of cleaving anything in twain. This was the essence of Shikamaru's swordsmanship. Employing the extraordinarily advanced technique of chakra flow, a single strike descends, nearly impervious to resistance. Even ninjutsu can be effortlessly severed, silent and stealthy. It seems as though even sound has been cleaved asunder. In the presence of this strike, the very heavens appear to dim. With a swift motion, the force of Yuya's tremors is abruptly cleaved in two. Infused with the brilliance of chakra flow, it rends all asunder. This is the chakra blade of the captain, White Fang. The mastery of chakra flow displayed here is truly breathtaking. The observing Umbu ninjas cannot help but marvel at the spectacle. Among them, several are astonished. While Yuya himself is equally impressed by the nonchalant, yet formidable strike delivered by Kakashi Hitaki. There is no ostentatious display, yet. It feels as if all momentum and power coalesce into a singular entity, the edge seemingly solidified. Is this the strength of Konoha's White Fang, a shadow-level powerhouse? Until now, he had always shattered everything with his fists. Encountering Kakashi, who employs the chakra blade White Fang to sever all, is indeed a peculiar experience. A sense of defiance stirs within him. Even in the face of insurmountable odds, he shall not yield. If one punch fails, he shall strike again, vowing to excel. After his right fist's unparalleled strength was severed by Kakashi, Yuya's left fist suddenly clenches, launching another strike toward Kakashi. The air explodes, the shockwave enveloping the space ahead, exuding a force akin to that of a soaring dragon, capable of shaking the very foundation of existence. Continuously employing his formidable strength, alternating between right and left fists, proves to be a significant challenge for Yuya. Nevertheless, he ultimately succeeds in unleashing his power. Kakashi is evidently taken aback. He did not anticipate Yuya's ability to launch a second attack in such a moment. Just as the first strike concludes, the second shockwave swiftly follows, catching Kakashi off guard and impacting his form. Even the illustrious White Fang cannot withstand Yuya's tremors without any defensive measures. Without hesitation, Kakashi grips White Fang with one hand, chakra surging and infusing the blade once more, executing a sweeping counter. With a swift motion, the second shockwave is again severed. However, during this exchange, the tremors exert their effects on him, forcing him to retreat several steps to dissipate the force, leaving him slightly unsteady. The other Umbu ninjas stand in stunned silence. Kakashi Hitaki has been pushed back by Yuya, though they know he is merely training Yuya and has not engaged fully. The fact that he was still forced back a few steps while wielding White Fang is utterly astonishing. Kakashi himself is momentarily taken aback. Once he regains his stance, he cannot help but shake his head and chuckle lightly. "You young rascal," he coughs, unable to contain his amusement. Yuya, feeling slightly embarrassed, offers a sheepish smile in response. "There is nothing much. It was merely a matter of witnessing your strength and discerning its limits. Now, I have a fair understanding." Kakashi Hitaki nodded gently, retracting his chakra-infused dagger, White Fang. He then approached Yuru, his expression turning calm and serious. Your power is commendable, and the path you tread bears a resemblance to the swordsmanship I employ. You harness the force of your bloodline limit to deliver a simple, yet devastating punch, while I wield a sophisticated style of swordsmanship infused with chakra to sever all. However, there appears to be a flaw in your power. It lacks agility. At this juncture, Kakashi paused momentarily, seemingly reflecting on the recent battle before continuing. My swordsmanship allows for relentless attacks interwoven with nimble movements, yet your force seems to exhibit stiffness upon detonation. Upon hearing this, Yuyuru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. Stiffness. Indeed, that is accurate. Truly, the White Fang of Konoha deserves its reputation as a shadow-level powerhouse. You have hit the nail on the head. Yuyuru's shockwave power bore similarities to the evening elephant employed by Guy, one enhancing punches with shockwaves, the other creating shockwaves through rapid air displacement. Yet, a notable distinction existed between the two, disregarding the differences in shockwave and impact, as well as the variations in potency. The crux lay in Yuyuru's punches which, upon release, entered a brief state of rigidity. During this interval, he was rendered immobile. Unlike Guy's evening elephant, which allowed for swift movement to unleash multiple attacks from various angles, Yuyuru was unable to transition immediately to another position after delivering a punch. This limitation precluded Yuyuru from executing techniques akin to the evening elephant, which leveraged speed to launch assaults from multiple directions, ensnaring the enemy in a lethal embrace. How to articulate this shortcoming? Kakashi pondered for a moment, his gaze flickering as he spoke. If your shockwave power could be amplified, this flaw would become less critical. However, at your current stage, should an adversary employ high-level ninjutsu capable of penetrating your shockwave's impact, your state of rigidity could prove exceedingly perilous. Yuyuru nodded gravely. The stronger the shockwave power, the less significant this flaw would become. Should Yuyuru manage to shatter S-rank ninjutsu, or even Susanoo with a single punch, there would be no one able to breach his defenses head-on, rendering his momentary rigidity inconsequential. Yet, at present, Yuyuru could only dismantle B-rank ninjutsu, resulting in a polarized scenario. Ninjas lacking A-rank ninjutsu would invariably be at Yuyuru's mercy, unable to triumph over him, even if they were jonin. However, upon encountering those proficient in A-rank or higher ninjutsu, Yuyuru would find himself somewhat constrained. Invincible among his peers, yet challenged when facing those of a higher caliber, this encapsulates Yuyuru's awkward predicament, a concern he had long overlooked. After all, there are not many ninjas skilled in A or even S-class jutsu. However, Yuya has now grown to the point where he is on the verge of encountering such ninjas. Therefore, he must devise a strategy to address this challenge. What are your thoughts? Kakashi Shigeru inquired as he regarded Yuya. With a grave expression, Yuya contemplated deeply before exhaling a measured breath and responding earnestly. Before I attain greater strength, I need to develop more versatile techniques to confront those formidable adversaries. Kakashi nodded in agreement and then patted Yuya's shoulder, saying, "This bloodline limit is unique to you. I cannot offer you any advice. You must comprehend it on your own. If you struggle to innovate new techniques, do not become overly distressed. Your path is not erroneous. Perseverance will still lead you to become an absolute powerhouse." After a few parting words, Kakashi turned and departed with the Umbu ninjas, leaving Yuya standing silently in place, uncertain of how he left the underground or how he returned home. He lay down on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Yuya found himself engulfed in profound thought, his mind consumed by reflections on his abilities. He pondered continuously. Kakashi's strikes utilized the flow of chakra, akin to a form reminiscent of the Chidori, where chakra is affixed to the ninja's blade, combined with Kakashi's unparalleled swordsmanship, rendering it nearly invulnerable. Yuya's shockwave, while a form of power, lacked substance yet could still be severed by such chakra flow. He even believed that Kakashi could slice through A-class ninjutsu with a single stroke. This technique of chakra flow necessitated an even greater mastery of chakra than sheer brute force. Additionally, the chakra must undergo elemental transformation and possess extraordinary potency. Ninjas below the rank of Jonin are almost unqualified to undertake such training. Currently, Yuya is not capable of this. Although he can channel chakra into shurikens, the power pales in comparison to the true flow of chakra. Yuya contemplated a dilemma. The shockwave's force is a wide-range attack, balancing offense and defense. However, this very attribute diminishes its singular striking power. Should Yuya encounter Naruto, who wields the Rasengan, or Sasuke, proficient in the Chidori, he might find himself at a disadvantage. To penetrate the surface. If Yuya's shockwave is insufficient to shatter the Rasengan or Chidori, he cannot recklessly engage in direct confrontation using the shockwave, instead resorting to Taijutsu entanglements. This, in turn, constrains Yuya's potential. Yuya's contemplation centered on whether he could liberate the rigidity of the shockwave, transforming it into something akin to ninjutsu. Yet, he could not conceive a solution at the moment. Thus, he began to entertain another idea. Could he condense the shockwave into a singular point for an explosive release? If he could indeed concentrate the expansive shockwave into a single point, Yuya firmly believed that its power would surpass that of the Rasengan or Chidori. Determined to proceed, Yuya immediately embarked on the experiment. This time, he opted not to venture far, instead choosing a nearby grove in the Land of Fire. Gathering the power of vibration was inherently perilous. Thus, Yuya refrained from using his fists for the experiment and instead employed a kunai. He concentrated the vibrational energy upon the kunai. A low hum resonated as a dim, pearlescent halo manifested at the tip of the weapon, signifying the presence of vibrational energy. Though dormant, it exuded an ominous aura. However, Yuya shook his head slightly. This approach would not suffice. Simply swinging the kunai was akin to striking with his fist. Merely delivering the vibrational force onto a surface without channeling it into a singular point. Muttering to himself, Yuya clenched the kunai tightly and suddenly exerted force. The pearlescent halo surged, transitioning from dull to brilliantly luminous in an instant. Under Yuya's deliberate control, the halo began to contract. His intention was to ascertain whether he could compress the vibrational energy to concentrate its might into a singularity. Yet, before the halo could diminish by half, his expression shifted dramatically, compelling him to hurl the kunai without hesitation. The kunai embedded itself into a massive tree with a sharp thud, and the vibrational energy erupted violently. A resounding crash reverberated as a tree, thick as a bowl, was rent asunder, leaving a gaping void in its trunk, with countless splinters scattering in every direction. Yuya experienced a tingling sensation in his hands. Although he had thrown the kunai just before the energy spiraled out of control, the backlash still inflicted discomfort upon him. Was it truly this arduous? Gazing at the shattered tree before him, Yuya paid little heed to the destructive power displayed. Instead, his focus was drawn to the kunai. Alarmingly, the kunai had become grotesquely warped. Even the steel-forged weapon could not withstand the ferocious compression of vibrational energy, indicating that such a force could not be wielded with mere fists. Moreover, the nature of vibrational energy was one of tearing and extreme volatility, making its compression an exceedingly formidable challenge. Unless an external shell could be imposed upon it. An external shell? At this thought, an epiphany struck Yuya. In the original narrative, Naruto's Rasengan served as a versatile technique, seemingly permitting the incorporation of any elemental attribute. Transforming it into a wind-based Rasen Shuriken was relatively standard. Yet later adaptations even allowed the infusion of various tailed beast powers, culminating in an array of tailed beast Rasengan. The Rasengan itself represented a transformation of chakra, theoretically amenable to any elemental alteration. Furthermore, it exhibited remarkable stability. Not requiring hand seals appeared ideally suited for his purposes. After some contemplation, Yuya resolved to master the Rasengan technique. Even if he could not combine the Rasengan with vibrational energy, the technique itself, being an A-rank ninjutsu, was well worth his efforts at this juncture. In this world, the Rasengan had yet to manifest. Even the illustrious Minato Namikaze took 3 years to develop this technique. However, Yuya is distinct. He possesses knowledge of the shortcuts to mastering the Rasengan, encompassing the entire cultivation process and its crucial points. He is almost entirely informed. Moreover, despite having a limited chakra reserve, Yuya demonstrates remarkable control over chakra. The initial stage involves condensing chakra in the palm. For Yuya, who has trained in superhuman strength, this step is exceedingly simple, requiring little to no practice. The subsequent phase involves a balloon exercise, wherein water is placed inside a balloon, and chakra's rotational motion is used to burst it. Yuya effortlessly accomplished this step without expending much effort. It was not until the third stage, utilizing a rubber ball, that Yuya encountered a slight challenge. However, this difficulty stemmed not from chakra control, but rather from the quantity of chakra. Yuya's chakra reserves were still insufficient. For an elite chunin, Mastering A-rank ninjutsu indeed poses a considerable challenge. In the original narrative, Naruto and Sasuke were able to master the Rasengan and Chidori during this period. The former due to his overwhelming chakra reserves, and the latter owing to his Sharingan, which granted him exceptional control over ninjutsu, coupled with his innate genius. This stage with the rubber ball momentarily hindered Yuya's progress. Yet, through perseverance, he ultimately overcame it. In truth, upon successfully shattering the rubber ball with chakra, the Rasengan had already taken on a basic form. Let us see if I can now directly incorporate the force of impact, Yuya mused, gazing at the nascent Rasengan in his palm. This experiment was somewhat perilous, and Yuya was certainly cautious. Previously, he had commissioned a pair of special gloves from the Umbu, designed not to obstruct the flow of chakra while simultaneously protecting his palms. Furthermore, in this circumstance, he employed only a minuscule amount of the force of impact, gradually increasing it. Initially, the Rasengan astonishingly withstood the force of impact, seemingly rotating alongside it. However, before Yuya could express his elation, the violent, tearing energy of the force of impact destabilized the Rasengan's form. Startled, Yuya quickly pressed it against a nearby tree. Boom! Once more, wood splintered and scattered. Yuya stumbled back, his entire arm slightly numb. Fortunately, the specially designed gloves had shielded his hands from injury. It appeared that the embryonic Rasengan was still too unstable to contain the force of impact. Taking a deep breath, Yuya composed his thoughts and resumed his training on the Rasengan. The subsequent process took a considerable amount of time. As Yuya did not possess the excessive chakra reserves of Naruto, he found his chakra depleting significantly after a period of training, compelling him to alternate with physical training. After a duration of body technique practice, Yuya would return to refining the Rasengan, alternating between the two disciplines. At last, after a fortnight, Yuya has thoroughly mastered the spiraling sphere, an A-rank ninjutsu, which marks the first A-rank technique he has acquired. A-rank ninjutsu predominantly belongs to the category of forbidden arts, and their potency varies considerably. Each A-rank technique possesses distinct power, and identical techniques wielded by different practitioners yield drastically different results. For instance, Uchiha Madara's A-rank technique, Great Fire Annihilation, showcases a might nearly on par with S-rank techniques, rendering the ordinary spiraling sphere utterly incomparable. To facilitate the classification of A-rank ninjutsu, Yuya has devised a simple grading system, distinguishing it into 4 tiers: low, mid, high, and top. The Great Fire Annihilation wielded by Uchiha Madara epitomizes the pinnacle of A-rank techniques. Conversely, the lower tiers correspond to the spiraling sphere, the big spiraling sphere, and the super big spiraling sphere. When infused with chakra nature transformation, the spiraling shuriken ascends to S rank. Nevertheless, for Yuya, mastering a single spiraling sphere suffices. The higher tiers, such as the big and super big spiraling spheres, are tailored to Naruto's extraordinary chakra reserves, which far exceed Yuya's own. Although he possesses a greater chakra capacity than his peers, the 8 gates remain the foundation of Yuya's prowess, while the shock release technique constitutes his core. Other techniques serve merely as branches extending from this trunk. In a tranquil grove, Yuya extended his hand, summoning chakra that coalesced into a visible vortex, ultimately taking form. In this final step, he eschewed shortcuts, diligently practicing the authentic single-handed spiraling sphere, which is one reason for his comparatively slower progress, albeit this slowness is relative to Naruto's seemingly effortless mastery. In contrast, the likes of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who required 3 years to develop the spiraling sphere, would likely find himself lamenting in a corner. With determination, Yuya forcefully pressed the spiraling sphere against a towering tree before him, obliterating yet another unfortunate sapling. In terms of concentrated power, the spiraling sphere surpasses his current shock release technique. However, while shock release offers a balanced area of effect, the spiraling sphere is a singular point attack. Thus, their efficacy cannot be merely measured by power, but rather by the context of their application. Finally, with a sigh of relief, Yuya wiped the sweat from his brow and assessed his chakra reserves. Executing a spiraling sphere at full capacity nearly consumed half of his chakra, revealing its significant energy demands, a technique ill-suited for Yuya. Fortunately, although his chakra reserves are limited, his recovery rate is remarkably swift. Before long, he fully recuperated, calming his mind and recentering his focus. With renewed vigor, Yuya resumed the development of his ninjutsu. After perfecting the spiraling sphere, his control over chakra has notably intensified, further augmenting his extraordinary strength. During this period, Yuya deliberately sought to control the power of oscillation, mastering it in ways far surpassing his previous capabilities. With a hum, he grasped the air with one hand, first condensing the Rasengan. His gaze grew solemn as he infused the sphere with oscillation energy. This time, under Yuya's formidable control, the oscillation force did not disrupt the balance of the Rasengan as it rotated. Rather, it was directly injected into the very core of the sphere. The Rasengan, inherently a balanced and stable structure, saw chakra swirling around its center at high speed. Thus, its exact center became a point of stillness. With a sizzling sound, as the oscillation energy flowed in, the Rasengan exhibited slight instability, yet this time it was forcibly stabilized by Yuya. Gradually, a brilliant white light began to emanate from the core. As this light intensified, the entire Rasengan radiated a terrifying aura. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming power contained within. Finally, after the last vestige of oscillation energy was infused, the core was fully formed. At that moment, the outer layer of the Rasengan resonated with the condensed core of oscillation energy, creating an eerie connection. To be precise, it seemed that the high-speed rotation enhanced the frequency of the oscillation. While it was not entirely stable, it did not explode either. Has it been completed? Yuya was slightly taken aback. He had prepared himself for failure, yet he had achieved this level on his first attempt. Holding the Rasengan, with its core radiating an intense brightness and its outer chakra swirling while forming an uncanny resonance, Yuya blinked in astonishment. Should he launch it? No. If this thing exploded in his hand, its power would undoubtedly be considerable. Thus, instinctively, he tossed it away. To his surprise, it could indeed be thrown. The Rasengan, now centered on oscillation energy and resonating as it spun, behaved similarly to a shuriken, no longer requiring the wielder's control, but capable of being hurled directly. However, its flight speed was significantly slower than that of a shuriken, allowing for the possibility of evasion. As he observed the mutated Rasengan glide slowly through the air, Yuya blinked again. Ultimately, the aberrant Rasengan landed upon a tree, embedding itself within without any apparent disturbance. Yuya's eyes widened in disbelief. It was impossible. Even a standard Rasengan should have obliterated the tree, let alone with the amplification of oscillation energy. Just as Yuya, astonished and questioning whether he had failed, approached to inspect it, a gentle breeze passed by. Silently, the tree, nearly as thick as a person's embrace, disintegrated into dust before Yuya's very eyes. Indeed, the entire tree had been reduced to powder. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Yuya was also taken aback by the scene before him. There was no sound of explosions. The entire process unfolded in silence. Yet, the impact was profoundly intense. It was as if the very fabric of this realm had transformed into a canvas, erasing the presence of the great tree with a mere stroke of a pen. Gazing at the dust strewn across the ground, Yuya inhaled sharply, taking a considerable time to regain his composure. At that moment, he became aware that his chakra had been depleted by more than half. In fact, it was nearly exhausted entirely. The rotation of the Rasengan, combined with the force of the shockwave, had morphed from a thunderous explosion into a silent, all-consuming force. Yuya speculated that it was likely the moment of eruption when the spiraling power of the Rasengan intersected with the tearing force of the shockwave, mutually influencing and interacting with one another. This synergy allowed them to transcend a limit, entering an extraordinarily high frequency that obliterated everything in an instant. The power unleashed was nearly equivalent to an S-rank Rasen Shuriken at a single point. However, its movement speed was somewhat sluggish, making it easier for foes to evade compared to the Rasen Shuriken. To strike successfully, one would need to employ stealthy tactics. Moreover, the consumption of chakra was excessively taxing for him. Having finally regained his calm, Yuya's gaze sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom as he assessed the merits and drawbacks of the mutated Rasengan he had developed. Ultimately, he classified its power as an S-rank ninjutsu. This marked Yuya's first mastery of an S-rank jutsu. Furthermore, he resolved to reserve its use as a trump card, only to be invoked in the direst of circumstances or at the most opportune moment. The near-total consumption of chakra was indeed excessive. Despite the fact that the S-rank technique bore the influence of the Rasengan, Yuya felt a surge of excitement as he named it. This jutsu would be called shock release, annihilation. It was the first of its kind that he had mastered at the ultimate level, yet certainly not the last. Following the development of shock release, annihilation, Yuya did not cease his pursuit of new techniques. The attainment of the third gate of the Eight Gates technique still lay a considerable distance ahead for him. The Eight Gates technique was a solid foundation that required gradual and diligent strengthening. One could not expect to achieve mastery instantaneously. The shock release, annihilation compensated for some of Yuya's deficiencies, even when confronted by upper-rank ninjas or shadow-level adversaries. Yuya now had the opportunity to turn the tide with this technique. Nonetheless, he still needed to cultivate a suitable single-target attack with A-rank power. Although the Rasengan could qualify, its use consumed nearly half of his chakra. Furthermore, employing the Rasengan would preclude the possibility of activating shock release, annihilation. Thus, the Rasengan was not well suited for Yuya. What would be more fitting for him were techniques that utilized the shockwave power, which required minimal chakra expenditure. During his training with shock release, annihilation, Yuya had been persistently attempting to master the shockwave power, gradually leading to newfound discoveries and a plethora of innovative ideas. The power of oscillation, once harnessed and balanced through the rotation of the Rasengan, transforms into a high-frequency force capable of silently annihilating all in its path. This serves as evidence that it is indeed malleable. What Yuya endeavors next is to elevate the oscillation force to a high frequency without the aid of the Rasengan. Clearly, this cannot be achieved through mere fists. It necessitates the use of a weapon. Yuya has commissioned a finely crafted steel katana from the Umbu, intending to imbue it with the oscillation force and amplify this energy to a high frequency. In essence, this mirrors the flow of chakra, emulating the power wielded by Kakashi Hatake. Before Yuya lies an iron pillar, thick as an arm. In his grasp is a somewhat damaged steel katana. In the next moment, he tightens his grip on the hilt, and a peculiar wave of energy manifests along the blade. There is no visible aura of oscillation force. It is formless and invisible, yet it exudes a faint sense of oppression. With a piercing glare, Yuya brings the blade down with both hands. The sound of metal grinding against metal is jarring. Yet before him, the iron pillar is cleaved into two segments by his strike. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yuya nods in satisfaction. This is a technique he has developed. A separate high-frequency oscillation force derived from the essence of the Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. He names it shockwave slash. It does not embody the flow of chakra, yet it possesses the potency akin to chakra. By elevating the oscillation force to a high frequency, it transforms into a shockwave that exhibits A-rank power along a linear trajectory, sufficient to alter Yuya's current precarious situation. Once he navigates this phase, the oscillation force can be further enhanced, rendering such cunning methods unnecessary. Thus, the shockwave slash serves as a transitional technique. Its virtues lie in its minimal chakra consumption, resembling ordinary oscillation force, yet delivering a single target strike more potent than Doton techniques, exhibiting unparalleled brute strength and flexibility without rigidity. However, its limitations are apparent. As a single target attack, it cannot defend against assaults from multiple directions. When faced with multifaceted attacks, the conventional oscillation force must be employed for defense. Furthermore, due to its inherent flexibility and lack of rigidity, it cannot be released in succession. It constitutes a one-time strike. Once the high-frequency shockwave is unleashed, Yuya must gather energy anew, unlike the consistent nature of chakra flow. Moreover, there exists a third drawback. Even the finest steel katana cannot withstand the high-frequency shockwave. At this moment, Yuya gazes in dismay at the hilt of the katana in his hand, which has been reduced to mere remnants. After only a few uses, it has shattered once more. His expression reflects exasperation. In training this technique, Yuya has broken more than one custom-forged steel katana. Yet, even with deliberate reinforcement to render it particularly robust, it remains incapable of enduring the high-frequency shockwave. The shockwave will directly obliterate the arrangement of matter within it. It seems prudent to employ shurikens for the time being until a more effective weapon can be procured. The katana forged from high-grade steel is already considered the standard armament for ninjas. Superior to this are the ninja blades. For instance, the chakra short blade, White Fang, wielded by Hatake Tsukumo, and the blades utilized by the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, all fall within the category of ninja swords. A common katana forged from high-grade steel may not withstand the power of Yuya's techniques. Perhaps a ninja blade could. However, obtaining a ninja blade is no simple feat moreover. Yuya harbors doubts that an ordinary ninja blade could endure his shockwave slash, as it may only withstand a few dozen or perhaps 100 strikes before succumbing to damage. It would require a beheading sword capable of self-repair or a divine artifact, such as the Kusanagi. An artifact that surpasses the ninja blade would undoubtedly handle the shockwave slash with utmost ease and without strain. Nevertheless, the Kusanagi is also elusive. At this time, Orochimaru likely does not possess the Kusanagi. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi is said to be a weapon forged by the Kusanagi clan, and there are more than one. Orochimaru only began his search for it later on. However, this presents an opportunity for Yuya. If the Kusanagi were to fall into Orochimaru's hands, reclaiming it would prove quite challenging. Perhaps, should the opportunity arise, he could leverage the intelligence network of Konoha to seek information regarding the Kusanagi. If that fails, finding a suitable ninja blade could serve as an alternative. After contemplating for a moment, Yuya casually tossed aside the hilt of his blade and turned to depart. As he traversed the streets of Konoha, Yuya intended to head directly to the Umbu, utilizing their insights to investigate the whereabouts of ninja blades. Such weapons are considered rare artifacts, and even as an official Umbu ninja, he would not receive them freely. He must devise a way on his own. However, after perusing the Umbu, Yuya found himself lacking the information he sought. Perhaps his rank was too low, rendering him unqualified to access certain documents and intel. This was rather frustrating. In his exasperation, Yuya pondered a visit to the ninja tool shop. Though Konoha's shops primarily stock ordinary ninja tools, one could never know if a ninja blade might be hidden within. Since becoming a reserve member of the Umbu, all his daily expenses were covered by Konoha, essentially meaning his living costs were reimbursed. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, passers-by took notice of Yuya, casting sidelong glances. Although news of his defeat of Uchiha Han and his singular triumph overall during the Umbu training was not widely known, his achievement of first place in the practical combat assessment at the Ninja Academy, surpassing Namikaze Minato, was common knowledge. He was hailed as the genius Yuya. Oh, I've heard he hails from a foreign village. Shoo, that small village was annihilated long ago. He grew up in Konoha and is thus one of us. The gazes directed at Yuya, along with the murmurs, no longer carried any disdain. Yuya was not particularly surprised by this. He suspected that Sarutobi Hiruzen had subtly intervened in his favor. As the Hokage, he sought to alter the prevailing sentiments within the village, a mere endeavor encapsulated in a single utterance. He made his way to the ninja tool shop. The proprietor's demeanor towards Yuya was markedly different from their previous encounter, now exuding an air of warmth and enthusiasm. However, when Yuya inquired about the ninja blades, a hint of discomfort crossed the shopkeeper's face. Ninja blades were indeed available, yet they were of subpar quality. Even among ninja blades, distinctions of excellence and mediocrity existed. Though this shop boasted a few peculiar ninja blades, they were all inferior and unwieldy, rendering Yuya's attempts at use unsatisfactory. Ultimately, he had no choice but to depart in resignation. Upon exiting the tool shop, Yuya intended to head to the Umbu, but, after inadvertently turning a few corners, stumbled upon an exceedingly bustling locale. The mission hall. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. Observing the sign atop the building, he instantly recalled the Umbu's task assignment area. In contrast to Konoha, the Umbu's task exchanges were shrouded in secrecy. While this mission hall was undoubtedly the public interface for task assignments in Konoha, in the original narrative, Naruto and his companions consistently approached the Hokage for task assignments. However, the reality of a great ninja village, brimming with thousands of ninjas, was that countless tasks required handling daily. It was implausible for the Hokage to oversee each one personally. Naruto's Team 7 was an exception, attributed to its unique status, with their leader Kakashi being an elite jonin and part of Konoha's upper echelon. Shaking his head slightly, Yuya ambled past the mission hall, harboring no intention of entering, merely curious enough to cast a glance inside. To his astonishment, this fleeting observation revealed an unexpected scene. The interior of the mission hall was arranged akin to a counter, with ninjas processing documents and information in the background. In the foreground, ninjas were either accepting or submitting tasks. In one corner, Yuya spotted a familiar figure. Might Guy? It had been quite some time since he last laid eyes on him. It appeared he had been occupied with tasks. Pausing momentarily, Yuya smiled at Might Guy. In fact, during his training, Yuya often sought out Might Guy for joint practice sessions, primarily to have him as a sparring partner. However, recently, as Yuya delved into the development of his dust release, Kekkei Genkai, and honed his Rasengan, he had not encountered Might Guy. Realizing that Might Guy was not a member of the Umbu, and thus required to undertake missions for sustenance, Yuya acknowledged that he must engage in tasks to earn his keep. At that moment, however, Might Guy was embroiled in a heated dispute within the mission hall. To deny me an A-rank task is one thing, but why can't I accept this C-rank task? Might Guy exclaimed, his expression one of exasperation. He was undeniably confident in his abilities, aiming to select tasks that offered the highest rewards. Yet, as a mere genin, he could only undertake C-rank missions at most. While he could endure that limitation, he had chosen a C-rank task with the highest remuneration, only to be told by the task manager that he was ineligible to accept it. Although the task was classified as C-rank and did not explicitly require combat, it could potentially lead to unavoidable confrontations. Thus, despite its C-rank designation, its difficulty was akin to a B rank. What sort of B rank difficulty is this? If it is placed under C-rank tasks, then I should be fully qualified to accept it. Why don't you place this task in the B rank? Might Guy questioned, his grip unwavering on the mission statement. The rewards for this task were comparable to those of a B-ranked mission, and upon its completion, he would be free from immediate financial concerns. However, this task was intended for a team, and undertaking it alone was undeniably perilous. The ninja in charge of the assignments regarded Might Guy without a hint of disdain, instead offering a sincere warning. From his perspective, it was highly improbable for a perennial genin like Might Guy to successfully tackle such a demanding task, especially given its inherent dangers, where failure could lead to death. Even if he held Might Guy in low regard as a fellow leaf ninja, there was no justification for leading him into harm's way. The world was not filled with malevolence. The distinctions between good and evil, right and wrong, were merely matters of perspective. The idea of teamwork elicited a pained expression from Might Guy. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. Do two individuals not constitute a team? Wait a moment. The ninja in charge instinctively responded, but was abruptly struck by the realization as he focused on the figure behind Might Guy, his expression transforming in surprise. Ah, yeah, it's you, Might Guy exclaimed, turning to see the familiar silhouette, a broad grin spreading across his face in astonishment. Yuya smiled and nodded at Might Guy before approaching his side, addressing the task manager. Then, is it acceptable for the two of us to form a team for this mission? Upon hearing this, both the task manager and Might Guy were momentarily taken aback. Absolutely not, the manager retorted without hesitation, shaking his head. You are merely a child who has yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. There is no need for you to meddle here. Please leave. The task manager was well aware of Yuya's reputation. He was a widely recognized genius within the Leaf Village, his name having spread far and wide. Yet, the information regarding Yuya's involvement with the Umbu was strictly confidential, inaccessible to ordinary ninjas. Might Guy patted Yuya's shoulder earnestly. Yuya, it is still too early for you to undertake missions. Do not rush. Take your time, and I am certain you will become an exceptional ninja in the future. For Might Guy, even if Yuya possessed no abilities, he felt confident in guiding him to complete the mission. Moreover, Yuya's strength was undeniable. However, Yuya was still just a child from the Ninja Academy, not yet an official ninja, making it entirely inappropriate for him to engage in missions. As Might Guy spoke, patting his shoulder, Yuya's expression shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. Without uttering a word, he reached into his pocket and produced an item, placing it gently on the counter. With a resounding clap, it was revealed to be a leaf ninja headband, a symbol only worn by official ninjas. Upon seeing this, both the task manager and Might Guy were momentarily stunned. Might Guy offered a resigned smile and said, Yuya, it is not merely about obtaining a forehead protector to be recognized as a formal ninja. Your identification number is XXXXXX. You may wish to verify it. Yuya gazed calmly at the ninja overseeing the tasks and spoke in a tranquil tone. The ninja, taken aback, picked up a nearby record of ninja information and swiftly located Yuya's details by the number. Konoha's Genin, Yuya, age, 9 years. Ninja number, XXXXXX. Outstanding achievements, graduated early. In an instant, his eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Yuya with a look of sheer disbelief. Is this early graduation? Incredible. It is worth noting that even Orochimaru did not graduate early, nor did Minato Namikaze in the original story. Early graduation only began during Kakashi Hataki's era, and at present, Kakashi's whereabouts are unknown. Yuya may very well be the first ninja from Konoha to graduate early. Meanwhile, as the task management ninja stood there, dumbfounded, Might Guy continued to impart earnest words of wisdom to Yuya. After a spell, he sensed something amiss, noticing the incredulous expression on the face of the task management ninja. Finally, he ceased his incessant chatter. At that moment, Yuya smiled slightly and addressed the task management ninja. Have you found the information? Yes, the task management ninja responded, still in a daze. Yuya, Konoha's Jinin, number XXXXXX. What did you just say? This revelation left Might Guy equally stunned. Watching as Yuya extended her hand to retrieve her forehead protector from the counter. Suddenly, realization struck him. It turned out that the forehead protector truly belonged to Yuya. How could she already be a formal ninja? The graduation assessment was not yet due, and it seemed that her generation would not be eligible for the graduation test until next year. Yuya, you have genuinely achieved this? Might Guy gazed at Yuya in disbelief. Yuya chuckled and nodded, affirming, yes, I am now a genin. Might Guy felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly overwhelmed by the impulse to choke. He had just been lecturing Yuya, only to discover that she had already attained the same rank as himself, Konoha's genin. In the next moment, without giving Yuya a chance to react, Might Guy embraced her tightly. This is the essence of youth. Now it was Yuya's turn to feel an urge to choke. Oh dear. Resolving to maintain a distance from Might Guy in the future and remain vigilant, she noticed peculiar gazes surrounding them. Clearing her throat, she extricated herself from Might Guy's grip and addressed the task management ninja with an air of composure. Now is everything settled? We, the two genin, shall team up for this mission. The task management ninja, still in disbelief, responded blankly before abruptly realizing, wait. No, that won't do. Together, you two cannot undertake this task. This is a joke. Might Guy has been a genin for ages, utterly lacking in competence. Despite Yuya's remarkable talent and premature graduation, he remains too immature to be considered a competent genin. How could such a pairing succeed in executing a task of nearly B-rank difficulty? Did you not just assert that two individuals could manage it? This time, Might Guy did not impede Yuya, since Yuya had become a ninja and adhered to the regulations. There was nothing to fear. Yuya chuckled lightly, taking the mission scroll from Might Guy and promptly exiting, disregarding the anxious expressions of the mission management ninja. What a jest! Even though Might Guy could only open the seventh gate at this moment. Who would dare declare that he could not unleash the full potential of Might Guy at that level? Opening the seventh gate is at least akin to the pinnacle of a Kage, although he would subsequently be left in a state of extreme fatigue. During the moment of unleashing the gates, even the legendary Konoha White Fang might struggle to withstand Might Guy's might. If one cannot muster the courage to leave the village for a mission, then thoughts of survival in the impending Second Shinobi World War would be futile. Indeed, Yuya yearned to experience a genuine battle, to thoroughly hone his skills. Within Konoha, while he had engaged in life-and-death struggles with Uchiha Han and participated in the Umbu's training for reserve ninjas, those experiences felt rather mundane. Without enduring true combat, perpetually seeking to evade confrontation, one cannot ascend to the ranks of the truly powerful. And without becoming a genuine powerhouse, one cannot seize control of their own fate. Wait, you two. The task management ninja grew anxious, but the words had already escaped his lips. What to do now? No, I must report this to Lord Hokage immediately. With urgency, he turned and departed. Konoha, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen puffed on his pipe, shaking his head in resignation. Shikamu, what is your perspective? Let him go. Kakashi Hitaki replied with a smile. A genius who has not experienced the crucible of blood and fire cannot be deemed a true genius, nor can they grow. In this world, danger lurks everywhere. If one remains perpetually sheltered, how can they hope to soar like an eagle in the vast skies? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, especially considering Yuya's capabilities are on par with any chunin, executing this task should pose no significant challenge. However, ultimately, the path is his to traverse. Konoha's police force. In the solemn office of the captain, Uchiha Kizun sat quietly, lifting a cup of tea to his lips and savoring a gentle sip. Whoosh! In the next instant, a ninja bearing a katana appeared before him. Captain, that Yuya has left Konoha. I am already aware, he replied. Uchiha Suki, you know what must be done, go. Yes. Observing Uchiha Suki vanish without a sound, Uchiha Kizun's demeanor remained calm and composed, his gaze steady and serene. Uchiha Suki was one of the sub-captains of the Konoha police force, second only to him. This time, there would be no unexpected turns. As for Might Guy accompanying Yuya, he was simply disregarded. The perennial underlings of Konoha held little significance. They could be easily dealt with. The Land of Fire, characterized by its relatively flat and open terrain, abounds in resources. It is said that the vast forests were forged by the wood-release techniques of Senju Hashirama. As time progresses, the disparity between the Land of Fire and other nations continues to widen. During the Third Great Ninja War, emerging victorious against four opponents was not solely due to the brilliance of a genius like Minato Namikaze, but also attributed to the superior resources and profound heritage of the Hidden Leaf Village compared to other ninja villages. Yuyue and Might Guy advanced, traversing through dense jungles after departing from Konoha. Only upon gradually distancing themselves from the village did the scenery begin to change, with the forests becoming less abundant, yet still plentiful. Compared to the rock village of the Land of Earth or the sand village of the Land of Wind, the surroundings here were immensely more favorable. The mission assigned to Yuyue and Might Guy involved tracking and reconnaissance of a suspected merchant convoy. The convoy's movements had raised suspicions, prompting the attention of Konoha. However, mere surveillance did not warrant the immediate dispatch of a large force. Reconnaissance was essential to ascertain their true identity. A hasty mobilization based on mere suspicion could plunge the Land of Fire into chaos. Yuyue and Might Guy were not required to engage in combat. Their task was strictly to follow and observe. Should they uncover any wrongdoing by the convoy, they were to report immediately. Nonetheless, while the mission did not explicitly entail battle, the potential for conflict was beyond their control. If the convoy were indeed a front for an enemy village, concealing a legion of assassins, Yuyue and Might Guy could find themselves under attack at any moment. Thus, this mission was deemed special. After careful consideration, it was classified as a C-rank mission. Yet the rewards were comparable to those of a B-rank task. As they journeyed onward, a few days later, the two found themselves in a remote town, far from Konoha. Disguised as ordinary citizens, they learned that the convoy was last reported to be in this very town. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the convoy was preparing to set off. Naturally, they stealthily followed, simultaneously observing the situation surrounding the merchants. The convoy appeared flawless, comprising dozens of individuals, none of whom exhibited any peculiar behavior, seemingly just ordinary people. However, as they trailed the group, Yuyue gradually perceived a troubling inconsistency. This convoy is suspicious, he stated quietly yet with unwavering certainty. What have you noticed? Might Guy inquired, a hint of confusion in his gaze, unable to comprehend Yuyue's conviction. Despite Might Guy's formidable strength, he was notably lacking in skills such as reconnaissance and counter-surveillance, which contributed to his status as a lower-ranked ninja. Of course, the more significant factor was that no one was aware of Might Guy's true capabilities. Have you noticed? This entire convoy seems to consist of ordinary people, Yuyue remarked, his eyes glinting with insight as he surveyed the procession ahead. What is there to suspect? Might Guy replied, still perplexed. They appeared to be ordinary folk, which should imply there was no cause for concern. Yuyue, with a serious demeanor, shook his head and stated, "No, this is precisely the abnormality. The current shinobi world is chaotic, with wars erupting everywhere. In such circumstances, how could a merchant convoy of this size possibly refrain from hiring ninjas for protection?" The convoy ahead comprised no fewer than 20 to 30 individuals, clearly not a small enterprise. The audacity of such a group to traverse freely in tumultuous times raises significant concerns. The uniform appearance of the individuals as ordinary folk only amplifies the suspicion surrounding this convoy. Might Guy, though not particularly skilled in reconnaissance, was not foolish. Upon hearing Yuyue's words, he quickly grasped the implication. "You mean," he ventured, "if they seem like commoners, then the reality is likely the opposite. They must be concealing an elite ninja unit among them." Yuyue was exceedingly certain. At this moment, it became evident that the merchant convoy was not even traversing the main roads, but had deviated onto lesser-known paths. A convoy of mere commoners daring to take such routes was indeed troubling. A gasp escaped Might Guy's lips, his expression turning grave. Indeed, the infiltration of a ninja elite unit into the Land of Fire is no trivial matter. We must ascertain their intentions, but first, we need to confirm their identities, he asserted, to which Yuyue nodded in agreement. Might Guy continued, "Our task was reconnaissance, and we have fulfilled that, yet the method of reporting back poses a dilemma. He appeared slightly pained as he added, "We cannot simply ignore them. If they were to vanish without a trace, it would become a significant problem. We must follow them. How about this? Yeah, you return alone to relay the information to the village, and I will continue to trail them," he proposed. However, Yi shook his head suddenly, his lips twitching slightly. "It is no longer necessary." "Why not?" Might Guy inquired, perplexed. "They have detected us," Yi replied. "Wait, what?" Might Guy exclaimed, nearly springing to his feet. Yi displayed a hint of exasperation. It was evident that Might Guy struggled with reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, leaving too many traces during their pursuit. Despite Yi's assistance, their cover had been compromised. Nonetheless, this indicated that the individuals within the convoy were no ordinary ninjas. At that moment, the merchant convoy had come to a halt, and several figures within cast cold glances backward. In an instant, a few seemingly ordinary individuals displayed extraordinary speed, fully revealing the true nature of the convoy. Indeed, they harbored an elite ninja unit skilled in concealment. Among the 30 or so members of this convoy, there were indeed a few commoners, while the number of ninjas was approximately 10. "What shall we do?" Might Guy asked, watching as those individuals showcased their speed and rushed toward them, turning to Yuya in alarm. Judging by their velocity, they were undoubtedly elite chunin. This is an elite unit composed of exceptional chunin, and naturally, the leader ought to be a jonin. "Yuya, how about I provide cover for you while you retreat?" Might Guy, devoid of any fear, gazed at Yuya with a hint of concern. He was aware of Yuya's considerable strength, yet his understanding of Yuya remained rooted in the time before Yuya had defeated Uchiha Han. When Yuya had unlocked the second gate of the 8 gates, Guy had already embarked on various missions. There is no need for such complications. Since they have come, let us eliminate them all, Yuya asserted with an air of seriousness. Guy, momentarily taken aback by Yuya's words, pondered how Yuya appeared even more confident than himself. Was this the audacity of a fledgling unafraid of the tiger? By the way, the one leading over there must be a jonin, Yuya remarked, his gaze flickering towards the approaching adversaries. At that moment, the ninja from the distant merchant convoy had all mobilized, including their captain. After all, they were uncertain of how many were trailing them, so a cautious full-scale action was warranted. "A jonin?" Guy exclaimed, a trace of urgency washing over him. Initially, Yuya's intent to eliminate them all aligned with Guy's own thoughts. However, the revelation of a jonin present changed the dynamics. While he was unafraid of a jonin, facing an elite squad of chunin led by one was a different matter entirely. He could only hope to intercept the majority. Although he had confidence in unleashing the forbidden technique of the 8 gates to annihilate them all, he could not simultaneously block every single one. If even one managed to slip by, it would place Yuya in peril. This was indeed a dire situation. In that moment, Yuya seemed to become a liability, and Guy felt a wave of self-reproach. Had he known he could not adequately protect Yuya, he should never have brought him along. The enemy advanced rapidly, forming a formation that hinted at encirclement. As they drew nearer, Guy's tension escalated. Yet, at that instant, Yuya abruptly rose to his feet. Rising, this action left Guy in utter astonishment. Was he not exposing himself directly to the enemy? Could he withstand the jonin? Yuya inquired. "Yes," Guy replied instinctively, still in shock. "Very well, I will handle the rest," Yuya declared, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Yuya darted towards the nearest ninja. "What? Wait." Guy was caught off guard. Startled by Yuya's impulsive action, he hastily activated the 5th gate of the 8 gates, aiming to rush forward and intercept Yuya. What is he doing? The opponents are elite ninjas. How can he charge in like that? Yuya is still just a child. He is far too reckless. Boom. The explosive power unleashed by the 5th gate reverberated throughout the area, drawing the attention of all present. Even the captain of this elite unit squinted in response. Are there only 2 ninjas from Konoha? However, this individual is no ordinary foe. Let us confront him together. Without hesitation, everyone made their judgment and unitedly charged towards Might Guy. "All of you stand back." Might Guy emanated a fierce aura, his speed transforming into a mere afterimage. And wherever he went, the elite chunin could not withstand him. Yet one jonin could. Boom. In an instant, Might Guy collided with the jonin. To his astonishment, as his fist descended, the jonin unexpectedly transformed into a stream of water. A water clone. No, that was incorrect. The jonin, after becoming a flow of water, did not vanish. Rather, he surged towards Might Guy, instantly launching a water-based assault. This revelation unveiled the origins of this elite unit, the Hidden Mist Village. The captain was a ninja from the Hozuki clan, employing the technique of water transformation. Meanwhile, witnessing their captain successfully intercept Might Guy, the other ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with intrigue, as they looked towards the other side where Yuya stood. There's even a child involved. This little one is entrusted with a mission. They chuckled, realizing that the individual seemed intent on protecting the child. If they were to eliminate this young one, it would surely provoke Might Guy's wrath. All the elite Chunin displayed sinister expressions. They sensed that Might Guy was formidable, yet Yuya appeared to be an easy target. If they were to eliminate Yuya, it would likely disrupt Might Guy's composure, thereby aiding their captain. Consequently, these elite Chunin swiftly made their decision and charged towards Yuya. Upon witnessing this scene, Might Guy felt a surge of anxiety. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed the sixth gate of the 8 gates. Nevertheless, the Jonin from the Hidden Mist, Hozuki Mujutsu, showed no signs of retreat, as he unleashed a powerful water-release jutsu, ensnaring Might Guy in a torrent of water. Although Might Guy held the advantage, he found it difficult to advance in the short term. In a state of immense urgency, just as he was about to disregard everything and activate the 7th gate, his peripheral vision caught sight of the battlefield where Yuya was engaged, revealing a shocking sight. Contrary to his expectations, 2 corpses lay sprawled before Yuya. Within such a brief span, 2 elite Chunin had already fallen to Yuya's prowess. Might Guy's eyes widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of astonishment. However, in the state of the 8 gates, his eyes were already wide open, making it hard to discern his emotions. Yet, this could not hide the shock reverberating within him. 2 elite Chunin slain at such speed. Even a Jonin would struggle to accomplish such a feat in so little time. How old was Yuya? He was merely a genin. It was nearly unfathomable. Even Hozuki Mujutsu, the captain of the elite unit from the Hidden Mist Village, wore a stunned expression, equally incredulous. He never anticipated that the child accompanying Might Guy would be so formidable. His demeanor swiftly shifted to one of unease. Originally, it was assumed that Konoha had dispatched merely 2 individuals for reconnaissance. However, to one's astonishment, these 2 were far from ordinary. In the distance, 2 bodies lay before Yuya, almost rendered unrecognizable by the force of the shockwave. Surrounding him, 7 elite Chunin remained, all bearing expressions of sheer astonishment. Damn! What kind of power did this little brat wield to so effortlessly annihilate those from the Toda clan? Be careful, he is coming again. Boom! Yuya suddenly lunged towards one of them, grasping a kunai in his hand, which he casually swept downward. It appeared unremarkable, yet an aura of terror emanated from the kunai. The elite Chunin, struck with dread, did not hesitate to sweep his sword upward in defense. Block it! I must block it! He had just witnessed Yuya obliterate 2 of his comrades with brutal ease. At that moment, he was paralyzed by fear of Yuya's devastating shockwave. His mind fixated solely on that overwhelming force, thus neglecting the kunai in Yuya's grasp. Consequently, he met his demise. Of course, even had he not overlooked the kunai, his fate would have remained unchanged. Without the prowess of a Jonin and lacking the ability to manipulate chakra, he stood no chance against Yuya's might. What seemed like a simple kunai concealed a power rivaling that of an A-rank ninjutsu. This was the shockwave slash. Swoosh. In an instant, Yuya's kunai cleaved through the air as if it were mere straw, descending without the slightest impediment. The sword in the Chunin's grasp crumbled like rotten wood, unable to impede even a fraction of Yuya's shockwave slash. In one fell swoop, he was bisected, his blood spraying forth and staining the earth below. It was as if flowers of hell had bloomed here, gory, eerie, and terrifying. What manner of power is this? What is that kunai? Even though this ninja squad was comprised of elite Chunin, after witnessing Yuya's slaughter of 3 of their own, they were left aghast. Water release. Water serpent bullet technique. Wind release. Wind cutter. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. Several of the nearby ninjas, gripped by terror, wasted no time in unleashing their jutsu, as Yuya severed his foe in 2. In an instant, the winds howled and torrents of water surged forth. The deluge, entwined with the fierce gales, came crashing towards Yuya like a monstrous wave, intent on engulfing him. Yet, Yuya did not even glance back. He clenched his fist and struck back fiercely. Boom! The air fractured like a mirror, sending cracks radiating outward. the shockwave erupted, causing the raging waters to abruptly freeze mid-air, resulting in a scene both bizarre and terrifying. Three jutsu crumbled under the weight of Yuya's single punch. In the next moment, Yuya turned to face the collapsing torrents, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. With both hands pressed against the void, he suddenly tore the air asunder. Seismic wave. Yuya's shockwave power had reached a magnitude capable of inducing an earthquake. Thus, the seismic wave could also be unleashed. Splash. The shattered torrents of water were violently torn apart by Yuya, and under the impetus of the shockwave, they surged forth once more. In an instant, they transformed into towering waves, crashing towards all the mist ninjas. What? They could actually rebound their ninjutsu. What a farce. The mist ninjas gazed in astonishment at this scene, their expressions filled with dread. The power of this tsunami was not particularly great. However, the fact that it was their own water release technique being turned against them was truly alarming. With a thunderous roar, the colossal wave descended, enveloping everyone within its grasp. The ninjas of the Mist Village were exceedingly familiar with water release, and in the blink of an eye, they broke through the water, unharmed and unwashed away. Yet, at that moment, Yuya's silhouette reappeared behind one of them, delivering a devastating punch. Boom! The shockwave erupted. The ninja barely had time to utter a sound before being obliterated by Yuya's strike. In his final moments, a flicker of horror and despair shone in his eyes. Under Yuya's speed and might, he had no chance to react. Damn it! This cannot continue. At this rate, defeat is inevitable. Out of a total of 9 elite shunin, 4 had already fallen to Yuya's assault. The remaining 5 exchanged glances, all bearing expressions of shock. A few of the ninjas felt a surge of electricity course through them. Without hesitation, they unleashed their signature ninjutsu. Mist technique. Mist technique. In an instant, a vast expanse of white mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all visibility. The mist, infused with chakra, rendered the area impenetrable to sight. Yuya frowned slightly, yet he exhibited no fear. How could obscured vision deter him? In the next moment, Yuya slightly bent his body, crossing his arms before his chest, and then launched a thunderous strike outward. Boom! The white mist on either side of him erupted violently, shattering like air. As the shockwave unleashed its fury, muffled groans of pain echoed from within the mist. A smirk played on Yuya's lips as he discerned the direction of the sounds. His fist clenched as he unleashed a powerful blow. Shockwave. Unmatched strength. Boom. An even more ferocious shockwave erupted forth. In that direction lurked a ninja, attempting to conceal himself in the mist. He had just planned to launch a surprise attack when Yuya's shockwave struck him directly. His body trembled uncontrollably. In the next instant, an even more potent shockwave surged forth. The astonishment in his eyes quickly morphed into despair. Gasp! He spat out a mouthful of blood, the sound of cracking bones echoing as he crumpled to the ground, his life hanging by a thread. This mist is troublesome. I must have taken out another one. Yuya thought, his gaze flickering yet slightly furrowed. The mist technique rendered his shockwaves ineffective against the already dispersed fog. Taking a deep breath, Yuya spread his arms wide and pressed his hands firmly against the ground. Shockwave. Earthquake technique. Boom. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar, generating waves akin to those of the ocean, before fracturing inch by inch. In an instant, sounds emanated from various directions. Excellent. A faint smile graced Yuya's lips as he flickered and vanished into the white mist. In the outside world, the battle between Might Guy and Ghost Lantern Moon was extraordinarily fierce. Despite being merely a jonin, Ghost Lantern Moon possessed the unique ability of the Ghost Lantern clan's water transformation technique, making it exceedingly difficult to harm him with Taijutsu without depleting his chakra. Conversely, while Might Guy was only a chunin, the 8 gates technique was not to be underestimated. Even opening just the 6th gate unleashed terrifying power, allowing Might Guy in this state to contend with even average Kage-level opponents. Thus, he was currently overpowering Ghost Lantern Moon. This was precisely why Might Guy refrained from opening the 7th gate. The side effects of opening the gates are directly related to the strength of a ninja's body. Sensei has ultimately managed to unlock the 8th gate. He merely experiences fatigue after opening the 6th, while the 7th does not lead him into a critical state. However, at present, Might Guy could only open up to the 7th gate, which was his limit. Although he would not perish upon opening it, his muscles would suffer rupture, placing him in a severely injured state. It could be said that at this moment, Might Guy had yet to reach his zenith. Are you so certain that that little brat can triumph? Ghost Lantern Moon, who was being pressed, felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet he maintained a facade of calmness, attempting to distract Might Guy with his words. Indeed, Might Guy was slightly distracted, as a dense white fog obscured his vision. Nevertheless, the continuous rumbling reassured him. This tremor was the manifestation of Yuya's power. I am absolutely certain he will prevail, for he is the most outstanding prodigy I have ever encountered. Moreover, right now, you should be more concerned about yourself. The fervent intensity in Might Guy's voice, fueled by the ferocity of the sixth gate's opening, exuded a formidable aura. Is that so? Ghost Lantern Moon scoffed, retorting, indeed, he is impressive, but after all, he is merely a child. Under the signature techniques of our Kirigakure, even the strongest ninja must tread carefully lest they fall victim to an unseen blade that severs their throat. Hearing Ghost Lantern Moon's words, Might Guy's apprehensions were indeed stirred. The white mist appeared perilous. If visibility was entirely obscured within, it was possible that Yuya was akin to a headless fly, flailing aimlessly. Such a predicament would inevitably reveal a flaw, providing an opportunity for capture. As worry gnawed at him, Might Guy gritted his teeth and intensified his assault, aiming to swiftly vanquish Ghost Lantern Moon. Yet, Ghost Lantern Moon's eyes gleamed with the triumph of cunning. He discerned that Might Guy's current state could not be sustained, and his frenzied attacks would undoubtedly lead to greater exhaustion. Enduring until the end, victory would ultimately belong to him. However, amidst their fierce conflict, the white mist fell into an eerie silence. The rumbling ceased, giving way to a profound stillness. What transpired? Upon perceiving an eerie stillness in the direction of Yuya, Might Guy felt an unexpected heaviness in his heart. Could it truly be as this ninja before him had suggested? He dared not dwell on the thought. Meanwhile, the ominous Kagaya Moon, after a moment of surprise, revealed a sinister grin, exclaiming, "No movement? That little brat seems to have met his demise. He even took down a few of my comrades. Truly, he died a worthy death." Yet, Might Guy remained skeptical of Kagaya's assertion, though the silence was undeniable, deepening his concern. Just as his anxiety peaked, it dissipated in an instant, for a figure emerged from the mist. It was Yuya unscathed, devoid of even the slightest trace of blood or injury. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, he appeared as he was, practically untouched. With this, all 9 elite shunin had been vanquished by Yuya. Kagaya too laid eyes on Yuya, astonishment washing over his face as disbelief flickered in his expression. Yuya, within the confines of the mist technique, bore not a single wound. Even if Yuya had obliterated his team, he could have anticipated that. Perhaps even the worst-case scenario of annihilating them all within the mist. But Yuya's pristine condition was nearly unfathomable. Those 9 elite shunin, seasoned through countless trials, had been utterly crushed at Yuya's hands. Not a single one had managed to inflict harm upon him, nor even to ruffle his composure. Even if he himself were to face 9 of his own, he could not achieve such ease. The incredibility of it all sent shockwaves through him, a hint of fear glimmering in his eyes. Though he too was unique, a member of the Kagaya clan with mastery over the water transformation technique, he recognized that Yuya and Might Guy were entirely different beasts. Engaging in combat with such monsters was beyond his reckoning, prompting Kagaya to consider retreat. However, Might Guy was not about to allow him to escape. Yuya had already concluded his battle, thus it was time for him to intensify his own efforts. His youth must burn with greater fervor than Yuya's. With a booming laugh, Might Guy summoned a terrifying aura, channeling all remaining strength within him. Prepare yourself, you water-dwelling fiend. Boom, boom, boom. With frenzied punches, the overwhelming power and speed unleashed by the 6th gate ignited the air, erupting into an inferno of flames. A torrent of fire cascaded downward, awe-inspiring in its ferocity. This is the peacock technique. Might Guy indeed wielded it. Witnessing this familiar scene, Yuya couldn't help but express admiration. To truly experience this technique firsthand, to behold its splendor and impact, was to understand its magnificence. The infernal flames poured down in a chaotic cascade, transforming the sky into a resplendent peacock adorned with a ferocious aura of lethality. The force was overwhelming. Flames. Kagaya Moon stood momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in sheer terror at the spectacle before him. He clearly did not perceive Might Guy's use of ninjutsu. What is the meaning of this flame? Is it the result of high-speed fist strikes generating friction with the air? This is dire. Kisame Hashigaki found himself in a state of panic. Although water extinguishes fire, fire can just as easily evaporate water. Ordinary physical attacks pose minimal harm to Kisame compared to this technique. Moreover, in the face of Might Dai's onslaught, Kisame had no opportunity to evade. The speed was simply overwhelming. Water style, water barrier. In his flustered state, Kisame could only resort to using water-style ninjutsu in a desperate attempt to resist. However, against the peacock technique, his defense was obliterated as if it were mere straw, enveloping Kisame entirely within the flames. Even Kisame's clone, possessing 30% of his chakra, was swiftly annihilated by this technique. As a mere jonin, how could Kisame withstand such power? Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently. When Might Dai finally retracted his fist and tranquility descended, Kisame Hoshigaki had long since lost his vitality. Thus, the jonin of the hidden mist village, Kisame Hoshigaki, was obliterated by the sixth gate of Might Dai. Panting heavily as he fell to the ground, Might Dai's aura swiftly waned until he could no longer sustain himself and half knelt upon the earth. Observing this, Yuya hastened to his side and inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, though I will likely need to rest for a while," Might Dai replied with a wry smile, adding, "The side effects of the Eight Gates technique are indeed something. I envy the power you have cultivated. By the way, you should have opened the second gate by now." "Yes," Yuya nodded gently, assisting Might Dai to his feet before finding a place to sit. Might Dai chuckled, "No wonder your strength has increased so significantly. This is the essence of youth." Yuya, feeling a pang of annoyance, decisively turned away, stating, "I will go check on the corpses." "All right." Approaching the bodies of the fallen mist ninjas, Yuya began his search. To his disappointment, the weapons wielded by these mist ninjas were merely ordinary steel swords, devoid of any special ninja blades. Furthermore, he found nothing of value on the captain's body. With a hint of exasperation, he shook his head and produced a scroll. This scroll was specifically designed for sealing items. Having slain a jonin and 9 shunin, he needed to secure their heads as proof before returning. While Yuya himself had little need for accolades, Might Dai was another matter entirely. Currently still a genin, Might Dai seemed to be in a precarious situation. With these achievements, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the higher-ups in Konoha, possibly even achieving a promotion to jonin. Someone of Sarutobi Hiruzen's stature, who valued talent above all, would certainly not overlook Might Dai. Until now, the lack of awareness stemmed from Might Dai never having truly showcased his formidable strength. Limited to D-rank missions and non-combat C-rank tasks, how could his power be revealed? If it had not been for this opportunity, it might have taken Might Dai unleashing the 8 gates and single-handedly annihilating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to truly shock the entire ninja world. The name of Might Dai has only recently garnered attention. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each nearly an elite jonin, are all of at least jonin caliber. Possessing a unique sword can almost directly amplify one's combat prowess by a level. A jonin, therefore, embodies the strength of an elite jonin, while an elite jonin rivals that of a quasi-kage. The quasi-kage, in turn, can be compared to a kage. This represents the pinnacle of power belonging to the hidden mist village. The sight of Might Dai single-handedly defeating 4 adversaries is nothing short of astonishing. In the original narrative, Kakashi and Might Dai are nearly equal in strength, yet Kakashi ascended to the status of an elite jonin. This is largely due to the revelation of the 8 gates technique's power following Might Dai's exploits. However, the arduous nature of mastering the 8 gates has deterred countless individuals. The memories of those breathtaking scenes evoke a sense of longing within Yuya. Before long, Yuya severed the heads of 10 ninjas, sealing them within a scroll. The ordinary folk of the merchant caravan had already fallen victim to the residual chaos of the earlier battle, with not a single survivor remaining. Such is the lamentable fate of the powerless. Indeed, what a remarkable deed we have accomplished. Might Dai gradually regained his composure. Though his body remained achingly fatigued from excessive exertion, the future undoubtedly holds even more extraordinary events in store. A faint smile graced Yuya's lips as he supported Might Dai, walking slowly alongside him. "Yes, let us ignite our youth with even greater fervor." Despite his exhaustion, Might Dai's spirit remained invigorated. Upon hearing his words, Yuya nearly cast him aside, yet he restrained himself, wearing a resigned expression. After opening the 6th gate, Might Dai's muscles, though intact, were in a state of overexertion. He would require several days to recuperate. Yuya could not possibly abandon Might Dai. After all, the squad of mist ninjas had been entirely vanquished, and it would pose no issue to rest for a few days in a nearby town before returning to Konoha. Yet, fate seldom unfolds as one wishes. As Yuya and Might Guy proceeded, they encountered a small river, following its course downstream. It was autumn, the weather pleasantly cool, with gentle breezes sweeping through, dissipating the gruesome memories of battle. The water was crystal clear, offering a refreshing essence. However, as they walked, this refreshing sensation suddenly grew heavy. The coolness transformed into an oppressive chill, which often heralds danger. Yuya and Might Guy halted their steps, for before them stood a figure, a person bearing a sword. In the world of ninjas, such individuals may appear commonplace, yet Yuya's gaze turned icy in an instant, as if capable of freezing one's very blood. For this figure bore the Leaf Village's forehead protector. Within their eyes danced three sinister tomo, revealing an identity that required no conjecture. A member of the Uchiha clan. Just as Might Guy was about to speak, his gaze met the Sharingan, rendering him momentarily dazed. Yuya, however, remained unfazed, standing resolutely in place. Devoid of fear as he locked eyes with the Uchiha. Was this the unmasked pride and confidence of the Uchiha clan? Before him stood a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Yuya took a deep breath and spoke coldly. The presence of the opponent here was unmistakably clear. Their intent was nothing less than to take his life. However, the adversary had donned no mask, nor had they changed their attire, wearing instead the Leaf Village headband and the uniform of a Leaf Ninja. This was no mere confidence. It was an audacious disregard for his existence. Why bother concealing anything from the dead? Uchiha Suki gently unsheathed the sword from his back. A glimmer of cold light emanated from the blade, seemingly causing the temperature around them to drop several degrees. This sword bore a resemblance to the Kusanagi, appearing rather ordinary. Yet in the world of Naruto, the distinction between blades was vague, with swords often referred to as tachi. The Kusanagi, strictly speaking, was indeed a tachi. Uchiha Suki's sword, though it appeared unremarkable, revealed its true nature as he lightly raised it, a strand of chilling brilliance akin to starlight extending from the hilt to the tip. This was not an ordinary tachi but a ninja blade, and certainly not a common, unremarkable one. A murderous aura permeated the air. Yuya slightly narrowed his eyes and gently pressed down on Might Guy's shoulder, rousing him from the illusion he had fallen into. Might Guy, having just utilized the 8 gates, was in a state of exhaustion, with little chakra remaining, making it unsurprising that he had succumbed to the genjutsu. Under the circumstances of the 8 gates being opened, typical illusions would have no effect. This individual was an enemy. Though Might Guy possessed a comical side, he was not foolish. Observing Uchiha Suki before him, his expression darkened. Initially, he may have been unaware of the conflict between the Uchiha clan and Yuya, but as time passed, he could not remain oblivious, even if he had been somewhat disconnected from the village. Yet, he never anticipated that the Uchiha would dare to take matters this far, audaciously coming to assassinate Yuya. Such darkness ignited a flame of fury within Might Guy. Indeed, he was an enemy. Yuya nodded and stated earnestly, "You are in no condition to fight. Let me handle this." However, this adversary was a jonin. Might Guy inhaled deeply, a further spark of anger igniting within his gaze. To kill Yuya, they had dispatched a jonin. Such ruthlessness was astounding. Uchiha Suki made no effort to conceal his identity, clad openly in the uniform of a Leaf Jonin, making it easy to ascertain his rank. One must test the waters. Rest assured, with me here, the Uchiha scoundrel will not harm you, Might Guy declared, his expression serious. He was prepared to open the 7th gate. Had it not been for Yuya's prior achievement of vanquishing 9 shunnen, Might Guy might have unhesitatingly unleashed the full power of the 8th gate. However, despite his faith in Yuya, it was not without reservations. In Might Guy's view, it would be exceedingly difficult for Yuya, still but a youth igniting the flames of his youth, to stand against a jonin. He remained a tender leaf that deserved protection, even if the cost of opening the 7th gate was significant. At present, Might Guy has only mastered the 7th gate, which appears to be his ultimate limit. Upon its activation, one can anticipate that his final state would be akin to that of young Lee during the Chunin exams. Yet, there seems to be no alternative. A perennial genin, Might Guy, I have heard of you. Your tone is rather audacious. Uchiha Suki regarded Might Guy with a hint of disdain, for at that moment, Might Guy presented himself as a mere shadow of his former self, though the means by which he had become so feeble remained a mystery. It was evident that a mere genjutsu had rendered him utterly defenseless, showcasing him as nothing more than an ordinary, perennial genin, hardly worthy of consideration. As for Yuru, he too was deemed inconsequential. To have slain Uchiha Han was hardly a noteworthy feat in Uchiha Tsuki's eyes. He could easily vanquish 10 such opponents. Drawing his sword, Uchiha Tsuki extended his arm, the blade now aimed squarely at Yuru. In that moment, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable aura of impending death. Thus, the battle commenced. Uchiha Tsuki refrained from employing any genjutsu or ninjutsu against Yuru, opting instead for a direct assault. With a chilling aura enveloping his blade, he lunged forth. This individual, is he akin to the legendary Konoha White Fang, a swordsmanship-focused ninja? Yuru's expression grew solemn, yet he felt no fear. A jonin posed no threat to him. Should one wish to take his life, a confrontation was inevitable. As Uchiha Tsuki's sword descended, Yuru narrowly evaded the strike, his body flickering as he retreated. Swish! Uchiha Tsuki relentlessly pursued, delivering yet another blow. Yuru continued to withdraw. He refrained from simply unleashing a shockwave, for he lacked a definitive understanding of Uchiha Tsuki's capabilities. Regardless, Yuru was unafraid of genjutsu, and Uchiha Tsuki's activation of the Sharingan would undoubtedly deplete his chakra reserves. Time was on Yuru's side. After several failed attempts to graze Yuru's attire, a flicker of surprise appeared in Uchiha Tsuki's eyes. Impressive speed, he remarked coolly. As a jonin who devoted himself entirely to the art of swordsmanship, his prowess was certainly complemented by swiftness. Yet, even so, Yuru managed to keep pace with this jonin, perhaps even outpacing him by a fraction. Otherwise, with the analytical prowess of the Sharingan, his blade would have surely struck Yuru long ago. It was precisely because Yuru was marginally faster that he consistently evaded Uchiha Tsuki's attacks. Witnessing Yuru's continued evasions, Uchiha Tsuki let out a disdainful snort, finally revealing his true skills. Buzz! A radiant aura of starlight seemed to coalesce around Uchiha Tsuki's blade. This was the flow of chakra. However, there was no alteration in its properties. It was merely pure chakra, reminiscent of Hatake Sakumo's white fang slash. Observing this spectacle, a glint of cold resolve flickered in Yuru's gaze as he produced a kunai. Indeed, Uchiha Tsuki was adept at manipulating the flow of chakra. But what of it? In the distance, observing the battle, Might Guy felt an overwhelming fatigue enveloping his body, yet his spirit was heightened, fixated intently on the arena. The seventh gate within him hovered on the brink of activation, though its significance seemed trivial. Should Yuya fail to triumph over Uchiha Tsuki, the outcome could very well transpire in an instant, victory or defeat, life or death. He feared he might be unable to intervene in time. Hence, the tension weighed heavily upon Might Guy. Despite appearing to be at a disadvantage, Yuya exhibited no signs of impending defeat, which astonished Might Guy further regarding Yuya's innate talent and prowess. He chose to exercise restraint. Unless absolutely necessary, he wished to avoid unleashing the seventh gate. Might Guy watched the fray unfold, his thoughts a tumultuous storm, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns, wanting Yuya to concentrate and perform to the best of his abilities. Even if Yuya were unable to vanquish Uchiha Tsuki, it would be of little consequence. He would step in when the moment called for it. In the arena, Uchiha Tsuki wielded his sword, radiating an ethereal brilliance reminiscent of starlight, a dazzling force that remained unexpanded yet pulsed with an ominous aura of impending slaughter. Such a weapon bore a beauty that starkly contrasted with the devastation it would bring. An infernal realm of torment awaited. Enough, Uchiha Tsuki spoke coolly, his sword raised with a gentle motion, then suddenly descending toward Yuya. It was a simple strike, devoid of superfluous gestures, akin to the lightness of a feather. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an awe-inspiring phenomenon occurred, a fleeting moment of splendor. Buzz! Like thunder striking the earth, radiant starlight converged at the sword's tip, erupting into a brilliant white blade of energy. The descent of the sword resembled a meteor slicing through the heavens, destined to pierce the very ground itself. Within Uchiha Tsuki's eyes, 3 Tomo came to a standstill, calm and unfazed, as if he had glimpsed the future, witnessing Yuya cleaved in twain by his blade. Yet, in contrast, a fierce will to fight ignited within Yuya's gaze. What of the chakra flowing within? Uchiha Tsuki could never be compared to Kakashi Hatake. This might very well be a manifestation of chakra facilitated by the ninja blade itself. Clenching his kunai tightly, Yuya sensed an eerie distortion enveloping the weapon in silence, devoid of any luminescence. However, an uncanny warping of the air emerged around the kunai's edge, creating an almost surreal distortion, resembling a bending of space itself. Without hesitation, Yuya swung the kunai with sudden ferocity. The shockwave slash. Clang. In an instant, the kunai collided with Uchiha Tsuki's sword. At that moment, it felt as if the very fabric of the universe dimmed, as two razor-sharp glimmers clashed, cleaving the world in twain. In the distance, Kekkei could not suppress a flicker of awe, for he had almost been compelled to intervene moments prior. However, upon witnessing the peculiar kunai in Yuya's grasp and the unwavering confidence reflected in his eyes, Kekkei chose to place his trust in Yuya. Since Yuya exuded such assurance, it was only fitting to entrust the matter to him. In his hand lay a simple kunai and a unique ninja blade, a common tool yet an extraordinary weapon. The resonance slash, the flow of chakra. These two forces, distinct in both their form and essence, shared a singular objective: to sever all that lay before them. Yet, this ambition remained unfulfilled. In the eyes of Uchiha Tsuki, an unmistakable astonishment emerged. His sword had been blocked. He had never anticipated that Yuya could withstand his strike. What manner of power was this? Confusion and disbelief flooded Uchiha Tsuki's mind. His technique, known as the liberation of stars, wielded by his sword aptly named Star, was intended to unleash the formidable might of this unique blade. Under its influence, even the souls of other elite shinobi had lamented. He had slain many with this very technique. Yet now, it was thwarted by Yuya. Astonishingly, from the seemingly mundane kunai, a bizarre wave emanated, imparting a sense of tearing upon his very being. Were it not for the clash with the flowing chakra, he might have perished in that instant. A simple kunai, executing such formidable techniques to counter the liberation of stars. As the sensation of tearing intensified, Uchiha Tsuki grappled with disbelief, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he furiously channeled chakra. The energy of his sword surged dramatically. Nevertheless, before Yuya's resonance slash, it remained steadfastly held at bay. Ultimately, all dissolved into the void. Yuya's resonance slash forcefully dismantled Uchiha Tsuki's chakra flow, which had been summoned through the special ninja blade. Throughout this encounter, Yuya had never contemplated the possibility of failure. He was possessed by an inexplicable confidence. He could succeed, he could block, he could triumph. The kunai, which had thwarted Uchiha Tsuki's sword, was firmly grasped in Yuya's right hand. At that moment, the kunai stood resolutely against Uchiha Tsuki's blade. A slight smile gracing Yuya's lips. His left fist suddenly clenched tightly. Buzz. This is bad. Uchiha Tsuki, endowed with the three-tomo Sharingan, discerned Yuya's impending move the instant his left fist tightened. A sense of foreboding surged within him, yet he found himself powerless to react. Had Yuya employed that disruptive force from the outset, Tsuki held confidence that he could have shattered it and swiftly executed Yuya. Yet now, with his full-powered strike thwarted by Yuya's kunai, he found himself in an exceedingly precarious predicament. Earth release. Unmatched strength. Yuya would show no mercy in such moments. A full frontal assault was imperative. As a white luminescence radiated from Yuya's fist, Uchiha Tsuki pressed his sword against Yuya's kunai, attempting to leverage the momentum to retreat. Yet, this maneuver had already been anticipated by Yuya. In a daring move, his kunai deftly withdrew perilously. In that moment, Uchiha Tsuki not only failed to retreat, but instead leaned further forward. Although his Sharingan could perceive movements, it could not penetrate the thoughts swirling within Yuya's mind. This was dire. The young boy had taken him by surprise. He never anticipated Yuya would dare to act in such a manner. It is essential to note that a kunai and sword are opposing forces. Yuya's retraction of the kunai signified that Uchiha Tsuki's sword would strike downward as the kunai withdrew. Nevertheless, Uchiha Tsuki, a seasoned jonin hardened by countless battles, remained composed in this critical moment. Thus, retreat was not an option. With a hum, chakra surged anew around Uchiha Tsuki's sword, intent on cleaving Yuya in two. Yet, at that very instant, Yuya's fist advanced. The kunai was withdrawn, and the next force to meet the sword's edge was Yuya's fist. Crack! The air shattered abruptly, reminiscent of a fractured ice surface. The terrifying shockwave erupted, enveloping Uchiha Tsuki entirely. The distance between his sword and Yuya's fist was but a mere breath, yet it could not descend any further. Breakthrough. Uchiha Tsuki roared internally, feeling the overwhelming shockwave battering against him. In earlier times, he would have been able to slice through such force. But now, he found himself incapable. Uchiha Suki was at the brink of exhaustion. Even summoning every ounce of chakra, he could only sever a portion of the shockwave. The remaining force still struck his body with tremendous impact. Bang! In the next heartbeat, Uchiha Suki could no longer withstand it. As Yuya's unmatched strength propelled him away with a single, crushing blow. Gasping midair, Uchiha Suki coughed up blood. Struggling to regain his footing upon landing, his body trembled slightly, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. He had actually sustained an injury, struck by this young boy in a direct confrontation. Meanwhile, in the distance, Might Guy, poised to unleash the seventh gate of the 8 gates, gaped in astonishment. Initially, he believed Yuya's ability to withstand Uchiha Suki's assault was an extraordinary feat, yet now, Yuya had not only repelled Uchiha Suki, but had also caused him to bleed. This was nearly unbelievable. Uchiha Suki was, after all, a jonin. At this moment, Uchiha Suki finally grasped the sentiments experienced by Uchiha Han in the past. A surge of murderous intent swelled within him, almost overwhelming him with rage. However, he took a deep breath and regained his composure. Unlike Uchiha Han, Uchiha Suki possessed a steadier mindset. Very well, you have earned your pride by injuring me. Is that so? Yuya regarded Uchiha Suki with an ever-calm expression, utterly unfazed. Suddenly, Uchiha Suki smiled. That smile was difficult to articulate. Indeed. However, this is where it ends. I have deciphered your techniques. Your demise is now assured. The technique you employ resembles the flow of chakra, yet it is not the same. It is not a constant force, merely a singular strike, is it not? Uchiha Suki narrowed his eyes, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hakuya remained silent. Uchiha Suki's assertion was indeed accurate. The Sharingan is a formidable bloodline limit, and even a mere 3-tomo variant should not be underestimated. Had Uchiha Suki lacked those 3 tomo in his Sharingan, he might very well have met his demise at Hakuya's hands by now. Of course, Hakuya's silence stemmed from another reason, Uchiha Suki's incessant chatter. Historically, villains have perished due to their verbosity, a timeless truth. Hakuya observed that individuals in the world of Naruto seemed particularly fond of elucidating their abilities and analyzing the powers of others. Had Uchiha Suki refrained from speaking, he might have found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, it appeared Uchiha Suki believed he had unraveled all of Hakuya's capabilities and was assured of victory. So he boldly declared his insights. Very well, then, come and test your mettle. Gazing at Uchiha Suki, Hakuya let out a soft scoff, abruptly lifting his foot to strike the ground below. Seismic release. Earthquake technique. Boom. The force of the tremor erupted violently from beneath Hakuya's foot, shaking the very earth in an instant. The ground transformed into an ocean, violently overturning. Uchiha Suki frowned as the earth quaked beneath him. Yet his feet remained steadfastly anchored like iron nails. Crack. Terrifying fissures continued to fracture and spread in all directions. Ultimately, when the tremors ceased, the ground lay riddled with countless crevices, some of which appeared exceedingly dark and profound. Suddenly, Hakuya plunged into one of these chasms, vanishing into the depths below. Only then did Uchiha Suki comprehend the situation, his expression one of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a maneuver from Hakuya. The 3 tomo in his eyes spun incessantly as he surveyed the myriad cracks in the earth, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. Invisible, or rather, indistinct. Had he possessed the Byakugan, it would have perfectly countered Hakuya's technique. However, the Sharingan lacks the ability to see through such obstructions. The darkness below obscured Hakuya's current position, leaving Uchiha Suki to vaguely gauge Hakuya's whereabouts based on residual vibrations. He found himself in a somewhat passive predicament. He could only respond to the situation as it unfolded. That little imp would inevitably resurface, and his attack had a temporal limitation. Seizing the opportunity when Hakuya emerged would allow him to strike decisively. Uchiha Suki felt a headache brewing. He possessed little knowledge of Earth-style ninjutsu. Otherwise, he would not be rendered so helpless by Hakuya's alteration of the terrain. He only knew a few rudimentary C-rank Earth techniques, which were utterly ineffective in this scenario. It was possible that if he attempted to form hand seals, Hakuya might seize the chance to launch a surprise attack. At this moment, Uchiha Suki could only grip the sword in his hand, his gaze flickering incessantly, fixated upon the ground beneath him. Any slightest movement would trigger an instantaneous reaction from him. though the little rascal, Yuru, possessed remarkable strength to withstand his strikes. That was the extent of it. Once he focused, utilizing the power of the Ninja Blade Star, he could repel all of Yuru's assaults. The child stood no chance. A chill coursed through Uchiha Tsuki's heart as he tightened his grip on the Ninja Blade Star, chakra surging continuously upon it, ever prepared for a thunderous strike. In the next instant, the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes suddenly flickered, sharply capturing a fleeting figure within the cracks of the earth ahead. Here it comes. Die! Uchiha Tsuki uttered a low growl, his body erupting violently, the sword in his hand slicing downward with a fierce glint of cold light. Swish! The sword's brilliance cut through everything. The ground was already a fissure, and within that chasm, Yuru's form appeared to be stealthily advancing. At that moment, the sword's radiance swept across, bisecting the crack again from Yuru's position. Instantly, another fissure emerged, intersecting to form a cross, with Yuru's figure situated at the center. Clearly, he had been struck. Uchiha Tsuki's sword remained in a descending motion, yet a smirk surfaced within him. What could these trivial tactics accomplish? As long as one dared to approach him, they could never escape the scrutiny of his Sharingan. However, in the very next moment, Yuru, who had been struck by Uchiha Tsuki's blade, suddenly transformed into a plume of white smoke and vanished. A shadow clone technique. Uchiha Tsuki was momentarily taken aback. This should have been a commonplace ninjutsu. Yet, since awakening his Sharingan, no one had been able to silently utilize the shadow clone technique before him. He would invariably see through it. But this time was different. Even though the Sharingan could penetrate the mist concealment technique, it could not provide clarity to the underground situation. Thus, he had let his guard down due to years of habit. What of the shadow clone technique? A flash of lightning coursed through Uchiha Tsuki's mind as he gripped the ninja blade tightly, unafraid. Even if he had been deceived, he held no fear. After all, he could block every attack from Yuru with his sword, and Uchiha Tsuki was fully prepared to counter any of Yuru's assaults. Just then, from the dark chasm before him, a bubble suddenly emerged. Though termed a bubble, it resembled a twinkling star. Its outer layer seemed to spin ceaselessly, the core a dazzling white, radiating brilliance to the utmost. This was Yuru's ultimate technique, the collapse of the tremor. At the moment it appeared, Uchiha Tsuki had just felled Yuru's clone with his first strike and was about to swing his second sword. This thing, possessing the Sharingan. Uchiha Tsuki instantly discerned the terrifying power of Yuru's collapse of the tremor. Yet, he had no time to ponder how Yuru could unleash such an attack, nor to contemplate anything else, for the assault was already upon him. He could only raise his sword to meet it. The blade descended. Buzz! As the sword struck the essence of Feather Knight's seismic release, it shattered into fragments. The essence was inherently unstable. Upon contact with an object, it would disintegrate instantaneously. The resulting annihilation unleashed a swirling field of hyperfrequency shockwaves. This vibration morphed into an imperceptible wave pattern, obliterating everything in its path. Invisible to the naked eye and beyond capture, the world seemed to fall silent. Uchiha Tsuki's expression, gaze, and movements all froze in that fleeting moment. A gentle breeze swept through, yet there were no visceral explosions or gory scenes. Only dust scattered in the aftermath. The elite ninja Uchiha Tsuki stood utterly defenseless against the S-rank technique of Feather Knight. In an instant, he was reduced to mere dust, scattered across the fractured earth. More astonishingly, the ground beneath Uchiha Tsuki silently succumbed to erosion, forming a half-circular depression. Clink! The ninja blade, star, in Uchiha Tsuki's hand was not completely obliterated, yet it appeared somewhat dimmed, falling to the ground as he succumbed to decay. In the distance, Might Guy, who had been momentarily dazed from Feather Knight's tectonic technique, was just beginning to regain his composure. He chanced upon this scene, rendered speechless. What had transpired? Uchiha Tsuki had perished so suddenly. Sometimes, such a silent disappearance is far more shocking than a cataclysmic spectacle. Might Guy pondered. Even if he opened the sixth gate, he could never reduce a person to mere particles in one blow. At the very least, the seventh gate would be necessary. The power comparable to the seventh gate was undoubtedly an S-rank ninjutsu. A cough, tinged with fatigue, echoed from the rift as Feather Knight emerged. He could not leap out entirely, for the exertion of the seismic release had drained him significantly. Feather Knight. Upon seeing Feather Knight unscathed, Might Guy finally shook off his shock, revealing a hint of relief. Are you all right? He could not help but inquire with concern. Feather Knight waved his hand towards Might Guy. I'm fine, but I need a moment to rest. With that, Feather Knight slowly advanced, retrieving the ninja blade left behind by Uchiha Tsuki. This blade was quite remarkable, yet it could not fully withstand the might of the shockwaves, could it? Observing the blade in his hand, now somewhat dulled and clearly worn, Feather Knight shook his head slightly. Indeed, the power of the shockwave slash and that of the seismic release were not on the same level. The fact that this blade could endure even a single strike of annihilation was already exceptional. It was uncertain where Uchiha Tsuki had procured such a weapon, but it was fortuitously suited for Feather Knight as temporary use. This sword is now mine, he declared. Although the Sharingan was lost, even if it were available, Feather Knight would not consider transplantation. He lacked the energy to develop other abilities. As long as he honed the techniques of the Thunder Escape and the true 8 gates to their utmost perfection, they would undoubtedly rival any other power. After weighing the significance of this ninja blade, Yuya decided to carry it with him. Many might recognize this blade, but what of it? Those who dared to send assassins after him were now facing retribution. How could the Uchiha clan possibly have the audacity to mention this incident? The conflict between Yuya and the Uchiha clan had long since reached an irreconcilable state, and Yuya was no longer someone they could manipulate at will. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen was diligently organizing documents. Hokage-sama, there seems to be an issue with Uchiha Tsuki, reported an Umbu ninja who appeared before him. Sarutobi looked up, his brow slightly furrowed. What is it? Uchiha Tsuki accepted a mission and left the village heading south. But we have received information indicating he has been spotted in the north. Is that so? Sarutobi pondered deeply. It was clear that Uchiha Tsuki had taken a long detour to the north. What could his intentions be? The north, indeed. Suddenly, Sarutobi was struck with realization. The mission Yuya was executing was also in the north. Damn it! Has the Uchiha clan thrown out a smokescreen? A fierce rage ignited in Sarutobi's eyes. The discord between the Uchiha clan and Yuya was common knowledge. As soon as Yuya left the village with the eternally low-ranking Might Guy to undertake a mission in the north, Sarutobi knew the Uchiha clan would surely scheme something. Soon after, he learned that 4 Uchiha Chunin had formed a small team to embark on another mission to the north. Consequently, Sarutobi covertly dispatched Umbu to follow this team, ready to suppress them if necessary. He initially thought there was nothing to worry about. However, he was unprepared for the Uchiha clan's ruse. The 4 Chunin were merely a distraction. Their true objective was not Yuya at all. It was Uchiha Tsuki, who had taken a long detour to the north. That posed the real threat to Yuya. Uchiha Tsuki, a jonin of Konoha, had previously claimed the lives of 2 enemy village jonin. Even an average elite jonin would think twice before underestimating Uchiha Tsuki. If such a person were to target Yuya, it would be a lethal endeavor, devoid of any chance for survival. There was no time left to prevent the Uchiha clan's actions. Very well. Sarutobi took a deep breath, his fury slowly dissipating and replaced by an icy resolve. Ever since Yuya had slain Uchiha Han and displayed his almost monstrous talent, Sarutobi had made it clear that no one could touch Yuya, especially not the Uchiha clan. Yet, this time, the Uchiha clan dared to go to such lengths, willing to slap Sarutobi in the face to eliminate Yuya. That was what truly incensed Sarutobi. In comparison to Yuya, it seems that this Hokage holds little significance. To eliminate Yuya, one can casually toy with the Hokage, given that the situation is now irreparable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has resolved to make the Uchiha clan aware of the true meaning of the Hokage in Konoha. Summon the captain of the Konoha guard. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was exceptionally cold. Understood. The Umbu nodded and vanished. Soon, Uchiha Kageyama arrived in the Hokage's office. His expression was remarkably calm, as if he had foreseen these events long ago. If he dared to scheme against Sarutobi Hiruzen and recklessly pursue Yuya's demise, he must have been prepared for this moment. In the Hokage's office, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kageyama remained. The atmosphere was thick with tension, akin to the stillness before a storm. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not unleash his fury in accusations. Instead, he composedly poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. Uchiha Kageyama exhibited remarkable patience, standing quietly and observing. Yet, the air grew increasingly oppressive. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen finished his tea and gently set the cup down on the table, the atmosphere felt as heavy as an abyss. I heard that Uchiha Tsuki has gone on a mission. Indeed, it is commendable that the Uchiha clan is devoted to Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly before abruptly shifting the topic. I have also heard that your son, Uchiha Fugaku, possesses extraordinary talent and has already awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. This remark caused a brief flicker of sharpness in Uchiha Kageyama's gaze, though he quickly regained his composure. Yes, I am preparing for him to succeed my position, but he is still young and needs more training. Indeed, training is beneficial. Perhaps it would be advantageous for him to spend some time in the Umbu? That may not be necessary, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Kageyama regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly, stating, recently, I have discovered certain matters. As he spoke, he placed a scroll on the table before Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at it, maintaining an impassive demeanor, yet a chill coursed through him. Is this the Uchiha clan's confidence to confront his wrath? What lies within the scroll? Sarutobi Hiruzen picked it up, gently unrolling it, his pupils slightly constricting. What an audacious move. Is it truly worth it? Let us dispense with the indirectness. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke softly. The Uchiha clan must not bear any blemish. I trust the Hokage understands. This is not for an individual, but for the dignity of the clan. Uchiha Kageyama lifted his chin, gazing at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Uchiha clan is not afraid of what Yaa may do to them. Even if he were to grow stronger, it matters not. The Uchiha have never feared anyone. The true objective is to convey to all of Konoha that the Uchiha clan is not to be trifled with. This signifies the clan's spirit and honor. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Uchiha Kaiuzen has unequivocally expressed his stance, subtly indicating that should matters proceed unfavorably, the Uchiha clan may very well depart from Konoha. Under normal circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have countered such a rigid attitude with an even more formidable one. If you dare to leave, I will not hesitate to obliterate you. However, the situation is different now. The Second Shinobi World War looms ominously. The three great ninja villages have nearly subdued the smaller neighboring villages, gradually converging towards the land of rain at the border of the three nations. It is evident that this conflict is unavoidable. To sever ties with the Uchiha clan at this juncture would entail an exorbitant cost. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen repeated, tucking the scroll away. Observing this, a faint smile flickered at the corner of Uchiha Kaiuzen's mouth. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. There are affairs awaiting my attention. Without awaiting a response from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kaiuzen turned and prepared to exit. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the departing figure of Uchiha Kaiuzen with a cold gaze, remaining silent and making no attempt to stop him. Yet, just as Uchiha Kaiuzen reached the doorway, a ninja abruptly entered, opening the door. Lord Hokage, there has been an incident. What now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was laced with barely concealed fury. A highly skilled squad from the Mist Village has infiltrated the Land of Fire, led by the infamous Jonin, Hozuki Mugetsu. What audacity! Sarutobi Hiruzen, fueled by a surge of rage, prepared to dispatch the Umbu for immediate action. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaiuzen merely shook his head slightly, disinterested in this matter that did not concern him, and continued towards the exit of the Hokage's office. However, they were all eliminated. The ninja's eyes shimmered with disbelief as he spoke, his voice trembling with astonishment. The leader was none other than the renowned Jonin from the Mist Village, Hozuki Mugetsu. All eliminated? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice faltered, his expression one of shock. Who was responsible? Yiru and Might Guy? The ninja uttered these names with an incredulous tone. With a soft thud, the documents in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands slipped onto the desk. Meanwhile, Uchiha Kaiuzen, who had already placed one foot outside the Hokage's office, found his body suddenly rigid, as if frozen in place. His other foot seemed ensnared to the ground, unable to advance further. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat there, dazed, as if grappling with incomprehensible revelations. What of Yiru and Might Guy? They just returned. A crackle of chakra emanated from beneath Uchiha Kaiuzen's feet, causing a slight fracture in the floor, his expression beyond the scope of mere words. Then, with an awkward motion, he dragged his other foot out of the Hokage's office and stepped away. The ninja regarded Uchiha Kaiuzen with a puzzled expression. Isn't that the leader of the Uchiha clan? To think he would crush the floor of the Hokage's office. What does this signify? A show of defiance towards Sarutobi Hiruzen? How brazen. Lord Hokage, is Uchiha Kaiuzen being a tad disrespectful? Enough, it's fine. You may leave now. Sarutobi Hiruzen maintained a facade of calmness as he gestured dismissively to the ninja. The ninja promptly fell silent. Such was the nature of shinobi. topics deemed inappropriate were seldom discussed. And though he was puzzled, he chose to turn and exit without further inquiry. However, in the next instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly recollected himself and called the ninja back. Wait. Come back and elaborate on the situation in detail. The ninja promptly returned, recounting the events from beginning to end. Essentially, Yuya and Might Guy had returned after completing a mission, presenting an array of severed heads and subsequently identifying their origins. A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly, as disbelief permeated the atmosphere. The gravity of the situation was so extraordinary that they deemed it necessary to report directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Might Guy managed to open the seventh gate. Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily lost his composure. This was indeed a genuine breach of decorum. Regardless of Yuya's prodigious talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen perceived him merely as an unrefined youth, his contributions seemingly minimal. Yet, Might Guy was different. A shinobi capable of reaching the seventh gate could potentially alter the tide of an entire battle. Such a remarkable talent had eluded his attention all this time. The notion of a mere low-ranking ninja was utterly absurd. Summon Might Guy immediately. Understood. Having just completed their mission, Might Guy received a summons from Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yuya, choosing not to claim any reward for the mission, had instead allocated everything to Might Guy. Might Guy felt a twinge of embarrassment. While he had indeed vanquished the enemy's Jonin captain, Yuya's accomplishments were equally undeniable. However, Yuya insisted on attributing all the credit to him. Just as Might Guy was about to insist on sharing a portion of the reward with Yuya, the summons from the third Hokage arrived. Yuya offered Might Guy a subtle, knowing smile before swiftly departing. Might Guy, momentarily taken aback, could not pursue him and was left with no choice but to gratefully accept the reward and proceed to the Hokage's office. Having left Might Guy's side, Yuya quickened his pace, traversing several streets before gradually slowing down. As he walked the streets of Konoha, Yuya sensed a palpable tension in the air. Even the ordinary citizens of Konoha were imbued with an atmosphere of unease. The Second Shinobi World War seemed imminent, the foreboding sense of impending turmoil palpable even to the untrained eye. The ninja blade acquired from Uchiha Tsuki was now devoid of its sheath. The material of the sheath was inferior to that of the blade and had perished alongside Uchiha Tsuki due to the devastating effects of Yuya's tremor release technique. Clutching the blade, Yuya made his way to the underground ANBU quarters of Konoha, intending to commission a new sheath. Upon presenting the blade, the ANBU ninja responsible for managing ninja tools could not suppress a flicker of surprise. This blade belonged to Uchiha Tsuki, one of the sub-leaders of the Konoha police force, a figure of some renown within the village. As a member of the ANBU, he possessed a certain level of understanding, which enabled him to recognize this ninja blade. Is there any issue? Yuya calmly gazed at the ANBU ninja. To this day, he harbored little fear of the Uchiha clan. Unless an ancient anomaly like Uchiha Madara were to suddenly appear, there was truly nothing to concern himself with. Furthermore, should he advance further and unlock the third gate of the 8 gates, even elite Jonin from the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, would pose no threat. Regardless of their ability to perceive techniques and actions, all he needed was to unleash a single punch, obliterating everything in his path. The ANBU ninja, taken aback, ultimately inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. Such were the rules of the ANBU, to inquire little and interfere less. The quality of this ninja blade was commendable, yet it seemed to have sustained some damage. The scabbard would require some time for repairs. Once it is ready, I shall retrieve it, he stated. Very well. The ANBU ninja nodded, accepting Yuya's blade. During this exchange, he couldn't help but steal another glance at Yuya. The blade bore signs of wear. And considering it was now in Yuya's possession, even with the mask obscuring his face, his identity was easily surmised. Within the ANBU, Yuya's reputation was undeniably formidable, and his discord with the Uchiha clan was widely known. Suddenly, the ninja's eyes widened in realization, contemplating something quite extraordinary. Had Yuya slain Uchiha Tsuki and seized this blade? Otherwise, why was there no scabbard? Had it been damaged in battle? Despite the overwhelming shock that rendered this notion almost inconceivable, Yuya had a history of astonishing feats, having swept aside all ANBU reserve ninjas, leaving many in awe. Although this event seemed nearly unbelievable, when attributed to the exceptional Yuya, it began to make sense. Lost in shock, it took him a considerable time to regain his composure, only to discover that Yuya had vanished. It was unclear when Yuya had departed, What a formidable individual. One could only ponder how far he might grow. After handing the ninja blade over to the Umbu for a custom scabbard, Yuya returned to the surface. He refrained from wandering aimlessly or taking on new missions, opting instead to avoid any disputes with the Uchiha clan, and made his way directly home. The place he now called home was no longer the dilapidated dwelling of the past. He had relocated closer to the heart of Konoha. After all, Yuya was a reserve Umbu ninja, and some official Umbu members resided within the compound for readiness at all times. Upon returning home, Yuya devised a plan to intensify his training. This recent outing, punctuated by several battles, had allowed him to masterfully refine his command of power. His next objective was to further strengthen his physique. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, he realized that time for training had slipped away today, and he resolved to resume his regimen starting tomorrow. In truth, even while on missions with Might Guy, Yuya had not ceased his training. Running and hurrying along the path serves as a form of physical exercise, while being cautious and stealthy in tracking foes cultivates both bodily control and mastery over chakra. Tonight, let us indulge in a well-deserved rest. Stretching languidly, Yuya leisurely exited the room, leaping onto the rooftop to admire the picturesque scenery of Konoha. At this moment, the sun was on the verge of setting, casting its final rays over Hokage Rock, where the three faces seemed to emanate a faint yet regal aura, embodying the spirit of leadership over the ninja world. Yuya felt as if he had melded with this imposing presence, despite standing before the three Hokage faces. It was as though he was perched atop one of them. The sunset, however, would not linger. It soon disappeared completely, and twilight descended upon the land. At that moment, Yuya glanced down and was somewhat surprised to spot a figure below. To his eyes, it was the silhouette of a young girl, eliciting a flicker of astonishment within him. Yet upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. At Yuya's doorstep, Kushina visited his residence daily. Even though Yuya and Might Guy had left the village in haste without informing her, she sought to learn of his whereabouts and could easily inquire. Each day she came, only to find the place desolate. While her heart was filled with concern for Yuya, an inexplicable sense of melancholy accompanied her. How could he leave the village without a word? Did he not care for his own safety during such times? In the next moment, her worry and sorrow morphed into indignation. Kushina stood at Yuya's doorstep, stamping her foot and pouting. When he returns, I shall give him a proper thrashing. This declaration nearly caused Yuya, who was poised to descend from the rooftop, to stumble and fall. The initial sentiment touched his heart, inducing a pang of guilt for leaving without informing Kushina, but her subsequent words left him in a state of exasperation. Wait, it seems someone has indeed been here. As Kushina's forlorn expression began to fade, and she prepared to leave, her beautiful eyes suddenly flickered with surprise. In the next instant, she approached Yuya's door and took a quick glance. At that moment, Yuya could no longer remain hidden. He descended from the rooftop and stood behind Kushina. Good evening, he greeted with an air of calm. Kushina turned around, staring blankly at Yuya. Then, she erupted, lunging at him with exaggerated gestures. You scoundrel! Yuya felt a twinge of remorse. Leaving the village in silence to assist Might Guy was indeed rather inconsiderate. Nevertheless, witnessing Kushina's animated approach, he instinctively reached out, grasping her delicate wrist, which was as pure as jade. Let go of me, Kushina protested, struggling to break free, but her attempts were futile. Her threats held no weight against Yuya. Not a chance, unless you behave yourself. Kushina clenched her teeth in frustration, but ultimately yielded to Yuya. Please don't leave so suddenly again. Even if you don't care about yourself, at least consider others. She shot an irritated glance at Yuya, her chest still heaving with emotion. However, Yuya perceptibly detected an undercurrent of unease in Kushina's eyes. Her tone, lacking the usual strength, conveyed a hint of vulnerability that starkly contrasted with her character. What could have transpired? No, it's nothing, Kushina evaded, her gaze slightly averted. The more she deflected, the more it hinted to Yuya that something was amiss. He even caught a glimmer of fear in her eyes. What was she afraid of? Confusion swirled in his mind. In the next moment, with hesitation and a tremor in her voice, Kushina posed a question that made Yuya instantly comprehend her plight. If I were to become a monster, how would you view me? As she uttered these words, her heart quivered. At that moment, she was not the fierce Crimson Pepper, but merely a girl engulfed in fear and trepidation. Had it been anyone else, they would have dismissed Kushina's statement as a jest. Yet, Yuya understood all too well. The Nine Tails, Had Kushina already become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? However, no news of the previous Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido's demise, had reached him. Even if this matter had been concealed, Yuya sensed no unusual aura emanating from Kushina. Was it due to the Uzumaki clan's formidable sealing techniques? No, that didn't seem right. There appeared to be a temporal inconsistency. The original narrative was rather vague on this aspect, leaving Yuya to piece together the details through his own experiences. Nonetheless, it seemed that the overall trajectory remained unchanged. With this thought, Yuya slightly shook his head. Ultimately, these matters held little significance. Whether Kushina was in the present or the future, it was almost inevitable that she would become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yuya could not alter this destiny for her. However, he would soon possess the power to transform destinies. It was not far off. Regardless of what you become, as long as you remain yourself, that is all that matters. To Yuya, the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was merely an additional, unruly fox within her. In the future, once he had the capability, he would compel that fox to obey with his strength. If one punch was insufficient, he would deliver two. If two were inadequate, he would strike a few more. As Yuya spoke these earnest words devoid of pretense, the fear and trepidation in Kushina's eyes gradually dissipated. Is that true? Of course it is. Watching Kushina depart, Yuya's gaze flickered with anticipation. The narrative was beginning to unfold. Regardless of whether Kushina had already become the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the second great ninja war loomed ever closer. Once war erupts, within the maelstrom of the Second World War, individuals can only drift along with the tide. Even the legendary Sannin, such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, possessed no true means of self-preservation. Had it not been for Hanzo the Salamander's reluctance to offend the already victorious Konoha, coupled with his appreciation for talent, the three Sannin would have been obliterated from the annals of the ninja world. Thus, Yuya's current strength remains woefully inadequate. He must strive to grow stronger in this fleeting time. The following day, Yuya embarked on yet another arduous training regimen. With each punch, he no longer needed to seek out wooden dummies or rocky surfaces as targets. The very air around him had become a viable punching bag. Boom, boom, boom. His entire being trembled as he intentionally channeled the shockwaves of his strikes back into himself. Sweat poured down in torrents, soaking the ground beneath him. Yet Yuya's expression remained unchanged as he continued his relentless assault. He aimed to unlock the third gate of the true 8 gates before the commencement of the Second Great Ninja War, or rather, before he entered the fray. This endeavor was not solely for the sake of survival in the conflict, but also to safeguard Kushina and alter her fate. Furthermore, it was to stand resolutely against the Uchiha clan. Yuya's recent slaying of Uchiha Suki would undoubtedly provoke the Uchiha's wrath, though they would not dare raise a fuss or confront Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, the Uchiha's murderous intent towards Yuya would undoubtedly reach a fever pitch following this incident. Previously, when Yuya had dispatched Uchiha Han, the repercussions were minimal. However, the stakes were significantly higher with Uchiha Suki, a prominent figure within the clan and a captain of the Konoha Guard. How could the Uchiha simply let this transgression go unpunished? Moreover, Yuya had audaciously wielded Uchiha Suki's sword. Within the confines of Konoha, the Uchiha clan would not dare to take action against Yuya. Yet, if he were to leave the village for the battlefield due to war, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Despite the looming threats, Yuya chose not to dwell on them. His mind was singularly focused on unlocking the third gate of the true 8 gates. It had already been several months since he had opened the second gate. Yuya's first gate was unlocked with ease due to his naturally suitable physique. Transitioning from the first gate to the second required nearly 2 months of diligent practice, while the journey from the second to the third would prove to be even more protracted. Each successive gate resonated with the previous ones, amplifying their effects. A process demanding time. The more gates one opens, the longer the amplification period required, as this augmentation serves to fortify the body. In essence, even without training, Yuya's body would continuously strengthen, albeit at a gradual pace. Engaging in rigorous physical training, however, would accelerate this enhancement from the outside in, thereby shortening the time required. Yuya had become remarkably adept at harnessing the power of shockwaves. He did not even need to swing his fists to induce the tremors. He could effortlessly adjust the force of the vibrations, stimulating every muscle, bone, and vein in his body, creating a constant shudder. This tremor had an astonishingly fortifying effect. Yet it could not be sustained indefinitely, and was exceedingly energy-consuming. The bento prepared by Kushina was hardly sufficient to satiate Yuya's appetite. However, since all expenses were reimbursed by the Umbu, Yuya had no concerns about his meals, so he ventured into the streets to sample the myriad delicacies of Konoha village. Konoha was vast, and its culinary offerings extended far beyond a single Ichiraku ramen. After expending tremendous energy through daily training, Yuya would stroll through the streets, seeking a restaurant to indulge in a hearty feast. His capacity for consumption was, of course, nothing short of astonishing, leaving many onlookers in a state of disbelief, gazing at him in astonishment. How could such a child consume so much? Was his stomach fashioned from a ceiling scroll? Gradually, Yuya earned the nickname the glutton within the village, and many speculated that his potential genius might be linked to his prodigious appetite. In response, the Akimichi clan asserted that Yuya's brilliance was indeed correlated with his remarkable ability to eat. However, this argument held little merit. A glance at Yuya, who showed no signs of excess weight, compared to the numerous portly members of the Akimichi clan, made it abundantly clear that their claims were absurd. With each passing day, Yuya's physical growth accelerated rapidly. Though he was not yet 10 years old, he appeared to be in his early teens. During this period, Konoha experienced considerable events as well. First, the eternally low-ranking shinobi, Kekkei, finally shed his title of perpetual genin, leaping directly over the chunin rank to become a special jonin. Naturally, some were dissatisfied, but after experiencing a beating from Kekkei's 8 gates, they were soon silenced. This world, after all, revered strength above all. With Kekkei's capabilities, even achieving the rank of elite jonin would not be unwarranted. His designation as a special jonin stemmed from his deficiencies in other areas, necessitating collaboration with other jonin during missions. Additionally, the Uchiha clan publicly announced the unexpected demise of one of the squad leaders of the Konoha Guard, Uchiha Suki. Only a handful of individuals were privy to the true circumstances surrounding his death, and even within the Uchiha clan, few were aware of how Uchiha Suki had perished. In response, Yuya merely smirked slightly and chose to disregard the matter. The only surprise for Yuya was the emergence of a character seemingly absent from the original narrative. Uzumaki Myling. Also hailing from the Uzumaki clan, she appeared to be a cousin of Kushina, who took great care of her. The introduction of this peculiar figure instantly propelled the storyline into the realm of the unpredictable, piquing even Yuya's curiosity about the unfolding events. Nevertheless, in comparison, his own strength remained paramount. It took Yuya over 2 months to transition from the first gate to the second, and nearly 4 months to unlock the third gate. Upon successfully activating the third gate of the 8 gates, it resonated harmoniously with the previous 2 gates, as anticipated. At the outset, Yuya unlocked the first gate, possessing a chakra level only comparable to that of a low-ranking ninja. However, upon opening the second gate, Yuya's chakra surged to the level of an elite chunin. This transformation does not imply that the combined chakra of 2 low-ranking ninjas equals that of an elite chunin. Rather, the resonance generated between the 2 gates amplifies and fundamentally enhances the chakra, even if the chakra from the second gate is disregarded. The chakra from the first gate alone surpasses that of his initial low-ranking level. Now, having opened the third gate, yet again a resonance occurred. It took nearly a week for Yuya to stabilize the third gate. Thus, his chakra finally ascended to that of a high-ranking ninja. Of course, Yuya's need for chakra is not excessive. The true essence lies in the amplification of his shockwave power, which has significantly increased alongside the opening and stabilization of the third gate. Yuya correlates the shockwave power directly with the levels of the 8 gates. The shockwave unleashed during the first gate represents the first stage, while the second gate corresponds to the second stage. With the opening of the third gate, Yuya has attained the third stage of shockwave power. Now, with a single punch, he can shatter low-level A-rank ninjutsu. Simultaneously, due to the enhancement of his chakra, Yuya's superhuman strength has also amplified, allowing the combination of his immense strength and shockwave power to unleash a devastating shockwave. Even mid-tier A-rank ninjutsu can be obliterated with a single strike. Yuya even senses that. Although he may not directly shatter high-level A-rank techniques, he can at least contest with them evenly. As for the shockwave slash, its enhancement is not particularly substantial, peaking at the power of high-level A-rank ninjutsu. However, it excels in its agility. Yet, with the increase in power, Yuya finds that he no longer needs to rely on agility as much. After unlocking the third gate and acquiring the third stage of shockwave power, Yuya discovers that he can now wield the shockwave power in a much more versatile manner. He can directly project the shockwave for offensive maneuvers. In the midst of a dense forest, Yuya stands poised, drawing his ninja blade. Shockwave release, air shatter. With the blade in hand, he gently raises the katana. Instantly, a sphere of white light manifests upon the blade, not as a shockwave slash, but as a simple augmentation of shockwave power upon the katana. This ordinary shockwave power is still within the blade's capacity to withstand. The white light now radiates not with its former subdued appearance, but resembles a nearly translucent halo, exuding an aura of formidable terror. Naturally, by infusing the shockwave power into the katana, he cannot combine it with his superhuman strength. In the next moment, Yuya swings the katana decisively. Buzz! The white halo, that sphere of shockwave power, is flung forth by Yuya, landing several meters away before shattering explosively. A multitude of air fissures spread out, seemingly tearing apart the very fabric of that space with tremendous force. Boom! Although the overwhelming strength could not be stacked, and the power was somewhat diminished due to being thrown, the range of the shockwave attack became significantly larger and farther. Moreover, for Yuya, the ability to unleash the shockwave allowed him to completely free himself from the problem of rigidity. Indeed, if the shockwave is cast away, the issue of rigidity ceases to exist. Coupled with Yuya unlocking the third gate, his speed was further enhanced, thus giving rise to a new technique. The technique is known as shock release, air fragment flash. This move builds upon the foundation of air fragment, incorporating high-speed movement to strike a single point repeatedly. Simply put, Yuya can utilize his speed to dart around the enemy, akin to Lee, while launching 3 waves of shock energy from 3 different directions to simultaneously assault a central point. This technique resembles that of the setting sun. However, due to Yuya's speed not reaching the level of the 7th gate, he can achieve a maximum of 3 shockwaves overlapping. Even so, the resulting power is astonishing. What does 3 overlapping shockwaves signify? Even though the air fragment technique cannot stack overwhelming strength, and despite a slight reduction in potency due to being thrown, 3 overlapping shockwaves are still mightier than the unparalleled, overwhelming strength. The explosive damage directed at the central point, while not reaching the S-level might of shock release, annihilation, is undoubtedly at least the caliber of top-tier E-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, much like the setting sun S technique, once struck by the first wave of shock energy, one becomes immobile, making the subsequent 2 strikes almost guaranteed to hit and exceedingly difficult to evade. To counter Yuya's move, one must retreat immediately upon seeing the first shockwave launched, should one dare to withstand or engage in a clash. Evading the following 2 strikes becomes impossible, unless one possesses the extraordinary destructive capability akin to that of Kakashi Hatake, who could forcefully break through a direction of shock energy. The outcome will undoubtedly be dire. The unlocking of the 3rd gate and the evolution of the shockwave to its 3rd stage have granted Yuya a qualitative transformation, continuously creating new techniques. Yuya himself is unaware of just how powerful he has become. At the very least, he feels that if he were to encounter Uchiha Suki again, he could effortlessly annihilate him. Indeed, if a shadow-level powerhouse were to underestimate Yuya, they might meet a tragic end beneath his shock release. Having reached the level of a jonin at the age of 12, while I am still not yet 10, it seems I have finally caught up with those prodigies from the original work. Taking a deep breath, Yuya retracted the katana in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips. With his current strength, the performers of the Second Shinobi World War may not only include the White Fang of Konoha and the legendary Sannin. Perhaps there will be one more contender. The enhancement of strength brings about a shift in mentality. If previously Yuya merely thought of self-preservation during the Second Shinobi World War, now his ambition has transformed into dominating the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War. In the Konoha Umbu, within a somewhat spacious hall, Yuya waits. This time, he is not wearing a mask. Generally, Umbu ninjas are required to don masks to conceal their identities while on missions. As certain members of the Umbu return to their headquarters after completing missions, they often neglected to remove their masks, leading to a situation where the majority of Umbu operatives don their masks at all times. This visit to the Umbu was prompted by a summons from the organization. Yuya initially presumed it to be another training session for the reserve Umbu ninjas. However, he was taken aback to discover that he was receiving orders to officially become a full-fledged Umbu ninja. Moreover, he was not alone in this transition. as several other reserve ninjas were also being promoted, seemingly due to a recent event that had resulted in significant casualties among the Umbu ranks. Although Umbu ninjas frequently undertake perilous missions, their losses are typically minimal, as they are the elite among elites. Nonetheless, this incident had led to the loss of nearly 2 full squads of Umbu operatives, marking a considerable toll. From this, Yuya inferred that the situation surrounding the Second Great Ninja War was far from optimistic. It could now be regarded as the early stages of this conflict. While the 3 major ninja villages were still in a state of mutual restraint, refraining from launching large-scale battles, it was evident that such confrontations were inevitable. Upon becoming a full-fledged Umbu ninja, Yuya would be assigned to a team. However, he had heard whispers of a special unit within the Umbu capable of executing missions independently. The Umbu itself was an elite assassination tactical unit, and this specialized division operated under the direct command of the Hokage, beyond the authority of even the team leaders. Most Umbu members, however, typically worked in teams. After waiting for a time, several Umbu ninjas finally approached Yuya. These individuals were all established Umbu operatives, as was Yuya now. "This is an order from Lord Hokage," one of the ninjas, presumably the leader, stated, placing a document before Yuya. The document detailed Yuya's identity and number, along with the directive to assign him to the 8th Squad, codenamed Tianyu. The ninja who delivered the document introduced himself, stating, "I am the captain of the 8th Squad, Tsukikage Kurenai, proficient in fire release techniques using the ninja blade, codenamed Residual Flame." After a brief nod, he removed his mask, allowing Yuya to glimpse his visage before donning it once more. "Since we are to be teammates, it is essential that we know one another to foster cooperation," he added. The other 2 squad members likewise removed their masks to reveal their faces before promptly replacing them. "I am a Samasana, skilled in puppet techniques, and with some knowledge of poisons, codenamed Demon Hand." A wrapped object, presumably one of his puppets, was visible on his back, suggesting that it was merely one of several. "I am Yamanaka Ainishur, adept in mental jutsu, capable of restricting and even controlling an enemy's actions, albeit with certain limitations that necessitate collaboration for stable execution," codenamed Dark Knight. Upon hearing this introduction, Yuya, who had maintained a calm demeanor, displayed a hint of peculiarity in his expression. "Is there an issue?" In the mountains, Yamashiro Haiji regarded Yuya with an air of peculiarity. Yuya shook his head and replied, "It's nothing." Yet, in his heart, he pondered the connection. Wasn't Ino's father in the original story named Yamashiro Haiji? Could this Haiji be Ino's uncle, perhaps? Although he found this thought strange, Yuya refrained from inquiring further. After all, members of the Umbu rarely pried into each other's backgrounds. The reason for their introductions was simply to form a small team, necessitating mutual understanding and cooperation. What struck Yuya as somewhat odd was that the Yamashiro clan did not seem to be compelled to ally exclusively with the Akimichi and Nara clans. However, given the urgency of the situation on the front lines, there was little time for cooperative training. They had a mission to undertake. The eyes of Tsukikage Kurenai gleamed with a hint of calmness and gravity as she conveyed the task, to infiltrate the Land of Rain, gathering intelligence on the ninjas from Iwagakure and Amigakure. Should the opportunity arise, they were to carry out assassinations. The details would be discussed en route. For now, they needed to depart immediately. "Is it that urgent?" Yuya was not the only one taken aback. Even Yamashiro Haiji and Asama Sana shared similar sentiments. Tsukikage Kurenai nodded affirmatively, stating, "The situation there is quite dire. The casualties among Umbu members have been significant, necessitating a partial reorganization. We must return at once." She turned to Yuya. "By the way, Yuya is a newcomer. Although he has participated in intensive training with remarkable results, this is a real battlefield. You two should look after him." "Understood." Both Yamashiro Haiji and Asama Sana replied, nodding in agreement. Yuya, however, wore an expression of resignation and chose not to voice any objections as he followed Tsukikage Kurenai out of the Umbu headquarters. He never anticipated that events would unfold so abruptly. Before he knew it, he was set to venture into the Land of Rain. Despite the pressing circumstances, Yuya did not forget to bid farewell to Kushina. After exiting the Umbu, Kurenai and the others had various matters to attend to, leading them to part ways and arrange to regroup at the village entrance. Yuya first removed his mask and cloak, swiftly locating Kushina within the village to inform her of his impending departure on a mission. Over the past 4 months, Kushina had frequently sought Yuya out, never interrupting his training but quietly observing from the sidelines. She was well aware of Yuya's considerable strength at this point. Nevertheless, she could not quell the anxiety that gnawed at her heart. Yet, she could not allow her feelings to impede Yuya's duty. Ultimately, she gazed at him with utmost seriousness and softly implored, "You must return." "Yes, don't worry," Yuya replied, nodding gently with a reassuring smile. He suddenly leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead before turning away, vanishing in a blur of motion. Kushina gasped, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. And she bit her lip, staring blankly in the direction Yuya had vanished. After bidding farewell to Kushina, Yuya retrieved his mask and cloak. It was imperative to maintain the secrecy of his Umbu identity. Despite Kushina's own exceptional status, it was a rule that could not be overlooked. He paused in a secluded corner to don his mask and cloak before making his way at full speed towards the village entrance. With such an attire, no one would dare to obstruct Yuya. After all, he is not someone easily hindered, as his speed surpasses that of even the average jonin. Upon reaching the village entrance, he fortuitously reunited with Tsukikage Kurenai and the others. "Have the trivial matters been resolved?" he inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. "Very well. During the mission, one must remain undisturbed by any distractions, maintaining vigilance at all times. Let us proceed." In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at the crystal ball in his possession, observing Yuya departing with the Umbu squad. "I instructed Tsukikage Kurenai to look after that child. As long as no unforeseen events arise, there should be no issues." He mused softly. With a sigh, he instinctively sought companionship, but then recalled that Hatake Kakashi was currently in the Land of Rain, leading him to fall silent. As Hokage, he could not afford to act impulsively. Meanwhile, the supreme commander in the Land of Rain was Kakashi. Moreover, Danzo was also absent from Konoha, being present in the same perilous territory alongside Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, all gathered in the Land of Rain, an assembly of talents, setting the stage for the Second Shinobi World War. "May you survive the war. With your talents, I trust you will swiftly mature. And attaining Jonin status shall not be far off," he whispered to himself, his gaze imbued with profound depth as he stared into the distance. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, Yuya's team surged forward at full speed. Throughout their journey, Tsukikage Kurenai engaged in conversation with Yamashiro Eiji and Asama Suzuna, with Yuya participating primarily as a listener. Despite Yuya's previous remarkable performance within the Umbu, as they approached the battlefield, such accolades seemed irrelevant. No matter how gifted one may be, without experiencing the trials of blood and fire, one cannot be deemed a true elite. In their eyes, Yuya was merely a burden during their early missions. Tsukikage Kurenai had even received explicit instructions from Sarutobi Hiruzen to mentor and protect Yuya, should the need arise. Their journey through the Land of Fire was largely unobstructed, but as they neared the borders, Kurenai and the others spoke less. Enveloped in a heavy silence, a silence born of heightened alertness. In times of war, internal unrest frequently plagued the Land of Fire, let alone venturing beyond its confines. At that moment, the Land of Rain loomed ahead, fraught with danger, a place where enemies could emerge at any moment. Situated at the confluence of the Land of Fire, Wind, and Earth, it was a critical route, brimming with peril. Before even stepping into the Land of Rain, the weather had already begun to shift. The azure sky and radiant sunlight were replaced by ominous, heavy clouds. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Finally, upon entering the Land of Rain, a gentle patter of rain began to fall from an unknown source. Initially sparse, the droplets became more frequent and intense. Leading the way was Tsukikage Kurenai, with Yuya and the others following closely behind. As the captain of the team, Moonlight Honglien was responsible for task delegation and intelligence exchange. In the Land of Rain, Yuya and his companions swiftly acquired the intelligence relayed by the Konoha scouts, subsequently commencing the mission delineated by Moonlight Honglien. This undertaking, in fact, was concurrently being executed by other Umbu squads, characterizing it as a task of a martial nature. "Tianyu, you should walk in the middle, Dark Knight, and I will follow," Asama Sana suggested, nodding slightly at Yuya before turning her gaze to Yamamoto Kaiji and Moonlight Honglien. Moonlight Honglien concurred, affirming, "Indeed, Tianyu, you should take the central position. This way, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, significant errors can be averted." Yuya's expression was somewhat exasperated, feeling rather like a burden. However, given their concern for him, he could not dismiss their intentions lightly. Reluctantly, he nodded and positioned himself in the center of the formation. Behind him, Yamamoto Kaiji and Isama Sana exchanged knowing glances. Safeguarding Tianyu was also part of their mission. Yet, considering his innate talent, it seemed that after a few missions, he would transform from a novice into an exceptional elite ninja. Let us bear the brunt for the initial missions. They murmured softly to each other before slightly widening the distance, forming a triangular formation with Moonlight Honglian, encircling Yuya. Beneath his mask, a vein throbbed on Yuya's forehead, and he ultimately shook his head in resignation. Fine, if they wish to protect me, I might as well accept their kindness. The team commenced their journey, soon delving deeper into the land of rain, where the execution of the mission began. Throughout this process, no unexpected incidents arose. Yuya and his team were tasked with conducting a more profound reconnaissance based on the intelligence received from the scouts. Should an opportunity present itself, they could strike down enemy ninjas. In essence, their mission involved ambushing or tracking down adversaries based on the gathered intelligence. Thus, nearly a month passed swiftly in the land of rain. During this time, Yuya found himself with scant opportunities to engage. It was primarily Moonlight Honglian and Yamamoto Kaiji who shielded him. From their perspective, Yuya was capable of defeating all the Umbu candidate ninjas, perhaps even stronger than Yamamoto Kaiji and Isama Sana. However, they feared that any hesitation from Yuya during genuine combat could precipitate an irreversible situation. Nonetheless, throughout this month, the insights and astute observations Yuya presented left Moonlight Honglian and the others in awe of his talent. However, admiration notwithstanding, they refrained from involving Yuya in the life and death skirmishes, allowing him to merely assist in tidying the battlefield. In their view, as long as Yuya did not become a liability during the earlier missions, that sufficed. Typically, Umbu ninjas are expected to return for a debriefing within a month, having penetrated the depths of the land of rain and completed another assassination. Yuya and his companions prepared to retreat. We have suffered no casualties this month, Yamamoto Kaiji remarked, maintaining a hand-seal posture before gradually releasing his hands. As the moonlit crimson lotus gradually retracted the kunai, which flickered with a dissipating flame, he nodded and remarked, "Fortune favors you, and both of you performed admirably." While Tianyu also did commendably, not hindering the team. In the background, Yuya approached slowly. They had encountered a quartet from Awagakure, who had been swiftly vanquished by the moonlit crimson lotus and the trio of Yamashiro Hige without a moment's delay. However, the phrase about not being a hindrance felt rather irksome. "All right, let us proceed. We should not be far from the camp." The moonlit crimson lotus sheathed his kunai and turned to stride forward. Yuya and Yamashiro Hige exchanged glances before following suit. With the month-long mission nearly flawlessly completed, the atmosphere seemed to lighten considerably. Yet, after a distance, the rain in the sky suddenly felt heavier. Its descent upon them was oddly unsettling. All present were elite members of the Umbu, who promptly discerned the situation. Not good. There's an ambush. A sense of dread gripped the moonlit crimson lotus. There was no time to ponder why an ambush would emerge near the Leaf Village encampment. He exerted pressure beneath his feet, intending to retreat, while simultaneously drawing his kunai. However, his footing faltered, as a vortex of water surged beneath him, engulfing him entirely. The water vortex, killing formation. A chill ran down the moonlit crimson lotus's spine. In this life and death moment, he swung his kunai without hesitation. Buzz! The flames roared, only to be abruptly extinguished by the torrent of water. Impossible. Shock flickered in the depths of his eyes. His attack was executed with unwavering resolve, and he was confident he could contend even against formidable A-rank ninjutsu. Even if water extinguishes fire, such an overwhelming defeat should not occur. The only plausible explanation was that this was not a mere water release technique, but rather a collaborative barrier ninjutsu. The rain continued to patter down. To Yuya and the others, the scene unfolded as a whirlpool of water emerged from the ground, ensnaring the moonlit crimson lotus in a sudden embrace. Splatter, splatter. In the next moment, the water transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Captain Yamashiro Hige and Asakawa Suzuna immediately displayed expressions of horror. Crash. In the following instant, the water receded, revealing the moonlit crimson lotus riddled with countless wounds, struggling momentarily before collapsing helplessly into a pool of blood. The rain persisted in its descent, but the puddles on the ground had become a deep scarlet. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments, Even Yuya scarcely had time to react as his captain, the moonlit Crimson Lotus, who had cared for him throughout the past month, perished before his very eyes. Although the moonlit Crimson Lotus had often regarded Yuya as a burden, he had genuinely looked after him. Such is the brutality of war. In the next moment, anyone could face death. Even someone as formidable as Tsukikage Kurenai could not command their fate amid the chaos of war. Heiya took a deep breath, gradually calming his tumultuous heart, as a glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. In that instant, shadows emerged around them. More than a dozen in number, clad in the distinctive attire of a Wagakure-s ninja. A cursory glance revealed that none were beneath the elite Chunin rank, and several were even Jonin. They surrounded Heiya and his companions, refraining from immediate assault. The leader, a Jonin, displayed a hint of disappointment on his face. What a pity. He had anticipated capturing a significant prize, only to find a handful of Konoha-s Umbu operatives instead. Another Jonin coldly surveyed Heiya and the others, then shook his head, his expression devoid of any emotion, stating, "Kill them swiftly and retreat. Konoha will soon sense the disturbance here." Yamanaka Ishii and Asakawa Suzuna had initially considered dragging Heiya away after Tsukikage Kurenai's demise. Yet, upon witnessing the overwhelming number of enemies, they could not help but feel a wave of despair wash over them. Clearly, the IWA ninjas had no intention of targeting them specifically. Perhaps they were lying in wait for Orochimaru or Tsunade, or even aiming to ambush higher-ranking ninjas like Hitaki Tsukumo. Unfortunately, they had stumbled into a trap. How could there be so many? Yamanaka Ishii's brow glistened with cold sweat, a sense of hopelessness sinking into his heart, leaving him devoid of the will to resist. Meanwhile, Asakawa Suzuna, who had intended to urge Heiya to flee, now realized that escape was utterly unattainable. Neither he nor Yamanaka Ishii could forge a path to safety in this dire situation. As for Heiya, even if his strength slightly surpassed theirs, it would be of little consequence. They were ensnared in a hopeless predicament. Though he was manipulating his puppets, Asakawa Suzuna's fingers trembled slightly, his heart already steeped in despair. The Jonin among the IWA ninja showed no intent to strike. Instead, they directed their Chunin subordinates to close in, preparing to eradicate Heiya and the others. Yet, at that moment, Heiya, who had remained silent throughout, suddenly stepped forward. With each footfall, the mingled rain and blood pooled beneath him rippled violently, yet not a single droplet splashed. Step by step, Heiya drew the great sword from his back. A faint aura of murderous intent began to permeate the air. Seeing Heiya's actions, Yamanaka Ishii and Asakawa Suzuna were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected that in such dire circumstances, the seemingly inexperienced Heiya would not only remain unperturbed, but also harbor thoughts of confrontation. However, amid their astonishment, they could only shake their heads in wry amusement. What would it accomplish? At best, he might take a few foes down with him before meeting his end. But survival seemed nearly impossible. Then, in the blink of an eye, Heiya brought down the great sword he had unsheathed. Buzz! At the instant the blade swung, a radiant white light erupted from its edge, a terrifying aura unfurling around him. Immediately, Yuya swung his katana with great force, unleashing a devastating strike. Shockwave! Shattered jade! A brilliant white wave of energy was cast forth by Yuya, hurtling towards the front with astonishing speed. The moment Yuya revealed his shockwave power, the enemy ninjas became alert. And as they witnessed Yuya's impending assault, they all retreated in unison. Yet, under the terrifying reach of Yuya's shockwave, evasion proved nearly impossible. Crack! In the next instant, the wave of energy erupted before them. The rain in the sky momentarily froze, each droplet suspended in midair as if time itself had been halted. The air fractured with a horrifying rift, as if space had been cleaved apart, instantly transforming the surroundings into chaos. The dreadful force of the shockwave reverberated, shaking the very ground. The rock ninjas, who were closest to the blast, were engulfed in a cacophony of cracking sounds, their bodies reduced to a gruesome mess of flesh and bone. Those ninjas who were quicker and positioned farther away could only watch in horror, feeling the overwhelming power crash into them, causing them to spout blood in an instant. With a single stroke, Yuya had swept across the battlefield, mercilessly slaughtering a rock ninja and leaving the remainder gravely wounded and bleeding. Meanwhile, Yamashiro Haiji and Asakawa Sana, who were poised to engage in a fierce battle, wore expressions of utter shock. Yuya was astonishingly powerful, Their adversaries were all chunin, elite among elites, yet in the face of Yuya, they were nearly decimated by one blow. It was a sight beyond comprehension. Even some of the higher-ranking ninjas from the rock village stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. They stared intently at Yuya, desperate to uncover the identity concealed beneath the mask. The injured chunin withdrew in fright, their faces betraying a hint of terror. They could not fathom the nature of the power Yuya had just unleashed. No hand seals, merely a simple swing of the sword. Yet it had unleashed such unimaginable force, truly remarkable. Nevertheless, being elite ninjas, despite their injuries, they quickly regained their composure. No one dared to display any sign of carelessness. Water release. Exploding water wave. Water release. Exploding water wave. In an instant, this elite ambush squad executed synchronized hand seals, unleashing the same ninjutsu in unison. The combined techniques coalesced into a towering wave of water, blotting out the sun and roaring forth, as if it could consume the very earth. Water release. Great exploding water wave. While this technique may not rival that of the legendary Kisame Hashigaki, whose chakra was comparable to that of a tailed beast, it was still immensely powerful. The terrifying wave surged forth, nearly engulfing the sky, as if it could pull down the endless storm clouds of the land of rain. As they beheld the scene before them, both Yamashiro Hainashi and Isama-sana, still reeling from the shock, could not help but gaze in astonishment at Heya. Such an onslaught was beyond comprehension. Even if Heya possessed extraordinary strength, it seemed implausible that he could withstand it. The towering waves cascaded down as if capable of obliterating everything in their path. At that moment, Heya faced the surging waters with no intention of retreating. One hand held the katana at his side, while the other formed a tight fist. Then, with sudden ferocity, he unleashed a punch. Seismic release. An unparalleled force. The earth trembled violently. With one strike, it felt as if the very heavens were upheaved. The terrifying shockwave erupted, fissures in the air spreading like arms reaching outward, causing the space before him to shatter like an intricate spider's web. With a resounding crash, the deluge before Heya crumbled under the sheer might of his shockwave, disintegrating in an instant. The torrents of water, once formidable, splintered under Heia's fist, scattering in all directions, yet not a single droplet touched him. What a spectacle! Witnessing the sheer power of Heia's strike, Yamashiro Hainashi and Isama-sana felt as though thunder rumbled within their minds, a cacophony reverberating throughout. In the next moment, Heya retracted his fist, his gaze icy as he peered ahead. In a blink, he dashed across the water, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. His form nearly a mere shadow. The middle-ranking ninjas could scarcely perceive his movements. He materialized before several astonished rock ninjas, remaining silent as he swept his katana with a sudden motion. Seismic release. Air shatter. A thunderous roar erupted as the shockwave engulfed the unsuspecting rock ninjas. Only one managed to execute a substitution technique. The others, caught unawares, met their fate, their bodies reduced to mere fragments before they could utter a word. Their eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. Our combined water release was thwarted by this individual. Could he be the captain of the Umbu from Konoha? The remaining middle-ranking ninjas were stricken with terror, their faces pale with dread. In the next instant, Heya flickered once more, charging towards them with a ferocious strike. The force of the shockwave erupting anew. Block it. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Earth release. Earth flow wall. In a heartbeat, the remaining ninjas instinctively summoned the defensive earth jutsu. With a resounding boom, the earth quaked as several earthen walls rose up, coalescing into a formidable barrier akin to an A-class jutsu. It stood like an impregnable mountain amidst the chaos. Crack! Heia's air shatter struck, sending shockwaves that caused the interconnected earth flow wall to splinter, revealing a myriad of cracks. Had they successfully defended against him? Relief washed over the rock ninjas behind the wall, their tension slightly easing. At that moment, Yuya had already surged forward to the forefront of the earth flow wall. Without uttering a word, he clenched his fist and, with a sudden motion, unleashed a powerful punch. The seismic force was unparalleled. Crack! The earth flow wall, already riddled with numerous fissures, shattered into fragments under the might of Yuya's blow. The shockwave swept in all directions, engulfing the hidden rock village ninja, sheltering behind the wall. In an instant, all were violently shaken, simultaneously spewing forth blood. In the next heartbeat, Yuya charged ahead once more, his strength devastating. delivering another crushing punch. Boom! This time, no one could withstand Yuya's onslaught. Even a few managed to cast some ninjutsu, yet they were swept away beneath the force of his fist. No one could stand in his way. At that moment, the earth itself cracked, fissures spreading outward. The puddles on the ground found their flow, all draining into the crevices, gradually vanishing from sight. The rain in the sky paused for a fleeting moment before resuming its descent. However, this time, the crimson on the ground intensified. It resembled flowers blooming in abundance. Yet these were no ordinary blossoms. They were the flowers of hell, drenched in blood and terror, utterly devoid of any association with beauty. Thus, all the middle-ranked ninjas of Rock Village were obliterated by Yuya, as if they were mere withered branches crushed in his wake. This entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Yuya first swung his sword, to the instant he shattered the towering waves with a punch, and finally to his devastating blows that annihilated the earth flow wall and all the middle-ranked ninjas, it required but a fleeting moment. In the distance, several Rock Village jonin, still with astonished expressions, attempted to analyze Yuya's identity, unaware that he had already concluded the battle. They were left in sheer disbelief. They had recognized Yuya's strength from the instant he swept across the battlefield with his first strike. Yet, as they speculated whether Yuya might be the leader of Konoha's Umbu, he had already finished the fight, annihilating everyone in his path. What a shocking revelation. Though his subordinates were merely middle-ranked ninjas, they were the elite among elites. In preparation for ambushing the ninjas of Konoha, they had even trained in formidable combined ninjutsu. Yet, before Yuya, their efforts proved utterly futile, as they were swiftly crushed, without even the slightest ability to impede his advance. Even if they were to take on the task themselves, they could not have so easily annihilated a dozen elite middle-ranked ninjas. As for the two observing from the rear, Yamashiro Hige and Asakawa Sana, they were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to resist rubbing their eyes, as if caught in a surreal dream. Gazing at Yuya's silhouette, they felt as though they were witnessing the Umbu leader, Hatake Tsukumo. After slaughtering the dozen middle-ranked ninjas of Rock Village, Yuya remained unblemished, not a trace of blood staining him. An aura of invincibility surrounded him, faint yet palpable. This individual was undeniably formidable. Unexpectedly, I have truly encountered a formidable adversary. However, is this opponent not a tad too formidable? No matter, he stands alone. Within the Hidden Stone Village, there exist 4 elite shinobi, with one evidently at the helm. This leading figure is undoubtedly an elite jonin, potentially even a candidate for the title of Kage, possessing unique forbidden techniques or bloodline limits. In the blink of an eye, he annihilated all the chunin from the Stone Village. At this moment, facing the 4 jonin, Yuya's countenance, concealed beneath a mask, revealed no emotion, only tranquility. Yet, within his eyes flickered a glint of icy murderous intent. On such a battlefield, words are superfluous, and inquiries are unnecessary. He is a ninja of Konoha, confronting the ninjas of the Hidden Stone Village. Thus, irrespective of any past grievances, upon meeting, they become mortal foes, devoid of any possibility for respite or reconciliation. The combat erupted once more. The jonin, vastly superior to the chunin, employed various shadow techniques to gauge Yuya's strength. However, Yuya, undeterred by any assault, swept all aside with a single blow. One man, one sword, one fist. He overpowered the 4 jonin, one of whom was an elite jonin. In the distance, Asemazana's puppets lay shattered upon the ground, their pieces scattered, while Yamamoto Hachi remained oblivious, drenched like a drowned rat. Yuya was engaged in combat with the jonin, valiantly facing 4 opponents, dominating the battlefield. They, as members of the Umbu, had participated in countless battles and witnessed innumerable astonishing scenes. Yet not even a lifetime of astonishment could compare to the shock of this moment. It was unfathomable that Yuya could possess such immense strength. Earth Release. Rock Mountain Technique. Boom. One of the jonin unleashed an A-rank Earth Release technique, causing the ground to tremble and crack violently, as 2 colossal semicircles surged upwards from either side of Yuya, intent on crushing him into a mere pulp. In response to this attack, Yuya remained unfazed, embedding his great sword into the ground, crossing his arms before his chest, and then suddenly striking outward. Crack! The thunderous sound reverberated like rolling thunder, causing countless eardrums to resonate. Amidst the tumult, the 2 massive semicircular rock formations shattered beneath the force of Yuya's fists. Subsequently, Yuya grasped his sword once more and charged toward one of the jonin. The jonin, without hesitation, retreated, fully aware of Yuya's prowess and unwilling to confront him head-on. Shockwave release. Air shatter. As Yuya pursued, his eyes glimmered with cold determination. Gripping his great sword, he swept it in a sudden arc, unleashing a wave of shockwave energy that descended upon the jonin's head. This is bad. Earth release. Super hardening technique. In an instant, the jonin's hands seemed to morph into mere afterimages, completing hand seals in the blink of an eye. His entire body appeared to be coated in a thick layer of armor. Boom! The shockwave erupted, forcibly driving him into the earth, creating a pit in the ground, from which spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward in all directions. Upon witnessing the scene, several jonin from the rear hastened to provide assistance, yet Yuya had already flashed forward, positioning himself before the pit. At that moment, a figure leaped out from within the pit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Your strength is nothing extraordinary. You cannot kill me. The individual's earth release and super hardening techniques appeared to have shattered somewhat, yet he merely coughed up blood. Is that so? Yuya uttered his first words since the battle commenced. Accompanying this statement, his katana suddenly descended. Humph! The wounded jonin seemed to have succumbed to a feral rage, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. Earth release. Petrification. Crackling sounds echoed as brownish-yellow rocks surged forth, enveloping him in a grotesque cocoon, transforming him into a stone figure. Bolstered by the super hardening technique, he felt emboldened and charged directly at Yuya's blade. The edge of Yuya's katana initially shimmered with a white halo, but upon witnessing the scene before him, a flicker of mockery crossed his gaze. You dare to withstand it? Buzz. In the next instant, the white halo vanished from Yuya's blade, replaced by an invisible, colorless force that twisted the very air around it, emanating a terrifying aura. Shockwave slash. Not good. Get out of the way. The elite jonin, alongside two others, raced towards the fray, ready to unleash their ninjutsu. But upon seeing this, shock flickered in their eyes. However, the injured jonin had already lost his chance to evade. Despite this, he still felt a measure of confidence. He believed that even if Yuya's shockwave could breach his defenses, it could not kill him outright. As long as he could seize Yuya, he could collaborate with his comrades to turn the tide and annihilate Yuya right there. Thus, he steeled himself, disregarding all caution, and lunged for Yuya's blade. Swoosh! There was no radiant flash, no earth-shattering roar. Yuya's strike, starkly different from the force he had previously wielded, seemed devoid of any terrifying commotion. Yet, this very blow eclipsed all brilliance, becoming the sole focus of the universe. All gazes converged upon this moment, tinged with astonishment. Silently, in the next heartbeat, Yuya landed upon the ground. His sword met no resistance as it swept through the jonin's petrified arm, severing his head and body with ease. As if slicing through decayed wood, the jonin's form momentarily hung in the air, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror, struggling to glance down at Yuya, yearning to unveil the identity hidden beneath the mask. But he could not. With a resounding crash, his body split in two, accompanied by a shower of crimson rain. Yuya casually raised a fist toward the sky, the shockwave dispersing the blood rain without a single drop touching him. Thus, the first jonin met his demise. Yuya's gaze remained impassive, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as he turned his attention to the remaining three jonin. Damn it! The leading elite jonin. His eyes tinged with crimson, gritted his teeth in frustration. The loss of a single jonin, amidst a dozen chunin, was an unbearable blow. This mission had yielded only a single ambush on a Konoha Ambu. Yet it had already cost the life of a jonin and several chunin. This price of failure was one he could not afford. I refuse to believe that this fellow's chakra is inexhaustible. The elite jonin clenched his jaw, fixating intently on Yuya. However, due to Yuya's mask and cloak, determining his age was impossible. In the ninja world, one cannot ascertain age by mere physique. Yet, even in the eyes of this elite jonin, Yuya could well be a sub-team leader or even the captain of the Konoha Ambu. Nevertheless, Yuya's repeated execution of those terrifying, large-scale attacks, formidable in their grandeur, must have consumed a significant amount of chakra. Thus, if they could just hold Yuya back, there remained a chance to slay him. Eliminating Yuya would suffice to atone for this grievous loss. Resolute. The elite jonin abruptly formed hand seals and shouted to the two individuals beside him. His chakra must be considerably depleted. Restrain him and ensure he does not escape. Understood. The other two Jonin shared similar thoughts, responding in unison as they fixed their murderous gazes upon Yuya. Little did they know, Yuya had never contemplated fleeing. His singular intention was the complete annihilation of his adversaries. Raindrops incessantly fell upon the blood-soaked earth. The atmosphere was stifling to an extreme, compounded by the pools of blood and the horrific remnants of flesh and bone, rendering the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. An ordinary person might very well faint at the sight. Yet amidst the rain, several ninjas stood panting, indifferent to the corpses littering the ground, unconcerned with the relentless downpour that soaked their hair and garments. The Iwagakure ninjas were fixated on Yuya. Nonchalantly, Yuya brandished his great sword, advancing step by step towards the trio. Doton, Tsuchi Roken no Jutsu. One Jonin suddenly formed seals, pressing his hands against the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth beneath Yuya erupted with countless earthen spears, surging upwards as if to obliterate him in an instant. Yet, in the face of this assault, Yuya exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he lifted his foot and effortlessly stomped down. Boom! The ground trembled violently, and the rising earthen spears crumbled into a myriad of fragments, utterly obliterated by Yuya's single decisive strike. But this was not the end. The force beneath Yuya's feet erupted, spreading fissures like a spider's web. Blood flowed into the cracks, rendering the earth a shade cleaner, yet the surface remained stained with an indelible crimson hue. The ground was fracturing, and the tremors continued to propagate. The three Iwagakure Jonin swiftly retreated, evading the encroaching fissures. At the very moment they withdrew, Yuya suddenly gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands and swung it fiercely. Buzz! With a single strike, it seemed as though the very fabric of space ahead was cleaved apart. The air was suddenly rent asunder by a shockwave of force that surged outward, roaring towards the three Jonin. In unison, the trio of Jonin intoned a low chant, forming hand seals in midair. Earth style? Earth flow wall. Boom! The shockwave, like a relentless force of nature, shattered their earth flow wall, forcing the Jonin to retreat to the fringes of the attack. Nevertheless, they still felt the tremor of the shockwave graze against them, causing their bodies to shudder slightly. At such a distance, having employed a defensive ninjutsu, the fact that they were still touched by the attack indicated that if the power had been even slightly greater, they might have sustained injuries. Damn it! Where did this individual from Konoha come from? What kind of technique is this? It must be some form of bloodline limit. The two Jonin gritted their teeth, overwhelmed by a sense of dread reflected in their eyes. Forget about everything else. We must hold him off until his chakra is depleted, and then we can counterattack. The elite Jonin was equally astonished by Yuya's power, yet he believed that the more Yuya exerted himself, the greater his chakra consumption would be, ultimately leading to their victory. Yuya was acutely aware of the elite Jonin's intentions. He recognized that they sought to prolong the confrontation until he exhausted his chakra. However, Yuya's use of shockwave energy required minimal chakra expenditure. Thus, he resolved to continue. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Yuya's eyes as he regarded the three enemy Jonin. His previous bloodlust and battle intent now replaced by an attitude of superiority. Indeed, Yuya had nearly confirmed his own strength. Upon unlocking the third gate of the 8 gates, his chakra had ascended to Jonin level, and his shockwave technique had progressed to its third stage. With the addition of the air shatter technique, it became increasingly difficult for his foes to exploit any weaknesses. Against Jonin, Yuya's dominance was nearly absolute. Were it not for the cooperation among the ninja, where 1 + 1 equated to more than 2, Yuya would have already decimated these Jonin effortlessly. Alone, a Jonin engaging Yuya would be swiftly overwhelmed. Even elite Jonin would falter. Perhaps those elite Jonin wielding forbidden techniques, the so-called quasi-Kage level, could barely withstand Yuya's might. Yet, it was evident that beneath the Kage level, Yuya could sweep through all opponents. Furthermore, should he employ agile speed in conjunction with his nearly chakra-free shockwave technique, he could potentially disregard tactics involving sheer numbers. Unless faced with an overwhelming swarm of thousands of ninjas or dozens of Jonin, Yuya could almost certainly prevail. At this moment, confronted with the three Iwagakure Jonin, Yuya found no need to rely on his speed to secure victory. The necessity simply did not exist. He had discerned their capabilities and affirmed his own strength, which was indisputably overwhelming. Thus, Yuya calmly gripped his katana, advancing step by step towards the three enemy ninjas, executing no superfluous movements, and delivering blow after blow, treating these three Iwagakure Jonin as mere living targets to hone his air shatter technique. As Yuyue advanced, he swung his sword, compelling the three Iwagakure elite ninjas to unite in a desperate attempt to employ defensive jutsu to withstand his aerial assault, Kong Sui. With every step he took forward, they were forced to retreat, at times even stumbling back several paces. Each wielded a blade, yet found themselves gradually yielding to Yuyue's relentless advance, too fearful to confront his brilliance head-on. The scene had transformed into something profoundly surreal. It no longer resembled a clash between ninjas, but rather a peculiar practice session. In truth, the three Iwagakure ninjas were in a state of utter despair. They could not afford to charge directly, as they had experienced countless failures against Yuyue's disruptive power. Charging meant certain death. Retreating was equally impossible. Only by combining their strengths could they barely fend off Yuyue's long-range attacks. Should they scatter in flight, they would inevitably succumb to his rapid strikes, for Yuyue's speed surpassed their own. Thus, they could only helplessly witness Yuyue's sword descend time and again, exhausting their chakra in a futile effort to resist. Initially, they clung to the hope that Yuyue would eventually deplete his chakra. However, as he continued to swing his blade with effortless grace, maintaining unyielding momentum, panic began to set in. Their chakra reserves were dwindling rapidly. What was this creature made of? Did he possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra? One elite ninja coughed up blood, having withstood the onslaught, but ultimately succumbed to the accumulating shockwaves. Throughout the ordeal, Yuyue remained nonchalant, his swordplay fluid and unperturbed. The elite ninja's expression transitioned from astonishment to disbelief, culminating in despair as he realized Yuyue's chakra levels were far beyond his assumptions. It dawned upon him that Yuyue's intent to eliminate them was as simple as using them for target practice. At that moment, Yuyue's calm demeanor as he wielded his sword appeared as an insurmountable peak to the three Iwagakure ninjas, overwhelming, indisputable, and relentless. The rain continued to fall, unperturbed by the conflict. Thick clouds loomed overhead, perpetually casting an oppressive atmosphere across the sky. With each swing of his sword, Yuyue's movements became increasingly fluid. Initially, he had been less proficient with Kong Sui than with Jinbo Zhan, but as the battle progressed, he executed it with the ease of a leisurely stroll. At this juncture, even the elite ninja could no longer endure. It was akin to a water tank. Once a single hole was punctured, the entire structure would soon collapse. Yuyue sheathed his katana, his form flickering as he lunged forward, delivering a sudden, devastating punch. In an instant, the pouring rain seemed to freeze mid-air, akin to thunderous explosions resonating through the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath. The three Iwagakure ninjas, unable to withstand the onslaught any longer, could only reveal their hopelessness. A monster. Boom. The force of the tremor surged forward, sweeping the torrential rain in reverse, resembling a pen crafted from flowing water, painting a vivid scene of a perfect eruption. Under this overwhelming power, the three elite jonin of the rock-hidden village could no longer muster any resistance. They were struck down in a devastating blow, crushed beneath the weight of the onslaught. Their lifeless bodies collapsed into the rain-soaked ground. Thus, the ambush set by the elite assassination unit of rock-hidden village against Yuya and his companions was utterly annihilated. The scene was profoundly shocking. Even as the battle concluded, the relentless rain continued to fall, washing away the blood from the earth, devoid of any grandeur or sound. Yet, this very tableau evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. Yuya stood silently amidst the carnage, surrounded by corpses, the blood staining the earth like a hellish realm. Strangely, he bore not a single drop of blood upon him, untouched by the crimson tide, standing there like the embodiment of death itself. In the distance, Yamashiro Haij and Isama Sana, who had been mere spectators since the onset of the battle, seemed frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Even now, disbelief lingered in their eyes. All dead, every last one. How could Yuya possess such formidable strength? Surely, even a squad leader would pale in comparison. If previously Yuya's prowess and talent could be likened to that of a prodigy, now his power transcended comprehension. At this age, such strength marked him as a harbinger of death, a slayer born for the Second Shinobi World War. Slowly turning, Yuya walked through the rain towards the two, not pausing, but continuing onward to stand before the corpse of Tsukikage Kurenai, where he halted quietly. Isama Sana and Yamashiro Haij, having gathered their astonishment and skepticism, approached Yuya's side. "This is war," where one must confront death at any moment, whether it be their own or that of an enemy. Yuya murmured softly, his expression concealed beneath his mask. Then, turning away from the scene, he commanded, "Let us tidy the battlefield and depart." "Understood," replied Asama Sana and Yamashiro Haich, who promptly began to organize the remnants of the conflict. Unbeknownst to them, in that moment, their demeanor naturally shifted to that of subordinates, revering Yuya as their leader. After clearing the battlefield and severing the heads of the significant foes to seal within scrolls, Asama Sana and Yamashiro Haich silently followed Yuya, leaving the site behind. As they glanced back at Yuya's retreating figure, a newfound respect filled their eyes, no longer dismissing him due to his youth. Only awe remained in their hearts. In the land of rain, establishing a camp necessitated elevated ground. Low valleys were unsuitable as they collected water. Perched atop a hilly terrain lay the Leaf Village's encampment in the land of rain, not a temporary setup, but a well-established site, akin to a small village. At the heart of this encampment lies the command center of Konoha during the Second Great Ninja War. Shikaku Nara stands quietly before a sand table, meticulously analyzing the battlefield situation. In the shadows, he serves as the captain of Konoha's Umbu, while on the surface, he is a seasoned elite jonin, more experienced than even Orochimaru and others, and the commander of the front line in this conflict. At that moment, a wounded ninja burst into the room, his body marred with scars and blood dripping from his wounds. Without the need for inquiry, this battered scout swiftly relayed the vital intelligence he had risked his life to gather. "Lord Shikaku, we engaged in battle with the ninjas from Iwagakure. It has come to our attention that a team of elite assassins infiltrated our defenses without detection." Such a revelation startled even Shikaku Nara, who momentarily displayed a hint of astonishment. The presence of an assassination unit in the vicinity indicated a target of significant importance, likely high-ranking personnel or elite forces from Konoha. Should an ambush succeed, the repercussions would be dire. The loss of a prominent jonin like Orochimaru or Jiraiya could drastically alter the course of the battlefield. "Can we ascertain their approximate location?" he inquired. "Roughly to the northwest, but specifics remain unclear." "Understood. Tend to your injuries now," Shikaku nodded, signaling for medical ninjas to enter and assist the wounded scout. Subsequently, he summoned several intelligence and sensory ninjas into the room. Through collaborative analysis, they swiftly established a general area of concern. Given the presence of an elite assassination unit, Shikaku was resolute in his decision to take matters into his own hands. Just then, an imposing figure stormed into the chamber. This was Danzo, one of the leaders on the front lines and an advisor to the Hokage. Typically, Danzo operated from the shadows, orchestrating various schemes and assassinations, rarely intervening directly in frontline confrontations, which were generally overseen by Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Shikaku. "Shikaku, you must not act recklessly," Danzo admonished, his expression stern. Shikaku replied with a measured tone, "If anyone other than myself were to confront them, casualties are inevitable. Moreover, with an elite unit so close, failing to annihilate them would signify a loss of morale." Danzo frowned. "We are currently in a standoff. The higher-ups have yet to engage. If you act prematurely, it may give the impression that Konoha is vulnerable." "That is not the case," Shikaku countered calmly, a palpable aura emanating from him. "If I eliminate them entirely, no one will know I have left, and I will do so under a different guise." After a moment of silence, confronted by Shikaku's unwavering resolve, Danzo reluctantly nodded, though a flicker of discontent lingered in his eyes. With that, Shikaku Nara swiftly departed from the Konoha encampment. He declared his intention to proceed under a different identity, naturally adopting the guise of the captain of the Umbu, accompanied by 3 squads of ninja, essentially the entirety of the Umbu forces he could mobilize. Shikamaru and his companions swiftly arrived at the area suspected of an ambush, subsequently slowing their pace. Given the persistent rain in the land of rain, the downpour washed away many traces of presence, leading Shikamaru to initially dismiss the notion of sensing any signs. However, after advancing a short distance, the expressions of all grew tense, their brows furrowing in unison. An overwhelmingly potent scent of blood lingered, seemingly impervious to the cleansing rain. After a thorough search of the vicinity, several Umbu ninjas ultimately stumbled upon a nightmarish battlefield, their eyes widening in shock. Shikamaru, arriving shortly thereafter, was equally taken aback by the brutal scene before him. The corpses strewn across the ground were all Iwagakure ninjas. This must have been the infiltrating assassination squad from Awagakure. Yet they had all perished here. Who could have slain them? Who possessed such formidable power? Captain, these were all elite ninjas from Awagakure, yet the wounds defy comprehension. As if they were struck down by an overwhelming force, one ninja remarked. Any thoughts? Shikamaru inquired solemnly. It doesn't seem to be the result of ninjutsu or taijutsu. It is highly probable that the attacks were from summoned beasts, as no human could wield such strength, the Umbu ninja replied uncertainly. Shikamaru fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, another Umbu ninja made a discovery. Captain, over here, there are signs of body disposal. These methods appear to be ours. Shikamaru's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he quickly approached, soon spotting a mark on the ground. When Umbu ninjas execute their missions, if they fall in battle, it is impossible to retrieve their bodies. Even the circumstances of their demise remain concealed. They are the silent guardians of Konoha, vanishing into the shadows upon death. Moreover, Umbu ninjas typically carry vital secrets or intelligence. Their methods are diverse, and many can extract critical information from the deceased. Thus, should an Umbu ninja perish, their comrades will invariably employ special techniques to erase the body. This has become customary. How could one of ours be here? Could it be that a squad encountered them? One Umbu ninja exclaimed, gazing in disbelief at the scene. But aside from the captain, who could annihilate all these elite Iwagakure forces? Perhaps it was a certain squad leader, or even a ninja from the route. Listening to his subordinate's analyses, Shikamaru's expression shifted repeatedly until he finally shook his head. Let us depart. Since they are already dead, we should return. The fact that their heads have been severed suggests that it was likely one of our distinguished ninjas who did this. It appears that Orochimaru may have developed a peculiar technique. Nonetheless, this scar reminds me of someone. As Shikamaru led the Umbu back, his expression bore a hint of contemplation, followed by a quiet chuckle as he shook his head. It is inconceivable. How could Yuya, at such a tender age, possess such formidable strength? Though he has participated in this battlefield, his capabilities surely do not reach such heights. He is well aware of Yuya's powers, as only a few months have passed since he last assessed them. Indeed, it is most likely the doing of Orochimaru. With this conviction settled in his heart, he reflects on Orochimaru's dual identity, publicly recognized as an elite jonin, yet secretly one of the leaders of the Umbu. In the Hidden Rain village, at the Konoha camp, after the departure of Kakashi Hatake, Danzo temporarily assumes command of the operations, his status as the Hokage's advisor inherently placing him above Kakashi. At this juncture, a masked root ninja appears before Danzo, kneeling slightly as he reports, Lord Danzo, an Umbu ninja has returned. Very well, let them in, Danzo replies with a nod. Most of the Umbu have been taken by Kakashi, and thus it falls upon him to manage the situation. Shortly thereafter, Yuya, along with Yamanaka Inoshi and Isama Sana, enters the camp. Upon their return, with the captain, Tsuki no Korin, deceased, Yuya is uncertain how to proceed with the mission handover, leading him to seek out Kakashi. However, to his astonishment, the individual seated in the command center is not Kakashi but Danzo. The routes they took to return diverged, resulting in this unexpected encounter. Where is the fourth member? Who is your captain? Danzo inquires, his brows furrowing slightly. The mask obscures his recognition, compounded by Yuya's growth, which no longer presents him as a mere child. Our captain, Tsuki no Korin, has perished, Isama Sana responds, taking a deep breath before addressing Danzo's question. Danzo's surprise is palpable. Tsuki no Korin, as the Hokage's advisor, he is acquainted with the Umbu's structure and understands that the captain's demise indicates a dire circumstance. It is remarkable that the three of them managed to escape unscathed. Danzo nods thoughtfully before turning his gaze to Yuya. Initially unaware, he now recognizes that this is the 8th squad under Tsuki no Korin and can identify Yuya despite the mask. After a moment of contemplation, Danzo rises nonchalantly and states, "You three, follow me." Just as Isama Sana and Yamanaka Inoshi prepare to respond, Yuya interjects, "I apologize, Lord Danzo, but you do not possess the authority to command us." "Excuse me." Danzo's demeanor shifts sharply, his gaze turning piercing as he directs it at Yuya, his voice chilling. "Is that so?" "Indeed. We are Umbu ninjas, directly under the Hokage's command. Apart from our captain and the Hokage, even you, Lord Danzo, have no jurisdiction to mobilize us." Yuya responds calmly, resolute in his stance. The notion of following Danzo is absurd. Who knows where he intends to lead them? With a cold snort, Danzo's expression hardens. The Hokage is not present. As the Hokage's advisor, I am entitled to assume his duties temporarily. Do you dare to defy me? In an instant, an oppressive aura emanates from Danzo, enveloping the atmosphere with an unsettling intensity. However, in the present moment, Yuya harbored no fear of Danzo. I require to see the orders of the Hokage, Yuya stated calmly, gazing at Danzo with neither deference nor disdain. At this juncture, if Asama-sana and Yamanaka-ino were still unable to discern the gravity of the situation, they would hardly be fit to serve as Anbu ninjas. It was evident that a conflict existed between Yuya and Danzo. Danzo narrowed his eyes, fixated on Yuya, a flicker of anger igniting within him. In previous encounters, Hiruzen Sarutobi had stood in the way, yet now, Yuya dared to confront him directly. This mere child. Did he truly believe that his mere affiliation with the Anbu granted him the audacity to disregard him, the Hokage's advisor? No matter how prodigious his talent, he remained an unrefined youth. Outrageous. Danzo regarded Yuya with a frigid stare, letting out a cold snort. In the next instant, several masked root ninjas appeared, encircling Yuya and his companions. Just as the atmosphere bristled with tension, a voice unexpectedly pierced through from outside. Lord Danzo, do you suspect that my subordinates are spies dispatched from foreign villages? This voice instantly transformed Danzo's expression, revealing a look of astonishment. Kakashi Hitaki. How could he have returned so swiftly? Moments later, Kakashi entered with a cadre of Anbu ninjas, assessing the scene before him, and calmly removed his mask. Fixing his gaze steadily upon Danzo, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically. Danzo had not anticipated Kakashi's rapid return, especially in such impeccable condition. After all, he had just faced an elite assassination squad from a Wagakure, yet it had been so easily and swiftly dealt with by Kakashi. This was far too rapid. Kakashi's prowess should not have reached such extraordinary heights. Frowning, Danzo's eyes betrayed a hint of wariness before he coldly addressed Yuya. Since you have returned, it is only fitting that you handle the matter. I shall take my leave. With that, Danzo cast a final, penetrating glance at Yuya before turning away. Observing this, Kakashi shook his head, then turned his attention to Yuya and his companions. Captain, they both bowed in respect to Kakashi. Indeed, he acknowledged with a nod. His brow furrowing slightly, Mizuki Kurenai has fallen in the line of duty. Upon hearing this, Kakashi let out a soft sigh, while the other Anbu ninjas exchanged solemn glances, each taking a moment to mourn. However, within an instant, they regained their composure and stoicism. Very well, in that case, you shall withdraw for now and await reassignment. Kakashi affirmed with a nod. At that moment, a sudden flash of insight struck Kakashi's mind, presenting an extraordinary notion. Mizuki Kurenai is deceased, and the elite squad from a Wagakure has been annihilated. Wait, how did your captain meet his end? What transpired? Kakashi inquired of Yuya and his companions. Though he subtly shook his head, it must be mere coincidence. In the mountain, Yamashiro Hige cast a glance at Asama-sana and Hakuya, then with a slightly trembling voice, said, Captain, I believe it would be prudent for you to examine this first. As he spoke, Yamashiro Hige produced a sealed scroll and dispelled its enchantment. Instantly, a multitude of severed heads appeared in their midst. All present were members of the Anbu, seasoned warriors like Hitaki Sakumo who had endured countless battles, and thus they were not easily startled by mere heads. However, upon witnessing the grotesque visages of the heads, alongside other items that attested to their origins, incredulity washed over their faces. At that moment, even Hitaki Sakumo could not maintain his composure, staring in disbelief at the gruesome display. These were indeed the heads of the elite Iwagakure assassins from earlier. Impossible. How did you acquire these? In an instant, even the Anbu ninjas were unable to suppress their astonishment, voicing their disbelief. It was utterly unfathomable. They had been pondering who had dispatched the previous Iwagakure elite assassins and where their heads had gone, never expecting them to manifest so suddenly. Please, recount the events in detail. What transpired? Hitaki Sakumo inhaled deeply, his expression turning grave as he fixed his gaze upon Yamashiro Hige, the one who had unveiled the heads. Yamashiro Hige also took a deep breath and gradually recounted the entire sequence of events. Initially, when he mentioned that Tsukikage Kurenai had fallen into a trap and perished, the crowd remained largely unresponsive. However, when he described how Hakuya single-handedly vanquished all the enemy jonin in a matter of moments, astonishment gripped the Anbu ninjas. their gazes converging upon Hakuya with wide-eyed wonder. Yet, Yamashiro Hige's narrative did not cease there. He continued, detailing how Hakuya, through sheer might, subdued four Wagakure Jonin, ultimately slaying them all. By the conclusion of his tale, the expressions of the Umbu ninjas shifted from shock to profound awe, as if they had witnessed the scene unfold before their very eyes. Hatake Sakomo regarded Hakuya with incredulity. Even he found it hard to fathom Hakuya's extraordinary strength. This was nearly beyond belief. In the span of just a few months, how could Hakuya have ascended to such formidable heights? It was simply astounding. Hatake Sakomo began to question whether Hakuya was not another ninja in disguise. Yet the authenticity of Hakuya's bloodline limit could not be faked. Perhaps only Hakuya possessed the unique dojutsu known as the shock release. Noticing the incredulous glances directed at him, Hakuya maintained a calm demeanor, but sensing the doubt was unhelpful. He offered a brief explanation. I have trained in the 8 gates. This single statement jolted Hatake Sakomo into realization. The tale of Might Guy had long circulated among the higher echelons, and most of the Umbu ninjas present were aware of Guy's circumstances. The 8 gates technique could unleash nearly unfathomable power in a short span, enabling even a lowly genin like Might Guy to possess the strength to slay Jonin. Thus, Hatake Sakomo realized that Yuya was closely associated with Might Guy. Given that Might Guy possesses the 8 gates technique, it follows that Yuya would too, which is quite ordinary. However, Hatake Sakomo was unaware that Yuya's mastery of the 8 gates was fundamentally distinct from that of Might Guy. It was not merely a temporary surge of power, but a permanent augmentation. Even with an understanding of the source of Yuya's strength, the Umbu ninjas present gazed in awe at him. Such power was astonishingly formidable. At such a tender age, Yuya possessed this magnitude of strength. One could scarcely fathom what he might achieve with further growth. Hatake Sakomo drew a deep breath, his eyes reflecting a mixture of amazement as he addressed Yuya. I shall report this matter truthfully to Lord Hokage. You should take the time to rest. The side effects of the 8 gates can be quite severe. Understood, Yuya replied, nodding without further explanation before departing the room. It was only after Yuya had left that the Umbu ninjas awoke from their reverie. Such talent was truly remarkable. Indeed, it was likely that Yuya would be appointed as a squad leader, or perhaps even a captain. Moreover, the accolades from this mission would likely be substantial, potentially granting him the privilege to select forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. Many Umbu ninjas, while filled with reverence, also displayed a hint of envy. When news of Yuya spread back to Konoha, it sent shockwaves through the upper echelons, moving Sarutobi Hiruzen deeply. Even upon learning that the 8 gates only permitted a temporary outburst of power, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained profoundly affected. After a prolonged silence, he issued several directives. The orders swiftly reached the front lines. First, information concerning Yuya was classified as top secret and must not be divulged lightly. Second, Yuya was to be assigned to a special Umbu unit, codenamed Tianyu. Third, he was to undertake a series of clandestine missions. Beyond these 3 directives, Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed additional information, such as Yuya's ability to present his needs to Konoha, which would strive to accommodate them. Once the war concluded and should Yuya return to the village, he would have the opportunity to peruse the Book of Seals and select suitable forbidden techniques. Of course, the end of the war was still a distant prospect. It had only just begun, and there would be little time amidst the conflict to practice any forbidden techniques. Emerging from a clandestine underground chamber, Yuya's expression bore a hint of peculiarity. He had not anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would directly assign him to the special Umbu unit, which was solely under the purview of Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, with only he and Hatake Sakomo authorized to issue commands. Even if it were Danzo, any orders he attempted to convey would be rendered ineffective, while perhaps not wielding the same authority as the leaders of the Umbu divisions. Yuya's status was effectively equivalent to that of the Umbu squad leaders. Moreover, members of this special unit typically did not interact with one another. They operated independently, all serving as Konoha's clandestine weapons. Upon reflection, Yuya found it entirely reasonable that Sarutobi Hiruzen would choose to integrate him into such a unit. Despite his formidable strength, his youth renders the prospect of appointing him as a team leader or a captain somewhat unreasonable, given the responsibilities involved. Moreover, with Yuya's capabilities and methods, solitary action is indeed the most fitting approach for him, as he does not require the collaboration of others. Nevertheless, Yuya's public identity remains that of a Konoha Chunin. a guise maintained to conceal his true nature. Only through notable achievements on the battlefield, visible to all, can he elevate his public standing. However, as the battlefield has yet to erupt into conflict, such developments remain uncertain. Nonetheless, it is inevitable that Yuya will eventually find himself on the front lines. Much like Tsukumo Hatake, who, while serving as the leader of the Umbu, earned a fearsome reputation as the Konoha White Fang. Given that Hiruzen Sarutobi has indicated that Yuya may make certain requests, he does so without hesitation. At present, he does not require the ninja sword. Yet he harbors intentions regarding the Kusanagi sword, one of his requests being the procurement of information pertaining to it from Konoha. This request was swiftly granted. Subsequently, Yuya's second demand involved acquiring the Raijin body forging technique from Kimogakure. Although referred to as a secret technique, it is, in reality, a widely practiced art within the village. However, achieving the level of mastery exhibited by the third Reikage necessitates more advanced and specialized methods. The scroll containing the technique was promptly delivered to Yuya. At this moment, Yuya possesses two scrolls, one containing information about the Kusanagi sword and the other detailing the Raijin body forging technique. Within Konoha's encampment, there exists a designated area for the Umbu. Yuya's current status resembles that of a special jonin, akin to a unique Umbu operative, ranking just below the Umbu captain. Tsukumo Hatake. Thus, he has been allocated a private chamber, spacious and conducive to his needs. Upon returning to his quarters, Yuya meticulously examined the two scrolls in his possession, beginning with the information regarding the Kusanagi sword. To his astonishment, he was met with an abundance of detailed information, tracing the history of the Kusanagi sword from its inception. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword is a divine artifact forged by the Kusanagi clan, surpassing numerous ninja weapons in power. There are multiple Kusanagi swords, each with distinct abilities, all of which can complement ninjutsu. For instance, the sword utilized by Orochimaru and the one later wielded by Sasuke are both Kusanagi swords. Yet they are clearly not the same. Orochimaru's version can elongate and retract at will, allowing countless serpents to emerge wielding the blade. Additionally, Itachi Uchiha's Totsuka blade was noted by Zetsu to be another variant of the Kusanagi sword, and it was the final one sought by Orochimaru. This sword possesses sealing capabilities and appears to take the form of a gourd, harmonizing exceptionally well with Susanoo to execute the Totsuka technique. While the exact number of Kusanagi swords is not definitively established, the scroll suggests that 3 is the most probable count. Yuya finds this assertion credible, as the original narrative includes one wielded by Orochimaru, one by Sasuke, and one by Itachi, perfectly aligning with the notion of 3, although there may well be more. After countless years of evolution, the Kusanagi sword has been passed down through generations, ultimately finding its place within a small hidden village. However, this village recently fell victim to the ravages of war, leaving the fate of the Kusanagi sword shrouded in mystery. The scroll further indicated that gathering the Kusanagi sword might serve a special purpose, though the specifics remain unclear. At this juncture, Yuya's gaze flickered slightly. The rationale behind Orochimaru's quest for the Kusanagi sword began to crystallize, for a single sword would suffice for his needs. The scroll detailed the whereabouts of the Kusanagi sword, with one being explicitly stated to be in the possession of a ninja from Sunagakure. It was indeed the ninjas from Sunagakure who annihilated the small hidden village and seized the sword. Thus, it was confirmed that the Kusanagi sword was not under Orochimaru's control at this moment. As for the other two swords, it was rumored that one had appeared in the underground black market, but subsequently vanished, while the other had completely disappeared without a trace. The information on the scroll concluded at this point. Yuya closed the scroll and incinerated it, his expression remaining impassive throughout the process. While not entirely satisfied, receiving such intelligence was still a modicum of consolation for him. Simultaneously, an inexplicable thought flickered in Yuya's mind. He felt as though he had encountered the Kusanagi sword before, and a peculiar connection seemed to bind him to it. Nevertheless, this notion was fleeting, and Yuya chose not to delve deeper into it. Instead, he picked up another scroll detailing the secret techniques of lightning release and scrutinized it meticulously. After perusing it from beginning to end, Yuya's countenance was neither joyful nor disappointed. The secret technique proved to be a basic one, with the scroll explicitly stating that it was merely the first stage of the techniques from Kimogakure. There would be a second stage, and possibly even a third. Yet, The first stage alone sufficed for Yuya's current training needs. His vibrational power, upon reaching the third gate, had yielded diminishing returns in terms of physical enhancement. Consequently, Yuya required supplementary methods to fortify his physique, and this lightning release technique was undoubtedly what he needed at present. Thus, Yuya promptly commenced his training. The foremost requirement of the lightning release technique was to cultivate the nature transformation of lightning chakra to an advanced level. Given that Yuya inherently possessed both wind and lightning chakra transformations, this step was relatively straightforward for him. Advancing the nature transformation to a higher stage posed no significant challenge. Considering his chakra had already attained the level of a jonin, thus meeting the criteria for such cultivation. Furthermore, Yuya's mastery over chakra surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In no time, Yuya effortlessly achieved a high level of lightning chakra transformation. At this moment, he realized that even developing Chidori would not demand excessive effort. However, Chidori requires hand seals, and the upgraded version of Raikiri is similarly unsuitable for Yuya. His pursuit of lightning affinity was solely for the purpose of enhancing his physical capabilities. The cultivation of the secret technique of body refinement associated with the lightning attribute proved to be even more effortless than Yuya had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to Yuya's inherently robust physique, which could easily endure the cellular activation stimulation of lightning. Under this regimen, not only did Yuya's physical strength significantly increase, but there was also a remarkable enhancement in the speed of her nerve arc reflexes, effectively amplifying her overall velocity. As her training progressed, the augmentation of her speed was nothing short of astounding, nearly doubling her previous capabilities. If previously, Yuya could only execute 3 simultaneous oscillations from 3 different directions during her air fragment flash, she could now manage 5. However, this quintuple oscillation represented her limit. No matter how much her speed improved, the force of the oscillation could not exceed the threshold of 5 instantaneous accumulations. After all, the oscillation force is not merely a matter of speed, it embodies a formidable, direct power. Furthermore, the enhancement of her physical strength also significantly bolstered Yuya's oscillation force. A punch delivered with her augmented strength could effortlessly shatter high-level A-rank ninjutsu. Even a standard punch, devoid of augmented strength, could still effectively breach mid-level A-rank techniques. To Yuya, a punch without augmented strength was merely a casual strike, whereas one with augmented strength signified a serious blow. Upon reaching the level of a high-ranking ninja, Yuya found that the consumption of chakra when utilizing her augmented strength had diminished considerably. The cultivation of the lightning release body refinement technique provided her with a comprehensive, albeit modest, enhancement. Despite not yet completing the first phase of her training, Yuya was already eagerly anticipating the subsequent phases and contemplating a journey to the land of lightning. After dedicating nearly a month to progress through almost half of the initial phase, the directive from Sarutobi Hisashi left Yuya with no choice but to comply. Previously assigned to a covert infiltration and assassination mission, Yuya had postponed her engagement in light of her training in the lightning release technique. However, with the intensity of the Second Shinobi World War escalating, further delays were no longer feasible. Moreover, it was possible to train even while undertaking missions. Yuya's task was particularly unique. Rather than donning a mask and cloak, she would disguise herself as an ordinary citizen of the Land of Rain, seamlessly blending into the environment. She had several targets, including numerous elite jonin from the Hidden Rain village, and even the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander. However, Yuya had no intention of confronting Hanzo directly. That formidable boss was better left for Konoha to handle, or for her to team up with the legendary 3 in the future. After all, defeating him solo would yield no spoils. In addition to the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village, Yuya's assassination targets included jonin from the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages. Simultaneously, she was tasked with gathering intelligence. The breadth of her assignments encapsulated nearly every aspect, underscoring the distinctive nature of her special Umbu mission. This multifaceted approach afforded her considerable freedom. She could employ any methods she deemed necessary to accomplish her objectives. Before long, Yuya tidied up her affairs and departed from the Konoha camp. Ultimately, the decision was made to adhere to the task's instructions, to first disguise oneself as an ordinary inhabitant of the Land of Rain, then infiltrate its borders, subsequently determining the next course of action based on gathered intelligence or personal reconnaissance. Yuya sought to seize this opportunity to uncover information regarding the Kusanagi sword. which had fallen into the hands of the ninjas from Sunagakure, and to find a chance to procure it. Shortly after Yuya's departure, deep within a concealed underground chamber of the Konoha camp, a root ninja was reporting to Danzo. Danzo squinted, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. One individual had left the camp without a mask or cloak. What could this signify? Was it a secret mission from Hiruzen Sarutobi? Yet, why assign such a task to a mere child like Yuya, and why draw him into that particular department? As the Hokage's advisor, Danzo lacked the authority to mobilize the Umbu, but possessed the right to scrutinize their information and intelligence. However, that special division within the Umbu was beyond his reach. Its existence was known, yet no information could be obtained. Only two individuals were privy to the knowledge of this special department: Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kakashi Hitaki. Since Yuya was integrated into that division under Sarutobi's directive, all news concerning Yuya had been classified, making it exceedingly difficult for Danzo to ascertain any details about him. Consequently, Danzo found himself perplexed, unable to discern Sarutobi's intentions. In his view, Yuya was unqualified for such an elite unit. Despite Yuya's remarkable talent, he had yet to mature. Perhaps Sarutobi intended to safeguard the still immature Yuya. With this thought, a glint of coldness flickered in Danzo's eyes. If that is the case, it would be better to hand him over to me, Hiruzen. Murmuring this, Danzo issued a command, and two root ninjas promptly appeared before him. Nara Shikichi and Karasuma Yubian. You two are the most adept at control techniques. Now, go and bring Yuya here, alive. Understood. The two masked root ninjas bowed to Danzo, and Nara Shikichi swiftly hoisted Karasuma Yubian onto his back before departing in an instant. Watching their retreat, Danzo shook his head slightly. The physical condition of the Karasuma clan was indeed a significant issue. Even with Orochimaru's attempts to enhance it through external means, success seemed elusive. It was unfortunate that the Shinomori clan's ninja had perished days prior. Otherwise, pairing them with Shikichi would have been ideal. It appeared he would need to make another visit to the Shinomori clan. With this thought, Danzo's mind returned to Yuya. After all, this was a battlefield, and casualties were commonplace. Once Yuya was under his control, he could infiltrate Hiruzen's Umbu, specifically that special department. Coupled with Yuya's unique and nearly flawless bloodline limit, he would undoubtedly become Danzo's most valuable asset. The unchanging overcast skies loomed above, and the persistent drizzle continued. Yuya traversed the muddy ground, yet not a single drop of mud splashed upon him. His attire remained entirely dry, as the rain cascaded from the heavens. An enigmatic force compelled the droplets to veer away upon nearing Yuya's form. A closer inspection reveals that Yuya's body, or rather his garments, seemed to resonate with a subtle tremor. His mastery over this oscillating power had evolved to a remarkable degree, achieving a level of finesse that was almost transcendent. After traversing a short distance, Yuya abruptly halted, struck by astonishment. Behind him, a shadow was rapidly closing in, though it appeared to be merely a silhouette. It soon became apparent that it was a person carrying another. Both individuals donned masks and cloaks. Umbu ninjas, perhaps? Yuya cast a curious glance at their masks. In the next moment, Nara Shikachi and Kurama Yeso stood before him, the former gently lowering the latter to the ground before addressing Yuya. Yuya, Lord Danzo requests your presence. Upon hearing these words, Yuya felt a momentary daze. No wonder the masks seemed somewhat uncharacteristic of the Umbu. These individuals were from Danzo's rude organization. In other words, they had come to instigate trouble. I apologize, but I have no desire to meet with Danzo, Yuya replied, his expression growing indifferent. Nara Shikachi's voice was devoid of any emotion as he stated, if that is the case, we shall have to subdue you first. Meanwhile, Kurama Yeso observed the scene, silently initiating his genjutsu. Yuya instinctively sensed the effects of the illusion enveloping him. His body remained in a state of mild oscillation, as did the chakra within. However, this genjutsu felt subtly different. Intriguing, Yuya murmured, standing still as the tremor within him surged, propelling his chakra outward in a sudden explosion. As it departed from his form, it transformed into bizarre ripples that radiated in all directions. Witnessing Yuya standing unmoving, Nara Shikachi, who had presumed the situation resolved, felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Not good. Fall back, he exclaimed, quickly retreating with Kurama Yeso. Buzz. Without a sound, a semicircular pit emerged beneath Yuya's feet, as if the earth itself had simply vanished. However, the extent of the disturbance was rather limited. The amalgamation of momentum, intent to kill, and oscillation produced a wave of energy. Yet this maneuver seemed to have little effect, merely serving to counteract the genjutsu. After a moment of contemplation, Yuya turned his gaze toward Nara Shikachi and Kurama Yeso. This genjutsu is not characteristic of the Uchiha clan. It must belong to the Kurama clan. Yet regrettably, you possess only a superficial semblance of that power to manipulate the five senses. With that, Yuya shook his head and suddenly charged at Nara Shikachi and Kurama Yeso. Had he been under their control moments ago, the outcome would likely have been dire. Thus, he would not allow those who sought to control him to fare any better. So swift. Nara Shikachi's pupils contracted sharply as he swiftly assessed that he and Arima Yaburi could not evade the astonishing speed of Yuya. Without hesitation, he formed hand seals. Whoosh! A shadow surged forth from beneath his feet, racing towards Yuya. The Nara clan observed this spectacle, while Yuya shook his head slightly, acknowledging that the foundation of the Akatsuki had indeed gathered various ninjas with extraordinary abilities. However, could a shadow truly withstand the force of a shockwave? In essence, the Nara clan shadow technique is a form of in-release ninjutsu, activated solely through chakra. The shadow extending across the ground was indeed infused with chakra. In this realm, chakra represents the very essence of power. Although Yuya's shockwave ability expended minuscule amounts of chakra, it still derived its strength from chakra. Consequently, Hatake Sakumo's white fan could sever his shockwave only by harnessing the flow of chakra, regardless of how ninjutsu transforms or how illusions may mislead. The fundamental truth remains unchanged. It is always chakra. This implies that Yuya possesses the capability to dismantle anything. Shock release. Unmatched strength. Coming to a halt, Yuya clenched his fist and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Crack. The air erupted violently, and torrents of rain suspended momentarily in the atmosphere, while the earth shattered inch by inch ahead of him. With a single blow, everything was engulfed, as if both sky and land surged forward in a cataclysmic clash. In an instant, the shadow extended by Nara Shikachi was obliterated as if it were mere straw, retracting back beneath him to become an ordinary shadow. What? Witnessing this scene, Nara Shikachi remained in the position of forming seals, yet his eyes widened in disbelief. Even he, who had been trained to suppress his emotions, felt a surge of incredulity at that moment. Countless battles and slaughters had not prepared him for encountering someone capable of directly shattering his shadow technique. It was simply unfathomable. The terrifying force of the shockwave surged forth, leaving Nara Shikachi and Arima Yaburi no opportunity to evade. They were struck head-on. In an instant, the masks upon their faces shattered, and their bodies, akin to being struck by a hammer, twisted grotesquely before collapsing into the muddy earth. This individual's intellect, it seems, is not as monstrous as Nara Shikaku's. Even Shikamaru would likely exceed him in cunning. Retrieving his fist, Yuya shook his head, noting that while the training of the Akatsuki was commendable, it had caused the ninjas to lose certain essential qualities. Thus, no matter how formidable the ninjas of the Akatsuki may be, they cannot reach their full potential. It appears I can shatter all ninjutsu and techniques with sheer strength. Gazing at his own fist, Yuya muttered to himself. The power capable of dismantling all ninjutsu and techniques is undoubtedly that of the Six Paths level, the truth-seeking ball. It is the source of all, akin to primordial matter, capable of breaching any shadow technique or special ninjutsu. Only the natural energy of sage arts can affect the truth-seeking ball. The force of Yuya's oscillation has increasingly begun to resemble the natural energy of Shinsu, akin to the essence of the Wudao Yi, seemingly capable of countering all abilities within the ninja realm and manifesting efficacy. However, Yuya has yet to encounter any ninja who practices Shinsu, nor has he faced a being of the Wudao level, thus lacking the means to compare the oscillation force with Shinsu and the Lilang of the Wudao. Casting a glance at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Yuya shook his head and turned to depart. Long after Yuya had left, the grim-faced Danzo appeared alongside several root ninjas. Nara Shikachio had indeed perished, yet before his demise, he managed to leave behind a message and intelligence for Danzo, ensuring that the name Nara would not fall into disgrace. Upon reviewing the information left by Shikachio, Danzo's previously somber expression transformed into one of astonishment, momentarily losing his composure. This was inconceivable. Surrounded by his root ninjas, even though they noticed Danzo's uncharacteristic reaction, none dared to utter a word, silently standing in place. Danzo's demeanor shifted drastically, his eyes reflecting disbelief. The intelligence Shikachio left for Danzo was an analysis of Yuya's strength and capabilities. Initially, Danzo had been utterly shocked that Shikachio and Kurama Yasu would fail, finding it somewhat implausible. Yet, upon reading Shikachio's assessment of Yuya's prowess, all previous astonishment paled in comparison. Yuya's strength was undeniably formidable. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen would assign Yuya to that department. It was not merely for protection, but rather because Yuya indeed possessed the qualifications to be there. Danzo had encountered countless individuals, including prodigies like Orochimaru, whom he had witnessed grow step by step. However, he had never before encountered a genius like Yuya. Yuya's growth consistently exceeded expectations, leaving Danzo at a loss. And it now appeared that dealing with Yuya was nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, Danzo managed to regain a semblance of calm, yet his eyes continually flickered with intensity. Yuya was maturing far too swiftly. If this continued, he would inevitably become uncontrollable. What are your true intentions, Sarutobi? In the heart of the Rain Country, a bustling little town thrived. In a shadowy corner, 3 ninjas were engaged in hushed conversation. What is the situation on your end? The Rain ninjas remain quiet. There has been no significant conflict with the Rock or Konoha ninjas. There may be major movements soon, so stay vigilant and relay information at all times. Understood. The 3 ninjas exchanged bits of information. Just as they concluded their discussion and prepared to leave, a figure suddenly flashed into view from around the corner. Moving with incredible speed, despite their quick reflexes, the trio had no time to evade or even utilize substitution techniques. In an instant, the figure appeared directly behind them, wielding a katana that bore no trace of blood, still gleaming as if freshly forged. Clad in a common raincoat of the Rain Country, albeit somewhat tattered. The face was youthful, yet the eyes revealed an unsettling calmness that belied their years. It was none other than Yuya himself. After listening for so long, it was nothing but a cacophony of nonsense, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. Turning away, Yuya shook his head slightly and muttered a few words. Meanwhile, the 3 ninjas displayed expressions of sheer horror, attempting to pivot, only to have their upper bodies suddenly slump down. Blood splattered everywhere. With a casual swipe of his sword, Yuya silenced them without a sound, effortlessly erasing their existence. Not a single drop of blood stained the blade as he sheathed it and retrieved a scroll. Sealing. A soft whoosh. In an instant, Yuya's katana vanished, and the scroll bore a character denoting a seal. Since it was concealed, Yuya could not carry a sword at all times. A short blade would suffice, but this katana was relatively long and thus had to be sealed within the scroll. However, retrieving it was remarkably convenient, as he could easily unseal it whenever necessary. After placing the scroll into his pocket, Yuya turned and nonchalantly exited the dim corner. This was a small town in the Land of Rain, where Yuya had lingered for several days, yet found no useful intelligence. It was time to seek a new locale. After shaking his head, he prepared to depart. However, as he traversed the street, a sudden uproar erupted in the distance. The town was modest, with few ninjas, predominantly inhabited by ordinary folk. Yet, being situated in the heart of the Land of Rain, it was not entirely engulfed in the flames of war as the border regions were, maintaining a semblance of harmony, albeit temporarily, as war would inevitably encroach upon this place. Capture those 2. They are thieves. The shouts echoed as chaos ensued among the crowd. 2 figures, clutching long loaves of bread, pushed their way out of the throng. The pursuers struggled to follow due to their size. Yuya did not pause his steps, entirely uninterested in the commotion, until a specific phrase halted him in his tracks. Conan, we must hurry. A boy with orange hair dashed through the crowd, closely followed by a girl with blue hair. The shouts of anger echoed from behind. Is it them? A hint of astonishment crossed Yuya's face, for those silhouettes were all too familiar. Yahiko, Conan, only Nagato was missing, and the trio of Jiraiya's disciples was nearly complete. He could hardly believe that in this small town within the Land of Rain, he would encounter such significant figures. Without Yahiko, one could argue that the Akatsuki organization would not exist. Even if Nagato were to establish a similar group, it would require considerable effort from Uchiha Obito to guide it. Yahiko was making a frantic escape, with Conan trailing behind. Yet she was not as adept as Yahiko. It was one thing to pilfer, but quite another to flee when discovered. Tripping over an inconspicuous pothole, Conan cried out and fell, her loaf of bread slipping from her grasp. her form teetering perilously toward the muddy ground. Coincidentally, her position was right before Yuya. The elongated loaf of bread soared toward Yuya. Was it meant to catch the bread or to reach for Konan? This posed a dilemma. In a world inhabited by ninjas, such trivialities might be disregarded entirely. Yet Yuya found himself unable to overlook it. Whether it was Konan, Yahiko, or the potentially emerging Nagato, each held immense significance, particularly Nagato. The Rinnegan threaded its way through the core narrative of the Naruto saga, a scheme initiated by Uchiha Madara long ago. With one hand, Yuya deftly caught the bread, while his other hand instinctively grasped Konan's, lifting her effortlessly. "Thank you," she murmured, grateful to be pulled up and spared from a muddy fall. At that moment, she was not yet the aloof ice princess depicted in the original narrative. Having been pursued, she was slightly out of breath. "It's nothing," Yuya replied with a slight nod, releasing his grip. "Konan, are you all right?" Yahiko, noticing the commotion behind them, rushed over to inquire, to which Konan merely shook her head. Just then, the vendor of the bread finally broke through the crowd, spotting Yuya, Konan, and Yahiko. "Seize them. They are thieves." Although puzzled by the sudden inclusion of another person, the vendor, seeing that Yuya and Konan appeared to be of a similar age, hastily assumed Yuya was an accomplice. "Trouble. Run." Yahiko's expression shifted dramatically as he urged Konan to flee. Stunned, Konan instinctively started to follow, but quickly remembered Yuya. "Come with me." Although Yuya was not part of their group, he was clearly mistaken as one, and if they abandoned him, there was a chance he could be unjustly punished. Overcome with her innate kindness, Konan seized Yuya's arm and pulled him forward. Yuya's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he said nothing and allowed her to lead him for a few paces before willingly keeping pace with her. The trio weaved through the bustling marketplace, swiftly evading their pursuers and escaping the small town. Huff, huff, Yahiko bent over, gasping for air once they were out of town. Konan, too, appeared somewhat winded, though she maintained a semblance of composure. In stark contrast, Yuya showed no signs of fatigue, his gaze flickering between the two. After catching his breath, Yahiko noticed Yuya's apparent lack of exertion, a look of surprise crossing his face. Circling around Yuya, he couldn't help but chuckle. "You have remarkable stamina. It seems you didn't feel a thing during our escape." "I apologize for dragging you into this," Konan said, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she turned to Yuya. "It's no trouble at all," Yuya replied with a gentle smile, extending the loaf of bread toward her. Since you ran with us. Come on, Konan, just take it." "Clearly, he doesn't need this," Yahiko remarked, rolling his eyes at Konan. Embarrassed, she glanced at Yuya, but ultimately accepted the bread. "I sincerely apologize. We are all orphans, and surviving in this world is an arduous task. This is the only way. I, too, am an orphan." As Shunned spoke, Yuya suddenly uttered these words softly. Simultaneously, a hint of loneliness flickered across Yuya's expression, for he had yet to uncover the identities of his parents in this realm. His memories were but vague fragments, scattered and incomplete. Shunned was evidently taken aback by Yuya's unexpected declaration, gazing at him in astonishment. However, upon observing Yuya's attire, which mirrored her own, somewhat tattered and worn, she realized that his words bore the weight of truth. "Oh, you are also an orphan?" Yahiko exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. "Yet you do not appear malnourished, and your vitality seems robust." At this juncture, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yahiko's eyes, and with a grin, he proposed. "How about joining us in partnership?" Given Yuya's evident strength, it was clear he would not be a burden. With his assistance, their lives might improve significantly. Yuya instinctively inclined to decline. Yet, as he observed Shunned beside him and recalled the immensely significant figure of Nagato, his gaze flickered with contemplation, and he reconsidered. "Very well. Splendid," Yahiko exclaimed with a hearty laugh, extending a friendly greeting. "I am Yahiko, and this is Shunned." Yuya was indifferent to any potential complications arising from his name, as it had yet to reach a level of notoriety within the land of rain. "Well, from now on, we shall be comrades. Come, let me show you our base." Yahiko clapped Yuya on the shoulder in an exuberant manner, leading the way ahead. Yuya felt slightly out of place with Yahiko's boisterous demeanor, as he was accustomed to embodying the persona of pain, with his perpetually stoic and impassive visage. Shunned gave Yuya a gentle nod before they proceeded forward together. Soon, the trio arrived at a cavern filled with an assortment of pilfered supplies, food, clothing, and other necessities for survival. Yuya gazed at this scene with keen interest. How do you find it? Quite impressive, isn't it? Mayahiko settled onto a wooden table, flashing a grin at Yuya, who merely shrugged in response. By the way, what about you? Curious about Yuya's formidable strength, Mayahiko inquired. You must have some provisions, right? Yuya shook his head, replying, I possess nothing. Well, that simply will not do. Mayahiko donned a look of exasperation, leaping off the table to regard Yuya earnestly. Although your strength is commendable, and you may be capable of procuring food at any moment, what if a conflict erupts here one day? It is imperative to stockpile supplies. It seems you are quite unfamiliar with the ways of survival in this world. Mayahiko took a bite of an apple and assumed the role of a mentor, expounding upon his insights. Meanwhile, Shunnen stood by with a warm smile. Firstly, it is imperative to stockpile supplies, as we can never ascertain when food may become scarce. Furthermore, one must exercise caution when stealing. There are certain individuals one should never target, such as those fearsome ninjas adorned with iron plates upon their heads. These formidable beings are terrifying, and should they be provoked, one might find oneself facing dire consequences. At this juncture, Yahi exhibited a look of trepidation, as if he had witnessed the grim reality of a ninja's lethal prowess. Beside him, Konan fell silent, her expression somber. The town she hailed from had been nearly obliterated by the ravages of war, leaving her an orphan. As for pilfering, one might only dare to take from shops, and even then, one must meticulously plan an escape route, though such actions are ill-advised. After all, the repercussions of capture could be quite severe. However, given your stamina, it is unlikely you would be apprehended. Yahi flashed a grin at Yuya, still envious of his remarkable endurance. Ultimately, there is but one crucial point to remember. Never provoke those ninjas. To them, we ordinary folk are akin to ants, and they would extinguish our lives without a second thought. After a lengthy discourse, Yahi realized that Yuya seemed to have absorbed none of his words, prompting an exasperated expression. He vigorously shook Yuya's shoulder, exclaiming, Hey, are you even listening? If you perish, do not blame me for not warning you. Yuya, what Yahi asserts is entirely accurate. We must never engage those ninjas. You must keep this in mind, Konan interjected softly. Stealing may result in a mere beating if caught, but inciting the wrath of those ninjas would lead to catastrophic consequences. We lack the strength to confront them. Actually, I am a ninja. What? Both Yahi and Konan were momentarily taken aback by Yuya's declaration. Yahi could not contain a chuckle, bursting into laughter as he proclaimed, Indeed, I too am a ninja, and a high-ranking one at that. Konan, unable to suppress a smile, looked at Yuya and mused, if one could indeed become a ninja, it might not be such a bad thing after all. At least one could protect oneself. Yuya regarded Yahi and Konan with an expression of disbelief. Yahi, chuckling, stood up and patted Yuya on the shoulder, earnestly stating, With your talents, you too shall undoubtedly rise to become a high-ranking ninja like me. As twilight descended, casting a dim light over the surroundings, a squad of sand-hidden ninjas swiftly advanced through the gentle rain. The leading ninja glanced skyward and remarked, Let us refrain from any operations tonight to avoid ambush by rain ninjas. We should seek shelter. Understood, several ninjas replied in unison. This contingent of sand ninjas comprised approximately a dozen members, likely organized into 3 smaller teams. They searched their surroundings diligently. Captain, it appears there is a cave ahead where we might take refuge. Let us investigate. While it is possible to create a temporary refuge using earth manipulation, the discovery of a natural cave would certainly alleviate the need for such exertion. In the distance, within the cavern, Konan and Yahiko had kindled a fire, while Yahiko sat beside them, lost in thought. Finding suitable dry wood to ignite was no simple task, as they had to rely on timber that had been air-dried for an extended period. Yahiko scratched his head and smiled. The environment of the land of rain made the search for firewood considerably more challenging. As Konan gazed into the flames, she became somewhat distracted, contemplating Nagato, the Rinnegan, and the matters concerning Uchiha Obito. Hearing a voice, she snapped back to reality and frowned slightly, saying, It's generally better not to start a fire at night. While it may be acceptable in a town, igniting a fire in a remote cave is, in my view, unwise. Though not a ninja, Yahiko possessed keen insight and quickly grasped the implication, stating, Indeed, let us prepare our food promptly and extinguish the fire. Agreed, Konan nodded, standing up. I'll go fetch some water. With that, she made her way outside. However, as she reached the cave's entrance, Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and she froze in place. "What's wrong, Conan?" Yahiko asked, his expression turning peculiar as he too rose and approached the cave's mouth. Upon seeing the scene outside, his countenance swiftly hardened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Observing this unexpected turn of events, Yuya, who had been quietly seated, sighed and shook his head before standing and walking over. Outside the cavern, a group of ninjas stood, none daring to intrude into the cave, even upon noticing Conan and Yahiko at the entrance. "Captain, it appears to be two wandering orphans, no? 3. One ninja remarked as he scrutinized them, noticing another similar figure materializing behind Conan. Yahiko trembled inwardly, just as he had feared. Provoking the ninjas could lead to dire consequences. In a flash of resolve, he clenched his teeth and boldly stepped out of the cave. Standing before the group of mediocre ninjas. "Yahiko!" Conan gasped in alarm, unable to restrain herself as she followed him outside. Yuya shook his head slightly, surveying the contingent of mediocre ninjas. Most appeared to be Jinin, with a few Chunin leading the group, while there seemed to be no Jounin among them. Taking a deep breath, Yahiko addressed the mediocre ninjas. "If you seek something, you can have it all. We can vacate this cave and leave it to you." He spoke in a low, pleading tone, fully aware that he held no illusions about the ninjas simply departing. The ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. "Captain, there should be no ambush inside. What should we do? Should we let these 3 kids go?" one inquired. "No," the leader replied, his gaze turning frosty. "We cannot allow our position to be revealed. It is better to err on the side of caution." "Understood," the ninja responded, and the others adopted a demeanor of cold indifference. Perhaps not all ninjas were devoid of compassion, but in the execution of their duties, they were compelled to harden their hearts. Upon hearing those words, Mayahiko's complexion turned ashen, and a pang of regret welled up within him. Had he known better, he would not have ignited that fire during the night. He had intended merely to flaunt the abundance of supplies he had amassed to Yuya, which ultimately led to the discovery by these ninjas. Beside him, Conan's face also paled. The rain had rendered her azure locks disheveled, yet she remained oblivious to her state, her delicate features betraying only sheer terror. A sense of despair began to creep in. In the presence of ninjas, resistance was utterly futile, and escape was impossible. In her desperation, she couldn't help but cast a glance at Yuya beside her, her kind heart stirring with profound remorse. If she hadn't involved Yuya in this predicament, he would likely still be safe in that small town, far removed from their current dire straits. Ahead, a ninja suddenly advanced, hands forming seals. Fire style. Fireball technique. Boom. In an instant, a searing flame erupted, hurtling towards Conan and Mayahiko. Even in the damp environment of the land of rain, the fire technique was considerably weakened, yet it remained beyond the capacity of ordinary children like them to withstand. Indeed, not only could they not resist, but they couldn't even hope to evade it. It was over. They were doomed. A glimmer of despair flashed across Mayahiko's face. Beside him, in her hopelessness, Conan wished to utter an apology to Yuya before the end, regretting having drawn him into this calamity. At that moment, however, Yuya, who had been standing behind them, took a decisive step forward, moving between them and positioning himself before the oncoming fire technique, his expression eerily calm. Then, with a simple yet powerful gesture, he clenched his fist and swung it. With that singular punch, the very fabric of reality seemed to shift. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted, the ground before Yuya fracturing instantaneously and spreading forth in a cascade of destruction. The display was nothing short of cataclysmic. As for the fire technique, it was obliterated in an instant, as if a mere hand had extinguished a flickering flame. Even the rain cascading from the heavens came to a standstill, shattering in the wake of that monumental force. Everything ahead appeared poised to be flattened beneath the weight of that single blow. The mediocre ninjas had initially paid little heed, preparing to take shelter within a nearby cave. The ninja who had unleashed the fire technique turned away, indifferent to the outcome. Yet, in the next heartbeat, every one of them froze, faces etched with horror and disbelief. The magnitude of Yuya's punch reverberated through the air. The atmosphere shattered, the scene reminiscent of a mirror fracturing. Utterly breathtaking. The sheer, terrifying force of that strike had not even reached them yet they were already gripped by the chilling proximity of death. What kind of power is this? Impossible. That boy, he can't. Panic set in as they instinctively sought to flee, but the shockwave had already crashed upon them. In this moment, They resembled the earlier figures of Xiaonan and Yahiko. Confronted by Yuya, they found themselves utterly defenseless, helplessly watching the approach of death. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, terrifying sounds of explosions erupted from the bodies of those ninjas, their eyes betraying a mix of fear and despair, overshadowed by shock and disbelief. The image of Yuya's fist descending, seemingly sweeping away all existence, lingered in their minds. When the shockwaves finally dissipated, every ninja lay defeated upon the ground, none surviving the onslaught. Even the elite shinobi struggled to withstand the full force of Yuya's serious strike. What hope had they? At this moment, the rain before them had been entirely swept away, leaving behind an unusually desolate scene. After a few breaths, the rain began to fall again. At this juncture, Xiaonan and Yahiko stood frozen, feeling as if they were ensnared in a dream. It was unbelievable. Yuya's punch had seemingly flattened everything before him. The once formidable ninjas had proven utterly vulnerable, dispatched by a single blow from Yuya. Yahiko stuttered, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Yuya. Xiaonan, too, mirrored his astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with shock. Although I share your fate as an orphan, I am also a ninja, Yuya remarked. Turning to face Xiaonan and Yahiko. You truly are a ninja? I thought you were jesting. Yahiko exclaimed, incredulity etched upon his face. Moreover, we are all ninjas. Yet the disparity is staggering. Observing the ninjas obliterated by Yuya's might and the remnants of their shattered forms, Yahiko couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck him, draining the color from his face. If Yuya possessed such strength, his identity must be remarkable. Did this not expose their own identities? Would they be silenced to prevent any loose ends? Xiaonan, too, grasped this implication. The relief from surviving had swiftly morphed into pallor once more. Yahiko instinctively took a couple of steps back, while Xiaonan remained rooted in place, understanding that retreat would serve no purpose. Noticing their demeanor, Yuya initially maintained a stoic expression before breaking into a light chuckle, saying, "Let us gather our belongings. We cannot stay here any longer." Seeing that Yuya remained unchanged, not growing cold or distant despite the exposure of his identity, Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief. However, he could no longer approach Yuya as freely as before. Slinging an arm around his shoulder, nodding, he stepped into the cave. Meanwhile, Xiaonan's complexion regained some color after biting her lip. She expressed her gratitude towards Yuya with a warm smile. Thank you. She recognized that Yuya was under no obligation to accompany or rescue them, yet he chose to do so. The scene of Yuya's sweeping punch, which exuded an unparalleled dominance and left an indelible impression, lingered in her mind. With a gentle smile, Yuya remarked, "There is no need for gratitude. Truth be told, even in my absence, you would have remained unharmed." This statement implied that, had he not intervened, Mihiko might not have ignited the flames, and that band of ninjas would not have sought them out. Subsequently, Mihiko and Konan would eventually encounter Nagato, and later the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, culminating in Jiraiya offering them refuge. However, with Yuya's arrival, the narrative seemed to have veered off course. Having dispatched a group of sand ninjas, it was clear they could no longer remain in that vicinity. With Yuya's assistance, relocating their supplies had become significantly more manageable. He effortlessly constructed a wooden cabin in a concealed location. Yuya pondered whether they would still meet Nagato, but regardless, Nagato was destined to survive. The Rinnegan bestowed upon him ensured that. Even Yuya himself would not doubt that without the watchful eye of Black Zetsu. Inside the cabin, Konan handed Yuya a cup filled with water, her petite face adorned with a hint of reverence. Accepting the cup, Yuya could not suppress a smile. The treatment he received was markedly different now. "Please, have a seat," he instructed. Obediently, Konan settled beside him. Observing her compliance, Yuya couldn't help but chuckle internally. Still slightly unaccustomed to this newfound dynamic. Yet, Konan had always been obedient, and with strength came a corresponding status. Yuya was no longer a mere insect. Mihiko sat opposite Yuya, hesitating momentarily before finally speaking up. "Yuya, could you teach us ninjutsu?" A glimmer of hope and yearning shone in Mihiko's eyes. In these tumultuous times, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to ensure their own safety, and the path to becoming a ninja seemed elusive. Faced with this rare opportunity, even if Yuya declined, Mihiko felt compelled to ask, otherwise, he would be left unsatisfied. Yuya gazed at Mihiko, his eyes flickering slightly, then turned his attention to the hopeful gaze of Conan. Sensing her similar longing, he made a decision. Since the narrative had already shifted, why not embrace the change fully? Addressing both Mihiko and Conan, Yuya calmly stated, "Becoming a ninja is no simple or joyous endeavor. The journey is fraught with hardship. Whatever trials may come, we have already endured," Mihiko replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation, yet his tone resolute. Conan shared the same determined expression. Indeed, nothing was more arduous than being an orphan, struggling to survive in a chaotic world. Yuya, having grown up in Konoha, empathized deeply with their plight. Thus, he ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing Yuya's assent, Mihiko exhaled a sigh of relief and beamed with a smile, while Conan's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she looked at Yuya. "Very well, let us begin with the fundamentals," Yuya declared, taking a sip of water before setting the cup aside and commencing his simple yet profound teachings. While guiding Mihiko and Conan in their training, Yuya did not neglect his own cultivation. He had only completed half of the first stage of the lightning release body refinement secret technique before he had to leave the Leaf Village camp. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to complete it. During the training sessions with Mihiko and Conan, Yuya remained connected to the outside world, frequently visiting nearby towns to hunt ninjas and gather intelligence. He also regularly relayed valuable information and achievements back to the Leaf Village. As time passed, over the course of half a month, the situation of the Second Shinobi World War became increasingly intense. Yuya's most noticeable observation was the growing number of ninjas he encountered, including some scouts and spies that he could not identify. At this time, under the leadership of Hanzo of the Salamander, the Hidden Rain Village had begun to resist and retaliate. Although the Second Shinobi World War was a conflict among the three major ninja villages, the Land of Rain served as the battlefield and a site of resource plundering by these villages. As the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo could not remain idle. Even if he wished to, the three major ninja villages would inevitably engage in battle with the Rain Village. While the war raged on, Yuya maintained a rather ordinary routine, diligently training and guiding Conan and Mihiko, while also hunting ninjas for intelligence. Within these 2 weeks, Yuya had nearly completed the first stage of the lightning release body refinement technique. This was not due to the speed of his training, but rather the simplicity of the first stage, coupled with his naturally strong physique, which allowed him to disregard various dangers during the process. Consequently, his progress was swift. As his body continued to strengthen, the shockwave power increased, propelling him closer to the next threshold of the true 8 gates. As for Mihiko and Conan, they had both successfully cultivated their chakra. Mihiko's chakra remained water-type, consistent with the original story, although Yuya did not possess water-type ninjutsu. Acquiring such techniques was effortless given his status. Conan, on the other hand, preferred to develop her own unique paper jutsu rather than mastering the conventional elemental ninjutsu of wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth. Despite the frequent rain in the Land of Rain, there were occasional dry days, albeit with persistently overcast skies. In an open area, countless paper fragments floated around Conan, lacking any significant power. At this stage, she could only exert a modest amount of control over the paper. Her chakra control was impressive, far surpassing that of Mihiko. Standing behind Conan, Yuya observed the scene with admiration. In truth, Conan's mastery of chakra even exceeded Yuya's, a testament to her remarkable talent. Without such exceptional chakra control, it would be impossible for her to practice the intricate and complex paper jutsu. "Yuya-sensei," Conan called upon hearing his voice, turning to him with an apologetic smile. As she moved, the scattered pieces of paper around her fell gently to the ground. Having commenced her instruction of Conan and Mihiko in their training, they began to address her as teacher. Despite their physical ages being nearly identical, both approaching the age of 10, Yuya's psychological maturity surpassed that of Conan and Mihiko significantly. Thus, she found herself quite accustomed to this form of address. Conan, with an air of a young girl proudly showcasing a treasure, waved at Yuya, exclaiming, "Look!" A piece of paper levitated before her, bending and folding under her delicate control until it transformed into a petite paper flower. This time, a hint of astonishment graced Yuya's features. Conan's chakra control was indeed commendable. Although her chakra remained rather feeble, she had already achieved such intricate manipulation. "Here, teacher," Conan said, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush as she gently guided the paper flower towards Yuya. However, her chakra was still too weak, and halfway through its flight, the flower fell limply to the ground. Yet, Yuya stepped forward, extending her hand to catch it. "Keep striving," she encouraged, nodding gently at Conan while observing the paper flower in her palm before turning to leave. Conan replied softly, resuming her chakra training. Yuya then wandered over to observe Yahiko's progress. Being in the land of rain, the water release techniques were significantly enhanced, allowing water-type ninjas to thrive. Consequently, Yahiko's training was also progressing commendably, though his water release techniques lacked remarkable features, as he did not possess the Rinnegan and was certainly not the legendary pain of the Akatsuki. After offering a few pointers, Yuya returned to her own training. At that moment, not far from where Yuya and the others were situated, a figure cloaked in a distinctive black robe approached slowly. He was a ninja, and his aura suggested he was no ordinary one. He belonged to the Umbu of Sunagakure and held a rank superior to Yuya's, being just below the Umbu captain yet above the squad leaders. In his possession were the souls of many fallen ninjas, including several jonin and even elite jonin. He specialized in assassination, always operating solo. According to intelligence reports, he was believed to be within this vicinity. Gazing ahead, the expression beneath his mask was inscrutable, yet his eyes gleamed with a piercing sharpness. Yuya, having remained in this area to mentor Conan and Yahiko, had inadvertently drawn the attention of hidden scouts, despite her ability to effortlessly slay any ninja she encountered. Particularly, the frequent disappearances of ninjas from Sunagakure in this area, including the annihilation of an entire squad, had raised significant concern among the village. Upon receiving the intelligence, the figure known as Qianren was dispatched. Crackle. Lightning danced around Yuya, incessantly stimulating his skin, even penetrating beneath the surface to invigorate his very flesh. Were he an ordinary person, he would have trembled uncontrollably, perhaps even succumbing to the violent electric arcs that could rend his skin. However, Yuya's body was more than capable of enduring such rigorous training. In fact, he merely felt a tingling sensation, devoid of any pain. This experience was akin to training through shockwaves, which, while not painful, ultimately bestowed a sense of exhilaration. Whereas the electric stimulation left Yuya feeling as though his body were being hollowed out. It was, in a word, peculiar. At last, the session came to a close. Yuya opened his eyes, and the arcs of electricity dissipated in an instant. Feeling a surge of strength coursing through him, a faint smile of satisfaction crept across Yuya's face. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed as he sensed something amiss, turning his gaze toward the distance. There, in an open expanse, stood a figure cloaked in black, a member of the Umbu from Sunagakure, Qianren, who had set his sights on Yuya. Qianren was taken aback. How had Yuya detected his approach? Even before he drew near, Yuya had already been moving toward him, and although Qianren considered himself a perceptive ninja, he too had sensed Yuya's advance. Thus, an impasse had formed between them. Upon their first meeting, Qianren confirmed that Yuya was indeed his target. Conversely, Yuya found himself equally perplexed. He could not fathom why he had sensed Qianren's arrival. As soon as Qianren breached a certain proximity, an instinctive awareness surged within him, guiding Yuya directly toward Qianren, culminating in their fortuitous face-to-face encounter. Regardless of the circumstances, it was evident that the man before him was an adversary. Being forewarned was undoubtedly advantageous. Had he been ambushed, the outcome might have proven dire. Qianren regarded Yuya with a slightly cold expression. His expertise lay in assassination, given the opportunity. He possessed the confidence to eliminate even a Kage. Engaging in open combat was far more challenging than striking from the shadows. Nevertheless, Qianren was unafraid of direct confrontation. While he excelled in stealth, he was equally formidable in battle. Yuya and Qianren locked eyes, neither speaking nor posing inquiries. There was no need for questions. The only requisite now was to engage in combat. Drawing forth a scroll, Yuya liberated his katana, gripping it firmly in hand. In contrast, Qianren formed a hand seal with one hand, while the other reached into the air, grasping at nothingness. Suddenly, a sword materialized in his grasp. At that moment, Yuya was struck by an overwhelming sensation, one that had previously alerted him to Qianren's approach. With the sword's emergence, that awareness intensified exponentially. What could possibly account for this? Yuya could not help but narrow his eyes, scrutinizing the sword held by Qianren. However, before Yuya could examine it further, Qianren launched his assault. Secret technique. Dance of Sakura Slaughter. The sword in Qianren's hand descended suddenly upon Yuya. It appeared to be a technique involving the flow of chakra, yet the effect was entirely different. As the sword struck down, the sky above flickered and transformed into thousands of identical blades, cascading down like a torrential rain of swords towards Yuya. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Observing this scene, Yuya was slightly taken aback, but soon conjectured that it might be a technique akin to shuriken shadow clones. Without a hint of fear, Yuya simply swept his sword upward against the deluge of blades. Buzz! As Yuya swung his sword, a wave of shockwave manifested as a white, semi-transparent glow, which he directed upward to the side. The multitude of swords continued to descend like a downpour. The two forces suddenly collided midair. Boom! The explosive shockwave violently tore through the air, as if the entire sky had fractured. With a tremor, the rain of swords shattered inch by inch, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, Shinran's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of vigilance and astonishment. He had not anticipated that Yuya's technique was equally unique and formidable. Taking a deep breath, Shinran once more whirled his sword and suddenly launched a second attack. Secret technique. Shadow kill. Whoosh. In the next moment, Shinran's figure abruptly blurred, transforming into several afterimages that surrounded Yuya from all directions. Subsequently, these phantoms all brandished their swords. As they swung, the blades generated further afterimages, creating dozens of sword edges that enveloped Yuya entirely, leaving him no avenue of escape. Illusion? Clones. Observing this spectacle, Yuya shook his head, yet his expression remained increasingly tranquil. The very attacks that seemed dazzling and chaotic were the least daunting to him. Flashy yet insubstantial. In the face of such onslaughts, Yuya needed only a single punch to shatter them. With a relaxed motion, he plunged his katana into the ground before him, crossed his arms slightly over his chest, and then struck outward to the sides with a sudden hammering motion. It was at this moment that the countless sword shadows lunged toward Yuya, as if intending to pierce him into a porcupine. Boom! In the next instant, a shockwave erupted, shattering the air beside Yuya like a mirror. The ground trembled and quaked, fracturing inch by inch from both sides, spreading into the distance. Meanwhile, the afterimages and sword shadows were obliterated under Yuya's overwhelming strike, as if they were mere twigs crushed underfoot. This is bad. Concealed among the afterimages, the real Shinran was taken aback upon witnessing this scene. He had clearly not anticipated the sheer strength of Yuya, nor his ability to unleash such an all-encompassing attack in every direction. In a state of shock, he could only channel his chakra into the blade of the sword in his hand, then suddenly swung it while exerting force beneath his feet to retreat. Not comprehending the true extent of Yuya's peculiar power, he naturally refrained from engaging him directly. The resonating force of Yuya's attack reverberated through him, leaving his hands tingling and his body trembling, further deepening his astonishment at Yuya's strength. Meanwhile, a peculiar expression crossed Yuya's face, not due to the technique employed by Shinran, but because of the sword in Shinran's grasp. At last, he recognized it. It was the Kusanagi sword. What an uncanny coincidence that Shinran, the wielder of the Kusanagi, had crossed paths with Yuya. Furthermore, as Yuya clashed with Shinran, his perception of the Kusanagi sword intensified. Although he still lacked clarity on the situation, a vague conjecture began to form in his mind. His gaze towards Shinran shifted from calm to one imbued with a palpable murderous intent. After two exchanges, Yuya had discerned Shinran's capabilities. With the Kusanagi sword in hand, Shinran's strength surpassed that of an elite jonin, placing him at the level of a semi-shadow, sufficiently threatening to even shadow-level warriors. The Kusanagi sword was far more than merely a sharp blade. It possessed the power to harness chakra, far exceeding the katana wielded by Yuya and surpassing the properties of White Fang held by Kakashi Hitaki. Additionally, it boasted the unique Kusanagi sword techniques. The earlier downpour of blades and those fleeting sword shadows were manifestations of the Kusanagi techniques. Moreover, Orochimaru's ability to extend the Kusanagi sword abruptly or unleash the serpent's array, with each serpent spitting forth a Kusanagi sword, also belonged to this realm of techniques. In simpler terms, it was akin to the weapons of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each possessing special abilities, and the Kusanagi sword shared that same distinction. When a king's wrath is unleashed, rivers run red with blood, and countless corpses lie in their wake. Although Yuya had yet to reach the formidable prowess of Uchiha Madara, he was no longer a mere weakling. Thus, his murderous intent was sufficient to alter the atmosphere. The already oppressive ambience turned frigid. Qianren was not surprised by Yuya's overt hostility. He too revealed his own murderous intent. This time, Qianren refrained from employing the Kusanagi techniques and instead executed a simple maneuver, grasping the Kusanagi sword with both hands and holding it horizontally before him. A surge of chakra flowed forth, enveloping the Kusanagi sword. In truth, few could manipulate chakra in such a manner, yet Yuya happened to encounter one after another. When a radiant white gleam appeared along the blade of the Kusanagi, an overwhelming aura of slaughter began to permeate the air. The sword's brilliance seemed capable of severing all, tearing the very heavens asunder. As Qianren gradually elevated the sword, the brilliance intensified, and his momentum surged. In that moment, he appeared to transform into a sword himself, a sword that could not be broken, a sword that could cut through anything. This maneuver, strictly speaking, can no longer be categorized as ninjutsu or secret techniques. It resembles the techniques employed by the warriors of the Iron Nation, approaching the essence of pure swordsmanship. In a flash of swordplay, as the aura of Qianren reached its zenith, a pair of formidable gazes emanated from his eyes, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly darting towards Yuya. Witnessing this scene, Yuya opted not to utilize his shockwave power for defense, recalling that the Kusanagi sword could potentially extend. Slowly raising his own katana, an eerie, intangible wave mark manifested upon the blade's edge, barely perceptible to the naked eye. Yet a subtle distortion in the air hinted at an impending terror. Then, Yuya lifted his sword and swept it. Swoosh! The figures of Qianren and Yuya crossed paths in an instant. A sharp, cold gleam suddenly tore through the space between them, resembling the fissures created by Yuya's shockwave power as it shattered the air. However, this was more direct, and it was singular. It was the mark of air being rent asunder. Silently, a crack appeared on Yuya's katana, along with a small notch. Meanwhile, behind Yuya, Qianren's Kusanagi sword remained unscathed, and he too turned around. That strike should have resolved the matter, right? Qianren felt a twinge of doubt, as the sensation had felt somewhat amiss. Yet, this swift swordplay was his most potent frontal assault. Even an ordinary shadow-level powerhouse would not dare to take it head-on. Yuya's decision to endure it should have rendered him lifeless. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, his expression momentarily froze. For Yuya had also turned to face him, simultaneously examining the katana in his grasp, scrutinizing the crack and the small notch upon it. It was not a matter of technique, but rather the quality of the sword itself. Truly worthy of the Kusanagi sword? He murmured, a light smile unexpectedly gracing his face. With a flick of his finger upon the blade, a crisp sound echoed. Ding! From the crack, the katana snapped in two, transforming instantly from a long sword into a short blade. Upon witnessing this, Qianren was suddenly overwhelmed by a chilling sensation. He was astonished that Yuya could withstand his swift swordplay without sustaining injury, and instinctively felt a tinge of dread due to Yuya's action. This was the sixth sense born from countless struggles on the precipice of life and death. He gripped his sword tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In that moment, Qianren dared not exhibit the slightest carelessness. He understood that the seemingly youthful figure before him was immensely powerful, extraordinarily so. As the severed blade fell to the ground, Yuya paid it no mind, holding the remaining half of the broken sword, gazing at Qianren with a calm demeanor. It is my turn to strike, is it not? Whoosh! In the next instant, Yuya's body erupted with a speed surpassing that of Qianren, instantaneously transforming into a fleeting shadow, shimmering throughout the arena. Merely this speed elicited a flicker of astonishment from Qianren. The speed of Qianren is nearly capable of overwhelming even the upper ninjas, surpassing the elite ones by a considerable margin. This is an attribute that allows him to transcend the upper ranks. Yet now, Yuya's velocity surpasses even his own. Qianren fails to notice that when Yuya unleashes this remarkable speed, faint arcs of electricity flicker around him. This is no mere acceleration derived from the true eight gates. It is compounded by the almost perfected lightning release body forging secret technique. The shimmering Yuya does not charge directly at Qianren. Instead, he moves swiftly around him, creating a flurry of afterimages. At last, Yuya raises the half-broken sword in his hand, and suddenly, a white halo appears along the blade. Shockwave, air fracture flash. Buzz. In the next instant, a white halo hurtles towards Qianren. Here it comes. Qianren's pupils constrict as he grips the Kusanagi sword, bracing himself for impact. only to be met with a sudden shift in expression. For almost simultaneously, not just one, but multiple halos converge upon him from all directions. 5 halos in total encircle him, leaving him with no avenue for escape. This is dire. A hint of horror crosses Qianren's face. He has just witnessed the potential of such halos, capable of directly countering his secret technique, the dance of cherry blossom slaughter. The 5 halos do not touch Qianren, but instead detonate in the air a few feet before him. Crack! In an instant, terrifying fissures spread wildly. This marks Yuya's first use of 5 air fracture flashes stacked together, and the power astounds even him. 1 air fracture results in mirror-like cracks in the air, but 5, combined, yield a starkly different spectacle. As the 5 air fractures explode, they engulf the entire area surrounding Qianren, with his position at the epicenter. The cracks, once spread, intertwine, forming a terrifying scene akin to a shattered glass cup. However, this glass cup is enormous. Crack! The white light erupts violently, and faced with the onslaught, Qianren dares not resist. Lightning flashes through his mind. Without hesitation, he thrusts the Kusanagi sword into the earth below. Simultaneously, he burrows directly downwards. Nevertheless, Yuya's shockwave force is not so easily evaded. Even as he delves underground, the violent shockwave erupts above, penetrating downwards. Boom! The terrifying shockwave causes the earth to fracture relentlessly. Crack, crack! The bones throughout Qianren's body emit horrific sounds, as if they may shatter. In a state of alarm, Qianren unleashes all his strength, desperately driving himself deeper into the ground with the Kusanagi sword as his aid. Finally, as the shockwave subsides, Qianren cannot suppress a spurt of blood, some of which contains fragments of his internal organs. His face remains etched with an expression of sheer terror. He never anticipated that Yuya would unleash such a formidable attack right from the outset. His secret techniques pale in comparison to Yuya's technique, the Void Shatter Continuous Flash, which is of an entirely different caliber in terms of power. On the ground, Yuya marveled at the overwhelming force generated by the 5 successive Void Shatters. His body trembled slightly, a minor side effect of the rapid succession of explosive shockwaves. However, having nearly perfected the first stage of the lightning release body refinement technique, Yuya was able to withstand it with ease. Noticing that Qianren had vanished, leaving behind a crater, a faint smile graced Yuya's lips. Once again, he intended to hide underground? As the tremors subsided, Yuya suddenly lifted his leg and forcefully stomped down onto the earth. Earthquake release, earth-shattering technique. Boom. The sheer ferocity of Yuya's shockwave was terrifying, a stark contrast to his earlier battle against Uchiha Han. As his foot descended, it resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens, crashing into the ground. In an instant, the earth cracked open beneath him, unleashing a multitude of terrifying fissures that spread outwards. Simultaneously, the entire ground began to tremble violently. In the distance, Konan and Yahiko, still engrossed in their training, had initially dismissed the earlier rumblings. But now, feeling the ground shake beneath them, their expressions transformed into shock. What on earth is happening? Within the earth, Qianren retrieved a secret medicine to suppress his injuries before preparing to retreat from another direction, temporarily abandoning his pursuit of Yuya. Yuya was simply too powerful. He could not hope to defeat him head-on and would need to devise a strategy for a stealthy ambush instead. However, before he could formulate a plan, a terrifying shockwave surged forth, causing the ground to ripple like molten lava. This is bad. Qianren's complexion changed drastically. In his panic, he rapidly swung the Kusanagi sword in his hand. Secret technique, Dance of Fallen Leaves. He transformed into a gust of autumn wind, sweeping through the fallen leaves. Whether on the ground or still drifting in the air, sword energy erupted in all directions, slicing through the tumultuous earth and rocks. This technique bore resemblance to the Hyuga clan's Kaiten, serving as a rotational defensive form of Kusanagi swordsmanship. When Orochimaru acquired the Kusanagi sword, he was already a shadow-level powerhouse. So he did not rely on it for ninjutsu, but rather integrated it with his own techniques. In contrast, Qianren was entirely dependent on the Kusanagi sword, with all his techniques developed around it. Though he managed to barely withstand Yuya's onslaught, Qianren was still in dire straits, as he was gravely injured. And employing such a technique placed an immense burden on him. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. At this moment, Qianren's gaze became unnaturally calm, a cold glimmer igniting within his eyes. He was poised for a desperate counterattack. In the next instant, Shinrin gripped the Kusanagi sword tightly, suddenly channeling chakra into it. The blade of the Kusanagi sword gleamed with a white radiance, and in the following moment, the sword began to elongate dramatically. In an instant, the soil and rock above were pierced. On the ground, Yuya was preparing to deliver another kick, but before his foot could descend, a blade suddenly erupted from beneath him. Observing this scene, Yuya displayed no signs of astonishment. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. Has this move finally arrived? With a subtle sidestep, he deftly evaded the strike, then decisively extended his hand to gently press against the blade. The Kusanagi, in essence, is a type of tachi, a sword characterized by a single edge. However, in the world of ninjas, tachi is often referred to simply as a sword, rendering the concept rather ambiguous. Yuya's hand lightly rested upon the spine of the Kusanagi. Buzz! In an instant, a surge of vibrational energy erupted from Yuya's hand, spreading along the Kusanagi. The elongated blade trembled violently, yet under the influence of Yuya's vibrational force, it exhibited no signs of impending fracture. Boom! The wave of energy radiated outward, causing the very earth beneath to crack and crumble, ultimately landing directly in Shinrin's grasp. This is bad. Shinrin reacted swiftly, immediately releasing his grip. However, the shockwave that burst forth around him compelled him to cough up blood once more. Whoosh! The Kusanagi, now beyond his control, rapidly shortened. As the other end remained grasped in Yuya's hand, and in its contraction, it fell directly into Yuya's possession. At last, the Kusanagi is in my hands. Observing the sword he now held, Yuya's lips curled upwards in satisfaction. The Kusanagi trembled in his grip, emitting a clear, melodious resonance. This was not a result of Yuya's vibrational power, but rather the sword itself quivering. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, the great blade Samahata is particularly unique, seemingly imbued with life, and the Kusanagi shared this quality. However, most would be unable to perceive the will inherent within the Kusanagi. Only the members of the Kusanagi clan, who forged the sword, could sense its essence. Despite the pain, Shinrin forced himself up from the ground. Upon seeing Yuya wielding the Kusanagi, he immediately gestured with his hand, attempting to summon the sword back to him. Yet, the Kusanagi remained firmly in Yuya's grasp, trembling gently without any response to his call, as if completely subdued by Yuya. Shinrin was momentarily stunned. Even if the Kusanagi was suppressed, it should have responded to his summons. Yet, it remained utterly unresponsive. What did this signify? It indicated that in this fleeting moment, the Kusanagi had ceased to belong to him. To achieve such a swift and forceful reclamation of control over the Kusanagi could only mean one thing. The answer was glaringly apparent. Impossible. You are a remnant of the Kusanagi clan. There are still survivors from the Kusanagi clan. Shinrin finally exclaimed in disbelief, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Yuya. Indeed, Yuya hailed from a small ninja village, the very village established by the Kusanagi clan that forged the Kusanagi. Yuya's true identity was that of a member of the Kusanagi clan. His name should actually be Kusanagi Yoru, but due to the fact that Yoru was known by that name in a previous life, it has been retained. The destruction of that small ninja village was executed by the shinobi of Sunagakure, with Sunban being one among them. Upon receiving this news, Konoha could not possibly allow the Kusanagi sword to fall into the hands of Sunagakure, and thus dispatched individuals immediately. However, they were regrettably too late. The shinobi from Sunagakure had already retreated, and Konoha ultimately managed to rescue only Yoru, who thus arrived in Konoha. The Kusanagi sword rightfully belongs to the Kusanagi clan. In the original narrative, even when Orochimaru was incapacitated by the Shiki Fujin, unable to mobilize chakra, he could still sense and command the Kusanagi sword through sheer will. Naturally, Yoru could do the same effortlessly. Furthermore, Yoru's ability to perceive a strange sensation when Sunban approached within a certain range was undoubtedly due to the Kusanagi sword. Thanks to your actions, I was an orphan in my previous life, and upon arriving in this world, I remain an orphan. Yoru gazed at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, whispering softly, a complex expression crossing his face. Ultimately, he gathered his thoughts and turned to Sunban. The Kusanagi sword is inherently mine, and I shall reclaim it piece by piece. Do you know the whereabouts of the other Kusanagi swords? At Yoru's words, Sunban remained silent. The expression on Senbon's face was beyond description, filled with disbelief, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back. Yuru is a member of the Kusanagi clan. This revelation alone thundered in Sinbin's mind, akin to a storm. The thought of wielding the Kusanagi sword filled him with trepidation, fearing it might be reclaimed by the Kusanagi clan, as all his power relied upon the sword. Yet, the belief that the Kusanagi clan had been entirely eradicated had offered him some solace over the years. But now, upon encountering a member of the Kusanagi clan once more, his heart could not remain tranquil, filled with panic and dread. At that moment, in the distance, two figures gradually emerged, approaching the battlefield. It was Konan and Yahiko, who had come running upon sensing the commotion. They immediately beheld the devastated ground, cracked and muddy, a scene of utter destruction. Yahiko's eyes were instantly filled with astonishment. Previously, without training in ninjutsu and lacking the status of a ninja, he could not gauge Yuru's true strength. However, after training alongside Yuru, he could now perceive the vast chasm between them. The scene before him was nothing short of shocking and awe-inspiring. Konan, too, bore a similar expression, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment before she spotted Yuru. Yuru-sensei, she could not help but call out. This utterance caused Sinbin to abruptly turn his head, narrowing his eyes in an instant. Yuru? Perhaps it should be Kusanagi Yuru, right? Wait, are these two his students? That is splendid. If I can capture both of them, there may still be a chance to escape. Chihane no longer harbored hopes of reclaiming the Kusanagi sword. Wresting it from the grasp of the Kusanagi clan was utterly unfeasible. His thoughts were solely consumed by the means of his own escape. The appearance of Konan and Yahiko now presented a glimmer of hope. Without a moment's hesitation, Chihane, enduring the pain of his injuries, surged towards Konan and Yahiko. Despite his wounds, his speed remained astonishing, so swift that Konan and Yahiko could only perceive a fleeting shadow. This is bad, Yahiko thought in alarm, a flicker of fear illuminating his eyes. Beside him, Konan's beautiful gaze sparkled with surprise. And after a slight bite of her silver teeth, she prepared to unleash her still immature ninjutsu in an attempt to thwart Chihane. Yet, it seemed an impossible endeavor. However, Chihane's intention to seize Konan and Yahiko to coerce Yuya was nothing but a fanciful delusion. Just as he was about to reach them, his body abruptly halted. A crimson line appeared suddenly from Chihane's head and extended downward. In the distance, Yuya calmly observed the scene, casually retracting the Kusanagi sword he had just acquired. Having taken the Kusanagi sword and tested it with a distant strike, the sword flawlessly harnessed the power of the shockwave slash, capable of launching the shockwave itself, transforming it into something akin to sword energy. Moreover, its speed was remarkable. Chihane, already injured, could not react in time and was struck instantaneously by the rending shockwave. A flicker of despair and unwillingness crossed Chihane's face as his body abruptly fragmented, collapsing to the ground with blood splattering around him. Accustomed to the ravages of war, neither Konan nor Yahiko exhibited any semblance of fear at Chihane's demise. Instead, they both breathed a sigh of relief. They then turned their grateful gazes toward Yuya in the distance. "Are you all right, Teacher Yuya?" Konan inquired, disregarding the fallen Chihane as she approached Yuya, her face reflecting concern. Yahiko followed closely behind. Yuya shook his head, discarding the broken katana, then bit his finger, allowing a droplet of blood to fall gently onto the Kusanagi sword. With this single drop, he drew a rune, reminiscent of a summoning technique, based on an image that surfaced in his mind, and subsequently inscribed a similar rune on his palm. He then gently grasped the Kusanagi sword. With a soft sound, the sword dissipated into smoke, vanishing from sight. It had been sealed within the palm of Yuya, who could summon it at will by merely extending his hand. This method was far more convenient than Orochimaru swallowing the Kusanagi sword, for Yuya, being a member of the Kusanagi clan, wielded it with far greater dexterity. Observing the spectacle, both Konan and Yahiko were slightly astonished, yet they refrained from further inquiries, casting their eyes toward Chihane's lifeless body. Noticing their confusion, Yuya casually remarked, "He was merely an adversary of mine. He is already dead, so there is no need for concern. However, it seems this place is no longer suitable for residence. It is time to seek another location." Casually uttering this thought, Yuya turned and stepped away. Xiaonan and Yahiko nodded in agreement and followed suit. After tidying up a few belongings, Yuya led Xiaonan and Yahiko away from the area, traversing the land of rain for a while before settling in a new locale. While continuing to guide Xiaonan and Yahiko in their training, he also delved into the study of the Kusanagi sword. Upon acquiring the Kusanagi sword, Yuya was beset by inexplicable thoughts. The desire to locate all the Kusanagi swords was not a mere whim, but a genuine quest. As a vague notion lingered in his mind that aligned with the scroll of information given by Konoha regarding the Kusanagi sword. Assembling all the Kusanagi swords was likely to bring about certain transformations, undoubtedly positive ones. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not exert such effort in searching for the Kusanagi sword, as one would suffice for his needs. Yuya was uncertain whether gathering the Kusanagi swords could summon the dragon god, yet as a member of the Kusanagi clan, he could not idly watch the swords fall into obscurity. The Kusanagi sword far surpassed the ninja blade he had previously obtained from Uchiha Suki, showing no signs of wear even against techniques like the shockwave slash. Moreover, it possessed the capabilities to extend, retract, and transform. Not to mention its ability to unleash the shockwave slash as an invisible sword aura, which greatly satisfied Yuya. It could also be concealed using summoning techniques, allowing for convenient retrieval, far exceeding the previous ninja blade in practicality. While the Kusanagi sword may not elevate Yuya's prowess by an entire tier, it certainly offered a significant enhancement. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed. Yuya had thoroughly perfected the first stage of the lightning release secret technique, and to advance further, he needed to acquire the methods for the second stage. Upon mastering the first stage, no conspicuous lightning surged forth from Yuya. At most, some subtle, nearly imperceptible arcs of electricity appeared. Yuya speculated that only upon mastering the second stage could he attain an exterior layer of lightning akin to that of the fourth and third Reikage. With the first stage perfected, Yuya's skin and some flesh experienced considerable fortification and enhancement. His physique gradually matured from its youthful tenderness, adopting a slightly healthy bronze hue. It is worth noting that Yuya was merely around 10 years old, yet his physique appeared akin to that of a 14 or 15-year-old. This was not solely due to the precociousness of individuals in the Naruto world, but also a result of rigorous physical training. The growth of his body significantly accelerated Yuya's progress in mastering the true 8 gates. Originally, to reach the level of opening the 4th gate of the true 8 gates, Yuya would have needed nearly a year of uninterrupted training in physical techniques to meet the standard. Yet, arriving on the battlefield of the Second Shinobi World War, the opportunity for extensive training was virtually non-existent. Just as now, Yuya has limited time to instruct Konan and Yahiko in their training, and his own practice is similarly constrained. He must continuously venture out to eliminate ninjas and scouts from other ninja villages. It is fair to say that in such a battlefield, it might take 3 to 5 years to attain the ability to unlock the 4th gate. However, the first stage of the lightning release body forging technique significantly compresses this process. Yuya has been in the land of rain for several months, and the training in the lightning release body forging technique has allowed him to consistently hone his physical skills during this time. He estimates that if he could acquire the second stage of the lightning release body forging technique, he might only need to practice for half the time to reach the 4th gate. Nevertheless, akin to the Kusanagi sword, it is something that is difficult to obtain in a short period. After shaking his head, Yuya reflects that regardless of whether the Kusanagi sword remains in Sunagakure, he must focus on the battlefield. As long as the sword comes within a certain proximity to him, he will sense its presence. If he cannot locate it on the battlefield, Yuya plans to infiltrate Sunagakure during or after the war. In addition, he is determined to visit Kumogakure, for the lightning release body forging technique offers such significant enhancement that he feels compelled to possess it. Exhaling deeply, Yuya rises, and the faint arcs of electricity surrounding him dissipate instantaneously. He then steps out of the room and takes a moment to observe the training progress of Konan and Yahiko. Given that Konan and Yahiko are of similar age to him, their training pace is notably swifter than that of the children in the Ninja Academy. In this world, age does not necessarily correlate with training efficacy. Chakra is drawn from the energy within bodily cells, requiring a certain level of maturity to begin training. Konan and Yahiko are currently at the optimal age for training. Thus their chakra levels are nearing that of a genin, and Konan has finally developed her initial paper jutsu. With this ninjutsu, they essentially possess the strength of a genin, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to pose a threat to them. Yuya nods in acknowledgement, neither entirely satisfied nor dissatisfied. Concurrently, he feels a sense of frustration as he has been trying to trace Nagato's whereabouts during this time, yet has made no discoveries. Nagato appears to have vanished completely, leaving Yuya perplexed. Following protocol, Yuya ventures out once more to a nearby town. The land of rain is not extensive, and the number of towns is limited, so nearly every town harbors scouts from Konoha. Notably, when news of Yuya's elimination of Sun Ban reached Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent for a long while before ultimately inquiring what Yuya required. What Yuya needed was, of course, the training method for the second stage of the lightning release body forging technique. However, his request seems to have vanished without a trace, as he received no response from Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading him to suspect that Konoha truly lacks it. After roaming the town, Yuya casually dispatched several Rain Village ninjas and eliminated a scout from a Wagakure whom he encountered. Subsequently, Yuya set out to locate the ninja responsible for conveying intelligence for Konoha. The transmission of messages on the battlefield is quite unique, and in the case of a special covert organization like Yuya, the method of communication is even more exceptional. They employ the most ancient technique of scroll messaging. It is imperative to utilize a specific method to unseal the scroll, otherwise, it will self-destruct, erasing its contents. This approach ensures absolute confidentiality. Yuya had not received news from Konoha for quite some time, primarily being the one to relay messages to them. However, this time, he received a message from Konoha. Upon retreating to a secluded corner and deciphering the scroll's unique seal, Yuya cast a casual glance at its contents. Yet, that fleeting glance caused his gaze to sharpen abruptly, emanating an intense aura from his being. He nearly revealed his identity as a ninja, but Yuya remained unfazed. In fact, he unconsciously tightened his grip, nearly crushing the scroll in his hand. The information conveyed was, Tsunade, leading a Konoha team, had encountered an ambush from a Wagakure and was forced deep into the land of rain, facing a dire situation that necessitated Yuya's swift rescue. Tsunade's prowess is at least that of an elite jonin, if not approaching the level of a quasi-kage. Alarmingly, the terminology used was not support, but rather rescue. The distinction in wording bears significant weight, indicating that Tsunade was indeed in a true crisis, warranting such urgent phrasing. Taking a deep breath, Yuya destroyed the scroll and departed without delay. He could not possibly remain indifferent while Tsunade faced peril. The narrative had already been altered by his actions too extensively, and he could not foresee the consequences of his inaction on her survival. The scroll provided a general direction, conveniently passing through the vicinity where Yuya and Konan resided. Thus, Yuya resolved to inform Konan and Yahiko before proceeding. Had the scroll indicated the opposite direction, he might have bypassed informing them altogether and headed straight to the designated location. Without expending excessive energy, Yuya propelled himself at full speed and swiftly returned to their dwelling. Konan and Yahiko were still engaged in their training. Yuya briefly informed them of his impending departure, advising them to remain hidden and preferably relocate to a nearby town during his absence. They were no longer defenseless civilians. "When will you return, Teacher Yuya?" A hint of disappointment flickered across Konan's face, as she truly wished to inquire if Yuya would come back at all, and whether they would reunite. "I cannot say for certain, but I will undoubtedly return," Yuya assured her with a slight nod, then reminded Yahiko. "Be cautious. Do not reveal that you have become ninjas. Avoid flaunting your abilities. If you do so, you will remain safe." "That won't happen," Yahiko replied with a sheepish grin, though it was evident that such thoughts lingered in his mind. After all, they were still children who had recently learned ninjutsu and were eager to showcase their newfound skills. Yuya shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and promptly turned to depart with haste. Time was of the essence. In the distance, Xiaonan gazed at the fleeting silhouette of Yu Yi, her expression tinged with a hint of melancholy as she let out a soft sigh. Mian offered words of comfort, stating, "With Yu Yi's formidable strength, he will surely be unharmed. Once he resolves his matters, he will return to us." Xiaonan nodded gently, finding a semblance of confidence in Yu Yi's immense power. Indeed, even if they perished, Yu Yi should remain unscathed. Her greater concern lay with her own safety. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, emanating an oppressive and chilly aura. Within a dense grove of trees, numerous Iwagakure shinobi, adorned with forehead protectors, scoured the area. However, the vastness of the forest rendered their search a formidable challenge. Despite the presence of many sensory-type ninjas among them, locating any specific target proved to be no easy feat. Search meticulously. "We cannot allow that woman to escape," commanded an elite Iwagakure jonin, his face betraying his ire. An ambush against a Konoha squad should have been a straightforward task, Yet the wretched woman leading them had carved a bloody path for her entire team to escape. Now, having retreated to this dense thicket, the battle had dragged on longer than anticipated. Although they had systematically eliminated the ninjas under Tsunade's command, their own casualties matched, if not exceeded, those of her forces. In fact, one elite jonin and two special jonin had met a grim fate at the hands of Tsunade's iron fist. This ambush could already be deemed a failure. Should that woman manage to flee now, it would be an unbearable burden for anyone to bear. A significant blow to the morale of the entire Iwagakure forces, with the main battlefield yet to erupt into full-scale conflict. Encountering such setbacks felt akin to stumbling before the journey had even commenced. Thus, even the Iwagakure Umbu had been mobilized, with the objective of forcibly eliminating Tsunade. Given their relentless pursuit, it was anticipated that few of Tsunade's remaining ninjas were left. Iwagakure, if we fail to locate that woman soon, we must retreat. The rain and sand ninjas have likely received intel and are observing our movements. Konoha's ninjas could arrive at any moment, remarked one Umbu ninja, casting a cold glance at the elite jonin leading the charge. Iwagakure gritted his teeth and replied, "It is impossible for us not to find her. The forest leads directly towards the rain village. That woman cannot possibly escape in that direction. Furthermore, given our proximity to the heart of the land of rain, Konoha's ninjas cannot simply appear here without warning. A process is required. We have time to withdraw and will not be caught between Konoha and sand forces." "Humph. Your mind remains sharp," he concluded. The member of the Umbu was evidently filled with rage, mobilizing nearly an entire battalion for an ambush. Yet they failed to capture the squad led by Tsunade. They could only rely on sheer numbers to force her into a corner, preventing her from circumventing their net and compelling her to venture deeper into the land of rain. Now, they found themselves in a dense forest, and many days had elapsed since the ambush commenced. He deemed Iwagakure to be utterly inept. My mind is, of course, quite clear. That woman's prowess is extraordinary, and her medical skills are exceptional. How else could she continuously evade capture? Iwagakure was equally frustrated, having shouldered this burden. He surmised that he would no longer qualify to lead, thus his tone was rather brusque. "Even if it were you, it would not be so simple to resolve. Fool." The Umbu coldly glared at Iwagakure. "You dare to express disdain." A flash of anger crossed Iwagakure's face, yet he refrained from confronting the Umbu. For this individual came bearing the orders of the Tsuchikage, Anoki, holding a status akin to the Tsuchikage himself. In the heart of the land of rain, the rainfall here was significantly heavier than in the outer regions, yet the dense foliage shielded them from much of the deluge. Nevertheless, the ground beneath was exceedingly soft. Amidst the intertwining vines of the forest, several injured ninjas were taking respite, with Tsunade leading the group. In this moment, even she appeared quite disheveled, reluctant to expend chakra on minor injuries, for every bit of chakra conserved translated to a greater chance of survival. Beside Tsunade were two ninjas whose wounds surpassed her own, but they had been bandaged, and special measures were employed to suppress the scent of blood. Otherwise, they would have long been discovered. "Tsunade-sama, the Iwagakure ninjas are drawing near," one of the ninjas reported, his eyes distinctly ringed in white with prominent veins visible beside them. He was indeed a member of the Hyuga clan. In such dense woods, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan surpassed sensory ninjas by a considerable margin. Tsunade, as a medical ninja, possessed unparalleled mastery over chakra control and concealment. The Hyuga clan's finesse in chakra manipulation was exquisite. If it were not for this Hyuga ninja's presence, Tsunade would likely have been caught long ago. Upon hearing the words of Hyuga Yuchin, Tsunade's already subdued expression darkened further. Venturing further in that direction would lead them out of the forest and closer to Amigakure, where numerous rain ninjas awaited. A direct encounter would yield no hope of survival. However, the three other directions were almost entirely populated by Iwagakure ninjas.